your tears are rolling down like a river to the ocean, and there's no one else around. You won't question my devotion. Everybody needs somebody, and you got me. You know that I know that you know that I'll be there for the highs and lows. Give you mine if your heart gets broke. By your side when you're all alone, I will be there. When you're down on your luck, no ride home and you got too drunk. 2 a.m. I'ma pick you up. I will be there. I'll be there, I'll be there, I'll be there for you. I'll be there, I'll be there, I'll be there for you. When you're down on your luck, no ride home and you got too drunk. Whoa, I'll be there, I'll be there, I'll be there for you. Yeah.
When your heart could use a break and it's too broken to reopen, I'll be patient, I will wait until you're ready to be open. Everybody needs somebody, and you got me. You know that I know that you know that I'll be there for the highs and lows. Give you mine if your heart gets broke. By your side when you're all alone.
Objective truth is a big deal. More than ever, we have access to objective truth, but respect it too little. I can, for example, ask my watch, what's the distance to the sun? But adults debate the existence of evolution and climate change. The objective truth about both is as clear as the truth about why airplanes fly and why DNA transfers traits. Now, human progress depends upon objective truth. Unless you align your aspirations with the laws of the universe, you will fail. So seek objective truth. Your robot is a bundle of objective truth about physics and chemistry. Your team is a bundle of more subtle and complex truths about human behavior. Learn about both. They both include good stuff.
Good morning. Good morning. Wake up, baby. There's going to be some great matches today on these fields. Welcome back to the first Robotics Competition Championship in Houston, Reefscape presented by Haas. Are you ready for a Friday? Some great matches yesterday, more today. It's really amazing when you get to a first robotics competition and you score 240-something points and you lose. Wow. All right, let's get the sound wave going. We're going to start it on Archimedes and send it all the way down the building. Let's hear it on Archimedes, Curie, Daly, Galileo, Hopper, Johnson, Milstein, and Newton. Yeah, that's what it's like when you get 20,000 people together in the same place. Today, competition heats up. Everybody's looking to get up in the rankings. Tomorrow we'll start the alliance selection first thing in the morning, so Good luck in all your matches. Make sure you bring your gracious professionalism. All right, we're getting there. Gracious professionalism. You're doing Brazil proud. They are going to be happy. All right, please stand, remove your caps for the singing of the host country's national anthem, which will be performed by Team 3937, Team Breakaway from Searcy, Arkansas.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Team Breakaway, everybody. Well done. Good luck today. Have a fabulous Friday here at the championship.
Good morning, Archimedes. Please welcome back your master of ceremonies, Daniel Island.
Good morning, Archimedes. How y'all doing this morning? Welcome to Tiara Friday. We are so glad you're here with us today. We got a lot of great matches. Now, here's what we need. We're going to need your energy to start here and to get here by the end of it. And we're going to work together to keep that energy all the way up, even during lunchtime, when we all want to take a nap. To help me out with this, I got our game announcer sitting right in the back, Robot Bill Oakland. Let's say hello. We got a cheer right there, that works. And let's look at this first match right here on my Red Alliance. I got team 4329.
The Lutheran Robotics.
Right next door to them is 2231.
From Israel, Onyxtronics.
And how about 2851?
From Sterling Heights, Michigan, Crevolution.
Coming across to the other side.
Good morning, sunshines. Welcome back. First Champs Live with the Robo Sports Network here at the 2025 First Championship. It's brought to you by BAE Systems.
Nice job, Karthik.
Thank you very much.
One of these days we're bound to get it right.
Hey, guess what? Pretty much every team yesterday played 5 qualification matches. We are halfway through the action. And we saw so many matches between the top teams in the divisions against each other. And because of that, the rankings are a complete mess right now. It is a gong show. All those alliances everyone was talking about, they might not happen. It's going to be wide open. We don't know what's happening here, but we have about 62, 63 matches per division, and we're going to go hard trying to figure out who's going to be to these seeds. We got to update you on some things. Yesterday, everyone was talking about what the rise of the Coral RP was going to be, moving from 21 to 28 pieces. Well, the RP was still hit 50% of the time, 50.1 to be precise. So it's like the perfect binomial distribution, and that's going to really stratify these rankings. Ader, what do you see?
You know, I'm just here for the drama. All the drama that is happening in the rankings right now, I am living for this. There's so many matches left to play. And so if we saw that much chaos on Friday, or Thursday, I can't imagine how much chaos we're going to see today on Friday. And at the end of today, we're done with qualifications. We're going to know exactly how the rankings are playing out in every single division by the time we leave the venue tonight.
Yeah, and what's really interesting is we got some big matches to start the day. For example, over on Curie, we got this number 2 seed, Team 67, up right away, but they have to play against 1706, who's way down in the rankings. But we know what 1706 Ratchet Rockers can do. We got other big matches coming up. On Daily, the number 2 seed, the surprise number 2 seed, 1796. 2056 and 1678 are not near the top 4 right now.
No.
They've got a big match, but they've got to go up against 3173, 1425, 8575. Every match is going to mean something this morning. Even though we're only at the 6th match for these teams, there's a lot happening. Izzy, what's your take on all this right now?
I think I'd love to say that today is going to be a lot more chaos, but I think as we normally see in events at the halfway point, things are going to start to make a little more sense. Maybe not. I would love personally, and I know Karthik wouldn't love this, but if a certain team were to come behind us and just do a little with a skull and a stick, I think we should do it for the plot. And if your team name rhymes with Schmeidish Mayhem, maybe stop by.
That is terrible plot. Being cursed is not good.
No, because what if it is actually a good thing? What if it's interesting?
I'm here for the drama, so I'm all for it. Come on over.
Repeat
Come
that
on
none
over.
of you got hit in the head with notes last year because of the curse.
And you have not yet got hit with algae.
You don't think algae actually hurt? You two are guarded by these lights or whatever. It could just come right here.
You don't play enough dodgeball. That's what I think.
I played enough dodgeball and got hit in the head enough times.
Well, today also, I think it's really, really interesting to point out. After day 1, we saw 82 full reefs. And to put that in perspective, that is the same number of reefs we saw filled in all of week 6. So you essentially have 8 events going on behind us. And how many events? We had a gazillion district championships and regionals going on week 6. And we already have met that same threshold of full reefs after day 1 here at Champs. So really, it checks out that the Coral RP is working out for these teams because really, they're filling the reef anyway.
And the first match we're going to watch today is on Newton, qualification match number 63. We've got Team 148, original and sustaining team, rebuilt their robot in the middle of the season. And for a little bit of drama in this first match, they're going against the rookie team that they've been helping, Team Rebellion, that's 10-0-14. So we'll see who can come out on top, the veteran or the rookie. And like I said, I'm always here for the drama, so.
Yeah, we've got double rookies over on blue. They're joined by our rank 38 team 4909 Bionics for Massachusetts. So we'll see how this shakes out.
And 148 is in like 13th spot right now, something like that. A 6 RP here is going to move them up, possibly into the top 8. The 6 RPs don't actually move teams up a huge amount.
No.
But what happens is if you get a 3, a 2, or a 1, you fall super far, and that's what's kind of terrifying right here. So, got to pull out these wins. The 6s are musts anymore. They aren't like, yay, we got it. It's like, oh, whew, you got it.
So we're going to throw things down to the Newton Field qualification match 63.
Into the barge and scoring for the Red Alliance during the autonomous period, and this is going to put 148. Are they going to let go? Yeah, they will not score that one, but it's going to mean 19 all at the conclusion of the autonomous period. 10014, looking to see if they can score up there on level 4. Oh, and they're going to drop that, but that might become, and it looks like it is now going to be a level 1 score. So it is for something. They will come away with 2 points for that. Fathom Robotics off on our far side for me, looking to pick up algae off the floor. And Robo Wrangler's taking the shot and scoring up high in the barge. Let's see if they can pick up another one and get that up into the barge as well. Meanwhile, on the blue line side, 10014 looking to pick algae out of the reef. And they've got it. Let's see where they go to score it. Are they going to go put it in the processor? Looks like they're going to put it in the processor, maybe start up some cooperation. We can see the same thing happening on the other side. Robo Wrangler's trying to do that on the Red Alliance. That does bobble out. That processor is more challenging, I think, than a lot of teams thought it would be to actually score in there. But teams proving over and over again that they are patient and they can get it done. Robo Wranglers taking the shot over the top, little alley-oop, and in it goes. An awful lot of coral on the ground on the Blue Alliance side. Nevertheless, they are catching up to Red Alliance. Red Alliance with 109, Blue 93, and there is the in and out. Robo Wranglers taking that shot, and it does bounce out. Blue Alliance with a tremendous amount of coral on the ground. We'll see if they can put that to use as they're working on getting 3 rows completed to pick up that ranking point within the last few seconds here as we get down under 30. Blue Alliance is got 2 done, 1 done, but there's just 1 here and there. It looks like they're finished level 1, level 4 coming down now, not quite enough. Remember, they do need 7 to be able to complete it. And Red Alliance looks like they might be close as we get down to 8 seconds on the clock. Everybody's heading into the barge to see if they can climb and go up from the deep to the surface. And we see a similar result on both sides. 1 deep climbing robot and 2 parks. We will have your official results up here in just a moment. And here we go. Is it going to be red or blue with the win as we start day 2? It's going to be Red Alliance. And Red Alliance is going to come away with 171 points and 3 ranking points. Let's see what else they've got. 2 more for them. Coral not quite achieved, but they will pick up the auto and they will pick up the barge. Blue Alliance will also pick up the barge and auto.
All right, 5 RP bumps up 148 from 16th to 11th. Karthik, what did you think of that match?
I mean, these are the matches you need, though. But like 5 RP, they needed 6.
They needed 6.
It looked like 148's intake was broken. They stopped picking up coral probably, I don't know, 15 seconds into the match, only doing algae for the rest of the match. And their alliance partner was, our alliance partners were trying to put up enough coral to get that RP, but did not make it. So a win is a win. 5 RPs is great. 6 RPs is better.
Well, and this is the thing at the championship right now, is that like for the rest of the day, 1 intake not working or whatever alters the entire event.
Yep.
And totally plays things out. Because the difference between being if they'd gotten the extra RP there, they move up to 6, I believe. The difference between 6 and 11 is massive on so many different levels. 11 means you're probably sneaking in at the 8 captain. 6 means you're probably captaining 3 or 4 right now. We see what that difference is. Also, teams go through a lot of rationalization right now where they're like, oh, maybe it's better to be the 7 seed. Maybe it's better to be the lower seed. We get a better 2nd round pick. That's because everyone's so scared right now about not getting those top seeds. Every single RP matters right now, so you can't throw anything. We're going to be heading over to Johnson for a bit. Another team who wants to be up at number 1, has the robot to be up at number 1, but they're 7th right now, 44-14, high tide. The kings of the rebuilds, you know.
And they're with 1296, a team from Texas that I talked about yesterday, because I think this is probably the best robot they've ever built as a team. And they also rebuilt their robot mid-season. And so this is kind of the alliance of the rebuilds here on Johnson. But they both have ground intakes. Both can score LG as well. So, you know, they should be able to put up a good score in this match.
Hey folks, and while you're tuning in from home, take a look at the little ticker that we got going all throughout the event there. We got the rankings up there for you, for your convenience. You can see what has happened. And we are go on Johnson. So let's head on down to the field, check out High Tide and Red.
Pre-positioned coral from those robots scored by the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance a little bit behind that. They've got 1 on L4, now a 2nd on L4. That came out of the robot of Controlled Chaos for the Blue Alliance. Red in the lead as drivers take control for the remainder of match 64. It was looking like both sides of the field had all 3 robots exit that starting zone and some coral was scored. So they have already secured the auto RP for this match. First algae got scored by the Red Alliance. Both robots reaching all the way up to the barge. High Tide does it again right now for red. They're also able to intake coral up off the playing field floor, so human players tossing plenty in right in front of that 4414 robot. They pick up some coral, get rid of their algae, and then they're going to make their way back to level 3 on the Red Alliance Reef. Minute and a half remaining in the match, red in the lead, 119 to 68. Checking out the status of the reef, both alliances are good to go on L4. Red, just 2 spots remaining on that level 4 branch, but no co-op in this match, so they will need 7 on all 4 levels in order to earn the additional ranking point. Robot dolphins from outer space for the Red Alliance. They remove the last piece of algae from that red reef, get it out of the way, and loft it to the safety of the barge. Meanwhile, on the blue side of the field, Robo-Stangs drop off what is going to be the 7th coral on level 4 of the Blue Alliance Reef. They immediately get to work on level 2. One member of the Blue Alliance, that's Red Hawk Robotics. They are all the way across the field, bouncing back and forth between the Red Alliance coral stations. They're both getting some of the algae back into the center of the field and strafing in front to make sure that only one of those stations is available for use by the Red Alliance. But despite that defense, they have scored the coral ranking point without co-op. 7 coral on all 4 levels. Robo-Stangs and their alliance partner Red Hawk rather controlled chaos for the Blue Alliance. They tried to do the same. They are still a few coral shy. They need just 2 more though, so it might be worth the time investment for the Blue Alliance. Regardless, they do move into the barge zone. 548 attempts to get off the carpet, but it looks to be that all 3 blue robots wheels on carpet with all 3 red robots suspended from the deep cage. We'll get a closer look and get your final scores in a moment. Let's take a look at the breakdown of that last match. It was a win by the Red Alliance. Final result of 235 to 120 in that match. Red Alliance with all 6 ranking points. Blue with the auto ranking point. That's keeping High Tide in the number 7 spot here on Johnson.
All right, we're going live into Curie match number 66. Watch TJ Squared, team 88 in blue.
Curie, we're gonna be doing our countdown in Spanish for our team from Panama and our team from Mexico. So drivers, behind the lines, y empezamos en 3, 2, 1, go!
Qualification match number 66 officially underway here on the Curie division. We have teams scoring on either side of the field. Looks like we have 2 Red Alliance robots running their autonomous, 2 Blue Alliance robots running their autonomous. 1073 is going to drop off another piece of coral into the middle. Can they make it 3-4-3 just with the buzzer? Looks like they're only going to get 2. Red Alliance is going to be the one to take a slight advantage with a score of 47-33 in favor of Red as we move into our teleoperated period. Their advantage comes from those extra pieces of coral scored on level 4 during the autonomous period. Those are worth 7 points apiece during that time. On the Blue Alliance side of the field, TJ Squared is going to drop off a piece of algae up into the barge and be the first ones to score up there for the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance is going to start gaining some traction with a score of 77-78 with a little over 2 minutes left to play. Blue Alliance is going to start scoring some algae into their processor for 6 points apiece to leave for the Red Alliance human player to start scoring for themselves. On the opposite side of the field, 101.54 is going to start taking the algae from the Red Alliance side and pulling it back over for Blue for their points to be scored. 862, Lightning Robotics, all the way from Michigan, dropping off a piece of algae. Looks like Blue Alliance has taken the lead from Red, but Red Alliance is going to try to take it right back. We're going to go game piece for game piece. Depending on where these teams score their game pieces, their coral on their reef, that's going to determine who's going to jump into the lead, who's not. We're back and forth like a seesaw, and it's going to come down to the final endgame to see who's going to finally take this match. 3 Red Alliance robots cycling to grab coral. 862 is going to be the first one to land. Looks like their partners 3354 is going to be the second, and 3501 is going to be the third. Each scoring a piece for Red Alliance. Blue Alliance doing the same as well. 1073 from New Hampshire and 88 from Massachusetts, working together like old friends to drop off some pieces of coral in the middle of the reef, while their partners, the rookies from Panama, are going to begin cycling the algae as best as possible into the processor for 6 points apiece for this Blue Alliance to help maintain their lead of 184, but Red Alliance is going to try to match them with a score of 184 as well, and it's going to come down to our final climbs, which are going to be happening momentarily. In terms of the reef, we've got a couple of open slots on either level for both red and blue. With our final ringer sounding, it means teams are going to start shifting their focus to the end game. 1073 has already gone towards the surface and bubbled on up. 101.54 is looking to do the same for Panama City. 88 TJ Squared climbing themselves on up. Red Alliance 862 and 3354. Repatech Tektroid are going to try to climb on up. We've got a couple of robots in the air on either side of the field and 2 points separating these.
All right, we got a big match about to start on Johnson right now, featuring the number 2 seed, 1619. A team that has had a lot of success in the championship over the years, but I don't think we were expecting them to be up there this year.
No, I don't think they were on the radar for like the top team in the division or the second best team in the division, but they are a good robot this year.
And there's some teams, Ader, when they get to the championship, you just know they're going to be there. It might not be their year, but 1619 is one of them, especially at the Houston championship, where it was like doubles. It was 1619 every year, finding their way to Einstein, finding their way all the way, and so they can do big things. On the other side, we got 6238, the Popcorn Penguins. You know, we got a whole alliance on red where everyone's good for like 8 to 10 coral. So some interesting things could happen here. 1619 needs 6 RP to hold that spot. Anything less than that will drop them. So it's not about a win here. It's about making sure you can do everything. They've got enough hangers to make sure that they can get that RP. And I think they're probably good on coral because, again, they got Highlander with them 80-33. But it's going to be interesting to see how this one goes. Like, again, if you are in the top 8, any match with 5 or less RP is kind of a loss. And that's really interesting to think about. That's the new paradigm with these RPs.
All right, looks like this match is getting started. Let's head down to the Johnson field. Check out match number 65.
So far for the Red Alliance, let's check out the status of Blue. A fourth, now a fifth, coming from Upper Creek Robotics. Bison Robotics following up in same, and Algae removed as a bonus for Upper Creek. Meanwhile, the Red Alliance checking out their score. We've got 2 Algae in the barge and some Coral scored on L4. They're going to have 43 points. Blue Alliance with 62, 2 minutes remaining in match number 65. Algae gets processed right away in this match. It looks like both alliances want to co-op. Highlander Robotics for the Blue Alliance passes what will be the last Algae these alliances need, and with that co-op indicator on the board, only 3 levels of the reef need to have 7 or more Coral for that ranking point opportunity. Eagle Force in red, they remove the last Algae from the Red Alliance reef, bring it on up to the red barge. Alliance partner Gladiators, they cycle right on back to the human player station, retrieve the Coral they need, and take aim at one of those level 3 branches, grabbing 4 points for their alliance. Partners Eagle Force doing the exact same. Other member of red, though, they have made their way over to the blue side of the field. 62-38 Popcorn Penguins, they've grabbed some final Algae from the blue side and made sure that it is getting placed into the red barge before blue has the opportunity to do the same. 1 minute of match play remaining. Red Alliance is trailing. It is 168-135 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Reef is good to go for Blue. They're just looking for some extra bonus points to secure this match. A few high-level Coral spots available. 1 on L4, 3 on L3. 2 Blue robots working on that Coral. And now with that Reef good to go, another member of the Blue Alliance has been sent downfield. That's Highlander Robotics. Playing some defense, it might be that they are trying to keep the Red Alliance from securing that Coral ranking point. 30 seconds remaining, and Red is going to need not much more to do it. They do now have 3 levels complete, so ranking point on both sides for the Coral in qualification match number 65. Final 20 seconds now here. First bot to the barge is for the Blue Alliance. That is Highlander Robotics making contact with Deep Cage. All 6 robots place a Deep Cage in their barge. Popcorn Penguins easily up off the ground for the Red Alliance. Other 2 members settling for the Park. And we've got a lot of blue bumpers swinging in the blue barge.
Okay.
All right, we're waiting on those scores there for that match. What did you guys think?
Well, actually, I don't want to talk about that match. I want to talk about something else. Over on Archimedes, the Roboteers just had a 1 RP match. The Roboteers are consistently this week have been the best team in Archimedes, but they are down to the mid-20s in rankings right now. Could they still move up? Sure, but 1 RP in that match is absolutely devastating for the top team in the division.
Yeah, you know, it's championship is hard. We talked about it this morning, but there are a lot of teams that had a lot of success in the regular season that are here at championship and just struggling, having robot issues, having matches that just, they get outgunned. And that's why this event is so exciting, and that's why the rankings are so up in the air right now. But the Roboteers really, 1 RP is tough. That's tough.
And when you have a team as good as the Roboteers who may not finish in the top 8, everything just gets a little bit weird.
Yep.
Yeah, and it's not about, nobody's, saying that the Roboteers aren't going to get picked.
No.
But when you're a team like that, at that caliber, you want to be in the driver's seat.
Yeah.
Being a captain matters.
I mean, like, in no world would they not get picked. They're the best team. They're the best team in the
and
division.
they could get picked first.
Yeah,
but
then
they're still not in the driver's seat.
They will get picked first, but will it be where they want to be?
Yeah,
and that's the whole point.
Yeah, because at that point you can't decline either.
That's exactly what I was going to say. So if you can't decline, and we don't know who's going to seat first in that division. It could be somebody amazing that they wanted to work with anyway. It could be somebody that doesn't complement their robot as well as they think they should, but they're going to have to say yes.
Well, right now, the top 3 in Archimedes, 1987, 1923, and 1197, 3 teams who probably wouldn't have pegged there. Yep. Miss Daisy, 341, is in 5th. 1114 is in 10th. Teams that we thought might be up there. It's a whole shuffle, so we could see something coming out of Alliance 5, something coming out of Alliance 6.
Yep.
Hey, folks, but it looks like we're getting ready to go over to Milstein for match number 66. We got the number 1 seed, 118. The one team who didn't fumble at all this weekend, 30 RP yesterday, and the match is live, so let's watch 118 see if they can hold on to their number 1 seed.
One coil up and on level 4. Iron Mosquitoes lofted 2 algae up into the net. Is Robotics with their 3rd coil. Can they get it? It'll be a tie game, 23 all, as drivers take control here at match 66. Newton squared, quickly throwing an algae up in the net for 4. Coconuts clearing said algae from the Red Alliance reef, while their partners from Houston process it. And Technoka Robotics 10-337 is on defense, locking down one of the Alliance loading stations. The human player from 118 is chucking that coral across the sea floor, making it easier for their partners to pick it up and score quickly on the reef. Strategy seems to be working for the Red Alliance as they're ahead 85-44 with 1:30 for play. Newton squared coming back with a 5-point coral. Their partners Red Watch aiming for the same, as Red Alliance is running away with the score now. 3 robots pushing against the blue defender. 2486 Coconuts can't get to the human player's station. We'll see if they'll let this defender bottleneck them. They seem to grab one from their human player and score it just fine. 50 seconds for play now. 134-73. Red Watch Robotics unfortunately drops the coral. Their partners, Newton Squared, scored on level 3. While on the red side of the field with 30 seconds left, there's not many spots remaining to score this coral. 3 levels with at least 7 coral already. They'll get that ranking point. And Technoka Robotics is beached on an algae. They'll be forsaken on that red side of the field, while their partners try to lift up on the deep cage. 7 seconds. Red Alliance going for a triple. Can they get it in 3, 2, 1?
All right, now we're going to jump right over to the Curie field where we got the number 4 seed, Team 1771, North Gwinnett, and the number 7 seed, Team 340, Grrr, on the field. Big match in the rankings. Let's take a look.
North Gwinnett Robotics 1771 is going to begin de-scoring some algae along with their partners 35-39. They're going to toss one up and over side by side. 106-56, the rookies Ratatoaster are going to begin scoring into the processor for the Red Alliance for 6 points apiece as best as they can. Looks like 35-39 is going to go all the way up to the baseline of the barge and try to drop off a piece of algae as well. Blue Alliance side of the field looking to do the same. 39-59, dropping off another piece of algae as best they can with their partners North Gwinnett Robotics and Grrr trying to control the reef for Blue Alliance. Red Alliance side of the field, 870 Team Rice over in their human feed station beginning to collect some piece of coral, and Red Alliance is going to start catching up some ground here. They're trailing by about 30 to 40 points. Blue Alliance, their lead 132-91 with a little over a minute left to play here in this match. 870 Team Rice is going to begin trying to make short work of the level 4 crown of coral for the...
All right, 118, still perfect on the event. 6 ranking points, again, solidified in the number 1 seed. If they can control that spot, which it looks like they're on track to do, they'll have a choice between 254 and Bread.
And what's more important is that I made a bet with Steve that no one would have a perfect RP event, and 118 is on track to do that, so, you know.
Really, really interesting. Okay, back to the action on Curie.
Setting their arm ever so carefully, make sure they got that lined up perfectly. They don't want to waste any shots. It takes more time to reset than recycle, so they're going to make sure they can line that up as best as possible. Drop one off on level 4 and level 3, along with their partners Team Rush. They may not be wicked, but their robot's name is Glinda, and they're ready to soar towards the skies and defy gravity by going towards our endgame and start climbing the cages to head towards the surface. They're going to line themselves up. Blue Alliance has got 2 robots lined up, and can they make that 3? Looks like both alliances are going to get a lot of points for parking. We'll see who climbs up in the air with our final results. And with that, we've got your official.
And we're back. We're waiting on those live scores from Curie 67. But what did you guys think?
Karthik, go ahead.
I think what's happening right now is everyone's playing at these rankings. So look there, Blue Alliance takes it, 6 RP, 1771 up to the 3 spot. Team Rush 27. Remember, were dominating Michigan this year. They're in that same sort of Robotics zone, down to 37th spot. Now again, when you're playing 3 and 7, but these are kind of solidifying their spot there. 1771's not going away. And the way they managed Algae and Coral in that match pretty seamlessly is showing off why they're ready. And the Curie division, which is kind of wide open, right now still has 2 teams, perfect RPs, 36-63, who we know from PNW is great at seeding. And then looking here, it's Team 67, the hot team, a team for a decade, defined dominance at the championship, up there right away.
Yeah, you know, it's really fun to see these teams that have just been so consistently good year after year, decade after decade, like you've said. And 67 is definitely filling that role this year. They have looked great all season. Looks like the next match we're going to go is to Hopper 67. Oddly enough, where we have the division winner from the Texas State Championship. That's Vector 1877. And who else do you guys see on the field?
We have got all the way from Australia, Project Bucephalus over on red. They're
we
going to be...
definitely have some teams on the field here.
Yeah, some teams. Let's watch those teams in this match. Take it.
In 3, 2, 1, go!
Autonomous routines underway here in match number 67. 5 robots, now 6, leaving that starting line, heading off to the reef for initial scores, then moving off to the corners of the field for more Coral to score as well. Here comes 59-85, just barely not enough time for that final delivery back from the Coral station. Even scores here coming out of the autonomous period, 30 all as drivers take control. 801 early here with an Algae. That's the black and yellow machine, horsepower out of Merritt Island, Florida. They got 1 into the processor, 6 points. Here comes number 2, which should unlock at least Blue's half of the co-op bonus. Looking for red to do the same. It looks like Project Bucephalus making their way around the outside of the field to do the same. Moving that Algae down and into position as drivers line this up for the 6-point score. 81-77 is back-to-back with their alliance partners. They're reaching way up high. Vector out of Tomball, Texas. Good for the 5-point score. Now another Coral in hand, but it looks like that Algae may be in the way for Team 81-77. They use that end effector to knock the Algae out of its slot, opening up that bay for scoring, and they managed to land the 4-pointer there for the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance making work here towards that Coral ranking point. They have 1 level done already, filling up almost all of the branches on level 4. They're working largely on level 3 here, all 3 machines in tandem. And that black and orange machine, and now the black and yellow machine looking at open branches here on level 3. Team Powerhouse, Team Neutrino, and Horsepower all working as one cohesive unit here on the blue half of the field. 45 seconds left in play. Red Alliance during that time has brought the last algae that they needed to unlock the co-op bonus for both alliances, and Blue Alliance is 2 out of the 3 levels that they need for that feat. As we reach the 30-second mark, Blue Alliance has the lead here, 142 to 114. Red Alliance looking to close this gap in the final 25 seconds of play. Once again, all of our cages here at midfield configured in deep configuration, 12 points apiece if they can navigate around all this algae that's pooled up here at center field. 12 seconds left to go in this one. Blue Alliance manages to secure that that coral ranking point here with 5 seconds left to go. Do they have what it takes to get the barge as well? 2 seconds in play, and time expires in match number 67.
After that exhilarating match on Hopper, we're going to head on over to the daily division. We're going to take a look at Team 1678, the Citrus Circuits. Matches on the field. They're about ready to get started. Citrus is currently in 5th, a place they're not used to being, trying to move their way back up, inching seed by seed. Every single place matters right now because 1678, 2056, and 694 are not in the top 3 right now, so things are wide open.
All right, I think we have a green light. I think we are good. All right, drivers behind the lines, please. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Wall 67 promises to be good here on daily. 2 quick scores for red. Looks like 1 quick score for blue. 4,500 bringing up another one, but just like that, Citrus is back with a 3rd. Slice back as well. Citrus with another. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 for red. Looks like 4 for our Blue Alliance, which puts red in the lead, 58 to 40. Robots are on the move now, controlled by their drivers. Looks like 5968 Little Apple Robotics might be having some issues here on the field. Let's hope they get back in motion. 4,500 now, the Robo-Hounds. Arm goes up, arm goes down. They're looking for a scoring location. They pick level 3. Citrus Circuits for our Red Alliance. Bring a piece of algae over. It appears to be perfectly balanced in their processor. Thank you to our volunteer for getting that rolling again. Citrus with a piece of algae now for the barge. In it goes, and it settles down. Now the piece of coral in their grasp. Can they get it onto the reef in time? It looks like it might be a little bit stuck. They're going to have to jostle that around. But speaking of jostling, 61-46 up on a piece of algae, but their partner's slice set them free. Citrus has got their coral situation worked out. It's scored onto level 3. 4,500, the Robohounds drop a piece onto level 2. And just like that, Little Apple Cyborg's back in motion, although however briefly. 133 to 81. Slice brings the piece to level 4. Citrus grabs one off the floor. They're going to level 2 with it. These robots are trying to fill all 4 levels of the reef. Looks like no cooperation today. Either that or they're going to go process for their opponents in just a moment. And that looks like what Citrus has decided to do. The Robohounds score onto level 3. Slice for the Red Alliance to level 3 as well. 38-91 here to play some knockdown defense against our Red Alliance and try and shut down their scoring. Citrus trying to look for their next piece. They've got a piece of coral. It's going to level nowhere. They were just a little bit too far away, and Blackjacks are off the ground. 4,500 now moving over to get onto the climb as well. Red Alliance has completed the ranking point, and they've got 2 robots in the air. Blue's got 1 off the ground with 2 seconds left. Slice comes for the last second park as time expires in the match.
Waiting on those scores over for that match, 1678. Live score didn't look quite like it had hit that 200 mark, which could have implications. We were talking earlier about how so many teams are co-oping, and that next tiebreaker is that total match score. So if you're a 1678 of the world and you're in the top 8, you want to be picking up as many points as possible because your next tiebreaker is that total score. They did get 210. What did you guys think about that match?
Well, they stay at 5, which is more important. 6 RPs, over 200 points with a co-op. They do not move.
But folks, 210 points lowered their average match score.
Yeah.
It lowered it from 216 to 44-15, number 1 seed, average match score, 226. 1796, the number 2 seed, average match score, 233. It's not just good enough to get 6 RP. It's not just good enough to get 6 RP with co-op. You need to get 6 RP with co-op, and you're going to be putting up scores in the 230s. Now, over to Milstein. We got a bunch of teams in the top 8 here. Huge ranking implications. They are in the autonomous period. Enjoy.
Already with time to spare. Can they get 6 and 7? They do. And as we enter tele-off, it's a Blue Alliance advantage, 58 to 34. 58 Riot Crew up and moving now, pulling off Algae as their partners 3604 Goon Squad lofted up into the net for 4. Team Obsidian processing Algae on the blue side, looking for that cooperation bonus, while their partners Fully Freeze and Torque work on Coral on levels 3. 54-54 out of Arkansas, scoring up top for 5, and Blue Alliance has an advantage, 126 to 65. But here's 5089 Robo-Nerds. They're on the case, scoring 4-pointers left and right. Red Alliance may need in-game points to catch up here, but it's still anybody's game with 1 minute 15 for play. 21-37 on their side. We'll see if their partners will be able to help them get back upright. But it may be a 2 versus 3 situation for the remainder of the match. Obsidian caps off the last remaining spot on level 3. No defense here. Red Alliance has 3 machines working this reef, and they're catching up with 40 seconds remaining here at match 68. 9-10 working on the trough level. Cooperation not activated, so they will have to have 7 down there in level 1 in order to get the reef breaking point. Both sides working furiously to get this achieved. But we enter Endgame with only a 10-point spread. 10 seconds to get off the ground. Fully Freeze is the first to the cages. 5 seconds now. Here comes Red Alliance racing in. 3, 2, 1. And your official score for match 60.
While we wait for the scores for those matches, we're going to take you directly over to the Archimedes division for match number 68, where we have our number 1 seed playing on the field, our number 3 seed 341 playing on the field.
Trying to place it up high, 4400 temporarily in their way. They have to wait until 4400 clears the way. 4400 placing Algae directly into the barge. 89 to 73, Red Alliance has a slight lead here. Our rookie team from Shanghai, China, 10-120 Wolf of the Wolf. They're working on the lower end of the Blue Alliance reef, while Miss Daisy and Rosie Robotics works up higher. 105 to 101, 4 points. The Blue Alliance has the lead. 4,400 from Mexico, Robotics Pinoles, once again doing algae duty here, but they're going back and forth. They do algae, they clear it out, and then they come back with a coral from their coral station. No defense so far. This is an all-offense match. 137 to 127 with 50 seconds to go. Blue Alliance has the lead. Each alliance has lots of coral all over the ground. That makes it both hard to navigate, but easier for these robots.
199 from 195 to Blue, all Milstein. Only 4 RP in the window, then drops 9-10 to 4th spot. Milstein division super shaken up right now.
Our rookie team from China already going to the cage. They grab that deep cage. Lots of time to climb here. Blue Alliance has 3 robots trying to do deep cage climbs. 597 for the Red Alliance. Wolverines late to arrive. This match ends here in 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Blue Alliance has 3 robots.
Great match we just saw, but we're dashing over right into the action on the Curie field. We got the number 1 seed, team 36-63 CPR, match 69.
Currently uninterrupted. I'm trying to make their way around Red Alliance. Looks like we've got 1 Red Alliance robot deep in the enemy territory. Working their way around that looks to be the Pit Pirates, slowing down the Blue Alliance, while the Red Alliance still maintains their lead of a score of 110 to 73 with a little less than 90 seconds left to play. Both of these teams going back and forth in terms of their scoring, trying to evade each other. We've got 1 defender and 2 offensive man. Not necessarily man-to-man coverage on this match, but that's okay. We'll see if we can get there a little bit later. Level 4 being made progress on either of these alliances. Seems like Blue Alliance has a couple more scored up there, but Red Alliance has their out.
Got a score from Archimedes, 218 to 186, 6 RP. Daisy does the job, moves up to the number 2 seed, baby. If Daisy can control the seeds there, but there was no co-op in that match, that could come into effect. Either way, Daisy up to number 2 for right now. They are one of the top teams in the division and probably the top team definitely near the top of the rankings. Really in control there, Daisy. But great match going on, Curie. CPR trying to get the 6 RP to hold on to their number 1 seed.
They're less than 30 points away, and they'll try to maintain that. While as their partners, 32-76, the Toolcats, gonna place another piece of coral onto the level 3. They've had algae scattered all around this playing field, primarily around the barge. And that might make it difficult for teams to try to get to their cage, depending on which direction that they're coming from. Not a lot of algae scored up in the barge, for that fact. Teams are going to start moving everything out of the way to try to get to their cages. A little bit of traffic trying to navigate around all of those algae, especially for the Red Alliance. The Blue Alliance, though, at the last second, trying to get their climbs. Looks like we've got a couple of robots up in the air, and we'll be back with your official results in just a moment.
We're waiting on those scores there. Looks like a good match for that Red Alliance. CPR looking to stay in first. What do you guys think?
I think CPR is doing it. I think CPR has shown this season their consistency of getting all the things done in the match. We talk about all the side quests. CPR just gets it done. They're in control over there right now, still holding on to the 6 RP average, one of the few teams at the event.
And again, more importantly, I'm going to win this bet with Steve if somebody can keep the 6 RP average going for the whole event, which would really be a win. That's all I'm saying.
67 and 36-63 over in Curie are controlling that right now. And that opens things up for them to pick a team like 74-57, 88. Woo, woo. The Owl is back.
Where is that Owl?
But speaking of the Owl, the Night Owls are in 8th place, team at 88-84. So there's a lot of options there where you see a lot of interpicking because Curie, at least, a lot of the top teams are in the top 8.
Do you think maybe the who? I can't do it as good as you. I'm sorry.
It's not me. It's the Owl.
Is that a reverse, like a reverse curse? Like you're bringing them luck?
The Night Owls,
saying.
you know?
Only
Or
time
maybe
will
the
tell.
Owls bringing them
Yeah.
luck. Maybe
But the other thing in Curie, though, we just talked about all those teams at the top. You know who we didn't talk about? 3005.
Yeah.
One of the best teams in the division, but they've had the schedule of doom.
And they were part of a tie on their division earlier against 359. You know, and a tie, again, you're giving up RPs. So it's pretty devastating when you're trying to win a match. But coming up on the Newton division in match 69, we have Team 1323, arguably one of the best robots in the world this year, and definitely one of the best robots in the Newton division. So they are ranked right now, I believe, number 3, and they are trying to make their way up in the rankings. So again, they can control their own destiny at the number 1 seed.
Yeah, all 3 robots on that alliance in the top 20. Definitely looking to boost their rankings on the side of 5472 and 948 in 13th and 16th respectively. But over on blue, 1502 and 17th, also probably looking to make that jump over the cusp into the top.
So a 6 RP match here will move 1323 up from 3rd to 2nd. Okay, actually, we're going to change things up a little bit because we got some action coming over Archimedes for match number 69. We got Team 2935 Naki in this match, but 1987, more importantly, the number 1 seed. 6369 also in the top 8 on the other side. 1987 really fought their way into number 1, but can they hold on to that position? That's what we're going to see in this match right here. But 6369, Aiden, you've seen a lot of them in Texas this year.
Yes, and you know, this is definitely the best robot they've ever built as a team. And they are just fast, they are consistent, and they've really been doing the exact same thing since the first week of competition this year. But you know, right now in their division, what did you say they're ranked? 7th. So right now in their division, that's a big deal for them, and they could potentially be an alliance captain.
And this is a high-powered match, but I'm expecting to score in the 220s for both alliances right here.
All right. Let's do it. We're going to watch this match, number 69 on the Archimedes field.
Several coral up there, and 2 of them dropped down from level 4 into level 1. 2834, Bionic Blackhawks from Blue Hills High School, doing a great job. Look at that, 2 algae placed during the autonomous phase. That's a rare trait there. 1987 Bronco bots, they're going to show us why they're currently ranked number 1. They grab some algae, they come over here, they're going to place it up high directly into that barge net. Blue Alliance not messing around, they sent a defender over right away. 2935, Naki Robotics from Canada now playing defense against the Red Alliance, taking station on one of their coral stations. 1987, they decide to go to a different coral station. 2834, likewise, having a hard time getting coral. 2935, Naki Robotics doing a great job with defense. 1987, that's the Bronco bots. They were able to get around the blue defender there. They have a pretty big intake here, so they can go one side or the other. 1987 showing that they can easily defeat the defense here by the Canadian team. 125 to 97, Red has the lead with about a minute to go. 63-69 Mercenary Robotics from McKinney, Texas. They're just kind of scooting back and forth. Coral Station Reef, showing their quick cycle times here. Red Alliance, Bionic Blackhawks from Bloomfield Hills High School, placing algae straight up into the reef. Bionic Blackhawks, they say, hey, there's a lot of algae over here on the Blue Alliance side. I'm going to come over here and grab their algae. So they don't want it. I'm going to use it. 171 to 135, 20 seconds to go. Red has the lead. Blue Alliance also right now looking to climb. 2935 Naki Robotics leaving their defending position and heads over to a deep cage. 10 seconds to go, lots of time. Red Alliance, nobody off the deck now. 386 is up. 3, 2, 1. Looks like Red Alliance has 2 robots that have conducted deep cage climbs. 386 Team Voltage and 1987 Bronco bots. Blue Alliance, that may be 3 deep cage climbs. Looks like we have offsetting points here during the endgame. Most likely we have 2 deep cage climbs and 1.
Waiting on those scores from that match, but that was a very, very interesting match. I want to hear your guys' thoughts.
Interesting is not the word I would use there. I don't love the strategy. I don't love the strategy of sending 29-35 play defense. Naki is a great offensive robot.
I know.
And they needed triple offense to keep up.
I know. And, you know, there was a while that they were literally defending nobody because one of the red robots crossed the field to actually start stealing Algae. And the Blue Alliance wasn't scoring Algae. They were focusing on Coral. So there was Algae everywhere.
So folks, strategy is hard at the championship.
Sure.
This is tough stuff there. But you are responsible for the decisions you make, and that decision cost them. Mercenary only gets 2 RPs there. They dropped out of the top 8. They dropped down to 14th.
I have to imagine that with 3 offensive robots, you can close that scoring gap.
And here's the thing. When you think about why you want to send a defender is you want to clutter it up. But they responded by sending an offensive robot to the other side of the field, score Algae. So they're doing triple offense without clutter.
Yeah. Well, you know, maybe we should be coaches, Karthik. Who knows?
Have we done that before?
Never.
Have we done that
Not
before?
one time.
Robo-boomer moments, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Adrian and I have been doing this together for like 21 years now,
Yeah,
folks.
I know. It's actually a little depressing. This is actually year 25 for me.
This is year 28.
28. Yeah.
28 for me.
Yeah.
Okay, that's not what they want to hear about.
I know.
The matches just keep coming fast and furious. We've seen some play changes in the rankings. Over at Archimedes now with that loss. So 1987 holds on to the 1 seed there. 341 Daisy up to the 2 seed. 1923, who was near the top earlier, has dropped down to number 9. 1114 snuck into the top 8, but they got a match coming up that seems unwinnable, so they're going to drop again. It's just all being tossed to drop. But you know, we're not talking about Archimedes. 2481. Where are they? 24th.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, rankings are wild. We do want to be able to show you the 1323 match replay from the Newton field. I believe we have that queued up right now. Where we
Yes, let's head to replay.
We can see if we can watch that match, see if they can move in seating. Okay, well, we're gonna go to Milstein 70 instead. We're having a little bit of technical difficulties with that replay, but Milstein 70, we have our number 3 ranked team, 254, number 3 ranked, 254, and number 6th ranked, 67. On that, so they're looking to move up in the rankings for sure.
Because they just keep getting better and better. They're cooking.
Red Alliance will have the lead, 43-40 out of the gate. As drivers take control, Team Sycamore latches onto the net. Can they get loose? And there they do. Now they get back to work. Titanium Titans processing Algae on the blue side, while their partners, Poofs and Brute Force, focus on Coral, picking it up from the ground and scoring it quickly on level 3 to cross into the triple digits. Engine Nerds, quick cycles here on the red side of the field between the human players station and level 3. Their partners from Israel drop one to the trough. And Whidbey Island Wildcats are on defense. Over here on the blue side of the field, 2980 locking down one of the human players stations. Titanium Titans collide with the red defender and decide to pick up from the ground a great advantage here in Reefscape, presented by Haas. Sandwiched between 2 blue robots, Whidbey Island pushing back against 2240 Brute Force. A Blue Alliance is running out of space to score as they cross into the 200-point mark. 47 seconds for play. 2240 stealing Algae from the blue side of the field. It just drops short as they collide with cages. Algae, some of the few remaining high-value game pieces left on the sea floor. With time counting down, it's 2:13 blue, 167 red. Cannonsburg team 4467 latching onto the deep cage. Their partners from California are up in the air. Red Alliance here to counter. Here's Engine Nerds and Team Sycamore. 7 seconds. 3, 2, 1. And your official score here on Milstein. Coming up.
Go straight to the Hopper Field where we have our number 1 seeded team, 1768 on the Blue Alliance facing off against the number 5 seed, that's 6324, both from the New England district. Let's head down to the field and watch match number 70.
All clear. Drivers behind the lines. Match number 70 in 3, 2, 1, go!
We've reached match number 70 here on Hopper Field at the World Championships here in the autonomous period of play. One up on level 4 for the Red Alliance. Now Blue coming back from the Coral Stations here. There's 1, 2, 3 for the Blue Alliance. Time ticking down for the final scores and 2 buzzer beaters for the Blue Alliance. That's going to be 5 up high on level 4 for Blue. They push out in front 47-16. A strong lead here for the Blue Alliance going into teleoperated control. Red Alliance gets the scoring going here with the Blue Devil, 63-24. Popping one up into the barge, Neshoba Robotics follows suit for Blue Alliance, the 2 teams out of New England here. Grabbing this algae off the reefs, opening up scoring locations for their teammates here early in the match. Team 2080, the Purple Machine Robotics out of Hammond, Louisiana. Finding an open branch, looks like down low here, perhaps going for the trough. On the far side of the field as the Blue Devils look up high. That one denied by the reef, and they head back to recollect. A fast acquisition here from 63-24, and they're already back at the reef. That one hits home for the 5-point score. The Black Machine Neshoba Robotics, 17-68, passing their teammates 8-8-8, the Robotiators. One of those teams passing it along into the processor, the other one scoring there on level 2 of the reef. It looks like the co-op as well as the Coral ranking point is in the mind of the Blue Alliance at least. They have the co-op portion of the Blue Alliance engaged. They will need Red to follow suit in order to drop that threshold to 3. We've reached the minute mark here in match number 70. Blue Alliance still maintains their lead, 117-87. Both alliances looking for a bit more work here on the reef to get that Coral ranking point. 2 algae remain in the Red Alliance reef. Looks like 2 as well on Blue. These alliances don't seem to be too concerned about that as they continue finding open branches here across all levels of the reef to try and achieve that ranking point. 30 seconds left in the match. We'll see what these 2 alliances decide to do. 3794 Win T is the lone machine here in red territory. It looks like they may have a coral caught in their chassis. Only 1 coral can be held at a time, so they could be out of the scoring in this one. But we are here in the final 12 seconds. Neshoba Robotics pushing their teammates into the barge zone. And now looking for the climb on the deep gauge. 5 seconds left to go. It's 3, 2, 1. 38-14, swinging back and forth here on the red side of the field. This is how it's going to stay here in match number 70. We're going to tally those scores and post them momentarily.
That live score looks like the Blue Alliance is favored at the end of that match. We'll get that official score here in just a moment. What did you guys think?
Well, I think 1768, the number 1 seed, had a perfect RP score. I don't think they'll have it anymore because it looks like they missed the Coral RP there, unless there was like a late co-op or something there.
Yep. It looked to me, I mean, they were still scoring on level 4 after they had 7 Coral on there. So either they knew they couldn't score on level 1, or they knew they weren't going to get the co-op, and so they wanted to make sure that they had the wins, but it looked like it wasn't a priority for them in that match. I don't know if that was intentional or not, but either way, they're going to drop in their RP average. I don't know if it's enough to take them out of number 1, but we'll find out in a second when we see those scores.
Yeah, we're seeing less and less of that here at the championship, at least on our stream while we're trying to get those really high-powered matches. Most teams not choosing to, you know, go for just that, how many points can I score? Every single match is, all right, let's get every single level filled up for that RP. So not much that we've been seeing of just prioritizing points here.
They will not drop out of first place. They're going to hold on to second, I believe. And right there they hold on to first place.
Nice.
Yeah, only for
RP. Oh, boy.
Still enough to hold on. Still enough to hold on.
Yep.
But now 94-96, Lynx has an opportunity to move up with a 6 RP match in their next one. So
yeah. Now, with the shift from 4 RP to 6 RP, do you guys think that this game is played a little differently versus our expectations?
Yeah, I love it. It's better.
Yeah, me too.
I think it's absolutely better that teams can get partially rewarded, and also that it's stratified a little bit. Before it was, I hate all or nothing outcomes.
Yeah.
The all or nothing outcomes don't reward teams properly. Everything's so binary. But when you have multiple outcomes that you can get, it really rewards how well you do in a match. I would do things a little bit differently. I think the auto RP, we don't talk about it because it just happens.
Correct.
You know?
I mean, it just happens here. It did not just happen at the beginning of the season, but yes, here just happens. And I think it has leveled out the playing field a little bit. But moving in a different direction as a program is always cool. We're evolving. And I think this was a good evolution. The 4 RPs just wasn't enough sometimes to distinguish teams from one another, especially at the championship.
Absolutely. And speaking of the championship, we are going to be getting ready to head to Archimedes for qualification match 71. But before they begin, I do want to ask, what fields do we feel are really living up to the expectations? And what fields do we feel have yet to kind of come online?
I think it's interesting. The rankings may not reflect what we thought was going to happen, but the robots are all performing.
Absolutely.
It's not like any teams aren't performing. I think it's just schedule luck at the championship is so much of this. So I don't think there's anyone that's underperforming per se. I do think Newton's lived up to what we thought it would in terms of like how great the play is. Now, are the teams that we thought 1 and 2? No. But I don't think that's... I think it just had some weird schedules.
Yep. And the predictions of these of divisions are so, we try to be as accurate as we can, but statistics are just statistics, right? They don't tell the whole story. If we went off the statistics, we wouldn't play the matches, and this wouldn't be any fun. So I'm here, again, for the drama all the time, so I'm loving that the rankings are kind of wacko in all the divisions right now. But like you said, Karthik, the robots that we expected to perform are performing, and that's what's pretty cool. Looks like we're ready to go. Archimedes match number 71, getting a thumbs up on the field. Let's watch and see what happens in this match.
22-31, going back to get another coral there, placing it up there high, going back to get a third, while 65-48 Perry Rambot's doing a great job on the opposite side. That was 3. They were close to getting 4 coral there during that auto. 51-47, Blue Alliance takes a very slight lead as we transition from autonomous into the teleoperated phase. 10-4-6-6, that's our rookie team from Brazil. They come over to play a defensive position against the Blue Alliance. They're kind of scooting back and forth there by that one coral station. Blue Alliance now having to go over and mainly use the other coral station. 90-81, Blue Alliance has a 9-point lead with 1:42 to go. 22-31, Onyxtronics from Israel grabbing algae and going straight up into the barge. Lots of algae being placed right now. With 1:30, we have 6 on blue, 4 on red. We do not have cooperation. We need to get 4 levels of coral completed to get that coral ranking point. 22-31 going up. They didn't put enough oomph on that one algae shot. This algae now bouncing around on the red Alliance side of the field. Blue Alliance taking a bigger lead here, 156-117 with 1 minute to go. Our rookie team doing some great defense over there, just kind of scooting back and forth by that one coral station. 1756 Argos. They're going, I don't need a coral station. I can just pick my coral straight off the carpet. I'm working down to level 1. So the Blue Alliance has received the coral ranking point, and they did it the hard way. They've completed 4 out of the 4 levels required. Red Alliance has 2 of the 4 required completed. Red Alliance doing a great job with reef management here. 20 seconds to go.
All right, folks, while we've watched that match over at Archimedes, we're going to take a look at Daly at the same time. Team 2056 OP Robotics trying to fight their way back up to the top of the rankings. They had a tough loss yesterday to 1796, so let's see what happens. Enjoy the dual screen action.
Their human players have practiced flinging that coral as far as possible, making those cycles nice and short. 157 to 76, a minute 20 left in this match. Blue has 2 levels of their reef already complete. Red looking to finish their first one. Army Ants drop a piece off onto level 1. Our team from Chinese Taipei overlooking, they've got a piece of coral in their robot. 10 to 60 playing defense, trying to slow those cycles down. 60-17 doing the same, trying to play keep away with OP and Barker. 195 to 98. Blue running away with this one. 50 seconds remaining in our match. 46-13 now starting to place on level 1. OP going up to the top of the reef, level 4. They've got another one in before they look for their next piece, and Barker has a piece of algae. Up and in it goes. The human player answers that as well. And Barker's back launching another one. This one's going to settle in gently on top while they find a third. 221 to 119, 24 seconds left. Algae bouncing up and over. Army Ants going to move their way back to go climb. 60-17 doing the same. Barker, one last piece of algae. Not going to find its mark. 6 seconds left. Barker off the ground. OP 4 seconds. OP is up as well. 2 red robots, 2 blue robots, 1 Park apiece as time expires in the match. We'll have your official scores for that match in just one moment.
Algae was flying in that match over on the Blue Alliance. Barker Redbacks really trying to score that last algae there. What did you guys think?
E for effort.
Yep, that's about all I can say.
All right, our scores from that match on Archimedes, 232 to 188. 6 RP, 1197 now up into second. Argos stays in 4th spot. The Archimedes rankings are a very wild place right now. We just saw
so Wild West over there.
we had a match where 11-14 got 2 RP, threw them out of the top 8. They're probably not getting back there. Congratulations. It is a mess over there in Archimedes. Robotiers in that zone. That's a division I think I want to pay a lot of attention to see how it shakes out over the next 4 matches for each team.
Yeah, 1197 having a really great season. I think, I don't know if I quite just took notice of them last season. I was at an off season with them though, just kind of middle of the pack, but they really came full throttle here this season and have done really well.
We're also getting to the point where teams have now played about 6 matches, which means, for the data folks, OPR is starting to settle a little bit. And so we're starting to see things. If we look at Archimedes, top 3 in OPR, 341, 2481, 1114. Hey, we got a score from Daly right there. 262 to 151, massive score for 2056, 46-13 and 10-60, 6 RP. OP is up to 6th. There's still OP at 6th is not a phrase we're used to uttering, you know?
No.
But they're going to keep climbing. They're going to keep fighting their way up there. They will get up there. Will they get to number 1? I don't know.
Yeah, and of the teams that could get very close, I think they're the ones to do it. You did say OPR is going to start settling, that data is going to start settling. We do get to a point in the day where, at match 8, 9, 10, teams are going to know, like, we cannot move. We can either hold on to this, and, the rankings are really going to start to just be what they are, and teams are going to start to make those pick lists, probably in the stands this afternoon.
Looks like on the screen right now, we're showing you the introductions for Newton match number 72. In that match, we have the 7th ranked team. That's 35-38, the Robo Jackets from Auburn Hills, Michigan. And they have one of the most unique programs in FRC. Their feeder program and their training program is absolutely incredible. And talking to their mentors and their students is always just such a pleasure. And their robot, they've worked really hard coming up to the championship to improve the things that they were not quite great at, having a really difficult time all season with their climb. but it looks like at the championship they made enough improvement that it has been very, very consistent. And having that consistent climb we have been rewarded by that by being ranked 7th now in the Newton division, one of the most competitive divisions here at the championship.
Yeah, we've got our top 10 rankings up here too. 422 over at the number 1 seed. They're followed by 1323. They're gonna duke it out. I mean, 422's only played 5 matches, so
yeah, and
those numbers could
422
shift.
also plays 1323 today. They play 148 today. They have a tough match schedule.
Hey, folks, I want to talk about number 5 there, Team 188 out of Scarborough. They had a rough season, but the robot had all the ingredients, the whole point, and they put it together here at the championship. I was not expecting to see them in the top 8, but look out. When they get, they're one of those teams, high standard deviation. When they go, they go, and when they don't, they don't. But it's cooking right now. So things are interesting on Newton as we hop into match number 72. Thumbs up, drivers behind the line. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, let's go.
By coral on the ground, unable to pluck that algae out of the coral reef. On the Blue Alliance side, they will come away ahead at 54-20 over the Red Alliance. And let's see how this proceeds. Not much room left on the top row there on the Blue Alliance side after the autonomous period, but they will work to fill it up. Same with Red Alliance, although 10,428. Kaizen sitting still. Lights are blinking now. Let's see if they can come back to life and get back into scoring action for the Red Alliance. Uh-oh, here comes Blue Alliance defense. 51-42 Robo Dominators. That robot's called LeBron, and it's got a big reach. So let's see if they can keep the Red Alliance from scoring now that Red Alliance is down to 2 active participants on the scoring front. Blue Alliance unimpeded with 2 robots scoring, looking to fill up the reef. They've got cooperation activated, and they are looking to get 2 more rows completed. Level 3 looks like it might be very close. Only needs 1 more coral there to finish it up. Looks like it is finished there, and that's going to be it. So all the rows are now complete for the Blue Alliance. They can just work on filling in the gaps. Red Alliance still working to get the algae out. There goes Tractor Technicians reaching up high and taking that alley-oop, and that will go a little bit short. Nearly getting hung up on that algae, picking it up again, see if they can score again, get in the right position and score it up over the top, and it does. Meanwhile, 51-42 Robo Dominators. They are looking to hold back Rebellion. And here comes Rebellion scoring on level 3 for the Red Alliance. Few more algae remaining on the Blue Alliance side of the field. Let's see if they can get them all up into the barge. And that sound means it's time to think about the end game. 51-42 Robo Dominators looking at the cage. Let's see if they will use their gripper to go up onto it. Looks like perhaps not. Making room there for their alliance partner, 35-38, who is comfortably up in the air right now. And there's Tractor Technicians up in the sky, along with Rebellion. And that is going to be how it's going to sit at the end of the match. We've got 2 deep climbs for red, 1 deep climb, and 2 parks for blue. And we'll see your official results up here in just a moment. And here we go up on the big board. Is it red or blue with the win? It is blue. And let's take a look and see how the points shake out. 216 points for the win, doubling the red score. That's going to be an upward motion for all 3 teams. 35-38 is going to pop up to number 6. They had been at 7 before. 51-42. They're going to take advantage of that climb. They're going to go from 28 to 21.
Robo Jackets hopping up to the number 6 seed.
Yeah, over 100 points separating those alliances.
Yeah, I can't remember what color they were, but the alliance that the Robotics weren't on just seemed to be struggling a little bit. They did get the 2 climbs at the end, got the secured that RP, but yeah, just a big mismatch there on the Newton field.
Yeah, we're going to be looking ahead to Johnson qualification match 72. We're waiting for things to get started down on the field. Looks like they're about ready. I think they're looking for a thumbs up. So we're going to send on over to Johnson, presented by Qualcomm, for qualification match 72.
Red and Longwood RoboLions now exit for the Blue Alliance. Coral scored on both reefs, so auto ranking points secured for all 6 teams here in match number 72 on Johnson. Drivers in control now. We see Coral getting onto the floor on behalf of the Blazing Bulldogs human player. We'll see which robot has the ground intake, making it nice and easy for them to get Coral on the move without taking up space at those Coral stations. Longwood RoboLions, they immediately move to the red side of the field to play some defense, trying to slow down the Coral cycling for red. Blazing Bulldogs grab Algae for the Red Alliance, approach their barge, get a little bit stuck with that Algae as it makes contact with the edge of the barge, and it falls down to the playing field floor. Blue Alliance has scored 2 Algae through their processor. They've been passed to the Red Alliance human player from Bulldogs. No Algae through the processor yet. The first one, though, now passing for the Red Alliance. It looks like the Blue Alliance human player is going to hang on to that Algae for the time being. Still lots of defense from Longwood RoboLions wearing blue bumpers. Blue Alliance on offense, though, spring constant and under control. Those 2 robots undefended, and they have nearly completed the 4th level of the Blue Alliance reef. Under control is going to grab those last 5 points, while spring constant moves their way on down to level 3. Blue Alliance is trailing, but not by much. 1 minute remaining in match 72. Red in the lead, 121 to 111. Still 1 Algae away from co-op for the Red Alliance. They might be the first to get to 3 levels of the reef filled with 7 Coral, though, so we'll see if that changes. When they get to that milestone, they might need about 2 more Coral on the 2nd level of the reef. Burning Magnetos adds 1 of them, and now 7 Coral have been scored on that level 2. Co-op in sight for the Red Alliance if they want to get the Coral ranking point, but 581 Blazing Bulldogs passing Algae now up into the barge zone. While the first robot to the barge for Red is Poltronics, deep cage in their clutches. 5 seconds remaining in match number 72. 3, 2, 1. We've got 3 blue bumpers hovering above the playing field, 3 red bumpers down on the carpet. Final score coming up soon.
Heading right on over to the Milstein division for match number 73 in blue. Watch team 7407 in progress.
Wallingford Wild Boars scored a 5-pointer for blue, keeping it 20 points in favor. The red catches up very quickly and ties it up. 1:33 for play, and it's anybody's match here on Milstein. Austining Obots done poaching Algae from the opposite side of the field. They head back to home territory, while their partners, Wild Boars and Low Ellen Robotics 4069 work on Coral and maintain a slight blue advantage lead. Bedford Express capping off a 4-pointer and pulling off Algae and throwing it up in the net for 4 in quick succession. While the partners out of Mississippi work on level 2. Not many spots left on these reefs. "40 seconds for play here on Milstein."
Going to the double box, you got Newton on the left, Milstein on the right. Take a look at this match over in Newton where we got 624, 422. 422 is the number 1 seed, trying to hold on to that. They need 6 RP to do it.
Short. And you know what that sound means. We're the final 20 seconds. Low L and Robotics latched on. They're off the ground. Up go the wired boars. 10 seconds for red to counter. Here comes 3 red robots. 3 blue are off the seafloor with 2 seconds. 1. And your official score for match 73 coming up here on Milstein.
The processor, it looks like that will now finish it up. Competition is engaged for both sides, making it easier. Pick up that ranking point over there in the Coral Reef. Red Alliance well on their way. Here comes 624. They've got another algae looking to score it up on the top of their barge, and they do that. Right behind them, though, 930 Mukwonago Bears, and they do score up on their barge and on level 3 with Coral. Sea Otters looks like they're having some difficulty down out of the way up against the driver station wall. Meanwhile, their alliance partners are continuing to score. 930 looking to pick up one more algae out of the Coral Reef to see if they can get that up into the barge for Blue Alliance, and that will just pop right in. Meanwhile, on the Red Alliance side, you can see that they have completed 3 out of 3 of their rows of coral in order to pick up their ranking point, and they are looking to fill up that reef with as much coral as possible down on level 1. All the pins are filled up in the top of the reef, and there's a lot of room in the bottom, so we'll see how much they can put in there before we get to the end of the match. That end getting closer with that sound, reminding the teams it's time to think about heading to the barge. Blue Alliance already with their mind on the end of the game, looking 930 is trying to hook on and see if they can go up in the deep climb. You also see their alliance partner, Robo Blazers, already climbing, and Red Alliance, all 3 robots comfortably off the floor of the ocean, hanging on the cages in the deep climb position for Red Alliance. We will have your official results up here in just a moment. This is going to be a very high-scoring match at the end.
I can't tell if 3 robots are up right there, but if they are up, that could be 280 points, topping our high of 279.
And for the number 1 seed on the Newton Field 422, that is massive because they are trying to keep in that number 2 rank, and they have, or number 1 rank, and they have a tough schedule today. So that 6 RP with a very high score and a co-op is so important.
That's going to drop. They have an average match score right now of about 210. If that's actually a 280, that's going to bring it up into the 220 zone. So like, woo.
And I want to highlight 624 in that match. They had such a rough start to this season. They just, a perennial powerhouse really in Texas, but just weren't living up to expectations at the beginning of the season. They worked so hard before coming to district champs to get that robot where it needed to be. They performed so well at states. They're performing well at Worlds, even though their rank doesn't necessarily show that because this Newton division is so tough.
422 and 624 in that match. It was just like, it was cohesive, and like, you see that, that's an alliance we wouldn't have thought of, but that alliance just put up 260, 270 points. So in the playoffs, maybe that plays against 1323, maybe that plays against the 2910. Things are more wide open than we realize.
Yeah, Newton statistically is one of the deepest divisions this season, and in recent memory, to be honest.
Score coming up.
Yep,
Red does
wins.
take it. What's the score? What's the score? What's the number?
280!
All 3 robots were up, baby.
Oh,
World
man.
high
A new high
big.
score
Folks,
and on the Newton Field.
World high score on the Newton Field, not involving 2910, not involving 1323, not involving 6328, not involving 148, not involving all these teams that we were talking about. Newton is a special place, man.
And we are so lucky because Newton is literally right behind us.
Yeah.
So we get to watch it. We can just turn around and actually see it in person, not just on the monitor. This division is going to be wild tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm incredibly excited for Alliance selection.
I was not expecting a 280 there, folks.
No, we're a little speechless right now.
Yeah.
So that was a live reaction.
Yeah, 280 clean.
clean.
Yeah, that's why it's a high score, folks. 280 clean.
Yeah, absolutely incredible.
Definitely it warrants the excitement. Looks like we are going to be heading over, excitement aside, any other remarks from this match?
I mean, this is why we come to the championship, right? Like, this is so great.
280. Can we do 290, folks? Can we do 290? We're going to head over to what should be another good match. Milstein 74, with the number 2 seed. Bread is right there, up against a team with a horrible schedule, Team 3310. They've just been dealing with it. Bread's got 3006 with on their side. This is a match, again, I'm thinking 215s for both sides.
Yep. And you know what? 3310 has 4 silvers this year. So I'm sure that they are looking to really come back at the championship and prove what they can do. Let's watch this match. Let's head on over to the Milstein division.
Scores 1 up top. Red has 3 on level 4. Can they get a 4th? Here's Bread to try it. Red Alliance right there with them. But it will be a Red Alliance advantage by 1 point as drivers take control. 59-40 processing Algae. 34-14 Hackbots decide to loft it up into the net directly. Other partners, Texas Torque, capping off 5-pointers left and right. Everybody on offense, cycle time paramount, 1 point difference. It's going to be close here in match 74. 33-10, processing Algae for 6. While their partners out of Michigan, 34-14, score up top. Securing one of the levels needed for the Reef ranking point. Blue Alliance close to having their 2nd level with at least 7 coral. Team Chips is on the case as 3-2-4 works on the trough. Cleaning up the coral off the ground. And on the red side of the field, 30-06. Red Rock Robotics looking for trouble as they collide with the Hackbots and lock down one of the human players' stations. 2-point difference still here in match 74 with 45 seconds for play. It'll come down to the end game to decide the victor. Cycle times seem to be very similar. Red Rock Robotics looking to change that as they collide with Texas Torque, pinning them in the corner. Rolling around, 1477 breaks free. With 20 seconds for play, it's still a 2-point game. Friendswood team 3-2-4, latching on to the deep cage. Up they go. Red Rock comes to join them. Here's 3 Red Robots attempting deep climbs. 36 points on the board. They've got it. 4 seconds. 3, 2, 1. And your officials.
Heading on over to the Galileo field, we got the number 2 seed, Team 45-22, and another team in the top 15, the Cobra Commanders. Galileo was not just ready to get started, but hey, at least we know the rules about the quiet room now, folks.
Yep.
Super informative there.
And if you do need the quiet room, if you're here at the championship, now you know where it's located.
I've spent many an hour in the quiet room.
I'm sure for all the people watching RSN at home are like, oh yeah, that's great.
Yeah. I mean, well, the desk here is the opposite of the quiet room. It's like the yapping room.
I hope everyone at home has a quiet room too.
Yeah.
Somewhere nice and peaceful. Not peaceful here.
Bringing the random back to champs here.
Yes.
So we're looking at that Milstein match that just ended. It was 33-10 against Bread. Really, really close score. It's going to come down to climbs.
I can't tell
I think
Red's got 3 up. Red's got 3 up. But
okay, well, if Red
Blues maybe got 1 up.
Yeah.
Everyone, look, this is me squinting. Like.
Yeah. And we've got a huge TV. It's just
a little small on there. But so yeah, it's all going to come down to climbs. And that match, I think that match was more competitive than most people. You know what's funny too is there were 3 Texas teams in that match. We're here at the championship. We have all this diversity in team location. You got 3 Texas field teams in the same match on the Milstein division.
And so if 59-40, if they need 5 RP in that match to hold on to the number 2 seed. If not, 254 jumps up to number 2.
Oh, that's very interesting.
254
okay.
has just been clawing back.
Yeah.
Clawing back.
I mean, if any team can do it, it's definitely, I would believe in the Poofs.
Absolutely.
So, yes.
Yeah, my dad texted me about the Poofs yesterday. He said, they look great. And I'm like, I don't think their day's going how they wanted it to go, Dad. But he's just like, I love it.
I mean, the fact that your dad knows that you're here, I'm pretty sure my mom has no idea where I even am this week, so.
My mom texted me and she said I need to moisturize more.
Oh, well, you know.
Aunties, man.
Yeah.
Milstein score. Blue takes
And
it,
Blue takes it.
234 to 215. Bread does hold on. They get their 6 RP. Great battle there by Torque and Blackhawk. They could not pull it off.
Yeah, and only 2 ranking points there, so they did miss one of the bonus ranking points as well. Tough loss for them. Okay, we're actually going back to the Galileo field presented by Medtronic. We're going to watch this match once it gets started.
Izzy, you ready for this one?
Maybe.
I think she's a little nervous.
Cobra Commanders got this.
Check this out. Let the bass kick. Hey, we're here.
We're
here.
back.
We're waiting for this Galileo match still.
The Galileo match that shall not be.
Yes. And you know, we have Team Scream on that Red Alliance 45-22, the defending world champions and ranked number 2 in their division right now.
Let's talk about the Galileo rankings. Why don't we?
Yeah.
So number
great.
1 seed,
put 'em up.
Team 49-46, the Alpha Dogs, Canadian team. They couldn't win their division at Provincial because they were in the division with the OP, but they've been firing on all cylinders. They got the windmill going there.
Yep.
Team Scream in 2nd place. 94-83 from Turkey, big rebuild. 180 in 4th. 30-35. We see 190 down 7th. Another Canadian team, 75-58, all to have 4. This is which is interesting, but right now, the Alpha Dogs have a big lead.
Yeah, and also important to note, 180 is there. For some reason, I was missing 180. I was like, 180 is nowhere to be seen.
So
but
if Team Scream gets 6 RP in this match, they'll still be 1 RP down from the Alpha Dogs.
Okay.
Let me tell you this. The Alpha Dogs are one of these up-and-coming Canadian teams. A few years ago, no one really heard of them. This year, 3rd best team in Canada, 4th best team in Canada. They passed the 11-14s and 12-41s. It's a new breed of these teams who've been beaten so many times with 26 and have been inspired and are pushing harder.
And district play, I think, has really played an impact into that. Teams now are more familiar with each other. They're working together more. They play each other more. And, you know, when you have all of that collaboration and you have so many more competitions and you're able to do so much more, you can really create a community that is raising the ceiling. And it's just been really fun to watch as a whole community. I know that Karthik and I participate in district system. Izzy, not quite yet, but someday.
Yeah,
someday maybe.
and not quite yet, but out in Arizona, we do have a 6-month off-season league. So, you know, our season's only getting started out in Arizona. So we have, you know, taken the things that make districts great for building community and have applied it to Arizona. But we're going to head on over to Galileo. Finally, qualification match 74.
On level 4, they've got 1 up top over on blue, and 201 scoring a 2nd, going back for 3rds, just missing it for blue, but still a strong auto performance. Red Alliance, though, is taking the lead as we move into Teleop. They're up by 18 points. 45-22 rocketing into action. That's Team Scream, currently one of our top 8 teams here on the Galileo division. They're going back, just missing an algae score up in the barge, but they're trying again, and they got it this time. Their partner, 498, the Cobra Commanders, lifting up and scoring a level 4. Coral also snatching a piece of algae in one fell swoop and placing it into the processor for the Red Alliance. Team Scream right behind them with another processor, algae. That's going to help each alliance, since blue did it as well, to get that cooperation bonus. 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining. Red is up 92 to blue's 75 over on the blue side. side of the field. The Feds lining up to score an algae up into the net for the Blue Alliance. They just missed it, but their partner has been able to keep up the pace. Yeti Robotics right with a coral score on the reef, lifting up to do it again on level 3, and they've got it. That's 4 more points for the Blue Alliance. Their partners, the Feds, scoring on level 3 as well, with their other Alliance partner on blue, Inconceivable, trying to line up to make sure that they're in good position to score that coral. They've got it for blue. 50 seconds remaining. Red has extended their lead. They're now up by 50 points, 141 to now Blue's 104. Some quick scoring over on the blue side of the field. Team Scream grabbing another coral from their human player. Their partner 498 scoring as well after they're going coral after coral on the reef. The Red Alliance looks like they're down a robot. 82-14 has not moved since auto, but the 2 other robots really maintaining that offensive force that the Red Alliance needs to win this match. 15 seconds remaining. Team Scream already up in the air for a deep cage climb. All 3 Blue Alliance robots now coming to the barge zone to begin their endgame hangs as well. 201 and Inconceivable and Yeti all look like they're up in the air. We have 5 robots looking like they were able to climb at the end of that match.
Interesting match there, 45-25, missing the auto RP. That's going to affect them. But we're heading over to Johnson. We got a big-time match. Over on one side, we got the number 2 seed, Team Orbit, 1690, and we got Valor, the number 3 seed, on the other side. Let's enjoy this one.
עם 4 קורלים, נראה שהברית הכחולה מובילה על הברית האדומה. ולור ומו שמות קורל אחר קורל, ולברית האדומה יהיה קשה לעמוד בקצב. אבל אנחנו מסיימים את האוטונומי עם 72-58 לברית האדומה. אורביט מוציאים אלג'י מהריף, מנקים אותו יפה יפה מהטון, ושמים על הנט. בינתיים 3-3-1-4 עם קורל על הרובוט. והתכווננים.
And now we got another great match to take a look at. We got Newton match number 75, where we got Team 2910 trying to move their way up. Let's double box this one. 2910 is playing 1778, so this is a big battle.
מהנט הכחול, שמים אותו בנט הכחול, וזה בפנים בינתיים. 10-2-13 שמים בקומה השלישית. ולור עם עוד קור על הקומה השלישית, אבל הברית האדומה פותחת פער כשיש 1.5 דקות לסיום. 16-90, הלוא הם אורביט עם קורה לקומה השנייה. גם 3-3-1-4 עושים אותו דבר. ומי זה באו להפריע? 10-2-13 משחקים הגנה אימתנית. בינתיים גולדן הורן מכניסים אלג'י לנט האדום, ויש לנו 1 דקה ו10 שניות לסיום. אורביט עם קורל על הקומה השנייה, ובינתיים מו עם קורל על הקומה השנייה. הברית הכחולה מנסה לצמצם את הפער, אבל הברית האדומה עובדת מהר. ולור ומו, 2 מהקבוצות הטובות באזור שלהם, שמות קורל אחר קורל, אלג'י אחר אלג'י, כש-10-2-13 מגנים בצד האדום. אבל הברית האדומה פותחת פער 221 ל-155. אורביט עם קורל על הרובוט, הטורקים מגנים חזק, ואורביט מפילים. 3-3-1-4 עם קורל הקומה השנייה, 16-90 קורל הקומה הראשונה. 8-1-5-9 עם אלג'י אל הנט. יש לנו 20 שניות, ואתם יודעים מה זה אומר. טיפוס, טיפוס, טיפוס. 3-3-1-4 כבר נראה שהם באוויר. 16-90 מטפסים. 8-1-5-9 לא מצליחים להתרומם בינתיים בצד הכחול. 3-6-5 באוויר. 6-800 באוויר. ונגמר הזמן.
To get them all to score. They are doing their best to fill it. There goes another reef, another algae into the barge. One more for Blue Alliance, Jack in the bot on the pass. Nope, they're going to drop it and head into the deep climb. And it looks like 3 robots are going to be deep climbing for the Blue Alliance. And is there enough time for 1778? No, there is not. So both Red and Blue Alliance, they are going to pick up a ranking point. Blue Alliance did earn the ranking point, and Red Alliance earned the ranking point in the Coral Reef. So each of these alliances has collected 3 ranking points so far. There's 3 more on the table, and let's see where they're going to go in just a moment.
Two big matches there over on Johnson and Newton. What did you guys think?
That was a treat being able to watch 2910 and Orbit play at the same time on separate matches, and it was just like, wow.
I just 2 so high-powered scoring machines. Like, it was just so fun. And 2 big old scores, too. Looks like we're going to get scores. When we get scores for those matches, we'll pull them up right now.
We got them right there. Newton scored 249 to 213. 6 RP for 2910, which holds them in 4th place, because that's how life is in Newton. 1778 gets their 3 RP, drops down to 11th. There was no co-op in that match, and so that's why 2910 wasn't actually able to move up. But 2910 doing all the things, checking the box. Gotta get your 6 RP, gotta get your 6 RP. The co-op does hurt, though.
Yep, yeah, co-op does hurt. But they put up 180 Coral points in that match. I mean, that's just massive.
And we got another score coming to range for Archimedes. Oh, we're going live to Archimedes for this match. 341 Miss Daisy up against 987. Let's enjoy.
On the Archimedes division, and this one starts much like many of them do, with 2, now 3 pieces of coral scored atop each of the Alliance reefs. There's our 4th and 5th constituents on level 4 of the Blue Alliance reef. That helps give them an advantage coming out of the autonomous period. 41 to 35 is your live score. Red Alliance hungry for a win in this one, particularly on the part of this team 341. Miss Daisy rolling into this match ranked number 3. They are actually in a 3-way tie for 2nd place right now. And it's all going to come down to qualification average score, it looks like, is the current tiebreaker there. And that's represented here in the hustle they're putting in to assemble the Red Alliance reef. This particularly top left corner of it, nearly complete. Level 2 coral inbound. Just kidding, they're going to move over to the next quadrant and work on level 4, pick up those 5 points at a time. Game now tied, well, briefly, at 103 points before we advance onwards. Blue Alliance side, of course, not just rolling over and letting that number 3 team hold that rank without a fight. We've got the Robo Cubs and the High Rollers, both in the 20s and 30s of rank, looking to move up. There's still enough volatility left and enough time left in our leaderboard to allow that to happen. They're working on primarily level 3 right now of their Alliance reef, using the other archetype we've talked about. There's building it quadrant by quadrant, and then there's building it level by level, and this reef getting assembled top down on the Blue Alliance side. There's RoboCub 1701 out of Michigan, dropping off a level 2 for 3 points. It gets followed up by another level 2 there by the High Rollers out of Vegas, Nevada. Athena's Warriors are also contributing to these cycles. They too will put a level 2 coral on that reef and swerve their way around, trying to keep nice clear driving paths around the reef by picking up some of the leftover coral that gets dropped and missed and turning it into score of their own. Back to the Red Alliance side, here's Miss Daisy tossing a piece of algae across the field. Was not to their quality standards. Get that thing out of my way. Their Alliance trails by 14 here with less than 20 seconds left to play. Athena's Warriors, Blue Alliance parked under the Blue Alliance side of the barge. Their Alliance partners, High Rollers, joining them. See if either of these robots can get airborne. We have a double climb in progress on Red. 2 seconds for both of those robots to get fully airborne. Little too close for me to call from this angle. One looking more plausible than the others, but that's why we have a crew of official scorers who will review this one and get back to us here shortly.
Processor, so that the Blue Alliance has already held up their end of the bargain for the cooperation bonus. 7709 lifting up and adding an algae into the barge for blue. Over on red, they've also scored an algae into the processor, make that 2, making it so that each alliance now only needs to score 7 coral on 3 levels of the reef to get that coral bonus ranking point. On red, 4381 Twisted Devils coming back from their human player loading station with the coral and scoring it on level 2, earning 3 more points for the Red Alliance. Their partner, 10690 All You Can Eat, a rookie team with a nice level 3 placement as well. A minute left on the clock. The Blue Alliance has extended their lead. They are now up 140 to Red's 101. 1625 whizzing around the reef and scoring on level 2 for the Blue Alliance. Their partner, 9483, the Istanbul Wildcats, with a high level 4 score, netting 5 more points for blue. Istanbul Wildcats, one of our Turkish teams here, had coming into champs the highest EPA of all of our Turkish teams, have really proven to be a contender here on Galileo. Both alliances have earned the coral bonus ranking point in this match. Blue is still up 176 to Red's 132. Blue Alliance now focusing on the end game with 7709 Formosa Pangolin lining up for a deep cage climb. Their partner Istanbul Wildcats coming to join them. Pangolins are up, so are the Wildcats, and on red, 971 also up in the air. We've got 3, 2, 1.
All right, waiting on scores over on Galileo, but that Archimedes match, Miss Daisy, 341, really wanting to win there, almost didn't. Almost burned a bunch of RP.
They won by 2 points, and that 2 points came from a foul on the other alliance.
And the 987 alliance only got 6 points in the barge, 3 parks. No one was up. It looked like 2 of them were up, and neither of them were up. I thought they had that match. I thought they had it in control, because we just kind of take these climbs for granted, but it didn't happen.
So instead of 341 losing a match and dropping a ranking, they go up in the ranking from 3 to 2. And now we have scores from that last match on Galileo. Blue Alliance victory, and a victory with 5 ranking points brings 9483 down to 3rd place.
When you're that high up, all the ranking scores are like 5.6, 5.8, 6.0. So 5 is going to drop you, or maybe you tread water.
Yeah, I reckon that keeps Scream in 2nd, despite also dropping an RP in their last match. Haven't seen rankings update
so
on
Galileo,
our side.
it's interesting, because the ranking scores, the top 3 are 5.67, 5.4, 5.33. It's not the 5.75s, the 5.8 that we'd be looking for.
Yeah, and even looking at the average match in this division, I think there's only about maybe 5 teams with an average match score of over 200, probably one of the lowest here at the championship. But 49.46 and 45.22 looking to hold on to those top 2 spots. 94.83 and 180 are going to look to change that as we continue throughout the day. We are going to be heading over to Milstein, I believe, here. Curie, just a moment to
Curie
check out
77
qualification.
Curie 78, it looks like we're going to. We're going to be seeing Team Rush and Team 3005, who are ranked 37th and 40th in their division.
I think if you had asked anyone before championship if they thought either of those sentences would be true, they would have told you no.
And the alliance they're going up against,
it's all rookies.
Rookie, baby.
Can you believe it?
Yeah.
Man, 10,000. Do you have trouble saying the numbers when it's like 5 digits? Because I do. I never know what to say.
We've set a cadence in Ontario. We do 2-1-2.
Okay.
Yeah, I did at TC, so no problems here.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm the only one having issues. Got it. But no, I can't wait to see Robochargers and Team Rush in this match. Both of them have just, again, the ranking does not show how good they are. we're actually, you know what? This is First Champs Live. We got to go live, and so we're going to go back to Milstein, which we were originally going to talk about, and I believe this is Milstein 77.
77.
So we are got the number 12 ranked team and the number 11th ranked team going against each other. If what I was looking at before was correct, but now
yes,
I have
we
to.
have.
Yeah.
Oh.
Maybe.
Yeah, I'm looking at the wrong thing. We have Petty Robotics over on blue. They're rank 11. They're up against 1741, rank 12 on the Red Alliance.
All right, looks like we've got maybe still refs talking on the field, but that's okay.
Maybe you're going to be the one that saves me. After all, you're my wonder wall.
This match can't start soon enough.
I got tickets for the show in August in Toronto. I'm so pumped.
That's
it's gonna
exciting.
Be
and we've got thumbs on Milstein.
Thank goodness.
Qualification match 77. Let's send it down to the field.
2, 1, go!
Welcome to qualification match number 77 here on the Milstein Division. 4152 picking up from the human player station, going 1-2 up high as 1741. Red Alert matching the same, one just shy of the barge on the Red Alliance side, whereas blue taking control with 5 Coral up high. Over on the Red Alliance, we are clearing out those lollipops here in Candyland as 4152 grabbing the algae off of the pre-staged pieces on the fields, trying to clear the way, ensure things do not get caught up under bumpers here on the Red Alliance side. Over on blue, 6702, flashing blue light above the driver's station. That robot has disconnected. They are taking a look, wanting to see those guys back.
Okay,
in
we're going
action.
double box, showing you what's happening on Curie. We got 27, 3005, 2 great robots that are lower in the rankings, up against the Inspirational Rookie Alliance. Right now, the rookies have a little bit of work to do.
Robotics going 1-2 for level 3 on the Coral Reef. 11 points separating our two alliances here with 1.5 minutes to go. Blue Alliance with the advantage though, and Coral scored. With all robot hands on deck. Blue Alliance playing one robot down, 3604, the Goon Squad. Going for the score there on the level 3. Blue Alliance now back in action. We see 6702 moving across the carpet, scoring level 3. That is your Stingbots team out of Guadalajara. 5895 Petty Robotics now working on that level 2. We have 3 rows getting started here on both sides of the field. Some cooperation needing to be scored if they don't want to have to deal with that level 1 trench there. 38 seconds to go. Both alliances 1 level of the reef away from that ever-important ranking point. Red Alliance side, the Iron Mosquitoes buzzing by, collecting the last few pieces of coral. Blue Alliance with the 12-point advantage. It could come down to endgame as we see the Iron Mosquitoes looking to
switch it over from Curie over to the Newton division. We got 188, who's in the top 8, 148 with the power. It is a great match coming up on Newton. Enjoyed the action there. Milstein just finishing up. Can Red get this? Ooh, boy.
Looking to get that into the record books, but before we can do that, we have got to get through 2.5 minutes of robotic play. The robots have done their thing now, 53-48 in favor of red. Now it's time for the drivers to tell the robots what to do. 61-47 reaching up high, Tonkabots, and putting algae into the barge for the Red Alliance. 948 looking to push some algae out of the way, see if they can pick up some coral to score up there on level 3 as they are working on their coral reef. Red Alliance looking to start cooperation. Blue Alliance right there behind them. Wild Stallions scoring in the processor. And 188 Blizzard reaching up high. See if they can score another coral there up on level 4. 148 Robo Wranglers scoring on level 3 for the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance continuing to use the processor, Blue Alliance as well, and that means that we see cooperation is activated. It's going to make it easier for these teams to be able to pick up that ranking point in the Coral Reef. Both alliances now nearly complete on level 3. Level 4 complete on Red Alliance. Blue Alliance has 1 pin remaining up there on level 4. Maybe they're saving that as a icing on the cake kind of move. We'll see. They could use those points right now, though, as you look at the board. 194 in favor of red, 164 in favor of blue. Red Alliance now has earned, as well as blue, their ranking point in the Coral Reef. Red Alliance working now to fill up level 1. They've got almost a minute remaining here to be able to do that. 90-72 heading up high. Tigerbots putting their claws into some algae, but 61-47 seems to be disabled on the ground there. We'll hope that they can get moving again before the end to be able to contribute some endgame points for the Red Alliance. And they are back in action. Here they go. Heading over into the barge, looking at the deep climb. This is very close. Blue Alliance looking to put a few more points on the board. And let's see if they can get there. 188 trying to latch on with 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and that is going to be time on the Red Alliance side. 90-72. Looks like their bumper may be engaging the ground. Blue Alliance, however, looks like they do have 2 robots successfully deep climbing. We'll have your official results up here in just a moment to this pretty close match.
All right, folks, there's a lot of things happening right now, but I want to talk about Archimedes. Before we talked about that match where we thought that 987 had beaten 341. We thought the 341 won by 2 points. Adrian pointed out it was because of a penalty. They have adjusted the score of that match, and now 987 has won by 2 points. They removed the penalty. They changed something else. I'm trying to decipher here what happened. We don't exactly know, but that's massive ramifications.
Maybe a misapplied penalty?
Pardon?
They had misapplied the penalty?
Or
no, that would have.
No, they took a penalty off, but there was no penalties listed at all.
Oh, okay. Meanwhile, we have the score from the Newton match, a 10-point victory for the Red Alliance, moving that Red Alliance up into 6, 8, and 9, dropping the rankings of the Blue Alliance. They did get 3 RP, and 148 scored 148 in Coral. That's kind of fun.
Well, so back to Archimedes for a second. So Daisy, remember, we thought they had moved up to number 2. Now they've dropped to number 6.
That's big for them.
Massive changes there. That match where 148 lost, 188 falls in the rankings. They were really pushing their way up there. You didn't see that one coming, but at the championship, you expect the unexpected.
Yeah, there was all 6 teams top 13. I mean, that was going to have massive implications, and it's 10 a.m. You know, the day's just getting started.
Yeah, we have a lot of matches left to play. So we're already seeing things up and down, teams moving in the rankings. And because there's only 10 matches, a lot of events you get 12 qualification matches, but here at the championship you only get 10. So every match just counts that much more.
Yeah, and especially when you fall, but at a point it's going to be really, really challenging to get back up. We're going to be looking ahead to Hopper 77. Looks like we are in introductions. We've got Link from North Carolina, definitely an up-and-coming team, or not an up-and-coming team, a very dominant team out in North Carolina.
And they're number 2 seed, and they're going against the number 5 seed, 76-32. That is a team from Chinese Taipei that's here at the championship. So
Taiwan representing. They are here to play.
They are. We also got a team from Turkey over on the Blue Alliance. Looking like we're just getting some things sorted on the field.
That match is exotic. We got Turkey, we got Taiwan, we got Detroit.
Yeah, there's been a lot of matches where we've seen 3 to 4 countries represented.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah, it's a very good feeling indeed. This match should be a close one. Projected scores only within a point of each other. So we have a very exciting match. Lots of firepower, looks like.
I still can't get over the Archimedes situation.
I know. Yeah.
Flipping that score of such a pivotal match.
I know. Well, and obviously they don't switch scores for no reason.
Oh, absolutely.
Right? And so it must have been something that was brought to the attention of the refs and the scoring crew. But yeah, changing that score is just
kudos
huge.
to them for getting it right.
Of course. We want every score to be correct. So if it's posted incorrectly and they have to go back and make corrections, and that's the right thing to do, they need to do it. But man, I just imagine the emotional roller coaster these teams are going through when stuff like that happens.
Yeah, and we've all been there. We've all mentored teams, had had some tough calls, tough switches.
I've had
but
no tough calls in my life.
Nope, absolutely
never,
not.
not a single
Not
one.
for me.
Yeah.
Not for me.
Well-
None yesterday, in fact. So,
Toughest call I've ever had to deal with was a kid with a skull and a stick.
Well, and that's just ain't that just the way?
It shouldn't be the way. Like maybe just don't walk around and put voodoo curses on people. I don't know.
I don't know. Oh man, audience shots. We must be real close to
They're
starting this
looking
match.
for the kid with the skull and the
That's
stick.
probably they were listening to us. I know. I know.
So looking ahead, you know,
Hopper
we're
is
checking
looking like
out.
You know,
other
we're
fields.
probably going to stay on this match. It looks like they're almost about ready to play.
Yeah, we've got a lot going on here at the championship. They might start playing the match. We've got.
Thanks for sticking with us.
We got a special guest. We got a special guest.
Oh, guest! It's a guest.
Guest.
Come on stage. Tom Partiglieri is here. What up, Tom?
And we're going to Hopper, presented by
Our
PwC.
production pulled our video. What the heck?
Qualification match 77. We're going to hope to get things started here. Oh, and we're back. We're gone.
All right, enough of the yapping. Let's watch
This is
the
what's
match.
live.
7 underway here on Hopper Field, presented by PwC. Autonomous action here in the first 15 seconds. Red Alliance ringing on one of those coral up on level 4. This second one, delivery fast, 76-32. That team moving on the near side. Ankong Robotics Maker showing everyone why they're currently ranked number 5 here on the field. Looks like 3 up high, 5 total here for the Red Alliance. They take the lead, 44-25. Blue Alliance trying to close the gap here early. One LG bouncing out of the processor there for the Link machine. They head back to recollect on the reef. They remove another one here and head to the processor. That one hits home for the 6-point score. Link continuing to score that algae, removing it from the reef, opening up these scoring locations for their teammates. 57-36, Kingsman Robotics taking full advantage of that, scoring the coral here for the Blue Alliance. And rounding out this Blue Alliance, Cottage Robotics is the lone blue machine in red territory, moving back and forth, trying to catch one of these red machines and slow them down. 2 red machines working on the coral here. It looks like Wings of Fire currently behind their driver station, troubleshooting that robot, showing signs of life here from 51. Moving back and forth slightly. They're trying to figure this out and get this robot going. There they go. It seems like Wings of Fire are back in action. 112 left in play. Red Alliance has the lead here, 105-73. And with that delivery from the 51 machine, our threshold for the ranking point drops to 3 levels. Both alliances with 1 level towards that here, looking for 2 more. Here comes Link on the far side for the Blue Alliance, 94-96. Moving back and forth unimpeded from the far side coral station, looking way up high. Looks like 1 more branch here on level 4 for the Blue Alliance. Make that 2. Now 1 more to go. Link caps off the second to last one that they need. And now grab that algae and bounce it up into the barge for 4 points. They are closing the gap here with 30 seconds left. 145-118. Red Alliance still looking for 1 more level towards that ranking point. It's a bit more difficult with the defense coming in from Cottage Robotics. 20 seconds remain, now down to 15. Robots begin moving towards midfield here to get ready to climb up on these deep cages, all 6 in deep configuration. There's 1 from the Wings of Fire, 1 from Link, with 3, 2, 1.
All right, we're heading on over to Galileo. Match starting right now. Number 1 seed, the Alpha Dogs, 49-46, with their partners 85-03 from Taiwan.
The Alpha Dogs going back for seconds and for thirds. We'll see if they're able to grab another. They did right before time ran out on the blue side. They were also able to score 2 coral on level 4 and 2 on level 2. It's Red Alliance, though, coming into tally up with a 20-point lead. 353 Pobots grabbing an algae with their ground floor pickup and lifting up to plop it into the barge for the Red Alliance. Over on blue, 1540 Flaming Chickens doing the same. The Red Alliance has our currently number-ranked team here on the Galileo division. That's the Alpha Dogs from Bolton, Ontario, Canada. They've got a quick cycle time, which you can see in action, grabbing a coral from their human player and quickly plopping it onto the level 3 of the Red Alliance's reef. Those are each worth 4 points a pop. 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining. Red is up, but Blue's only trailing by about 20 points. It's still anyone's game. 1540, lifting up a coral they have in their claw and placing it on level 4, just missing it though. Their partner, that's 90-37, able to score a coral for the Blue Alliance, along with the Gearheads. Also currently ranked in the top 10, they're working on the trough for the Blue Alliance. Red has already gotten their coral bonus ranking point. Blue needs 2 more levels to get that ranking point. Alpha Dogs with a level 2 placement. Their partner Raid 1 doing the same. Raid 1 grabbing a coral from their human player and lining up to make sure that they have proper alignment. They've got it on level 3 for Red. Red Alliance now has sent over Pobots, not really to play a ton of defense, it looks like, but rather to grab some more algae from the blue side of the field. Blue, they're just trying to focus on the reef. 90-37 is now also beginning their end game, lining up for a deep cage climb. 15 seconds remaining. Red is up, but only by 14. Raid 1 trying to get alignment for their deep cage. Their partner, Alpha Dogs, lifting up for the Red Alliance. They're up in the air over on Blue. All 3 robots trying to climb right as time runs out.
Looks like the Alpha Dogs are going to hold on to that number 1 seed. They've had it all event wrong. So I want to talk a little bit about strategy here.
I want to introduce Justin Foss. Oh, yeah. Hey, welcome, Justin, to the desk.
Welcome back, Foss.
Good morning.
All right, go ahead, Carter.
Let's talk strategy. Teams need to do the things that they're good at doing. And Adrian, what happens when teams pivot and try and do something they're not practiced at?
So, you know, we talk about playing your game a lot. So there are lots of ways to play the game. You can do all sorts of different things. You can score algae in the net. You can score algae in the processor. You can steal from the other side of the field. You can pick up coral from the ground. You can pick up coral from the HP station. But if you're not playing your game, you are slowing yourself down. So you have to just, even if maybe it's not the best thing for the match, or maybe it's not the number 1 thing, or maybe you wish things were different, you have to play your game, or else you're putting yourself at a disadvantage immediately. And in a perfect match, every team can play their game, and that's how you win.
Now's not the time to be trying new things.
No, not at the championship.
I mean, like, maybe if you need to take a risk, sure.
I mean, if you're broken.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, okay, we're going down for Archimedes match number 79. We got 1756, who is in 3rd place right now, up against 63-69, just outside the top 8, trying to move in.
Courtesy of Pi High Samurai out of Michigan. They'll call it 2 and done on the algae front, and then it's 2, 4, 6, 7, 8 pieces of algae scored, or coral scored. No, excuse me, that's 7. On just level 4 of the Red Alliance Reef. Needless to say, they have quite an advantage coming out of the autonomous period. Argo's quick at work on Blue to try and catch things up over here, dislodging algae, making space for future coral, and they'll immediately start picking up some of the dropped coral around the edges of the reef to rebound anywhere they can find a spot for it. They had 1 on level 2, here's 1 on level 4, here's another on level 4, while their Alliance partners clean up some of that algae that was left over. Now, of course, processing that algae through for 6 points apiece, feeds it to the Red Alliance human player up here at the score table side of the field, who's able to return it for 4 points of their own over on Red. So it's not quite a complete score catch-up effort, and the Blue Alliance still trails by 70, but it's getting objects out of the way, particularly algae, hoarding it onto one side or the other of the barge, a strategy we've seen quite a bit of this week. Minute and 12 to play. Red Alliance still with a nice comfortable lead as they begin working inwards towards the barge on reef construction efforts. Reaching up now to level 2 of their reef. That is Robotics Peñoles working on, that was a 3-point piece of coral. Here comes probably another one. Nope, they're gonna go for the 4-pointer up on level 3. spin around once more, and they just keep these cycles going. With 44 seconds left in the match, we're about to breach 200 points here on red. We've now hit 100 points.
All right, let's take a look at what's happening on Daily. We got the #1 seed, 44-15, trying to hold on to that, but they got a lot of people fighting them.
Along the Blue Alliance Reef, a lot of level 2 and a lot of level 4, but level 3 is just completely abandoned for now. Argos out of Peoria starting to work on fixing that. There's another 4-pointer on level 3 as the sonar pings sound, and Robotics hears the message and immediately parks under the barge. So does Argos. And here comes the rookie team on the Blue Alliance there, the Federal Force out of Brazil. And up we go for Mercenary Robotics. They also hear the call. They'll grab a hold of the deep cage in front of them and go airborne for what would be 12 points if they stay there through those barge lights turning off just after the buzzer sounds. We'll let our referees tally that up and get back to you here in a moment.
They are on the hunt for a piece of algae to score. 98-75. Your Blue Alliance is in the lead here. One level done on the reef for Blue towards that ranking point. Red's trying to finish their first level. Super Nerds with an algae in possession. Scoring a piece of coral on the level 2. And then bringing that algae up over to the barge. 121-84, Blue growing their lead. Red's got work to do here. 44-15 with a piece of algae, with a piece of coral into level 2. They've got 2 of 4 levels, make that 3 of 4 levels done. 32-55 completes the top level of the reef for the Red Alliance. Red Alliance barge looking quite full here, 148-110, and with that piece of algae processed, we are good to go for the ranking point. Blue's got 3 levels complete, that's all they need. Red's got 2 done. 34 seconds left. Super Nerds grabbing algae left and right, but they're getting defended by 40-13. 163-137. With that sound right there, means we are in our end game. Robots are going to drive to the center of the field to grab hold of those deep cages, each one worth 12 points here on Daily. Oh no, a big fall from 32-55. 46-07 is up. Can we get more robots off in the last few seconds? Yes, we can. 2 climbs from Blue as we close out our match.
Interesting things happening there. 1756, only getting 2 RP. That's going to drop from 3rd to about 7th spot. Again, Archimedes, those rankings are just weird.
Well, and you know what's crazy is that normally the more matches you play, the less you waver in the rankings because, you know, you're just adding 1 more to the average. But with 6 RPs, we've talked about it yesterday and today, with 6 RPs available in every match, you just see wild swings that we're not used to seeing in the rankings this late in the tournament.
What's interesting now is that some of the teams who we thought were a little bit out of it, Archimedes, are sneaking back up. Quicksilver up to 9th. Robobees up to 12th. Mercenary up to 10th. 11-14 back up to 17th. So there's some movement going there. But right now, at some point we have to take this seriously. 1987 has been up at #1 in Archimedes for like 3 matches now, and so maybe they're going to hold. I don't know, but Archimedes is just interesting.
Yeah, we're now at the point in the tournament where the consistency is starting to come into play. So we saw a lot of teams that were predicted on Robotics and on Chief Delphi to be, you know, the #1, 2, 3. Those guys are all down in the 8 or below. And now we're starting to see, maybe as the tournament progresses, the cream's starting to rise back up, and maybe we start to see those teams we expected in the top 8 back in the top 8.
So we're down to 6 teams with a perfect RP score. Down to 6.
Down to 6. Sounds like I'm winning the bet.
You hear that, Steve?
All right, we got another one here. Blue Alliance takes it 214-155. 6 RP from Daily for the #1 seed, 44-15. One of those teams with the 6 RP average.
Yep. Well, looks like Newton 80 is where we're going to head next. Let's see what teams are going to be up in that match. Looks like we have...
Up in here, up in here.
Looks like we have our...
Yeah, 5406 on
Yep.
blue.
5406 Celtex, or some people like to say Celtex.
Yeah, oof. And then 4499, the Highlanders. Both teams ranked lower than they probably expected coming into this weekend. The highest ranked team on the field right now, 1502 in rank 22nd. But a big match here could pull any of these teams up in the rankings. Looks like we're almost ready to start that match, so we're going to head down to the field for Newton match number 80.
Drivers behind the lines, we are getting started in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, we are underway here in match number 80. Blue Alliance scoring first, 2 up high there onto the Blue Alliance reef. Red Alliance answering back with 3, now 4, courtesy of the Highlanders. Highlanders coming back, looking to score another. That's now 6 coral scored up there on the highest level of the Red Alliance reef. 5 scored over on the blue side. Blue quickly trying to score and missing their first algae of the match there. Meanwhile, here comes Caltex, our team out of Hamilton, Ontario, starting to clear algae, scoring coral up high there for the Blue Alliance. Blue coming back in this one now, trailing by just 4 points. Now it's tied. Blue starting to take the lead now. Highlanders over here on the far side of the field, scoring another one up high for the Red Alliance. Red having almost finished the entirety of level 4 here in match number 80. 98-77, just over a minute and a half left to play. No one playing the cooperation right now, no one feeding algae through the processors. Here comes Highlanders, 44.99, scoring another one at level 3. Red quickly starting to fill up that third rung of their reef. Minute 20 left to play. It's a 122-95 lead for the Red Alliance. 74-15 sitting idle there for the Blue Alliance. See if they can get moving later on, blocking some of that algae away from their partners. Here comes Rebellion though, scoring 1 at level 2. Blue Alliance looks like they have 6 at level 3, 2 at level 2. Only 1 level completed though. They're getting real close to finishing off level 3. Caltex deciding to go level 4 instead, clear off some more algae and looking to score it up high. Blue Alliance starting to close the gap now, 155-126 with 40 seconds left to play. Red Alliance with 3 of 4 levels complete. Blue Alliance with 2 of 4 levels complete, as both trying to chase that coral ranking point. Red Alliance needing to score a bunch of coral down there in the trough in order to get that ranking point. Not sure they're going to hit it here as we enter the end game portion of match number 80. Up goes another algae from the Highlanders. That's now 6 pieces of algae up in the barge for our Red Alliance. Red trying to get off the ground. Highlanders are high enough. 15:02, that's technical difficulties trying to get off the ground for the Red Alliance as well. Caltex is off for the Blue Alliance as time expires on match number 80.
All right, heading on over to the daily field, live into match number 79. In progress right now. Red got a little bit of a lead.
Red has started to grow their lead here on daily, 103-90. Stealth Panther up again. 10-91. Mutum X are in position, scoring on level 2, and Blackjack's back to the top of the blue reef. 118-104, 40 seconds remaining in this match. Looks like we're not going to see cooperation, which means these teams are going to fight as hard as they can to complete the reef and score that extra ranking point. 1 point separates our 2 alliances here as we tick down to the end game. It is anyone's match as Camdenton Laser places a piece of coral on level 1, but that sound means it is time to climb. Stealth Panther is lined up. Blackjacks are lining up. 10 seconds left. Who will be the first team off the ground? Stealth Panther and Blackjacks at the same moment are up. We've got Mutum X up, and we've got Barker Redbacks as time expires in the match. Official score is coming your way in just a moment.
Hey folks, we are back. Adrian, pick a random division.
Curie.
All right, so in Curie right now, we got two teams with 6 RP averages, 36-63 and 67, followed up by 46-46, 17-71, 74-57. Now, if we take a look, most teams have played all teams have played 6 matches now. Some teams have played 7 matches. OPR in that division. At the top, 74-57.
Wow.
And then 3005. Where are 3005 in the rankings?
Last time I saw they were in the 30s. It's not good.
So, but at the same time, if like 67 seeds number 1 picks 3005.
Yep.
Look out. You're good right
Look
there.
out.
There are good teams in the top right there. Like I think, yeah. Whoo, whoo.
What is that?
The Owl. 8th place, Night Owls.
There we go.
Oh, wow. So,
must be the owl in here.
Sorry, coughing that. Maybe I have an allergy. I don't really know. But this is the only... An allergy.
No.
That's a hoot.
No,
That's
I'm cutting that one off.
But Curie's the only division which has 2 teams with the 6 RP scores. So 36-63 and 67 are going to be battling it out. Let me take a look at 67's schedule coming up and see what that's going to look like. We got a little bit of time here between matches, folks, so we'll do a little bit of a deeper dive. So 67 has winnable matches across the board. They could be one of those teams that gets the 6 RP all the way.
That's great. That's great for
Let's
them.
pick another division. We got a score from Galileo from the last match, 185-64. 64-24 drops down to 13th. 5 RP for the win, 2 RP for the loss.
Yep, tough break there.
You know what division we haven't talked about? Johnson.
Let's do it.
Over in Johnson, wow, it feels like it's 2019 all over again.
All right.
Number 1 seed, Team 1619, Upper Creek Robotics.
Yeah.
Number 2 seed, 1690, Team Orbit. Number 4 seed, 4414, High Tide. That's really fun. Oh, interesting. The number 6 seed, one of the most accomplished drive coaches in FIRST history, taking a long break. Champion in 1998, Team 45. Andy Baker is drive coaching again.
I did not know that.
I did not know
Andy
he got
Baker
back
is drive coaching right now.
This is why I love FIRST, because you have these people, they come in, they do a bunch of great stuff, they take a break, and now all of a sudden you come back and you can have someone as legendary as Andy Baker right next to you in the driver's station, still 30 years into this program. Well, we've got a match on the Curie division, match number 82, where we've got 1771 on the Red Alliance trying to keep their rank in their division, rank number 4.
Right now.
So we'll head down to the Curie division, get ready for this match. We'll see ya in a minute.
We've got thumbs up drivers behind the lines, and we're starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
Qualification match number 82 underway here on the Curie division of the FIRST Robotics World Championship. We've got pieces of coral being scored for both of these alliances. 1771 placing one up on a level 4, sadly not landing. They're going to go for it one more time and get it right on that middle one. Red Alliance is going to take the slight lead from 51 to 44. That is the difference of 1 piece of coral scored on level 4. 1721 North Gwinnett Robotics goes up for the free throw, sadly missing, but their partners are going to come in with the rebound, courtesy of Night Vision. Human player is going to score one additionally as well. Back on the Blue Alliance side of the field, Chop Shop. The machine from Merrimack is going to drop off a piece of algae into the processor for the human player in waiting to go to be scored. Blue Alliance is only trailing by 15 points, but both of these teams, or both of these alliances, have now activated the cooperation bonus, reducing their ranking point threshold of the coral from all 4 levels now down to 3. Blue Alliance side of the field, 166 removing another piece of algae, along with their partners 4534 racing on over to try to retrieve another piece of coral. 4657, the Thunderbots placing one on as well. Looks like we are 3 offensive robots versus 3 offensive robots. Maybe eventually we'll see some zone coverage being played if one decides to send over a defender. Red Alliance side of the field, 3175 Night Vision has their cycles going uninterrupted. Both of these teams trying to make as fast possible work onto their reefs. Red Alliance has completely descored all of their algae, and the mechanism of 1771, North Gwinnett Robotics, shift, turns, and moves in all 360 directions to place the coral seamlessly on anywhere on the reef that they want to. Their partners, the Cybertride, with their robot Levanthian, returning 2 pieces of algae into the processor for 6 points apiece. Red Alliance side of Blue Alliance side of the field, 166 racing around with a coral in tow, trying to make their way around those pieces of algae that are left into the barge. The Red Alliance maintains a very strong lead here of 213 to 148 with less than 30 seconds left to go. We're going to see how things shake out on the reef side of things. Red Alliance has completely filled their reef. They're going to begin filling the bottom rung as well. They have 4 out of the 3 levels complete with the necessary requirements to meet the ranking point threshold. Let's see if we can get 3 red robots up in the air. We got 1, we got 2, and 7020 is going to do their pull-up and get it all the way up there. Good job to them. 166 for blue.
Heading over to Archimedes. Match starting right now. Team 8044, the number 4 seed in red. On blue, we got team 2935. Naki, you do a backside auto.
Further into algae, at least dislodging it, if not carrying it away towards the center barge. We see that from the Blue Alliance machine there of Naki Robotics out of Toronto. They grab pre-staged algae off of the reef during the autonomous period and almost immediately go to process it at the field wall for 6 points of Blue Alliance score. Their alliance now leads by 3 after trailing by just a bit earlier in the match. There's a 1-2 mirror of algae and then followed by another 1-2 mirror of algae across the 2 human players from this match staged next to their alliance sides of the barge. Red Alliance with a 1 algae advantage as far as what's sitting up atop the barge, although here comes the Warren Warbots machine out of California to try and change that. 4 more points added onto their score with the placement of that one very carefully there. There goes yet another one for 4 points from Red. Red Alliance is, of course, also still working on building up their coral, or building up their reef, rather, full of coral. Working on level 3 at this point, having easily exceeded the 7 coral threshold up on level 4. And they're even starting to poke at level 2 there, courtesy of the Denim Venom machine. Denim, of course, looking for a win very hungrily in this one as they're currently ranked number 4 going into this match. Rank number 4 is a pretty great spot to be. Let's take a look at where that is as far as it's going to be they actually hold that one as a 2-way tie for 3rd with the Brave Bots. The differentiation between them, 0.2 of a point of qualification average score. So the Red Alliance definitely looking for as high of a score as they can get here. They're well on their way to exceeding that average. 203 points on the board so far for Red, with still more than plenty of time left in the match. We're going to learn exactly how many algae this barge can structurally handle today as the Red Alliance just continues to fill it up. 13 sitting atop, -2 I think from the processing, but still pretty close to that number for the Red Alliance side. Sonar ping sounding. Blue Alliance about to cross into the 200-point figure of this match as they've filled most of their alliance reef. Level 4 complete, level 3 complete, level 2 just shy. Now Cybertooth from Indiana climbing up 12 points of deep cage score for them. Plus it looks like 2 parks across the alliance. Mirror that image over here on red and that's your endgame. We'll be back with scores in just a moment. Match number 81's in the books over here on Archimedes. The Red Alliance wins that qualification match, 239 points to 211. With a 6 RP sweep there on Red. Denim Venom holds on to the rank point average they already had and will move up a spot on the leaderboard.
Denim Venom moves up to number 3 right there with a big win. But we got a massive match coming up. On what Milstein Field, match number 82. On Red, we got Team 254 on the number 3 seed. On Blue, we got the number 2 seed, 5940 Brent. It doesn't get bigger than this.
No, and it's a California showdown in this match. And so when you have two high-powered teams that know each other, that play with each other, that play against each other, it's all going to come down to who else is on the field. So who else is on the field that is going to be supporting these two big powerhouses that could make the difference in the match?
Well, the Red Alliance, the Cheesy Poops, they got Team 7407, the Wired Boars with them, who are also the number 5 seed. In this match, it's not just about who gets the win in the 6 RPs. That matters. This is an audition for 118. 118 right now is the number 1 seed, and they are probably deciding between Bread and the Cheesy Poops, and maybe even the Wired Boars. So who's going to be able to show out in this match? You obviously want the win. You want the 6 RPs. You want your shot to catch 118, possibly pass them or whatever. But it's also about, can you show off what you can do? Can 254 hit their 5-piece auto mode? They've been having some inconsistencies, apparently, because of the flooring at the venue. That's wild. I didn't think that would make a difference, but it's possibly a thing. Hey, we're going to hit that match. But before we do that, let's go take a look at Curie, match number 83, where we got our number 4 seed and number 6 seed in the match.
34 in favor of Blue. We've got ranks number 6 versus rank number 4 in one of our final few qualification matches. This is going to have some heavy implications on our rankings for tomorrow's Alliance selection. Team 4646 Wildcard Robotics racing themselves on up to try to drop off a piece of coral with their black powder-coated robot reaching on up to the skies, taking it in from the floor like it's a vacuum. 9609, their partners, the Paradox from Mumbai, India, looking to do the same, but retrieving from the human feed station and placing it onto level 4 by extending their robot arm up into the air as high as possible. They're going to send their rookies, the Pizza Bites, to start scoring into the processor area and get some point scoring rolling. They'll cost them 6 points to put it in there, and it'll be 4 points for Blue once it's scored, but Blue Alliance is going to say thank you for that one. Back on the Blue Alliance side of the field, they're trailing by only about 15 points, but they can make that up pretty easily with a handful of coral being stored on their reef, depending on which level they choose to do. They've got open slots on level 4. That'll maximize their scoring potential. 5112, the Gondoliers, taking over on level 2. 10154 on Red. It looks like they may be beached on an algae, but their partners is going to try to bop it out from underneath them. That is some gracious professionalism and cooperation if I've seen it. 4611 Ozone Robotics currently ranked number 6. Reaching themselves on over to their human feed station to try to place on some coral. Their partners, the Gondoliers, sinking one onto level 4 as well. Red Alliance extending their lead to a score of 170 to 138. They're racing back and forth, currently uninterrupted, but 4192 is going to start retrieving some coral from the Red Alliance station, try to shake them all about. Play a little bit of zone coverage on the Red Alliance in order to reduce their lead. It looks like they might be doing man-to-man coverage on 9609 as it rolls on over a piece of algae. That sound means it's time for our end game. Teams are going to shift their focus towards the barge and start coming towards the surface. 9609, the Paradox from India, lining themselves on up onto the cages. We got one Red Alliance robot up in the air. We got 2 Red Alliance robots up in the air. Can we see a couple of Blue Alliance robots up in the air? Looks like we got 1. And we'll be back with your official results in just a morning.
Looks like 4646 picks up 6 RP there. That's going to hold them at the number 3 spot. But now we're getting ready for Milstein. We got this big match coming up here. I want you to watch 254's auto, see how it chases around, see if they can get their 5 there. But sometimes when it misses spectacularly, and that could give Brett a lead, and it can be hard to overcome. Also, do not sleep on the Wired Boars. They are so fast, right, Justin?
Yeah, they've been incredible in New England this year, picking up a bunch of blue banners. They grabbed New England district champs as well.
All right, looks like we're starting into autonomous mode. She's supposed to got their 1 and their 2. Let's keep watching. Oh, they don't have their 2.
With the Wild Boars, Blue Alliance has 5 of their own, make that 6 and 7. 8 on Red. It'll be close, 1 point difference as drivers take control. 62 to 58. Teams get to work. Techno Titans and Bread clearing Algae. 1086 Blue Cheese is on defense as they lock down one of the Alliance stations, bottlenecking the Red Alliance. But as Coral litters the floor from the human players, teams equipped with floor pickup are at an advantage. Poofs still clearing Algae and throwing it in the net. They've processed 2 already on their side of the field. We'll see if they go to the opponents and do the same. Blue Alliance keeping pace. 136 to 133. Tight match here on Milstein. 1683 from Johns Creek, working on levels 2 and 3 with their partners out of California, 5940. Now with most of the Algae cleared, 254 gets to work on Coral, picking up from the center of the field and delivering it straight to level 3. Fenerbahce Doga Spark working on level 2 out of Istanbul. And 1086 not letting up the defensive pressure as they chase the wired boars across the field. But 7407 comes away unfazed. 40 seconds for play, and it's a 15-point margin in favor of Red. Blue Alliance running out of space to score. They're having to go down low to the trough and clean up Algae. 4 points apiece could make a difference as we get close to Endgame. Walling for team 7407, latching on to the deep cage. 12 points on the table per bot. 10-point difference. These endgame points will make the outcome go either way. 2 seconds, 1. And your official score here on Milstein coming up.
That match was everything we were hoped for.
I love when they live up to the hype, because sometimes those matches don't live up to the hype. Things go wrong, whatever. That one, oh my gosh, it was so close the whole time. Justin, what did you see?
Yeah, so really interesting strategy from both of the alliances. One alliance choosing to go 3 offensive robots, the other choosing to do 2 offensive, 1 defensive. Really cool thing to watch in this match. 254, after auto, ignores Coral. Plays the Algae game, fills their barge, keeping the scores kind of tight, and then all 3 robots switching to Coral on that alliance.
And the scores jump.
And the scores just rapidly start jumping all the way up to the victory.
And the reason 254 could do that is because Wired Boars is so good at Coral. They knew that even if they focused on Algae for the first minute of the match, that they weren't going to be so far behind that they couldn't fill that reef by the time they were done scoring Algae. And that was really the difference maker in the match, because the Blue Alliance was playing 2 offense, 1 defense for most of the match and almost put up as many points. But ultimately, it looks like Red Alliance is going to take the victory.
But you have to give credit to the winning alliance here in the fact that there were 4 robots on their side of the field the entire match, and they didn't seem to be slowed down by it.
So now part of that is how they spread things out, because 254, working Algae early, stayed out of the space that was occupied by the defender. Also, the third bot on the alliance, 5611, the amount of L2s and L3s they did, they were just kind of slowly working around, while the Wired Boars, they spread the field really well. It was really nice. That was cohesive.
56-65.
56-65, thank you.
What you saw there was basically a preview of an Limbs level
and
alliance.
We have a score coming in. Red takes it, 265 to 231. All the RPs, 254 up to second. Wired Boars up to third. Red drops down to 5th. That tilt stuff.
Big implications there.
Can you, I mean, a few weeks ago, 231 was a world high score, and now it's a losing score here.
Oh, yeah. All right, we got a match coming up on Curie, it looks like. Just going into the teleoperator remote. Maybe we'll see that. A lot of matches happening right here. There we go. Teleoperator remote, 74-57 on Red. Watch them.
Take control. We have Algae being scored courtesy of Super Duper right into the Red Alliance barge. Their partner 7028, the Binary Battalion, dropping off a piece of level 4 Coral in the process. Back on the Blue Alliance side of the field, Team 103, the Cybersonics, trying to take control of the Blue Alliance barge, placing in a piece of algae for 4 points at a time. A little bit more than your normal NBA free throw, but that's okay. Looks like we got a couple of points scored into the process there. That's another 6. 28-47 going to place a piece, trying to retrieve a piece of coral from their human feed station while their partners seamlessly working into both the human player station and the feed station as well. 8-6-2 racing themselves on over to try to drop off another piece of coral while their partners, the Megahertz, continue their cycling uninterrupted back and forth and back and forth. Both of these alliances have been focused on their scoring. No defense is being played. That gave Blue Alliance the opportunity to jump ahead with a score of 169-155 with less than a minute left to go to play. Red Alliance is going to hopefully have time to make some catch up, but it has been back and forth this entire time. The cooperation bonus has been activated for both of these teams, which reduces that ranking point threshold. The algae for the Red Alliance pops up and out. They got a second attempt. The human player retrieved his own rebound and was able to rescore it as well. Red Alliance side of the field slowly filling up their reef. They've got plenty of open slots left. So does Blue Alliance. We are 200-207 with Red Alliance in the lead. Blue Alliance is right on their tail. It has been a tale of two teams by back and forth on each of these alliances. Currently sitting at 214 all as we move into our end game. We're going to see who's going to jump ahead. Currently 1 point separates these two teams. Will one piece of coral make the difference? We're going to see who's going to climb towards the skies. Looks like we'll have 2 robots up in the air for blue. Can we get 3 robots up in the air for red? It looks like we can at the buzzer. 5 points separating our two alliances and a handful of robots up in the air. We will come back.
All right, we're switching over to Daily Field. We got a great match right here. 1796 on red, 3297 on blue. Number 2 seed versus number 3 seed. One of them is only going to get 3 RP, and that opens things up for 1678 to jump in the rankings. Pay attention.
Needed for their ranking point. 418 in motion. They're going to grab a piece of algae, knock it off the reef, then go back to the feeder station on the red side of the field to grab a piece of coral, and then whip back around the field. Robots in motion here on Daily. 1796 grabs a piece of coral. 3297 here to wreak some havoc. 100-117. 2648. Infinite loop. They got a piece of coral. They're going to drop it off on level 4 for the Blue Alliance. 9484. One on level 3. Purple Haze, coral in hand. They're going to drop it off as their alliance members, the Robo Tigers, do the same. 3297 chasing down a piece of algae for their alliance. Gonna bring it up into the barge. In it goes. 4 points for blue. Looks like red has filled almost every position on their reef, but the Robo Tigers are stuck. Purple Haze gonna try and set them free. It's looking a bit dicey here for the Red Alliance if they cannot get this unstuck. But there they go. The Robo Tigers are free from their alliance bonus, but now Purple Haze has found themselves on an algae, and Parts gets them back into the game. We've got robots climbing up here. A big fall from our Blue Alliance. It's only 5 seconds to get back up. 2 climbs for red. A last second climb for blue as time expires in the match.
All right, folks, another great match here. So, Mason, welcome back.
Thank you.
What have you seen this morning?
Man, things are heating up. We've seen some critical matches where teams have to defend their ranks right now. Obviously, 6 ranking points has become the standard for so many of these good teams, but we're finally seeing those those mishaps from yesterday, that occasional lost match, start to climb back up. You're seeing the really good teams find their path to the top 8, which is really exciting. Also, Autons are just getting better, and I love that part of it. Everyone's dialed in. They kind of got the jitters out of their systems yesterday. We're really seeing teams play at their peak performance.
It's wild that 3-piece autos are just like normal.
Yeah.
It's
really a big thing this year. We talked about it a bit yesterday about how the Vision and the teams are just significantly better at auto. Like, I remember 5 years ago saying a multi-game piece auto would be nearly impossible for anyone but the top teams, and now it's the standard.
Like in 2014, like there was like 12 teams at championship with a 2-ball, you know? So it is interesting to see. We got a score right there, 189 to 146 for the Red Alliance. 1796 stays in second place. 3297 drops to 8th, and that means the Citrus Circuits have now crawled back up to 3rd spot.
See, that's what I'm talking about. You know, we had that loss early to 2056. They fell down quite a bit, and now it's just pulling their way up.
It's interesting. It's all happening. 2056 inched their way up. But 44-15, they hold all the cards right now. They are undefeated in the division, gotten every single ranking point. That means they are 3 RPs sum total up over 1678. 1678 has to steal 3 RPs from them somehow.
So you have to wonder, is there a bit of a scorched earth, or are people going to say yes to this #1 seed?
We'll see, but before that, we're going to go down to the Galileo field on the Blue Alliance. We have the #6 seed, the #7 seed, and the #8 seed all playing on the same alliance. So they have a lot to win if they can pull it off, and a lot to lose if they can't. Let's see what happens in the match.
There from both of these blue machines loading up. That means a 40-point advantage for the Blue Alliance, but don't count the Red Alliance out. 64-01, that's the 8-bit Rams from New York, coming across to play a little bit of East Coast defense on this Blue Alliance. Let's see if they can slow them down. 190, Gampe scoring up high. We've got 2 on each side now in the barge. Meanwhile, red side of the field, Cobra Commanders loading up and scoring, dropping off into that loading zone. Oh, it falls out. They'll pull back and reset. Try one more time. There they go. Yes, they've got it. Meanwhile, 75-58, Alt F4 for the Blue Alliance has been on the red side of the field, grabbing that algae and loading up the barge. 1:15 left to play. Blue Alliance nearly filling up the reef. Plenty of time to complete that. As they say, the last 10% is always the most difficult. 498. Once again, Cobra Commanders with that arm up high and scoring. Their alliance partner, Elevate, coming to us all the way from India. Grabbing that coral off the floor and speedily making their way over for that level 3 score. 40 seconds coming up on the clock. Just a few more places left on the Blue Alliance reef to be scored on. Remember, those pieces on the bottom count as well. 30 seconds coming up on the clock. 64-01 is in playing that defense, trying to slow them down, but when you've got ranks 2, 6, and 7 on one alliance, they will fill up the reef, as you see, almost completely full there. 10 seconds left. Looks like 3 blue machines hooked up and swaying in the breeze. 2 red machines. 3, 2, 1.
All right, the Blue Alliance there, they had 3 robots up in the top 8. They got the win. Looks like they got all 6 RP. They're going to nudge their way up a little bit.
Yeah, team's getting it done out there. Up next, though, we're going to be going over the Newton field. We're hosting 2 really great teams. On the Red Alliance, we've got 63-28 mechanical advantage. They've been playing excellent throughout this tournament. Their rank might not reflect it. They're sitting at 25, but we've seen them playing hard. They had a great Einstein run last year, so they're looking to recap that, but it's not going to be an easy path in this next match.
No way, because they're facing them off against 2910, one of the best robots in the world. Watch 2910 and 63-28 at the same time. If you're going to stopwatch out, just time their cycles. It's really interesting to see the differences on how they do things. Both great ground intake robots, and they are off in autonomous mode. So let's take a look.
Uh-oh.
And another. They're heading back to that feeder station, looking for one more. It's a 4 coral autonomous by the Blue Alliance robot there. 51-30 early on here in match number 84. We are now in the driver control portion of the match. Mechanical advantage starting to work on scoring Algae. Scoring one up there. They're going to clear another one off that Red Alliance reef. It's up and in as Jack and the Bot working on processor Algae for the Blue Alliance, trying to help lower that threshold needed in order to achieve the coral ranking point. 69-68. Red Alliance holding a narrow lead now as Walton Robotics and Mechanical Advantage continue to go back and forth there. Running cycles, running coral back to their reef, starting to fill up those pegs there on the front side of the reef. Blue Alliance pulling ahead now, 107-91 with a minute and a half left to go. 42-72. Our team from Indiana scoring another one at level 4. They're working almost exclusively on that highest level of the Blue Alliance reef as Blue trying to build up a lead. Looks like Blue Alliance has done their part of the cooperation bonus. Red Alliance has not done theirs. Here comes Jack and the Bot scoring another Algae, but it bounces out and falls onto the floor there on the blue side of the field. They're heading back looking for more coral now. 139-121. Blue Alliance slowly building their lead, but the Red Alliance doing a valiant effort here to stay close. Here comes the Mechanical Advantage, grabbing another coral. They're working on level 3. They're thinking about that ranking point, having 3 levels completed already. They just need to get level 2 completed. Not sure if they're going to have enough time to do that as we are under 40 seconds left to go. 188-156. 30 seconds left. Jack and the Bot continuing to score coral. They're going back, working on that 4th level. Looks like Red Alliance has finished off the cooperation bonus, which means both alliances now have done enough to get that coral ranking point. That sound means we are in the endgame portion of match number 84. See if robots are going to hook onto these barges and get off the ground and secure another bonus ranking point. Here comes Jack and the Bot, grabbing onto that deep barge. A quick hang for our Blue Alliance robot. Mechanical Advantage is already off the ground. Walton parks as time expires on match number 84. All right, a quick reminder before we post scores for match number 84. We are now on a lunch break here on the Newton Division. We will return for match number 85 at...
Advantage 29-10 there. 63-28 was fabulous, but 29-10's just got more.
Yeah, they're awesome. they go after the Algae. They grab it so fast that elevator or the arm just shoots up in the air, and the climb at the end is just lightning quick.
Yeah, it looks like they hit 6 RP there, so that's going to hold them in 4th place, I believe. But they got some movements to still make right there. I know 29-10, 13-23 are trying to get up to the number 1 seed, but 422's not blinking, man. They are just holding on to that spot.
And 29-10 has a difficult match later this afternoon, I believe, against 13-23.
Well, only one of them is going to have a shot to get up there because of that matchup.
Right.
You know? And we've seen the schedule gods. They just have so many of these top teams playing against each other.
The thing about this division, though, is it's so deep. There are so many great teams playing in Newton that you really can see amazing pair-ups from any of them. And frankly, I like the mix-up, you know?
Co-op is becoming so important. Number 1 is that it is really hard to get 4 levels at 7. But number 2, these tiebreakers are coming into play right now.
Yeah, and we're really seeing more and more teams doing the co-op themselves.
Oh yeah, going to the other side. So over on Archimedes, that just happened in one of the matches. Hey,
so we're going to go down to the field here in the Galileo division where we got 94-83, the Istanbul Wildcats holding on to the number 3 ranks right now, leading the match, trying to maintain. Let's see what happens.
Scoring up high. for the Blue Alliance. Quick to go back, cycle, grab one more game piece. That team cycling back and forth. But the Syosset Supersonics come across and try to play a little bit of defense on the team from Mumbai. Looks like they're working to slow them down, but both of these other blue machines can score, and scoring they are doing. Right now, Blue Alliance is down by 20 points as the Red Alliance continues to score. 98-43, that's the Wildcats from Istanbul scoring on those level 1 positions, filling it up. Many points scored there on the red side of the field. Defense definitely starting to slow down the Blue Alliance, but only 10 points separate these two. The Syosset Supersonics trying to chase down Sigma, but Sigma able to break through the defense and continue to score. 40 seconds on the clock. Still a very close match. It might come down to those ascent points at the end of the match. No blue barge points scored at this point. 30 seconds to go as the Wildcats put one more up, and their alliance partner Yeti right behind them with that arm going up in the air and scoring up high. That sound means we are in the last 20 seconds of the match. Syosset off the ground. Blue Alliance looks like they've got no one off the ground just yet. Red Alliance has all 3 machines not touching the carpet in 2-1. Close match. We'll have those scores in just a minute.
Big match there by Red, but we're going over to the daily field, match number 84. They are just finished the autonomous period. Team 179, the 6th seed, 694, high-powered robot.
71-97 to go for a bit of a rock here, but they're back on their feet. They've got a piece of algae. They're going to bring it on towards the processor. Swamp on the move. As our team from Riviera Beach, Florida, looking to place their piece of coral on the reef. They're going to actually grab a piece of algae. They've got it in their clutches, and they're going up with it to the top of the barge. 60s now 77-49. Red in the lead. 71-97 races on over with their piece of coral to go to level 4, the top of the blue reef. Swamp not going to quite make the transition with their piece of algae, and the Army Ants bring a piece of algae over to process. 1 level of the reef done for the Blue Alliance. Red's looking to complete their first level. Sty Pulse now with the piece of coral for Red onto level 3. That'll be worth 4 points for the Red Alliance. 38-91, gonna snap a piece into position for Blue. 179, they've got a piece of algae, bringing it on over. They're trying to figure out where they want to take it. They've decided to process it. They've changed their mind. They're gonna get a piece of coral instead. 1 level of the reef done for each of these alliances. 171-97, gonna place one on level 2 for Blue, and then grab the piece of algae off of level 3. A quick transition there. 138-116, Red with about a 22-point lead here as we tick down to our end game with 30 seconds left on the clock. Children of the Swamp trying to make their next move. 24 seconds left. Bird Brains have gone to the barge to get ready to climb aboard. Army Ants have made the same decision, and 179 is looking to climb up as well. Swamp is up. We've got Bird Brains off the ground as well. 6 seconds left. Who else will get up? We have 3 red robots in the air. Bird Brains back down. Maybe they're floating just a bit above the floor as time expires in the match.
This is First Champs Live. We're going to continue the action down on the Milstein field. This is qualification match number 85, and on the Blue Alliance, we've got the Folly Freeze team 910, currently ranked number 4, paired up with team 3006, Red Rock Robotics, currently ranked number 6.
Let's get this match started. Drivers behind the lines. And 3, 2, 1, go.
Match 85 here on Autonomous. All 6 robots in motion. Coral being scored left and right. Blue Alliance has 4 already. Can they get 5 and 6? They do. And it will be the Blue Alliance out in front as we go into teleop at 61-30. Hazmats looking to ditch the Coral, make room for more. 37-48. Pulling off an Algae with a clever arm and replacing it with a Coral. Red Alliance tries to close this 20-point gap. 30-6, Red Rock Robotics processing Algae. Here come the Hazmats looking for trouble on blue territory. Locking down one of the human players' stations, creating a bottleneck for this Blue Alliance as they try to shuffle between one. Children of the Corn colliding with the Red Alliance defender. And now Hazmats are in peril. They're beached on an Algae. After moving too quickly, Blue Alliance has a chance now to score undefended. Here come Children of the Corn to red territory to play defense now that they can leave 2 of their members scoring Coral undefended. But Red Alliance is keeping it within a 10-point margin. Less than a minute for play. And Ragnarok Robotics is on the case. They score on level 2 along with their partners out of Temperance, 10-23. 40 seconds for play. Endgame points could change the outcome of this match. Red Rock Robotics 30-6. Trying to find a place to score in this mostly full Blue Alliance reef as we near Endgame. Red keeping pace, 20 points behind. But here's 24 points available on the board if both of them get off the ground. Foley Freeze is up first for the Blue Alliance. 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1. And your official score for match 85 here on Milstein coming up.
We are First Champs Live. We are bringing you all the action here from the First Championships going on to daily match 85. Check out team 1425, error code 00, coming out of the Pacific Northwest.
Third from 1425, it's good. Can we see a third for blue? Not quite. That means red will take the advantage here out of Autonomous. 33-23. 1425 is going to grab a piece of Algae. They're going to bring it on over to their processor. Their partners are going to toss theirs up into the barge. 48-23 now. Blue got to get something cooking here if they want to get back in this match. They're going to do their best here as 60-83 overlooking makes their way over to the bar, over to the reef, pulls out a piece of Algae. Their alliance partner is going to place a piece of Algae or a piece of Coral onto level 1. And a second piece onto level 1 to start finishing out that lair. 87-50 with a minute 30 left on the clock. Robotics to the top of the reef. Level 4 for them. Wrath now. Level 3. Their alliance partners error code 0 to level 3 as well. Error code now to level 2. 103-69, a minute 10 on the clock. We have a few processed pieces of Algae. We'll need to get about one more if we want to be able to lower the threshold needed for the ranking point. Blue has We're still working on the first level to complete for the Reef. Red's got 2 done. 6909 Sakura Tempesta grabbing their next piece of coral. They're going to go ahead and bring it on over to the Blue Reef. Let's see what position they can find for it. While their partners Robotics go all the way to the top for 5 points, and 5660 places 1 on level 3. 5660 with a piece of algae now. They're going up to the barge. In it goes. 4 more points for our Red Alliance. Red's got 3 of 4 levels of their Reef complete. They're going to try and finish it out to get that ranking point, but they're in the last 15 seconds of the match. Can they get it done in time? They've got 1 blue robot off the ground. We're trying to see how many red robots can get up. 5660 is off the ground now. 3 seconds left. Anyone else going to join them as time expires in this match? Red Alliance has gotten all 4 levels of that Red Reef complete. As we get our official scores posted in just a moment.
First Champs Live going to hop right over to the Hopper division presented by PWC. We've got 3339 Bumblebee, and they are paired up with 5181, who is currently the 8th rank on this field. Check it out.
Showing what they can do for Red. Bumblebee and Overclocked on Algae, while Explorer Robotics is the Coral Specialist this match. We see Bumblebee and Overclocked both shift some focus. Duncan Dynamics, they've been down to play some defense for the Blue Alliance, but they are stuck on some Algae. We see Duncan manipulating their center of mass by raising their elevator, trying to get themselves unstuck so that they can get back in action for the remainder of this match. Red is ahead, but it is not by much, so a defensive robot would be huge for the Blue Alliance. Rather, that's Pybotics for the Blue Alliance. Pybotics, they're able to manipulate themselves down onto the playing field floor. But Duncan Dynamics playing with Coral for the Blue Alliance alongside Binary Bolts. Just over 1 minute of match play remaining. All 6 robots now back in action. Red Alliance in the lead, but only by 7 points. Bumblebee drops off some L3 Coral, while Overclocked goes toward the barge. And now Pybotics able to play defense once again on behalf of the Blue Alliance. Red also has a defender in this match. That is Explorer Robotics down on the blue side of the field. They are bumper to bumper against Binary Bolts. Binary looking for a breakthrough to get toward the Blue Alliance Reef with their partners. Duncan Dynamics dropping off on L2 of their Reef. Checking in our Coral status. We do not have cooperation enabled in this match, so 3 out of 4 of those layers represented for the Blue Alliance, only 2 for the Red. They're going to need 7 Coral in the trough over on the blue side, so it looks like a focus shift toward the barge in the endgame of match number 85. First robots to the barge zone, and to get up off the ground, Overclocked for the Red Alliance. Bumblebee, their alliance partner. We've got some robots suspended from Deep Cage and some parks, so it looks like some ranking points coming up soon in match number 85.
Hello, welcome back. We are RSN. We are at the First Champs Live desk. Mason and Justin, you've been up here for a little bit. What has been happening as we start to get into lunch? Teams have played 2 or so matches today.
Well, we said it a little bit this morning, but the cream is finally starting to rise. So
cream rises to the top.
We saw a lot of teams yesterday take losses that were unexpected, and a lot of teams that we expected to be in the top 8 fall deeper into the rankings. And now they're making their way back up. 1 match at a time, 1 RP at a time, climbing back.
Well, I think 6 RP at a time.
Hopefully 6 RP at a time, but their average is only going up so much.
Yeah, this is natural. I mean, we see it almost every year that teams take a fall early on, and you don't play these matches very quickly. We're stretched over 2 days. We're only getting 10 matches in for each team, so it takes a while for everything to sort out. And typically, it is the really good teams that make it to the top. No surprise, but we're already seeing in some of these divisions where it looks questionable whether the best team coming into the event is going to be the one at the end who's on top. But next up, we want to go to the Curie, where we do have a really good team who's hot and on top. On the Red Alliance, we've got the number 2 ranked seed, 67 Hotbot, playing. They just finished autonomous mode, so let's see what happens.
Drivers are now at the controls. Algae floats along over here in Blue Alliance territory, and the Red Alliance is quick to go grab it while they can. That's the Lightning Turtles, being the one downfield robot here for the Red Alliance, solely on an algae hunting mission. And the hot team takes notice, crashes into him here. Brief little scuffle, but it doesn't actually seem to be intentional. And they break free. Hot team back towards the Coral Station wall there for Blue as they spin around. Coral's stuck in their robots, so they'll do some twists and shakes here to try and free that up, as they can only carry one piece of coral at a time here in Reefscape. They'll instead go pivot to some algae and join the party here in midfield. It's a good Midwest barbecue right here in the center of the field between the Wisconsin and Michigan teams crowding around it. It's actually an all-Midwest match here, too, with Lightning Turtles from Minnesota also doing their laps. Back over to the Blue Alliance side once more for yet more algae. Scoreboard showing 10 pieces of algae total scored on the Red Alliance side of the field, and since I don't see any processed, that would imply this is all up on top of the barge. 130 points showing there for the Red Alliance in this match to the Blue Alliance's 96. Wisconsin's team, Warrior Bots, goes downfield to try and slow down some Red Alliance cycles here. They're going to push into strike zones. Robot push them up against the wall and attract some referee attention, and then break free right at the last probably millisecond of time that they had available for that. They'll immediately swarm back.
First Champs Live going to bring you double action here, bringing in the Johnson Field presented by Qualcomm. We're still listening to Curie as we wind down that match with 67, but check out Johnson as well.
Heavy the algae focus was in this match, but they do still have level 4 complete on that Red Alliance Reef. Level 3 is about halfway built, and now both alliances head towards the center of the field for endgame climbs. One red robot in the air, deep cage, 12 points, and a park will be 14, just shy of the 16 necessary for that barge ranking point.
Processor, that brings the threshold down to 3, so only 3 levels need to get that level of fullness, which is 7 or more pieces of coral in it, so they can get that ranking point. Score by the Red Alliance of a piece of algae up in the red net by the Eagle Force. We come down to about a minute left in the match. Blue with a pretty healthy lead. 65 or so points up in the early going here. We got some defense going on over on the blue side of the field. Team 589, Falcon Robotics. They had some problems with their arm earlier. Looks like they are playing defense, slowing down those blue robots. 2607, the Fighting Robo Vikings. They are currently our number 3 ranked team in the seeding. Work their way around them, score a coral, back over to the coral load area, scoring up at level 4. So the Blue Alliance has scored 3 at the level. We're at the end game here. 6 seconds to go in the match. 2 red robots in the air, 2 seconds, one blue one up in the air, and time expires.
Up next, we're going over to the Hopper Field for qualification match number 86, where 92-45, the Laker Dreadnoughts, who are currently ranked 9th, are taking on the Drexter Dreadbots 36-56, who are ranked 4th. The Dreadnoughts and the Dreadbots, let's see what happens.
I'm dreading it.
That auto RP though for the both sides of the field, rather. We did have Coral scored during auto on both sides, although maybe not having that leave enabled. Now it is shown for the Blue Alliance, so auto locked in by all 6 teams. Blue Alliance in the lead, 74-40, under 2 minutes of match play remaining. This is how we play, able to make them way all the way down to the red side of the field. They are interfering with the work of the human player from Cedarburg, Wisconsin's Hexhounds. Hexhounds HP, they are looking for the perfect place to get some Coral into their own robot. Drivers from Hexhounds, though, they see that defense, so they're going to focus on the algae as much as they can here. Co-op already indicated by the Red Alliance. We are going to wait it out for Blue, but the Coral more in motion for Red at this time, but Blue spreading out their scoring. They've got 4 on levels 2 and 3 and also 4 on level 4. So instead of filling up the high value level first, they have been working on different zones at the same time between the work of Project Bucephalus and their alliance partner Laker Dreadnoughts. Laker reapproaches the Blue Alliance reef. They're going to get that algae out of their way. They leave it to the floor for now so that they can drop off some Coral. Just 2 algae left in that blue reef. All of it cleaned up for the red reef. Final 45 seconds of the match coming up. We have 1 7 Coral reef segment filled up by the Red Alliance. Blue, interestingly, they are still filling up those layers kind of at the same time here. They've only broken through that 7 Coral threshold on level 3 at this time, but they're just a few Coral away everywhere else on their reef. We still do have co-op only for the Red Alliance. Endgame coming up now for our teams. First robot back to the barge will be Blue. That is This Is How We Play, approaching a deep cage. Next robot will be Red. That Red Alliance robot is Dexter Dreadbots, followed up by partners Hexhounds, and now Tigris, the final Red robot. They're giving lots of space to their partners, hoping maybe for just a park at the conclusion of qualification match number 86.
Up next, we are going to the Curie field for qualification match number 89. We've got team 88, ranked number 6, paired up with legend of a team, team 27, ranked 27.
Rush out of Michigan, and there's another one, and a dislodged algae for good measure. Gets them off to a pretty good start here. 44 points on the board to the Red Alliance's 30, and drivers now taking controls. Now the Red Alliance starts us off with Midas Mayhem, trying to process an algae through the field wall, although it looks like it bounces away from them. Let's see if the second one has a little bit better luck. Looks like indeed it will, and they'll pick up 6 points for the Alliance score from that endeavor. They're now off to go find more game pieces. Looks like it'll be more algae for them, while their Alliance partners, Vipers and Polar Pilots, both work on the Coral game. Now algae goes airborne for the Blue Alliance side, well, Blue Alliance side of the field. Red Alliance human player, because Blue is processing algae through the field wall, 6 points, and then the human player returns it for 4 of their own up on the barge net. Blue Alliance has a bit of a lead here, 20 points to be exact. TJ Square tosses some algae across the field, free donation to the Red Alliance. Charity always welcome, and indeed the Polar Pilots thought about picking it up, and then they kick it back. A friendly game of kickball over here on the field of Curie. About a minute left to play. Blue Alliance still in the lead. Team Rush helping to ensure that stays the case as they populate level 2 of the Alliance Reef with Coral after Coral after Coral. Some of them rolling away, but honestly they're not too concerned because they're just so quick at picking them up and spinning them around from the Coral station. that it's easier to reset than it is to rebound. There's the Bell Villains, another Michigan team here in this match for Blue. Also back to the Blue Alliance Coral Station. They're working.
We're going to do side by side here. We've got an epic match playing out in the daily division. 46-55 State Line Robotics, number 5 seed, is paired up with Prepatech Chihuahua 9303, going up against a really good team. You know them, you love them. It's 1678 Citrus Circuits, currently ranked 4. They've got a lot on their hands to try to win this match. We've got double action on Sport First Champs Live.
Sound and robots go a-climbing as Midas Mayhem finds a deep cage in front of them. Lifts up. They're looking for 12 points in the air. Let's see if they can get the last wheel up and actually claim it. Looks like no dice. Vipers also stay at sea level, but the Polar Pilots ascend for 12. Now this...
You'll show the scores from Curie, right?
Landing in their frame instead, 9301. Mech Rams zipping as fast as they can. They're going to bring that piece of coral to level 1 for the Blue Alliance. It's 116-79. Red in the lead here. Martian's going to grab a piece of algae up into the barred citrus following their lead. 133-85. Citrus now with a coral to level 3. 49-67. Gonna slam one down on level 3 as well. Citrus gonna grab one more off the floor. It's 151-92 with a minute left of play here on Daily. Each alliance has 2 levels of the reef complete, but will need to get some processing done if they want to unlock that bonus. 49-67 is gonna go ahead and roll one in. They're going to try and grab another and roll it in as well to lower that threshold. 39 seconds of play remaining. That one team races back on over, and Blue Alliance has 2 of 3 levels done. Red has all 3 done, 195-141. Martians go up to the barge and then get ready to climb. 49-67 gets ready to climb as well. 46-55 looks to be trying to play some counter climb defense on the far side of the field. 10 seconds left. Who's going to get off the ground? Citrus is up. We got 6 seconds left. We have 3 red robots climbing for red, 2 for blue as time expires. Ladies and gentlemen, your scores in that match. This one goes to the Red Alliance. 250 to Blues 178. 5 ranking points for your Red Alliance today. Citrus staying in position number 4, Blue earning 3 for themselves.
Ridiculously great performance by Citrus Circuits in that match. They were up against a lot of firepower, and it didn't look like it, but not everything they wanted out of that match.
Yeah, they dropped the single extra RP that they were hoping for, so 5 out of 6.
And with that, they maintained their 4th seeded position. Again, teams are going for 6 ranking points in every match they can get out here.
It does give you the opportunity, these the additional ranking point for the win, and then that bonus ranking point means that you have a couple of different avenues, but the easiest avenue is to just get all of them. But everybody's going to drop a couple here or there, so missing one of the bonuses can be frustrating, but all of the bonus ranking points that we see on these fields, you need your whole alliance. Otherwise, you're just not getting it. So.
Right, in that match, it was the Auton bonus point that they didn't get, which is something you cannot earn on your own. You have to get the help from your partners.
Some teams would try. In fact, they would line up their partners just on one side of the line and blast.
Give them a little
push all 3 of the robots at the same time. We've seen some bump autos this year, but not so many at championships. A lot of teams. It is something that I am glad to see, that everybody's trying to do some actual scoring in autonomous mode. We're past the point where leaving is a goal in
floor,
itself.
the floor is rising on auto, that's for sure.
Yeah.
It is for everything. I mean, this is modern day FRC, right? We can buy so much more equipment. There's so much open source software. Teams are just better coming out of the gate, and the games are designed to come with kitbots that have minimal viable scoring options, so teams have something to start with.
And teams are talking to each other more. The Open Alliance teams are code releasing, CAD releasing, and there was sort of a big Strong about the whole you need Swerve to compete thing, but well, if everybody can drive around, that's not exactly the worst thing. It is more expensive than the theoretical max of robots of yore, but the cost of doing FRC is not entirely robot-based.
But I would argue that the sunk cost for Swerve can be reused year over year. So maybe in the end, it's not such a bad investment.
So if we take a look at the Johnson field, we've got some really good teams sitting in the top 8, and featured in this match are a number of them. 1690, defending world champion, sitting at number 2. We're going to see him in this next match. 1619, Upper Creek Robotics, beating them out by just a little bit of ranking points.
And they're paired with the 6th ranked team on this division, 6800 Valor. This is not necessarily a playoff preview. This is kind of a, well, okay, let's see how much we can hang up. Let's see if we can beat. So we've seen 2 high scores made at championships. Let's see if we can get a 3rd.
These are the type of alliances that happen when people forget how to scout.
I mean, this is really the scheduling gods playing a favor to the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance has 2930 Sonic Squirrels coming from Snohomish. They've done pretty well this season, locking in the winning of the PNW Championship. So, no stranger to getting blue banners, but you could look at an alliance like this. How could you be strategizing to have any success in this match?
Yeah, I think you have 2 options. You can try and go for the win, or you can say, this is going to be tough. Let's secure those 3 ranking points that we can get and see what happens in the rankings.
This is a match where you should, or we would at least advise, that you secure those ranking points. So put the co-op in early so that you only have to do 3 of the levels to guarantee the Coral ranking point. Make sure that you're prepared to go to the barge early enough to get those, to get your robots in position, and don't miss your autos.
And pray that everyone moves in auto.
But you have to secure those first and then look up at the live score. And if something disastrous has happened on the other side of the field, then you start scoring L4s. But if you start the match trying to go for the win and you miss a bonus ranking point in this match, it's a very unlikely shot that you're actually getting the 3 ranking points for the win. So don't start doing that. You can maybe finish if everything goes exactly your way.
Sometimes you have to make the most of a tough situation.
Only 10 matches here, but the random match schedule means that sometimes you're going to be up against the 3 of the best teams in your division, and you have to make smart choices in those scenarios, because maybe the rest of your matches are very good. Nobody wins, well, not nobody. Adrian, you're going to win that bet somehow.
So the Red Alliance is predicted to score 42 game pieces in this. It'll be interesting to see how many can the Red Alliance stack on the L1 to really maximize their points. This match has started, so let's send it down to the field.
Robots are moving here in Autonomous, and we've got Coral being scored on both sides. So Autonomous ranking points for red and blue as we enter into teleoperator mode. Early advantage to the Red Alliance, 72 to 47 here in the early going. Quick score by the Red Alliance, putting a piece of LG up in that red net. Now a second one done by Valor. Now a third one done by Upper Creek. Another one, now a 4th one by Valor. So the Red Alliance with our number 1, our number 2, and our number 6 seeded teams going to town in this. They are an offensive dynamo here in match number 88. They built up about a 50-point lead here, and we still got them over a minute and a half to go in the match. Meanwhile, over on the blue side of the match, they are no slackers. They've already got over 100 points with a minute 20 to go. So they are scoring it pretty quick. There's one put into the processor by Red Hawk Robotics. We've already got the threshold down to 3 of the number of levels of Coral that have to be scored. have to be saturated with 7 or more pieces of coral. We go down under a minute. 212, 216 points already for the Red Alliance, and there's still over 3/4 of a minute to go. This is going to be a high score, folks. That's for sure. Over 150 points on the blue side. So both alliances scoring big. Both alliances have a ton of coral on their respective reefs. Under half a minute to go. Our number 1 seed, number 2 seed, and number 3 seed, or number 6 seeded teams in the Red Alliance. 1 red robot already up in the air. A second red robot engaging there. In the cage, they're up in the air. A blue robot, 2 blue robots, now a third one coming over to the barge on their side. 5 seconds to go. 2 seconds. 1. All right, the referees are going to tabulate this score. Like I was saying, it's going to be a high score. Don't know if we're going to break any records on that one, but it's not going to be low numbers. And this is our last match before lunch, so we'll give you the score. Then you guys can go to lunch. We're coming back at 1 o'clock to start up with our next match. Match number 89 will be run at 1 o'clock right after your lunch break.
Fireworks there. That Red Alliance just 6,800 getting a match where they just get to play Algae right after autonomous mode. They get to play over on the other side of the field because they can trust their partners. But matches like that are kind of fun.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely good practice. I think we'll be seeing more of that cross-field Algae thiefing later on in the playoffs. 6,800 could use some work at it. Their intake's not quite aligned for just scooping those up. They need a little bit more precise alignment.
It's hard driving over there. You got all those cages. I don't remember which driver station they were in, but the reef is in your way, and your partners keep putting more stuff on the reef so you can't see through it.
And they're picking up with their end effector, not a full-width intake.
Right.
And they still ended up
the score
smoothly placing, what, 13 game pieces in the barge?
Algae. I can't do the Algae math because there were processor scores, but it looked like 12, 13, 14, something in that range on their side of the barge. So super high scoring match there for Red. Maintaining the number 1 seed is 1619 and 1690 maintaining the number 2 seed. But we are going to go straight over to the Galileo field presented by Medtronic for this match in progress, qualification match 88.
Slight advantage there going into the driver-controlled period. Teams now pulling back and resetting. Team 834 first to score for the Blue Alliance as they start cycling back and forth. 39-90 coming up. Tech for Kids scoring, and 971 Spartan scoring up high. 53-48. That's Charger Robotics scoring for the Red Alliance up high. Blue side of the field looks like 65-74. Might be having some control issues as that machine's not moving at the moment. Teams will see if they can debug and get that machine back up and running, but that is not stopping their alliance partners from continuing to cycle back and forth and continue to raise that score. 30 points just separating these two alliances with 1:10 coming up on the clock. That's plenty of time. Blue Alliance, these machines 834. Spartex scoring 39-90. Tech for Kids scoring. Just cycling back and forth for the Blue Alliance. Really going toe-to-toe with this 3-robot alliance over here. 3 functioning machines, rather, at the moment for the Red Alliance. Really staying close. But the Red Alliance has nearly filled up that reef. That one piece of algae sitting there blocking a few positions. As we come to the last 30 seconds, Red Alliance starting to show a little bit more of a comfortable lead as we approach the end of this match. 8:34, looks like they're going to come across and play a little defense as it looks like a piece of coral has fallen inside the robot so they can't score anymore. A little defense bump and run, but Red Alliance, all 3 bots grabbing hold of their cages. 2 are off the ground. Can we make it all 3? And they do. Both blue machines off the ground as well as time expires.
We're heading over to the Archimedes division for qualification match number 90, where on the Red Alliance 987, the High Rollers are paired up with Team Argo 1756, who are currently ranked number 6 and looking to stay in that top 10.
Beginning of the teleoperated phase. Red Alliance going quickly to defense here. 4585 Husky Robotics from Midvale, Utah, now going over to the Blue Alliance side and camping out at one of their coral stations. 1629 Gacko from Garrett County, Maryland, trying to place coral up there. We had algae. We have had 2 algae bounce down back into the field. We have co-opetition. Each of these alliances have to complete 3 of the 4 levels with 7 or more coral to get the coral ranking point. $29.35 Naki Robotics from Canada going quickly over to their coral station, grabbing another coral, heading up high. 987 High Rollers working on the Red Alliance Reef. 126 to 111. Red has a slight lead. $987 over here, having a hard time trying to place that one coral. They had a coral that was like against them, between them and the reef. They couldn't line up, and that prevented them from placing that one coral. Going to a different position, they could place that a lot easier. 1629 Gacko now placing on a level 2 for the Blue Alliance. They screw around 4585 Husky Robotics trying to play defense, but 1629 a little too fast for them. 20 seconds to go, 165 to 143. Red is winning. Endgame time, 1756. They come over and they grab that deep cage. 97 is up. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Looks like we have 2 robots that have climbed here for the Red Alliance on a deep cage. It's 24 total points. 120, our rookie team from Shanghai, China, the only Blue Alliance robot to climb. The other 2 blue robots appear to be parked.
Red Alliance with some good coordination there. Looks like they got that double climb from Argos and High Rollers. But it was interesting to see 2935 NACI Robotics from Ontario. Looks like a pretty familiar robot for our friend Justin over there.
Yeah. Someone may have been reading 4481's build thread throughout the year, it seemed. Nice to see that archetype on the field on a different division.
It looks like it worked out pretty well. It's nice to see that teams are able to take lessons from the teams that are on the Open Alliance or otherwise are open with their build and apply it to the season that's currently going. So really raising the level of all of FRC there, Justin.
It's certainly why 4481 is as open as they are, in hopes to raise the floor for people who can't maybe prototype or make the big decisions as quickly.
Now we're going to send it down to the Hopper Field for qualification match number 89, where we've got 8177 Vector, 10157 Roman Robotics, and the Gale Hawks 230 playing against 2080 Torbotics, Cyber Rabbits 9635, and the Liger Bots 2877.
Being now that HP from Cyber Rabbit, they stage it on top of the blue processor. We've got some coral in motion for Ligerbots on the Red Alliance. Cyber Rabbit reaching up as well. We also have more coral from another member of Red on that opposite side of the field. Purple robot on the Red Alliance is Hammond, Louisiana's Torbotics. They face some tough defense from Roman in this match. Roman is chasing down anybody they can find in red. This time it is Liger. Liger looking for some access to their human player and some coral, but Roman Robotics, they stay put on one of those stations, effectively shutting down one half of the intake ability for the Red Alliance. Robotics, they are undefended though, so they line up right alongside Liger bots while Cyber Rabbit continues to work on the algae for the Red Alliance. Checking out the action for blue, Galehawks from Shelton, Connecticut. They've got coral in their grasp. Swerve on in to position on the Blue Alliance reef. Level 4 of that reef, 100% filled up. All 12 of those locations, they have that 5-point coral on them. And that means the Blue Alliance has the lead, 119 to 109, 45 seconds to go in qualification match number 89. Vector for the Blue Alliance, removing the last algae from the Blue Alliance reef, knocking it down to the playing field floor. Human player for Roman Robotics in blue. They toss on up, score 4 points for blue. 30 seconds left in this match. We do have cooperation, and we are awfully close to getting that ranking point locked in. It's still a little bit more ways to go for red versus blue. So we might see with the sonar ping, the end of the match coming up. Robots shifting their focus to the cages. Check out Blue Alliance member Vector tipping all the way over up against the deep cage, but still clear of the floor. 2 members of the Red Alliance also swing on the deep cage as time expires in match 89 on Hopper.
Close match there. Looked like 4 robots off the ground. Many different climber designs this year were successful. 8177 pulling the whole cage through the center of their robot. Liger bots with that catch and reel sort of situation. It's very fun to see the different ways to this quite unusual climbing challenge this year. Took teams in a lot of different directions.
Yeah, my favorite is the teams that use their intake, double purposing that to go underneath and just do that bicep curl. It's
that is
so great.
my least favorite.
Just said that to trigger you.
Steve's biased. If you can't climb in 3 seconds or less, he doesn't even want to be your friend. So
that is not true.
Yeah. So we are at the lunch break. Things are slowing down a little bit as divisions are taking a break, a well-deserved break for all the volunteers to set up the field. We still have a few fields running. In one of these next matches, we want to get over to Archimedes 91, where we're going to be featuring Team 4, Team 3940 Cybertooth, and the number 5 seeded Alliance Hall of Fame team 341 Miss Daisy. They're going to be going up against Nemesis on the Red Alliance, Federal Force, and Aero Dynamics 10079.
We're still getting used to that 5-digit number thing. We're FRC folks, but 10079 aerodynamics, nice, relatively large funnel robot, very smooth at coral scoring. But Miss Daisy this year is so fast. It's beautiful to watch that yellow machine just flying around.
I can't be the only one to feel like this is the best robot Daisy's built since 2012.
That was fantastic.
It's quite the claim.
I said the best they've built since 2012.
Daisy was a pioneer in vision shooting in 2012, really before it was a thing that everyone did with auto-align, and had a disastrous run, though not able to get to the Einstein field after a mishap of cleaning their shooter too much and the ball is undershooting. But that's in the past. That was 13 years ago. Let's talk about today.
See, they got that one. It went right in the net. It's perfect.
Algae here. They place algae into the Blue Alliance processor. Team Element 4 going back now doing coral instead of algae. Going back and forth between the 2 game elements. Team Element 4 for the Blue Alliance, once again grabbing an algae out of the Blue Alliance reef, and they place it in their processor. Blue has completed their half of cooperation. Red Alliance, that's 2590, Nemesis from Robbinsville, New Jersey. They're grabbing the algae, but instead of placing it in their processor, they're going straight into the net. Oh. Now 10466 Federal Force from Brazil is placing algae into the Red Alliance processor. We have cooperation. Each alliance only has to complete 3 of the 4 levels now to get that coral ranking point. 155 to 91. Blue Alliance is just dominating this particular match. 10-4-6-6 having some trouble over here at the coral station. There's so much coral littered down there on the Red Alliance coral station, they can't get up against the plexiglass. Human players just flinging these out here, intending to get them out for 24.90. Nemesis can pick the coral up off of the carpet. However, the 2 Alliance partners cannot, creating a little bit of a hazard there for the 2 Alliance partners. 20 seconds ago, almost 200 to 100. Blue Alliance has doubled the score of the Red Alliance. And this match ends here in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Just enough time for the Blue Alliance to do 3 robots on deep cages. 36 points will likely go to the Blue Alliance when we tally our final score. 2590 Nemesis from Robbinsville, New Jersey. They're up on a deep cage. Their alliance partner, 10466 Federal Force from Brazil. They are likely on a deep cage also. The last Red Alliance robot is parked.
We are bringing you live action here, going straight over to the Hopper Field presented by PWC, where we've got Team 51 Wings of Fire paired up with 5817 Unirex.
Playing some defense. Right now, they are stuck to Powerhouse. Powerhouse tries to retrieve coral from a coral station, but Talon, they are bumper to bumper up against Powerhouse. Powerhouse getting careful not to get stuck on any algae. Red Alliance has processed 2 algae through their processor, so co-op handshake on the board for Red. Blue, not quite there. Now they are. So algae gets tossed up by a human player for the Red Alliance, and we only need 3 levels of the reef with 7 coral to earn the coral ranking points. Wings of Fire, they continue to be an algae specialist for the Red Alliance, while Unirex and Powerhouse try to lock in this coral ranking point. Final minute of the match coming up soon. Blue Alliance finishing up their L3. They're going to need just about 1 more on L3, but then still lots of work to do, building their way down their reef. Red a few steps ahead. They've got 3 levels now completely locked in, so a ranking point for the Red Alliance, regardless of the outcome of match number 90. Final 30 seconds underway. This match could still go in either direction when we see robots turn their attention to the barge. Blue also extremely close to that ranking point now. They might need just about 2 more to make it happen for the Blue Alliance. More Martians, Team 70. It looks like their focus might be to try for that ranking point if they can, and they did manage to get that 3rd level L2 all good for the Blue Alliance in the final moments of qualification match number 90. We're looking at 2 robots on deep cages at the end of the match on either side of the field. Final results of match 90. Check them out. The winner is the Red Alliance. 187 to 152. Red Alliance with the dub in match number 90. 6 ranking points for the Red Alliance, 3 for the Blue Alliance.
And with that, Hopper, we are on lunch break. Go get some grub, and we'll see you back here at 1:15 for qualification match number 81. See you then, everybody. Thank you.
Welcome back to First Champs Live. We are bringing you coverage of all 8 divisions here at the 2025 First Robotics Championship event. Steve, how are you feeling about today?
Reefscape made a big upgrade with those ranking point changes for championships. Everybody really trying to ring these reefs, get all that coral up there, score all the coral. Seeing a lot of teams trying new things on their autonomous modes as well. These multi-coral autos, very gratifying to see.
One of the interesting dynamics I really like about this game is you have the co-op, but you have teams, if they decide not to co-op with you, you have a path forward to still get that yourself. And it adds a few extra tasks to the teams, but we are seeing people cross the line, score in the opponent's processor just to get that co-op sorted out and so that they can bring down the number of coral required to get that ranking point. Trading one activity for lowering the bar of another activity.
If you think about it, it's basically 4 cycles to trade off for 7, though, right? So
pretty good deal, right? Yeah.
No, it's a protracted cycle, though, because the algae bounces slowly down that processor ramp, and even if you're doing the tricky one where you don't care about the points and your alliance's human player throws it back into your robot, you're still waiting there. Sometimes it might be faster just to go and pick up another algae.
To go pick up another algae, but not to go score 7 more coral on a reef.
It depends on how fast you are.
Oh, okay, yeah, maybe some robots out there could do that.
That sounds like some team deformation.
Well, we have a really exciting match over on the daily field. We've got qualification match number 91, where the 7th ranked seed 2056 OP Robotics is going up against 3 pretty dang good teams. So they're going to have a fight to beat this Blue Alliance. Coming out of auto, though, Red Alliance is up.
Yeah, projected score based on the statistics is only about a 3-point differential in terms of potential of these 2 alliances. So let's see how they can match up to those or exceed the expectations.
2056 gonna go to the barge with their algae. This one going over to the processor, though. They want that ranking point and they're willing to cooperate for it. Robots District now coming in, piece of coral to level 3. They've changed their mind. Where's it going to go? Level 3 indeed for 4 points. Over on the Blue Alliance, 4,500. Grabbing pieces of coral off the floor, dropping them onto level 1. Cooperation has been achieved, which means each alliance only needs to complete 3 levels for their ranking point. It's an incredibly close match down here, 129 to 119. Red's got a 10-point advantage here. 2056 gonna steal a piece of algae, bring it on up and into the barge for 4 more quick points. 2056 gonna bring in a piece of coral, a second piece of coral, and grab a piece of algae up to the barge, landing it in 164 to 146. Red is pulling away. Both alliances have 2 of 3 levels of their reefs complete. 64-24. Stealth Panther gonna drop one off on level 3. The Robohounds on level 2. And their alliance partner, the Super Nerds, gonna bring a piece of algae up and into the barge. Chargers onto level 4. 2056 onto level 2. Both alliances trying to finish their last level. 2056 and the Red Alliance have done it. 25 seconds left. They're up by only 16 points. Robots District goes to climb, as that sound means we are in the end game. Let's see who can get off the ground here. Super Nerds have climbed sky high. Who else will join them in the last 6 seconds? The Chargers are off the ground. OP is off the ground. We've got what could be 3 blue robots, 2 red robots, and some incredibly close scores here on Daily. With the official score coming for you in just 1 moment.
I ain't afraid of no ghosts. I ain't afraid of no ghosts. If you're seeing things running through your head, who can you call? Ghostbusters! An invisible man sleeping in your bed. Oh, who you gonna call? Ghostbusters!
All right, Daily, we have your scores, and it's a Blue Alliance victory. 242 to 235. 6 ranking points for your Blue Alliance, 3 for your Red Alliance. 64-24 moves up to the 8th seed as we reach towards the end of our qualification rounds, with match 92 coming up next. We will play 92 and 93.
Both alliances with live scores over 200 points. Red Alliance, led by OP Robotics, had the advantage during teleop, but near the end of the match, all 6 robots attempting to climb. We can take a look at the replay from the last minute or so of this match. Both alliances trying to fill up those reefs and get their end games coordinated.
Yeah, and what you really see here is a lot of open space on the Blue Alliance over here, and OP Robotics has done a lot to check off all of these algae up here, and they've now switched to doing just cleanup down here. And we can see how quick this robot really is, and you can see the Red Alliance reef is just getting filled up so quick over here, and Blue still has many open spots. But in this game, you max out at some point. And so now OP Robotics is forced just to score on L1, and their partner 537 has no ability to score on L1, so they're stuck just ending the match with Coral in their hands. Now it's going to come down to the climbs. We're still tight, but you can see all 6 robots down here at the bottom of the screen are lining up. And if we pause it here as we go to 2-1, you look at this, and 94-84, they were up in the air. We're going to scrub back just a few seconds here on the... But they are down on the ground. But well, how many do we have on the Blue Alliance? 1, 2, 3. How many do we have on the Red Alliance? Well, when the refs counted it, they got 1. And not this one, and not this one. So only 1 point there, and that did it for OP Robotics. They could not win this match.
That's the margin here at Worlds. You get these matches. Super Nerds, they've been coming on over the past few years, really coming into their own. Their controls are amazing. So OP knew going into this match that they would have to really fire it up during teleop and get that climb. So they get the climb right at the last second, but the climb challenge is very difficult.
Yeah, it makes you wonder as we head into Alliance selection tomorrow if that climb statistic data for the teams is going to make a big difference on people's pick lists.
Because I think that everybody looking to make an Einstein run or a deep Einstein run is really going to want consistent end games, because if you are deficient by 10 or 12 points there, where are you going to make it up? That's so many cycles on L1. Unless you're really overpowering the other alliance in algae or autonomous mode, there just aren't that many points available.
Yeah.
Up next, we're going to be going down to the Curie field where we have qualification match 94. This features a team who won the Texas State Championship. They've won it a number of years in a row. That's 3005, the Robo Chargers, but not finding that same success here at this event. Currently only ranked 28th, but the highest ranked team in this match.
Yeah, I mean, Curie is one of those fields, super, super middle heavy, and it's really messing with the results of the matches in the ranking.
Not many teams on Curie got a clean match schedule where they were on good alliances against alliances that wouldn't beat them. So everybody's been sort of pushing each other down in the rankings with these qualification matches.
Lunch. This will be our third to last showing. Definitely an impressive showing for both sides here, as both alliances work up on level 4 of their respective alliance reefs. 5 pieces of cargo scored so far there by the Blue Alliance to start us off. 35 points worth out of their total auto score. Now they're immediately going to go process some algae for the Blue Alliance. Tossing that algae up now is the red human player from Eagles out of Turkey. They'll pick up 4 points. Just the one algae scored. Yep, looks like the other one bounced out. 4 points of returning that processed algae towards the overall Red Alliance score. Red now has a 20-odd point deficit to make up, 28 point to be precise. We'll see what Phoenix has to say about that as they chase an algae across the field. They'd like to process it through the field wall for Red. That one's good for 6 points. towards the Red Alliance score, and the Blue Alliance human player is just absolutely ready to go. That's the Robo Chargers out of Dallas. Picking up those 4 points for Blue, contributing to their overall 140 that they have. Robo Chargers now come to about the 11 o'clock position on the Blue Alliance Reef to drop off what was the last piece of coral needed at that part. They now have levels 4, 3, and 2 well populated on that side. Since we did do the cooperation dealio, that we now only need 3 levels of the reef populated at 7 coral apiece for the coral RP. Blue has secured that and then some. At this point, they're playing for pure match score. Red Alliance just a little ways behind. They just need a few more pieces of coral on levels 2 and 3, which they are actively working on. There goes Eagles and Phoenix, both contributing to that endeavor, and that's actually going to complete level 3 for them. Level 4 has been done for a while, but Jaguar Robotics still picking up some match score for them by placing those up on top. They'll need some more on level 2 to secure the coral RP as our sonar pings sound and tell us it's endgame time. And they're going to instead pivot to the top 2 levels of the reef. So that RP, not a concern for them. They were trying for match score. They'll instead move over here now to the barge zone at the end of the game to secure the barge RP with Phoenix in the air and 2 parks.
We're going to bring you straight over to Daily 92. Check out Team 3792 Army Ants. They're currently highly ranked. I think they're 9th. They've got an L1 coral only robot and an algae only robot, but they move pretty quickly.
1 spot left to go at the top of that reef. Red Alliance looking to get something cooking as Blackjacks start to put a piece of coral into level 3. Their Alliance party is going to do the same. Horace with a piece of coral now, going all the way up to the top of the red reef. In it goes for 5 points. Army Ants, algae in tow, processing it as best they can as well. Minotaur, human player, and robot working in sync to get all those algae each in for 4 points. 153 to 125 advantage Blue. Now that we have the extra ranking point unlocked and lower the threshold, Blue Alliance has 2 of 3 levels complete. Red's only got 1 of 3 levels complete. They're going to have to speed up if they want that RP, because we only have 36 seconds left to play. 40:05 now, back to the feeder station. They've got their coral. They're coming back with it. 26:30, zipping around as fast can be. Horace to the top of the reef. It's good. Blackjack's doing the same, trying to line up. That one's going to fall just short. And we have just 16 seconds left. Robots racing on home. Army Ants trying to get in position to climb. Can they make it happen? Army Ants are up. Will anybody be able to join them in time? 40:05 is up. 2 seconds left. 2 blue robots in the air. Looks like we might have 2 red robots as well as time expires in the match.
Some ranking implications there, we assume, with the Red Alliance probably dropping that match. That'll move 3792 down a little bit. Fast moving and really different kinds of robots over there on the Red Alliance. We got the short bot that just climbs and does processor algae and L1, and then we had the giant tipping trough of
yeah, it's kind of amazing with so many giant robots that are super tall that there are not more robots falling out over at Champs this year.
Yeah, I mean, we've had a lot of design diversity this year, and I think we'll probably touch on that a bit later. But again, yeah, the big trough robot scoring at all levels. But
yeah, but also good to see their Team 2630 Thunderbolts out of Israel moving up into the top 8 with that big two-jointed arm. They've been quite successful this season.
Up next, we're going to be going over to the Curie field where we got qualification match number 91 featuring the #1 seeded Alliance 3663 CPR, who currently has a perfect ranking point average.
This match, they're in there's 3 teams, rather, that are still undefeated. It's CPR, Wildcard, and Super Duper. CPR sitting atop the leaderboard here with a full 6 RP average. So really the thing that they're looking for in this one, it's partially the win, but it's more to make sure that they stay at a full 6.0 RP average. That is a perfect schedule so far. Blue Alliance, however, off to a very good start early on. 101 points to the Red Alliance's 66. They're not going to let CPR have this one easy. Here goes the Ratchet Rockers and Torch combo building up the reef from the inner side, and then on the outer side is Team Lancebot. They are focusing solely on Coral right now. And of course, as soon as I finish that sentence, here comes Ratchet Rockers with an algae as they go dunk that on top of the barge net. Now opportunistically finding more algae underneath the center barge. They're scooping up all the stuff the Red Alliance didn't want anything to do with. And in particular, they're going to come over here and starve the Red Alliance's algae to get it out of the way of the CPR machine and go put it up on top of the Blue Alliance side of the barge, reducing future scoring opportunities for the Red Alliance. We see as the meta of Reefscape evolves, it becomes more about the sequencing of things in relation to how the other alliance decided to sequence things, algae in particular being such a constrained resource, very much subject to those rules. Now, however, the Blue Alliance gets to contend with the downside of that sequencing, which is algae falling back out of the center barge. There was an attempt there by Ratchet Rockers to dunk one up atop for 4 points, but it falls back. There goes another attempt, and it narrowly avoids the same fate. It does stay on for 4, while both alliances furiously construct reef coral. Blue Alliance is 7 spots shy of a full reef as far as the posts go, as our sonar pings sound. 208 points on the board so far. Now we're in our end game. All 3 Blue Alliance machines are in the barge zone, looking for the triple climb to secure the W. At least 2 of them have done so, so there's 24 points of deep cage climb. I'm absolutely not going to hypothesize about Ratchet.
And we're going over to Daly for Qual's match number 93.
Here. That 1 point will quickly slip away if Blue has anything to say about that. To be determined. Trying to figure out what game piece they're going to go for. They're going to knock a piece of algae clear. 94-32. Going to start cycling algae as fast as they can off the reef and into the barge. Each one they do is worth 4 points in Reefscape. Brought to you by the Gene Haas Foundation. 94-32, a high piece of core to level 4. That's worth 5 points here. 70-34, to be determined. Dropping off a piece of coral to the top of the blue reef. 10-291, Mutum X now on level 2. To be determined, scoring again onto level 4. 8-bit coming back to the barge as Wrath drops a piece off on level 3. Over on the far side of the reef, Infinite Loop scores onto level.
And that result coming in from the Curie field, 3663, who was in the #1 spot. They move down into the number 3 because they just get co-op and only 2 of the bonus ranking points missing out on that barge. Tough match for them. That shakes up the rankings pretty heavily in that Curie division.
Right on level 3 of the red reef. Infinite Loop doing the same for level 2. 8808, the Tech Pirates finishing off the top of the blue reef. 42 seconds remain. It's 137 to 122. Red has expanded their lead just a hair, but this could come down to climbs. 70-34 onto level 3. 8808 rocking their way on over to the other side of the reef, but that one's going to fall short all the way off. No points for the Blue Alliance for that one. That sound means we are in the end game as Wrath for the Red Alliance lines up to climb. 94-32 is going to go to the far side. Infinite Loop the near side. They're going to fit themselves in. 70-34 is off the ground, but we've got 3 red robots up as well as time expires in this match. Daily Division, your scores in that match is going to be a Red Alliance victory. 196 to 157. Red earns 3 ranking points there, Blue with 1. And we are off for lunch. We will see you all back here at 1:45. If you are playing matches 94, 95, or 96, be back.
Getting around that time when fields are going to be coming back from lunch, lots and lots of matches still to go out of the 1,000, whatever. My math.
It's 1,000 matches. Yeah.
Okay,
exactly.
we are 3/4 of the way through the qualification matches, just about for all these fields. So rankings are starting to coagulate, but I think in the future, in the immediate future, we're going to see some fights between these teams that are highly ranked on their field. So lots of shakeups still to come. We will know the ranks. The rankings will be finished by the end of tonight, so teams get a long, long, long time to debate and build up that pit of anxiety in their stomach about what's going to happen for Alliance selections.
And wait for phone calls from teams, and some will get those phone calls and others won't. And
decide whether to decline or accept and map out all the scenarios. There's one universe in which we but still live action going on here.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of knockout dragouts, we've got the #1 seed coming up next in Archimedes, 1987, the Bronco Bots. Fortunately, they have a good partner, the Brave Bots 4391, who's also ranked 4th, I believe, right now. But someone who's been at the top of the rankings in this division is the Robo Bees. Team 836 facing them off on the Blue Alliance, leading that. Blue Alliance looking really good, coming out strong in autonomous mode, already scoring nearly 50 points.
Incredible auto period there. Blue Alliance has a lot to come back from. 75 to 62, 2 minutes to go. Red still has the lead. 4391 Brave Bots from Gladstone, Michigan, grabbing Algae, and they place it into the Red Alliance processor, while 1987 Bronco Bots places it directly into the barge. We have a little less than 2 minutes to go, and the Red Alliance has almost filled up their barge with Algae here. 1987 Bronco Bots showing us why. He's placing it up there. Look at the speed of the Bronco Bots. 1987 quickly going back over to their own coral station. Human player does not even have to wait before the Bronco Bots get to the plexiglass. They're launching this coral like right away. They have a ginormous intake there to catch that coral. Bronco Bots very, very quick. 172 to 148, minute 12 to go. Red still has the lead. 72-11 Hollywood going over, grabbing Coral. While the Robo Bees, they're grabbing Algae. Robo Bees heading over to their barge to go place it directly in. 37-67 TC Titans working on the Coral Reef. We have competition. Both alliances will receive the Coral ranking point. They've done 3 out of the required 3 levels. Blue Alliance desperately trying to get back. Half a minute to go, 217 to 185. Red is still leading. RoboWee's going up high with Algae. Uh-oh. 4391, they came over here, they grabbed that cage here, and they ripped off their signal light. 4391, little robot damage here. They ripped off their signal light as they came ripping through these cages. 15 seconds ago, 241 to 217. This is going to come down to climbs. 2342 up. 1987 is just, they're trying to climb up, up, up. That was a slow climb by the Bronco box. However, I think they were able to get it done. Red Alliance able to get 3 robots up on deep cages, 36 points. Looks like we have all 6 robots up on deep cage climbs. That's the most you could possibly get. Each alliance getting the barge ranking point and 36 points added to their total count. And here's your score for qualification match number 95 on Archimedes. Red Alliance taking the win. Bronco Bots 1987. Still undefeated and setting a high score. 1987 came in rank 1. They're still rank 1. 4391 rank 4. They're still rank number 4. Blue Alliance, because they received 3 of the ranking points, but they did not get the 3 for the win. They all dropped down in the rankings.
Absolutely amazing match. All 6 robots off the floor at the end of that match and making the high score for their field, 1 off of the world high score. Seeing some really great stuff there from Bronco Bots. We really see that what has made them so successful is their algae just quickness, the rapidity with which they're able to do all of this stuff in auto with those algae balls and clear the field for their partners, and then come in and start doing coral in the rest of the match. 4391 also putting up just a ton of coral in that match for that alliance. But we are also going to show you a little bit of a replay from the Curie division of match that just ended. But about the last minute of the match, we're going to start it right now. Both alliances already having pretty high scores. We're up over 160 on both alliances. Binary Battalion on red, and 2046 bare metal scoring there on the blue alliance. Both of these reefs pretty full.
The Blue Alliance clearly at an advantage here, though. The reef nearly full, able to switch into prioritizing other elements of the game. 2046 now grabbing the algae, trying to get a lead up there. And with the toss, it's in.
The soft underhand toss from 2046.
Grabbing another one.
They've tried a couple different ways to score those algae into that net this season.
So much of these games and these tight matches, when the reefs get full, come down to can you score L1s, how many algae can you put up, and in this match with 5 seconds left, we're just 1 point separating the alliances.
Here you see, it looks like blue has 1 robot up and two robots parked to red's 3 up in the air.
That endgame is going to come into play in almost every match that, well, I don't want to say every match that matters. In every playoff match, you're going to really, really want that stuff to work. So trying to figure out the timings, how late can you finish your last cycle on these fields. You're dialing that in as we get late in qualification matches at championships. Looks like there's, oh, sorry, that is still the replay. But
we're going to be going over to the Archimedes field next for Archimedes match number 96. This one's featuring on the Blue Alliance 1701, the Robo Cubs, 4143 Mars Wars, and 4341 the Sprockets. Who do we got playing on the Red Alliance, guys?
So the Robo Cops? No, sorry. The Red Alliance features one of the teams we expect to do very well at this tournament, 2481, showing off new autos for this competition. Their intake, their floor coral intake is so fast and so smooth. It's absolutely amazing to watch. They've got the mechanical alignment
sliding
device,
carriage,
the printer sort of top of their coral dispenser, and it's been working really well for them, but they've had a tough schedule so far at championships.
They were one of the first teams really to make it onto the competition field with the floor intake and really show how it can play the game. And you have to wonder how many teams were inspired when they saw that robot to try and look at improvements for their own team.
The ability to pick up coral from the ground really changes what an alliance is able to do. It opens up those coral stations for your partners, and it also gives you a lot of opportunities for incredibly short cycles.
So we've got the top 10 on the screen for the Archimedes division. In that first place spot is 1987 Bronco Bots. They are 8-0 at this point, so they only have 2 matches left. We just saw them put up the high score for the division, so really sitting on top. They're followed by Denim Venom, 80-44, with a 6-1 record, and then Torbots, 11-97. Behind them is 43-91, the Brave Bots, with a 7-1 record, and then Miss Daisy, 3-41.
Yeah, I want to take a second just to look over to that CP column and notice that way higher CP rate is happening here at this event versus the other events of the year.
Cooperation points.
Yeah, sorry, cooperation points. You see here, teams are mostly in the top 8. Everyone is doing it at least 70% of the time.
And it's a real change from earlier in the season when algae really wasn't what teams had dialed in, and it was also a case where you just couldn't expect your opponents to be doing it. And even without the co-op forcing, it's just so much more prevalent here at championships, and it's more so than we've even seen at previous years with the cooperation with the AMP last year. Well, it was slightly more in 2023, but
so
live action coming.
One thing I want to draw attention to is on this Archimedes field, the 7th ranked seed and the 15th ranked seed are all separated by just 2 ranking points. So it's a very tight division. So by no means do we think this top 8 or top 10 is set. But we got live action happening down here on the Archimedes field. So let's send it down for the field audio.
Has the lead. 117, the Steel Dragons from Pittsfield, Pennsylvania, grabbing algae out of the Red Alliance reef and placing it directly into the barge. 2841 Robotiers also grabbing algae and grabbing coral, working with both pieces concurrently. Steel Dragons from Pittsburgh now placing algae into the Red Alliance processor. We have some defense now. 2341 Sprockets from Gordon Cooper Technology Center coming over to the Red Line side. Oh, they almost beat themselves on an algae there. They were hidden from their drivers, and they may not have seen that algae, and they almost ran themselves up on top of it. For the Blue Alliance, 4143 Mars Wars. They grab some coral off the carpet. That human player is just littering the blue side of the field with coral everywhere. Both reefs have been cleared of all of their algae. 1701 RoboCubs bringing one over here to the Blue Alliance processor. We have cooperation on both sides. The threshold has dropped down to 3 levels. 117, the Steel Dragons. They tried to place some algae up there in the barge. They shoot it up. A little bit of an air ball, didn't quite make it. A little more oomph, there we go. 117 completing that one shot. Now 117 decides to do a little defense against the Blue Alliance. They scoot underneath that shallow cage that the Red Alliance had set up. 4143 Mars Wars working on the Blue Alliance reef. Grab another one, they place it. 117, the Steel Dragons, they're doing algae action. They went over to the Blue Alliance side to go get some of the remaining algae, and they place it into their reef. 207 to 168. Very close at the very end. And this match ends at 4, 3, 2, 1. 117, the Steel Dragons. They're getting ready to park up there. Their human drivers saying, whoa, don't go there. You're going to interrupt our robots that have completed deep cage climbs. 117, that's some precision driving. They're just shy of touching 2841 or 2481. Red Alliance will likely get 2 deep cages and 1 park. Blue Alliance will get 2 parks and 1 deep cage. And here's your score from match 96 here on Archimedes. Red Alliance taking the win, 237 to 184. Red Alliance receiving all 6 ranking points.
Red Alliance there getting all 6 ranking points and the co-op, 237. Pretty good score here. Blue Alliance getting all 3 bonus ranking points. So very high achievement match there for both alliances on Archimedes.
Right, and like I was saying just before the break there, it's such a tight pack. So 2481 able to move up into that 13th seeded position, but they're just 1 ranking point away from jumping up all the way into the top 7. So things are really getting tight there in the Archimedes field. Every match from this point on is going to matter quite a bit. We are fortunate to have more alliances coming, or more divisions coming back from the lunch break. Behind us is the Newton field. They're getting set up for their first match after lunch. This is going to be qualification match number 85. Newton
86.
has quite an exciting afternoon for us. We've been talking a lot about 422, the Mech Tech Dragons, who have that perfect ranking point average in Newton, but right behind them, just lacking 1 ranking point, is 1323 Madtown Robotics, and I believe they have a face-off coming up soon.
They are playing in this match, and 1323's Alliance has got the PNW backing up that California powerhouse. We have 5468 Chaos Theory.
We're going to be 1 match away from that. This is going to be 85. You're so excited, but 86 is coming up soon.
My math. I keep looking at the queue lines, and that's not where teams are.
We're fortunate to see these teams lining up right to our side, so we're getting a preview of it. We're definitely going to be covering qualification match number 86 whenever we get to it. Looking at the rest of the top 10 and the Newton field, though, we have in the 3rd seed 2832, the Livonia Warriors, followed by Jack in the Bot 2910. In the 5th seed spot, we got 9072 Tiger Bots, and then 188 Blizzard. NRG, the Newport Robotics Group 948, and the 8th seed is 6147 Tonka Bots.
Not to give short shrift to this match that is coming up, 85. Team 5142 Robo Dominators out of New Haven, Connecticut. This has been a breakout year for them. Check them out on the Red Alliance as we start this match.
Match number 85. We are in the afternoon stretch on our way to the end of the day when we will have our rankings solidified. And right there we can see 3018 Magma taking that shot. That will bobble out sideways. They will not pick that, pick up the algae at the autonomous, but that doesn't mean that they won't pick it up later. So here they go digging into the reef. Let's see if they can pick that up and get that scored. Meanwhile, on the Red Alliance side, we've got Pair of Dice. They have scored up in the algae. They are coming to pick another one out of the coral reef, and let's see if they can get that scored for the Red Alliance, and it looks like they will do so. Their alliance partner, 5843, Flurb, putting some algae into the processor, trying to get the cooperation activated and the coral reef a little bit easier when it comes to earning the ranking point there. We can see down on the Blue Alliance side,
working very hard there, finishing up one row, both sides with one row completed. Cooperation activated for the Red Alliance now. There goes Blue Alliance looking to do that too. 3018 Magma reaching deep into the processor, seeing if they can get that algae scored for the Blue Alliance and pick up 6 points. 49.05 Andromeda 1 on the Blue Alliance, scoring on level 3. There's a little bit of room left on level 4 for the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance has completed level 4, and they are working their way down the reef, down onto level 3. Oh, there's one more space left, apparently, and it's going to be filled up by Robo Dominators from New Haven. 76-17, Robo Blazers scoring on level 3, heading back to pick up some more coral and get that scored to try and clean up the rows there. We got 2 out of 3. Cooperation is active now, and you can see that both sides have 2 out of 3 rows complete. Who's going to get that ranking point first? Could be red, could be blue. There goes one more onto level 2 for Red Alliance. Blue Alliance looks like they may get there. We will see as we get down to 22 seconds on the clock. Couple more coral remaining on both sides to finish up that ranking point, and it's going to be earned by the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance, will they finish it now? And they will. So both sides are going to pick up a ranking point there. And we got a park here for red. Oh, let's see. Are we down to, oh, and that is going to be it. 74-26 is just an inch away from the red line. But there is a deep...
I got it. And we'll bring you right over to the Archimedes field, where we've got 1197, the Torbots, right at the top of the rankings on the Red Alliance.
Robots doing algae and autonomous 9576. Loretto Lightning also doing algae during the auto. 62-55, Blue Alliance takes the lead as we go into the teleoperated phase. Mort now grabbing algae out of the Red Alliance reef and placing it into their processor, while 1197 Torbots, they place it directly in the barge. We have cooperation already. Our level is 3 to get that coral ranking point. Mort now done with their algae. They come over and they grab some coral. They place it down on level 1. Interesting strategy here. Red Alliance likely has split up the duties on which robot has to do which level. Mort has been assigned down low. 604 Quicksilver, they're back at their loading station. They have a ginormous intake there. Human player just has to shove that coral right out of the coral station, and the robot just has to be in the general vicinity to be able to grab that coral. Here comes 3620 Average Joe's. They have a coral. They're going down level 3. Red Alliance has completed, or Blue Alliance has completed 2 of the 3 required levels. They have the lead, 167 to 147 with about a minute to go. No defense so far. This is an all brute force offense match. .95-76 Loretto Lightning going up high again with that algae. They go a little bit wide to the left. It goes out of the field, and the field staff has to introduce that right back in. 95-76 grabs another one, place it up there. That one bounces down too. 200 to 176 with 20 seconds to go. Blue has the lead as we go into the end game. Mort coming over here, getting lined up. 9 seconds to go. 2106, can they do a quick climb? They're not. 3, 2, 1. So Red Alliance has 2 robots that have climbed on deep cages. 2601, they're apart. 3620, they grabbed a hold of a deep cage and they are on top of an algae. That's problematic. And 604 is already touching the carpet. And here's your score of match 97. Blue Alliance takes the win. 232 to 216. Was a clean match, no penalties. Blue Alliance received all 6 ranking points. Both alliances received the Coral ranking point. With that one, 604, they came in ranked number 8. They scoot up to rank number 7.
Maximum ranking points and the cooperation there for both alliances. But Blue taking the win, vaulting 604 up one entire spot.
One entire spot. Torbots 1197. They were 3 going into that match. They come out 6, so still just a hair above 604.
But both of them getting that co-op and those bonus ranking points, that means that as other teams drop, you know, they have kept pace as well as they can, given a match where one alliance has to take that L, has to drop 3 ranking points. Although it's still better than if you tie for you in the aggregate.
Yeah, unfortunately with a tie, everyone loses in the ranking point game. Everyone walks away disappointed whenever
everybody
you
certainly
tie.
walks away disappointed. This year, interestingly, because they've gone to the 3 ranking points for the win, when you get a tie, each of you only gets 1 ranking point, so a ranking point each just disappears into nowhere.
Into neither.
Interesting to see if they'll maintain the 3 ranking point split or if they'll go to more bonus ranking points in the future.
On the Newton field, though, we've got the number 1 versus the number 2 seed. We've talked about it a little bit. We'll recap it after. Let's see what happens in this match and who will be reigning leader of the Newton division.
On the Red Alliance side, we've got 65 in favor of Blue right now. Madtown on that side, and 44 Red. Both sides will pick up a ranking point. Ranking points, of course, very important. 3 of them available to the winner, and we'll see who's going to pick that up. Take a look at the barge right now on the Blue Alliance side. It is getting very, very crowded, and 422 just handed Blue Alliance an opportunity, but they'll make that one off the back of the rim. 63 26-35. Lake Monsters trying to become a problem for the Blue Alliance as they move into a defensive posture, trying to slow them down. They've got 50 points on the Red Alliance, and let's see if they can make a difference. 422 coming up now, scoring on level 2. Their alliance partner, Sessi Sinai Megazord, scoring on level 1. Blue Alliance currently sitting with 173 on their way to 200. The top row is now complete on the Blue Alliance side. And let's see about the next row down. Cooperation, not a factor. Blue Alliance could activate cooperation. They must believe they don't need it during the course of this match. They've got 1 minute to go to be able to fill up that reef. They are definitely well on their way to do so. They've got it now. All 4 rows filled in. Red Alliance, they've got 3 out of 4 filled in, working on level 1 right now. We'll see if they can get that done. And turning back to level 4, there's a lot of points up there in level 4 yet to be filled in on the Red Alliance side. They're working on that ranking point, see if they can get that done. And there it is. So both sides picking up that ranking point. They've each got 2 in the bag right now. 422 picking up again off the ground. And let's see if they can get that scored up there on level 3, which they will. 241 on the board right now. 243, we're going a little bit higher with those Coral getting placed onto level 1. There's not much room left on level 1 at this point. And let's see if 1778 can get in deep climb position here with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that is going to be it. That is a huge result here on the Newton division. Blue Alliance with 2 robots deep climb and 1 in the parking position. Same situation for the Red Alliance. 251 points so far on the board for the Blue Alliance, 180 for Red. We'll have your official results up here in just a moment.
Very high score there from that Blue Alliance, able to go to Algae early. And we saw that 1323 didn't score on any branches after autonomous mode.
Yeah, some might say they can't. We only saw them score L1 and do Algae. I'm not convinced their robot was, no, I'm kidding. I think that strategically they knew they didn't want to get the cooperation bonus, so they needed to score on all levels, and so they prioritized scoring early on the lowest level.
And we saw how much pressure that was on MechTech Dragons. Right out of auto, they started putting a couple Algae into the net, but they had to switch and get that coral to secure the coral ranking point, because they just barely got 7 up on that L4. It's just so many pieces to do when your opponents in that match say, we don't actually care about the competition, the tiebreaker there. We're going to make you prove it. Can you get 28 pieces on the reef? Or
So-
the whole reef structure.
Yeah, so we saw the score of the results. Huge score, 277. Not the high score for this division, but really more important takeaway from this match is 1323 moved up into the number 1 seed, and 422, the MechTech Dragons moved all the way down to 4th behind Jack in the Bot and Livonia Warriors.
1323 showing out. You really, in a match like that, it is crucial that you get all 6 ranking points. Even if you are intentionally not getting the cooperation bonus, 1778 doesn't have a climb, so they had to have their partners, 5468 Chaos Theory with a very reliable climb. Make sure that you secure that so that we are guaranteed to get that barge ranking point.
So that was the 7th match that these teams have played. So we have 3 more matches for each one of them. So still a lot of opportunity for things to get shooken up. We're going to go over to the Milstein field for qualification match number 87. This one's going to feature the number 1 seed in this division. That's 118, the Robonauts, who are currently carrying a perfect record right now. They're up against Clockwork, 43-22, 90-24 Callister, and the 11th ranked team, 29-76, the Spartan Bots. Taking a look at the top 10 rankings in Milstein, behind 118 is Team 254, the Cheesy Poofs, who are down with 1 loss. That loss was from 118, and otherwise a pretty great record and putting up some phenomenal points. This match is live, so let's tune in and see what happens.
Up high, Robonauts putting an Algae up in the barge. That's a new one. Up they go again and in. That's another score for the Blue Alliance in that barge. It's going to be a 51-25 score as drivers take control of their machines. Here comes the Blue Alliance's 118. The Robonauts from right here in Houston feeding 1. Now 2 Algae into that processor, completing the Blue Alliance's part of the cooperation bonus. Looks like Robonauts are focusing on Algae in this match and letting their 2 partners, both of whom are from Israel, focus on Coral early on in this match. Robonauts going over now to practice stealing Algae from the Red Alliance. Up they go, carefully maneuvering around 2976. There goes 118, feeding another one in to that processor. That lowers our threshold for the Coral ranking point from 4 levels to 3. Meanwhile, Clockwork over on the red side of the field, working exclusively on levels 2 and 3. No Coral scored at level 4 for our Red Alliance, who now trails 147-77. Clockwork going back for another score, starting to fill up that 3rd level. Over on the blue side of the field, the reef is quickly filling up, just a few pegs open, most of which are down at level 2. Robonauts and both of their alliance partners, that's Cinderella and Team Sycamore, quickly scoring Coral. We're up to 192 points now on our Blue Alliance with just over 45 seconds left to go. Should be a high score from our Blue Alliance as the Robonauts begin working on Algae again. Clockworks continuing to score all by themselves over here on the red side of the field. Looks like they've almost filled level 3, and now they're starting to work on level 2. 211 to 101, under 30 seconds left to go. We're about to enter the end game portion of match number 87. Robots heading back to their barge zone, looking to get up and hang from their deep barges. Here comes Cinderella, 1942, trying to hook up. Robonauts are already up. See if Sycamore can get off the ground. They do. Triple hang by our Blue Alliance. as time expires on match number 87.
So 56-14 working well there with 118. Looks like they're going to maintain that #1 seed for the Robonauts. But we are moving straight over to the Newton division where we're watching the #2 seed, 28-32 Livonia Warriors from Michigan, trying to maintain that. They are on the Blue Alliance here.
Come away from that, they can. They get one into the processor. Can they pick up another one and score it? Nope, they're going to go and get some coral. 4909 hitting with a corner, getting lined up, seeing if they can score somewhere on the Red Alliance. Looking on the level 3 for them. And coral, algae coming out, 1825. Cyborgs making some room, going up to level 4. Over on the Blue Alliance side, all the algae is out. And Age Robotic is looking to move some of that algae up into the barge for the Blue Alliance. Another level 4 score there for the Blue Alliance. And Livonia Warriors coming back now, looking at level 2 as they've got 2 rows completed over there on the Blue Alliance side. Red Alliance looking to finish up another row there as they're working on level 3 and level 2 at the same time. One more algae left in the reef for the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance working very hard there on level 2. They've got 3 out of 4 complete now. And we'll see how they do on level 1, which has proven to be quite challenging here in this competition. There it is, they've got it. So there's a ranking point on the board now for the Blue Alliance in the Coral Reef. Over there on the Red Alliance, still 2 out of 4 rows complete. Working very hard here with 50 seconds remaining to finish up level 2. We'll see if there's enough time for them to get level 2 and level 1 done, or if they'll just focus on level 4 to try and maximize the points out of this match. 64-59, scoring again up into the barge, picking up some more coral, scoring that down on level 1. Not a lot of room down there where they're trying to put that, but we'll see if they do it on the other side, and they do. Well done to them. That sound means it's time to think about the end game. 50-26, trying to latch on, see if they can deep climb. One more score there for Age Robotic up in the barge, and they're heading into the deep right there. Yeah, that's going to be it. So they're going to park, and it looks like we may have 2 robots deep climbing for red. 90-85, not quite off the ground. Of course, that's the referee's decision on that, and we'll have your official results up here in just a moment. And here we go up on the big board. Is it going to be Red or Blue Alliance with the win? It will be Blue Alliance. They're going to come away with those 3 ranking points for the win. And let's see where everything else went. 219 for them, 178 for Red. And they're going to pick up 5 out of 6.
That match showing there how hard it is to maintain a top-ranked position at championships. 28-32, putting up a score of 219 points. They get the auto RP, they get the coral RP. but they only get 6 barge points. All of their robots were parked, and that actually moves them down into the 4th seed position on their field. Newton is just so few dropped ranking points at the top of the table here on Newton.
Yeah, so that drops them down 2 positions, which puts 13-23 Madtown Robotics in the #1 seed after beating MechTech Dragons just a match ago, followed by Jack in the Bot 29-10. Then MechTech Dragons in 3rd at 420. That's Team 422, and then 28-32 the Livonia Warriors. So in the last 2 matches, we've had quite a bit of shakeup in those top 4, but still 3 more matches to play for most of these teams.
We're going to bring you straight over to the Milstein division, where we have one of our reigning champions, Team 321, facing off against 5895, one of the best teams in the Mid-Atlantic region, Petty Robotics.
1468, Hicksville Jaybirds scoring 1 algae up high in autonomous, 34-32. Blue Alliance in the lead. It's going to be a close match here in match number 88. Up goes 58-95. The PD Robotics scoring another algae up there in the Blue Alliance's barge. Coming back around, they're going to drop one in to that processor. Looks like the Red Alliance has already done their part of the cooperation bonus. Blue Alliance needing 1 more through their processor. They just did it. And now each alliance only needs 7 pieces of coral at 3 different levels now in order to get that coral ranking point. 50-89 for the Red Alliance, scoring at level 3. Red already with, looks like 6 coral up on level 4. There goes 321. That's the Robo Lancers out of Philadelphia finishing off that upper level for the Red Alliance. Red started to close in on finishing off levels 2 and 3 and securing that ranking point. Meanwhile, over on the blue side of the field, Petty Robotics heading over, working on lower rungs there on the Blue Alliance reef. Blue with 2 levels finished already. Them and the Jaybirds going back and forth to their feeder station, picking up coral, going back to the reef. 4 now. They are just 3 pieces of coral away from securing that ranking point. 1 going in from PD Robotics. Meanwhile, Red Alliance still with only 1 level completed on their reef, but tons of coral at levels 2 and 3, so they're getting close to being able to secure that ranking point. 137-124 is our score. Just over 30 seconds left to play here in match number 88. PD Robotics missing their attempt there. They're going to go back and try and get another one. They're starting to work on that upper level, trying to cushion their score. Now they have the ranking points, the coral ranking points secured. Almost filling up level 4 there is the 5895 machine. They're going to grab 1 more algae and try and score it. Meanwhile, Red Alliance, only 1 level finish, now 2. Looks like they have enough to get maybe a 3rd too. No, they're missing a few there from level 3. Here goes Chips and Robo Lancers. Robo Lancers get off the ground as time expires on match 88.
Part 2, featuring the Platinum Band, and this time we're gonna get funky. Funky. Everybody clap your hands. Clap, 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 clap your hands. Clap, 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 clap your hands. All right, now, we're gonna do the basic step. To the left. Take it back now, y'all. 1 hop this time. Right foot, let's stomp. Left foot, let's stomp. Cha-cha, real smooth. Turn it out. To the left. Take it back now, y'all. 1 hop this time. Right foot, let's stomp. Left foot, let's stomp. Cha-cha now, y'all. Now it's time to get funky. To the right now. To the left. Take it back now, y'all. 1 hop this time.
All right.
We are going straight over to the Newton division. This is First Champs Live, bringing you live action from all 8 fields here at the First Championship. Check out Team 188. That is Blizzard from Toronto, Ontario. They are currently ranked 6th, looking to maintain that here on the Newton division as we get match results in from that match we just watched on the Milstein division. 5 ranking points for the winners, vaulting 58.95 into the top 8. Only 1 ranking point for the Red Alliance.
Here comes the second one through the processor now for Blue by 10,014. Didn't quite go in there, but they've still got it under control. We'll see if they can put that through and start a competition for both sides. That does make it easier to score a ranking point in the Coral. 24-12. Heading up to level 4. Now going back to the human player, picking up for a level 3 score. And on the blue line side, Team Appreciate taking the shot. It will bounce off of level 2. They'll try again for a level 2 placement, and that will also bounce off. A little bit of extra energy being applied to that scoring there. 188. They do manage to score on level 2. See if they can do it again up on level 4, and that will drop and it will not stick down at level 1. Meanwhile, Red Alliance is ahead 177, but take a look, 24-12, trying to pick up Coral off the ground, unable to pick it up. They will turn to the human player who's going to provide them with access to Coral, which they will score down there on level 1. Cooperation still not activated, very close for Red Alliance to having 3 of those rows complete, but with 35 seconds on the clock, not clear if they can finish up the ranking point in time. It could be, though, you never know. Over there on the blue line side, they've got 3 out of 4, and they are looking to finish it up. They just need maybe 1 more down there on level 1, and they've got it. So Blue Alliance has the ranking point complete. Red Alliance rushing to get that done down there on level 1, scoring in level 2, or on level 2, and here we go. 24-12 coming in, looking to see if they can latch on in the last 8 seconds of the match. Blue Alliance already has 1 robot up in the deep climb. Appreciate right there with them, 188 Blizzard, and Red Alliance has got all 3 robots deep climbing with plenty of time, and Blue Alliance is going to come away with 2 deep climbing robots and 1 parked robot. We will have your official results up here in just a moment.
Turn it out. To the left. Take it back now, y'all. 3 hops this time. Right foot now. Left foot now, y'all. Cha-cha now. Turn it out. Be looking out for part 3. It's gonna be coming to you soon. But right now, we're gonna keep this groove. Here we go. To the right, y'all. To the left. Take it back.
And here we go. Is it going to be red or blue with the win? It's going to be Red Alliance. They're going to come away with this one. And let's see where it shakes down. 242 points. Wow. And with those 242 points and 5 ranking points, that is going to mean upward motion for all the teams on the Red Alliance. Over there on the Blue Alliance, however, 188. Prior to this match, they had been at number 6, and this will drop them into the deep freeze at 15. We'll see if they will stay there. There's still plenty of matches to play here as we approach match number 125 at the end of the day today.
Left foot 2 stumps. Crisscross. Slide to the left. Slide to the right. Let me hear you.
188 there, dropping down to 15th with only 2 ranking points and no cooperation.
Yeah, that's quite punishing.
2 ranking points.
To fall that far out of the top 10 into the mid-teens. Up next, we're going to be going over to the Milstein division. We got qualification match number 89 on the Red Alliance. We're going to be treated to watching 2240 Brute Force, 5572 Robots, and 2720 the Red Watch Robotics. Going against them is 3142 Aperture, 4069 Low Ellen Robotics, and 10021 Green Catholic Golden Gears.
Not let it go in time, but they're set up in a great spot as we begin the driver control portion of match number 89. 41-35, Red Alliance in the lead. 55-72, the Robots scoring a Coral, clearing some algae. Red Alliance quickly clearing out most of the algae from their reef. Here comes 2240, Brute Force. Missing their latest algae attempt, bounces back onto the red side of the field, but still creates some more scoring opportunities on that Red Alliance reef. Red now leading 69-57 with 1:40 left to play. 31-42, trying to score a Coral up at level 4. It goes up and on. Meanwhile, Low Ellen scoring 1 at level 3. Looks like Blue Alliance is starting to split some of the responsibility for that reef with 4069 scoring on the lower levels, while Aperture takes care of level 4. 89-86, Blue Alliance now leading. Blue with half of the levels completed in order to get the Coral ranking point. Up goes Brute Force, another algae miss This one goes over onto the blue side of the field. They're going to try it again. This one stays. That'll be a 4-point score, which ties this match at 100 points. Under 60 seconds left to play. This one's starting to go back and forth. Blue scores coral, red scores coral. Barges banging around like wind chimes here on the Milstein field. Meanwhile, 10-0-2-1, scoring another coral at level 2. Blue Alliance quickly filling up their reef. Only a few more bags open, 1 at level 3 and about 5 at level 2. None scored at level 1 though, which is going to make getting that ranking point very difficult. Red Alliance starting to fall behind now. It's 133-117, 20 seconds left in match 89. That sound means we are in the endgame portion of the match. Parts flying off of robots over here. Here comes Red Watch Robotics. Our team out of Medford, New Jersey, trying to get aligned onto their barge, but it's swinging around, blowing in the wind here. Meanwhile, we have one blue robot off the ground. A second one gets off the ground right as the buzzer rings on match 89.
Up next, we're going to be checking out the Newton Field where we have the 10th and 18th ranked teams playing together on the Red Alliance. In this Newton Field, the difference between winning a match and a losing match is enough to send you from the 7th seeded position to the 19th seeded position. These teams are packed in really, really tight. So in the last 3 matches for each of these teams, every win is going to matter and is going to see some major shifts in these rankings. So
I love watching 148 do those layups into that net. That is fantastic. They're stealing from the reef.
Continue to do it while they can, unimpeded when there's an opportunity. 108 also taking that shot. That bounces wide, and we'll see if we'll pick that up and get that into the algae, into the barge later on. Cooperation is happening here for the Red and Blue Alliance. They are both working on that. We've seen the algae go through the processor. Completed for the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance has 1 through. We'll see if they can pick up 1 more. Red Alliance already has 2 out of 4 rows complete as they work their way towards a ranking point, if they can score that. Oh, and there's a bounce out there for Red Alliance. But that will activate cooperation, making it easier for both sides to pick up that ranking point. Working on level 1, we've got 6665 Sea Otters. See if they can score another one down there on level 1 and complete a row for the Red Alliance. They're getting very close to that down there, and up on the top, level 4, they need 1 more up there to get that done. So they're working on that. It's getting there, and I think that they may have finished up 1 row there for Blue Alliance just in that last pass down at level 1. Here comes some more algae coming out. 294, clearing it up, making some room on level 3. Red Alliance nearly complete now. They've earned their ranking point. Looking to fill up level 2 right now, and there goes, oh, another bounce out for Red Alliance as they attempt to get more algae into that barge. Here comes 148, looking to score that at level 3. Approaching 200 points now for the Red Alliance to see if they can get that done before they head into the barges. Looking at a level 4 position here for 868. 108 will drop that coral and head to the barge. We've got now 7 seconds remaining. Let's see if 5124 West Torrance can make it to parking position, and they can. Red Alliance has all 3 robots in the deep climbing position at the moment. And over there on the Blue Alliance, Sea Otters may have been deep climbing. It's going to be up to the referees to determine if they were off the ground long enough. We'll have your official results up here in just a moment. And here we go up on the big board. Is it going to be red or blue with the win? And it's going to be Red Alliance. They're going to come away with a win here. And let's take a look and see how the scores were distributed. 232 points at the end, and it's going to be 6 ranked.
This is First Champs Live, and we're going to take you straight to the Milstein division for qualification match number 90, where the 5th ranked team, 5940 Bread, is having to go up against a tough opponent, 4467, the Titanium Titans, and 58, the Riot Crew.
It's going to be a 58-27 lead for the Red Alliance as we begin the driver control portion of match number 90. 44-67, the Titanium Titans, our team from Pennsylvania, feeding algae into that processor on the Blue Alliance side of the field. Red Alliance doing the same. Here comes Bread with some algae in their possession, trying to reach up and score. Up and in it goes. That's another 4 points for the 5940 machine. They quickly grab some coral as the Red Alliance has what looks to be 11 pieces of coral scored at level 4. That gives them a 134-101 lead here, and 2 of 3 levels completed towards that coral ranking point. Here comes 44-67 again. Titanium Titans trying to score more algae up and into the barge, but it bounces off. Meanwhile, Blue Alliance has 1 of 3 levels completed towards that coral ranking point as they are starting to work on level 2, quickly filling it up. A 5th one being scored, 2 more away from having a 3rd level and that ranking point. Here comes Riot Crew, 58, the team out of Maine, scoring another one. Looks like that's going to be enough to secure at least 1 ranking point for our Blue Alliance out of this match. Meanwhile, Bread over on the red side of the field, 5940 quickly picking up coral, scoring it on the reef, grabbing another one. It looks like the Red Alliance's reef almost completely full except for a couple of pegs. 191-159 is our score. 35 seconds left to go. Lots of algae being scored in this match. We haven't even encountered the end game part of the match yet, and our score is about to cross the 200-point mark. 22 seconds left to go here. Blue Alliance starting to close the gap. 173-200. Red Alliance leads now. 15 seconds left to go. We have 1, 2, 3 blue robots off the ground. None for the Red Alliance yet. As Red Alert goes over to steal some algae, they drop it to come back to park as nobody on the Red Alliance is off the ground yet. 1 second, and that is the buzzer on match number 90.
All right, we're going over to Mutant match number 90. We got the number 5 seed in blue, team 9072.
It's a beautiful ballet as they move in and out and back and forth to try and add additional score. And this is going to leave us a 33-23 at the start of the teleoperated period. 930 scoring up on level 4. Oh no, 9072 had their grip, their tiger claws in algae, and they dropped it, but they picked up another one. Let's see if they can get that scored now and just whoop, drop it right in. So there's 3 algae up there on the Blue Alliance side right now. We'll see how far they push that as they approach the score of the Red Alliance. Another 8 just added to the total, getting them within striking distance, 64-63. This is anyone's match at this point, as both sides are working to get themselves ranking points and to win the match and to show the other teams how great they are when it comes to alliance selection tomorrow. One of those teams that could be choosing is Tigerbots over there on the Blue Line side. They're currently ranked number 5, looking to hang on to that position, maybe go up a little bit with a win here. Blue Alliance now slightly ahead, 187. That could be gobbled up in just a moment by Red Alliance. 69-96. Team qualified, looking to slow down Blue Alliance scoring, providing Red Alliance with an opportunity as we get within 10 points here, a little shorter than that, 5, now 9, 8. We'll see how it goes as we roll along in the last 45 seconds of the match, and out comes the last, almost the last of the algae, and it's going to go in from 343 up on the Red Alliance. Another 4 points for them. 37 seconds on the clock, 343 picking up more algae off the floor, trying to get another 4 points for Red, and they do it. 2 rows complete now for Red and Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance looking now to see if they can get a 3rd row complete down there on level 2. Tigerbots heading in to see if they can latch on and go deep climbing. And 930 looking to do the same. They've deployed their climber. We'll see if they can climb over there on the Blue Alliance side. Right there behind them, though, 9 points separating these things. So the positions, the final positions here is going to make a big difference. 15:02 trying to close up the gap. Let's see if they can get there in time. Oh, not enough time for them to make it in to parking position. And look at 90-72, barely hanging on there. We'll have your official results up in just a moment. And here he goes. Is it going to be red or blue in this very close match? It's going to be Blue Alliance. But this looks like a couple of points. Wow, only 3 points separating these teams. Where are they? This is clean play. Barge for red, algae for red. But look at the coral. Coral's going to make the difference here. And they're going to come away with a win for the Blue Alliance side. This means stability for 90-72, those 5 ranking points. Their alliance partners are going to draft up in the water column with them, with those 5 ranking points. Over there on the Red Alliance side, though, 2 ranking points and 151 points, not quite enough for them to hang on. They're going to drop a little bit down into the darker waters. We'll see if they can climb up before the end of competition here today.
Welcome back to the desk, Karthik.
Hi. This is great. I had a good Korean rice bowl for lunch, so I'm ready to go now.
Excellent, excellent. Well, we've got lots of great matches coming up. We're going to be going over to Milstein next, but before we do, let's check in with the top 10 that we have going on here. Leading the pack is one of the 2 teams with a perfect score still.
Team 118, the Robotics, they have been hitting on all notes, and they're going to, if they hold this, they're going to have a choice to make. 254, bread, or 7407 wired boars.
Yeah. Our team in number 2, 254, the Cheesy Poof. So if 118 does stumble, the Cheesy Poofs are going to bump up into that top position. I think there's some compelling arguments. Would they go with a team who's lives just down the street from them, that they practice with a few times? That's 5904 bread. Or would they go with 118, the Robonauts, who used to be a shared sponsor of NASA?
Oh, that's right.
A lot of history there.
It's a 3-way dance right there. I mean, I'm not underselling teams like 2337, 7407, but I think that tier is kind of separate itself.
And 7407, the wired boars are actually going to be featured in our next match. This presents kind of an interesting opportunity because if they stay in this high position, they really get their pick of whoever they want in the division, but there's a long way that they could fall because they are tightly packed in this division. If you lost 3 ranking points from losing a match, you might fall all the way down outside of the top 10 right now.
Yeah, and even if they just get 5 here, they're going to drop down to 4th or 5th. So we keep saying it, every RP matters at this point. But 7407, they've been doing a good job of controlling the matches that they have, making sure that they get their co-ops, although they have missed a couple. So they aren't perfect on co-op like 118 and 254 are.
Yeah, and that's one of the challenges. To be perfect, what we've seen is you actually have to take matters into your own hands and go to the other side of the field and score algae. We saw it in the last 2 118 matches that we watched where they had to take over that. Their partners are unwilling to help them get those co-op points.
Yeah, it's very cooperative doing the co-op on your own. But hey, we're going to start this match right now. Autonomous mode is going. 7407 hits their first piece and their second piece. Enjoy the action.
Can they get a third? They do. And now makes it 3 coral up at level 4 for our Red Alliance, who's going to take a 30-13 lead at the start of driver control. Over onto the blue side of the field, 2980. That's the Whidbey Island Wildcats. Looks like their elevator is stuck up in the air, having a hard time getting it lowered down. They're going to head over to play some defense on the red side of the field while their partners take over scoring. Over on the red side of the field, 80-20. That's Cyberpunk, our team from Chinese Taipei, zooming around the field, almost tipping themselves over as they're trying to clear algae off of that Red Alliance reef. Their partner, the Wired Boars from Wallingford, Connecticut, coming in, scoring some coral at level 3. Red Alliance already with 1 level completed towards that coral ranking point, and quickly making work of that 3rd level over on the Red Alliance reef. Blue Alliance scoring slowed down quite a bit with 2980, had a commission. Here comes 54-54 reaching up, but their coral goes up and over. Looks like it lands on level 1. Meanwhile, 6806, the Mineola Wild Reds. Coral was in their possession. Looks like they're trying to find a place to score it there on the 2nd level of the Blue Alliance reef. 83-47, under a minute left to go. Here comes the Wired Boars trying to score coral down up at level 3. Their partner now coming in. They're going to work on level 2. Red Alliance with 2 levels completed now. That's level 4 and level 3. Starting to work on level 2. Already 5 coral scored, 2 more, and they'll have 3 completed levels. Not sure they're going to have enough time to get a 4th as we are in the final 30 seconds of match number 91. 99-65 is our score with less than 30 seconds left to play. That sound means we are in the endgame portion of match number 91. Robots starting to position themselves for barge climbs here. Here comes Wired Boars trying to get hooked onto that deep barge for the Red Alliance. Cyberpunk doing the same for the Red Alliance. 2 red robots off the ground as time expires on match number 91. All right, scores for match number 91 coming up on the screen. And it's going to be the Red Alliance winning this one. Final score, 148-77. Red Alliance getting 5 ranking points for match 91.
So like we talked about there, Mason, 7407 plays a solid match, but the Coral RP is very hard without co-op.
Right.
Don't get co-op, don't get the Coral RP, and then drop to 5th spot.
Right, especially challenging here at championships where they changed the rules, so you had to score a little bit more, and they were shy by quite a few, and just didn't have time to go off and try to chase the co-op in that match.
That's kind of like the triple whammy there. So they don't get all the RPs, they don't get the co-op, and then they drop. So it's like co-op is so important at this point. Remember early on in the season where like everyone was ignoring it?
Yeah.
Here at the championship, everyone is like all in on it.
Yeah, it's not just about win losses. I mean, that's what's crazy. They won the match and they dropped 2 in the rankings, and every position matters whenever it comes to trying to put together your playoff alliance. Having that positioning power to be at the 2nd or 3rd alliance captain is huge in this game.
Yeah, no, it makes a huge difference right there, especially in that division where they were in the driver's seat to get one of 118, 254, 54, 59, 40. A lot of stuff can change, but
yeah, so we've got about 4 hours left, 4.5 hours left of qualification matches. Everyone's pretty much played 7 matches. We're starting to see the first few folks play their 8 matches. So we're coming into that final stretch where teams have 2 to 3 matches left. I mean, this is really where we see those big swings. You know, we kind of know who's going to be in the top 15 at this point, but it's still very dynamic who's going to be Alliance captains.
Super volatile. Hey, while this is going on, we got a match going on the Hopper Field, match number 91 in progress. Let's take a look at the action.
into the barge as well as score a coral all in one fluid motion. A fast scoring machine here out of St. Paul. Their teammates on the near side, that's Merge Robotics 2706. Working up high, another level 4 score for the Red Alliance. Red Alliance starting to fill up level 4 of this reef. Each one of those worth 5 points apiece here in the teleoperated period of play. Just over 1 minute remaining in this match. 91-94. Score keeps flipping back and forth. Far too close to count here with 1 minute left to go. Both alliances with one level towards that ranking point. No co-op engaged here, so they will need all 4 if they want to get the coral ranking point. 4 machines in the blue side of the field, again with that one defense bot. Carachal Robotics continuing to mix it up with all 3 blue teams. That one was 38-82. They managed to make their way around the near side of the field, and now some trouble here from the team out of Istanbul, Turkey. Beached up a bit on some algae in the blue territory here, and no one from red allowed to come over to that side of the field to help them. We'll see if team number 9545 can get themselves unstuck from this situation in the final 20 seconds of play. Their teammates have gotten the lead here, 148-145, and this is too close to call, coming down to the climbs here at midfield. We'll see who can get off the ground with 7 seconds left in play. Here comes the Blue Alliance, 1 red robot up in the air, and time runs out here in match number 91. A close game here, and we'll see how our barge points affect the outcome of this match. Those scores coming up in just a moment.
Over there. We got a really big match happening on the Milstein field. We got Team 254, the number 2 seed, up against 2137 in blue, the number 9 seed. 254 is trying to find a way to catch 118. Gonna need some help to do it, but they also need to get 6 RP right here in this match.
Let's start match number 92. Drivers behind the lines. They have 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, we are underway here in match number 92. Cheesy Poofs hitting their first coral. That's 1. A quick second. They're back for a 3rd. Can they get a 4th? 4 goes on, but bounces off and into the robot. Could spell trouble for our Red Alliance. 54-47 is our score. Cheesy Poofs quickly score an algae up and into that Red Alliance barge. Meanwhile, Oxford Wirecats, RoboCats, sorry, missing their algae attempt, bounces in and out of that Blue Alliance barge. Looks like the Cheesy Poof machine sitting idle there, trying to clear that coral from their robot. Running out of algae to play. 1 more left there on the field. 80-65. Blue Alliance now in the lead against a very high-powered Red Alliance. Very surprising result early on here in match number 92. As here come the RoboCats, the 2137 machine zooming around, finishing off level 4 for our Blue Alliance, who now pushes their lead to 98-70. Under a minute and a half left to go. Green machine almost pushing the RoboCats over there on the blue side of the field, demonstrating that fierce defense they've been playing all weekend here on the Milstein field. Here comes the RoboCats heading back to the feeder station again, getting a little bit of a traffic problem as 1816 goes in there and slows down both 8429 and the RoboCats. RoboCats and their partner scoring 1-2 back to the feeder station, getting in each other's way again. Here comes Green Machine to trap them again. 128-80 now. Blue Alliance starting to run away with this one. 43 seconds left to play. Cheesy Poof sitting dead on the red side of the field. Texas Torque, the only robot operating on that red side of the field, going back and forth, running cycles from their feeder station, trying to catch this Red Alliance up. 27 seconds left to go. Here comes 8429 coming around, trying to score on some of those lower levels on the Blue Alliance reef. RoboCats coming in, dropping another coral at level 3. That's gonna almost finish level 3, but Blue Alliance bailing out to go climb on their barges. 957's already off the ground. RoboCats are off the ground now. Here comes Valence trying to get off the ground as well. Looks like they're gonna settle for a park as time expires on match number 92.
Folks, expect the unexpected at the first championship. Spoiler alert there, that was shocking. Team 254 gets a piece of coral stuck in their robot, and then they E-stop, and it looks like they only got 1 RP there?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a rough go for any team, but for a team that's seeded second in a division with the reputation that 254 has, that is a rough match. Now, it looks like they E-stopped. We were able to see through the FMS, but the reason that they E-stopped is probably because they felt like something was going to break if they didn't.
Yeah.
And so they were probably conserving the robot in a way. So I hope that it's okay. This is what the pit crew is for, right?
Yep. But that opens this up. Here's the final score right there. We can see it, 187 to 114.
Yep.
One ranking point, and 254 drops down to 6th spot.
Yeah, that's tough.
That, 21 on the other side, Blue Alliance did what they needed to do, got 5 RP, 2137 moves up a little bit, but man, we're a little shocked right now.
Yeah.
But 254 having chaos there. You know what happened about 15 minutes before? The kid with the skull on the stick was here.
That is true. Oh my goodness. This was for the plot.
Oh my goodness.
This was for
Izzy,
the plot.
Oh.
Wow.
Stay away.
Wow. Wow, full circle moment.
At some point we gotta stop with this, man. This curse and this voodoo stuff, this isn't cool. What did they do to deserve that?
Yeah.
To be fair, it's their mascot, right?
Their mascot is a voodoo curse?
I mean, they're in Michigan all the time and nothing bad happens there.
Well, specifically against 254, though. Like, specifically against them.
I need a helmet, because the algae's going to come flying
Yeah, it is going to come flying. So 254, if you're watching, you might want to take this up with our what's our team name?
9401, Midas, Mayhem.
Midas, yeah. You might want to take this up with them.
Voodoo curse team.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to start drama, though, so do not do anything I say.
You don't need to. It's already happened. Up next, we're going to take a real quick look at a replay here. We took a recording of Newton match number 92. This was 29-10 in one of their matches. We're going to play it right now at 1x speed for now. We started just after Autonomous. You can see 29-10 completed their standard 4-tube auto.
I'm laughing because they have 70 points after auto.
Yeah, yeah. You know, the standard number of points you get after auto, right? Yeah. So they're going to start off by trying to get the algae into the processor for co-op here. They miss on that first one, but they know they have partners that can get enough coral up onto the reef to keep them competitive here and keep going. Blue Alliance here, they're fighting from behind from the start, right? So they're just trying to get as much coral up and get as many RPs as they can here. Well, up here on red now, getting an algae into the processor. We've got 2910 going back to doing some coral.
Blue Alliance trying to play defense. Doesn't particularly look to be slowing down the Red Alliance right now. But Blue Alliance, it is scoring as much as they can over on the other side of the field, but it's just not enough to keep up with the Red Alliance at this point. They already have 2 out of the 4 levels available. Looks like they may or may not try to get the co-op at some point, but it doesn't really matter if they get the co-op. It only matters for that tiebreaker rank because they're going to get the coral RP. They don't need the co-op to bring that down to 3 levels. They have plenty of time.
Yeah. Well, it's starting to get a little close right now, 30 seconds and no L1.
Yep.
They can't
and
score quick.
Now the co-op has come through, so they've got that coral RP.
And again, we're going to bring it close to the end of the match here, and then we're going to say down to 1x speed, 6, 5, 4, and with 3 seconds left, instantly they climb back onto the barge there, just like 2910 always does.
Always.
Super fast climb.
Yep.
Very impressive to see. They ended up getting all the rank points from that match. So they're, I don't know their exact rank right now, but they're still hanging.
They are in second.
Number 2. All right, there you go. Madtown 1, 2910, number 2.
2 RPs behind Madtown.
Yeah.
So 2910 took a loss, and so they lost 3 right there. Madtown lost 1 on that weird auto mode.
Yep. I think a lot of people kind of expected this to happen. Yesterday afternoon, we weren't really sure if that was going to be the case. Neither of these teams were in the top, but things are starting to shake out in the way sort of the hive mind sort of predicted before we started off.
It's interesting right now. It's will this stay in this zone right now, or otherwise is this the? Of course, at the end of the day, 13-23 plays 29.
And I believe it is
10.
it's like match 108 or something. It's very, very close to the end of the day. So that'll really determine what's going to happen with the final rankings in this Newton division.
And we will be showing you that match. We are not skipping that match for anything.
No, not for anything.
And what we have to think about there is there a scenario in that match where one team beats the other and then another team could slide in into, you know? So right now, everything seems fine, but you have to stay clean until that match.
Yep.
That loss that 422 took earlier really changed things at this division.
Yeah. It was a significant drop. They went down from first. Now they're all the way down in third, and they're way behind the 8 ball right now. We're getting ready over here. We're going to throw it over to Johnson. This is Johnson match number 93. We got the number 8 seed, 33-14. They're the Mechanical Mustangs on the Blue Alliance here. You know, there's the Johnson rankings we have here. 16-19, currently ranked 1. 33-14 in this match. It's also undefeated, but they're ranked 8th. Undefeated and a ranked 8th. That's like
the 6 RP game, man.
Yeah.
The 6 RP game.
It's the life we live in right now, right? But even with a draw, a tie, they're about 10 RP behind the number 1 seed. Probably going to be nearly impossible to get all the way to the top, but they can move their way up and be able to decide their own destiny.
Also, notice that Orbit is right there. If they pick up 6 in their next match, they're going to be tied, and they'll have to call up an advantage, so they'll move into number 1.
Yeah. All right. Excellent. Well, we're just about ready here. Looks like they're pointing around at the field, getting ready for the match. We'll send it down to the Johnson field for this match.
Drivers behind the line, and we're starting in 3, 2, 1, dive!
All right, here we go. Match number 93 underway. 5 of the 6 robots. Now all 6 of them moving in autonomous. Coral being scored by both alliances. So both alliances going to get that ranking point for their performance in autonomous. We enter into teleoperator mode now. Drivers have control of the robots. Everybody's still moving here on Johnson. Early advantage to the Blue Alliance, but only by 2 points. So it's nip and tuck right here in the early goings of this match as we just barely go under 2 minutes. One blue robot over on the red side of the field playing some defense. That's Longwood Robo, the Robo Lions. And they are doing a pretty good job getting in way of those red robots as they're trying to pick up the coral. Forcing them to go to the other load station. Now chasing them, that I-team, that I-Learn team is all over the red teams. And so far that strategy seems to be working, about a 20-point lead for the Blue Alliance. 2 blue robots playing unimpeded offense over on their side of the field. And like I said, they've got almost a 20-point lead. Score up at level 4 for the Blue Alliance by Tech Bikes. Another score by their partner, Mechanical Mustangs, as well. Level 3 by the Mustangs. Level 2 was actually missed there by the Tech Bikes. But the lead is now been flip-flop, and red has caught up, and they have surpassed them. But now blue going back into the lead. So it's flip-flopped, and now it flip-flopped again and again. So now it's 136 to 133. So this is just going back and forth here with 22 seconds remaining in this match. We're entering into the end game. You got one red robot already trying to hang, one blue one trying to get in position to do so. But it is close here at the end, and I think this end game and the Bard scoring at the very end is going to pick our winner here. We got 5 seconds to go. Let's see what happens. 3 seconds, 2, 1. All 3 red robots trying to hang. Referees will tell us if those are going to count. 2 of the 3 blue robots trying to hang. It was close at the end. Let's see if that makes the difference. Remember, our number 9 seeded team was over on the Blue Alliance. We got a score coming up. Let's see how it ended up. The Red Alliance took the match. So they won it by 2 points, very close. It was that Bard scoring at the end that won it for them. As you can see, they got 36 points, meaning all 3 of their robots counted for hanging. 26 barge points went to the Blue Alliance, which means 2 of the 3 were in the air, 1 was parked. 12 points for a hang, 2 points for parking. So that made the difference. It was that end game. And
2-point match there.
Yeah, 33-14 only gets 2 rank points, but maintains
the 9th seed. Something there doesn't seem right to me.
Here, I'll figure it out. You
okay,
guys,
good.
You guys talk.
Karthik, the data man. We got people for that. But yes, real close, 2-point match. And we are seeing rankings start to shake out here. You know, every time now, as long as you're scoring about what your average is, this is how math works, you stay in about the same place.
Okay.
That was crazy.
That's good. That's awesome. You're the teacher. I don't know.
So,
yeah, right?
So what happened there, they dropped from 5.14 to 4.75, but the next one below was 4.71.
Yes.
So it was just like there was a significant gap in there that allowed them to stay where they were with
that
2.
makes sense. And, you know, as teams have played more matches, your average changes a little bit less every time you play one.
Yeah.
So
the standings are going to be a little bit less, like OPR, a little bit less volatile now.
Yeah.
I was a math teacher. You can trust me on this.
Well, we're heading down to Milstein for match number 94. It's live here on the screen. We've got the Engine Nerds, who are currently ranked 22nd, have a great robot, and they're partnered with another Michigan team, the 2 seed, 910, the Foley Freeze.
But they're also partnered with one of my favorite Texas teams, 2881, the Lady Cans.
Cans reaching up, looking to score another level 4 coral for the Red Alliance. Engine Nerds having some problems clearing algae off of the Red Alliance's reef. Now almost high centering themselves. Looks like they did beach themselves on some algae here on the back side of the field. Over on the blue side of the field, Blue taking the lead back, 115 to 96 now as Blue Cheese looking to score another level 4 coral for the Blue Alliance. Looks like that's going to finish all 12 off. So level 4 completely filled for the Blue Alliance, who now leads 136 to 103. Looks like 23-37 frees themselves up. They're heading back and running coral cycles now, scoring exclusively at level 2. Red Alliance with 1 level complete. No cooperation finished right now by the Red Alliance, which means both alliances have to do 4 levels until more algae gets scored through that processor. Here comes Blue Cheese. They score another coral, heading back to their feeder station. Meanwhile, their partner, the Hackbots, reaching up, scoring another algae up high. That's another 4 points for our Blue Alliance, who now leads 176 to 137. Here comes Brainstem Robotics. They score another algae up high as both blue robots work an algae in the final 40 seconds of the match. Brainstem coming around again, dropping off another algae into that barge. Here comes the Engine Nerds. More coral in their possession. Zooming around. Now they have some algae. Looks like they're going to head over and feed that through the processor. Should be enough to get the processor going and get the cooperation bonus, but it looks like Brainstem may have jammed it up over there. 9 seconds left to go. A little bit of fumbling going on there by both alliances. 204-143 is our score with 3 seconds left. All 3 blue robots are off the ground as time runs out on match 94.
And we're off to the Newton division. We're going to look at the number 3 seed, Team 422. They were number 1 for a long time, took a loss. They're going to try and claw their way back up. They're going to break up 13-23 and 29-10.
From the coral reef by both sides. And 17-10 looking to score, not quite taking that shot, but they will do it now. 51 points on the board, 47 for red. This is very close at the conclusion of the autonomous period as we move into tele-operated. 17-10 took the shot, it bounced out, went out of play, bounced off the scoring tablet and went right back into play. There's an over-the-top 10-5-23 Singularity shooting that algae straight into the red alliance side of the field. 422, a little bit less energy. Mech Tech Dragons sitting there at number 3. They really want 6 ranking points out of this match, and we'll see if they can pick them up. Right now, Red Alliance does have the advantage. And we will see if 3008 can slow down the Red Alliance. 3008 trying to play some defense, almost getting hung up on algae along the driver's station wall on the Red Alliance side. Meanwhile, Blue Alliance, 2 robots scoring, looking to go and pick up all the coral off the floor, get the algae out of the way, get the coral up onto the Alliance, up onto the Alliance's coral reef. Currently, Cooperation not in play, and so it's a furious dash to fill up that reef as fast as possible because they've got to get 7 times 4 equals 28 coral scored, 7 on each of the rows. Red Alliance has 3 out of 4 of those rows filled up with 3 robots playing offense. Despite the defense from 3008, Red Alliance still able to stay ahead. Blue Alliance looking to catch up as they're working on level 4 now, but at the same time, level 2, 422 coming in and scoring on level 3. Their Alliance partner, Singularity, scoring up on level 4. 17-10 putting some algae up into the barge with 21 seconds on the clock. See if they'll put another one in before they turn their attention to the climbs. And now they're going to end up with algae out of play. That'll go back into play. Thank you, field resetter. 17-10 now trying to drive in and go up on the deep climb. Let's see if they can do that as they pull out of the way, make room for their Alliance partners, and that is it. So we're going to have 3 parks for the Red Alliance. And we're going to have 2 deep climb robots and 1 park for the Blue Alliance. This is pretty close on the board. We'll see if there's enough for Blue Alliance to come away with the win in just a moment. And here we go. Did Blue have enough to squeak out a win in this match? They sure did. And let's see how close it is. 1 point separating these 2 alliances. Wow. And let's see where the 1 point is. There's no penalties here, so it's all clean. The barge making the difference. 26 points in the barge for Blue, squeaking out a win. That means they're going to come away with 6 ranking points. Well done, Blue Alliance. That's going to mean stability for 422. They came in at number 3. They're going to go out at number 3, and it's going to be a big boost for their alliance partners over there on the Blue Alliance side. 210 points.
211 to 210. 422 just pulls it out by 1 point, holding on to the 3rd spot. Hey, man, 422. A lot of people are like, oh, this is all about 29-10, 13-23. They look so good.
Oh, yeah.
4-piece auto right there and just cooked all the way through.
Yeah, their robot is great, and we could hear them behind us, their elevator. So fast. It's kind of loud, but it sounds great. It's a good kind of loud.
Yeah.
You can't go wrong. There they are rocking right behind us. Lovely looking robot.
All right, in the meantime, let's head on over to the Milstein division. Team 3310, Blackhawk Robotics, had a tough schedule. Let's see what they can do in this match.
Here comes Eagle Evolution over on the red side of the field, looking for some coral there off the floor. They got it. Now heading back to the Red Alliance's reef. Meanwhile, a little bit of a traffic jam there at the Red Alliance feeder station. All 3 red robots trying to feed through the same station as the Blue Alliance's 90-24 playing a little bit of defense. That's Callister, one of our teams from Turkey in this match. We have 2 of them.
One on blue, one on red. Here comes Blackhawk Robotics scoring an algae up high for the Blue Alliance, who now leads 74-53. And Blackhawk coming back with another one up and into that Blue Alliance barge as the 3310 machine running lots of algae right now back and forth. Red Alliance starting to fill up that upper level of their reef, trying to claw back in this match as they trail 87-63. Over goes the Red Alliance's 10-3-3-7. Our other Turkish team in this match going over to play some defense on the Blue Alliance's feeder as they try to slow down the Blue Alliance's scoring. 100-69, Blue Alliance in the lead now. Blue has done their part of the cooperation bonus, waiting on the Red Alliance to join them. See if they do it. Eagle Evolution 33-22. Our team out of Ann Arbor, Michigan deciding to take that algae, put it up in the barge. That'll be another 4 points for our Red Alliance, who now trails 117-81. 35 seconds left to play. Eagle Evolution scoring another algae up high as Blackhawk now sitting idle, looks to be having some problems. Lots of robot troubles here the last couple of matches. 130-86 is our score. Blue Alliance in the lead. Eagle Evolution dropping their hanging mechanism, trying to get hooked onto that deep barge. Meanwhile, Technica Robotica, our team out of Istanbul, high centers themselves on a piece of algae. Probably going to take them out for the rest of the match. 2 seconds, 1, and that is the buzzer on match number 95. All right, scores for match 95 going up on the screen, and it's going to be a Blue Alliance victory. Our final score, 147-105. Blue Alliance getting 4 ranking points for match 95. Our Red Alliance.
All right, Blue Alliance takes the victory there, gets the ranking points. Red Alliance down a robot for a part of that match.
Okay, you know whose fault this is? Francis and Adrian.
Whoa. Why is it our fault?
The kid with the skull on a stick shows up, and you're all like, hey, let's take a selfie with the kid.
Which we did.
Yeah.
You can see it on our socials.
Yes.
We're going to post it soon, so please
I'm
follow
just sitting
us.
there like this, and then what happens when the kid shows up? The poor rookie team gets beached on the algae. The kid bought tank drive.
Look, listen.
Listen.
There's no such thing as curses. It's a coincidence.
What do you mean there's no such thing as curses? What did we just see?
Because every time we see this particular mascot, something terrible happens on the field.
Mascot.
It is technically a mascot.
Yes.
Okay.
A skull on a stick is not a mascot. An owl. Ooh, that's a mascot.
I mean, to you, to them, the skull is a mascot. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. You can have anything for a mascot.
I haven't
People
seen
got
any
trees
owls
as mascots.
anyone. Mascots are furry and cuddly, and they do tricks for people.
He did some tricks. Maybe you didn't like the trick, but
okay,
they did a trick anyway, right? So,
yeah, to be fair.
Follow us on Instagram. We'll send the pictures over of the selfies, vertical and horizontal. I don't know which is which.
Francis was shamed for taking a horizontal
I'm
selfie
being told that makes
during
me a
that.
boomer.
So
The Gen Zs are like brutal.
Yeah, well.
Or actually, in Canada, we call them Gen Zs.
Oh, well, I really actually like that a whole lot better. Well, I guess you're here to watch robots, so we'll watch some more. Right now, we're going to match number 95 on the daily division. We have the #1 ranked team on that division right now, and they are?
Team 44-15.
44-15.
Epic Robots.
Let's see if they can keep the #1 rank and watch this match on the daily field.
Multiple scores there by Epic Robots. On the blue side, 44-21, that's Forge. With that Blue Alliance, 18-point advantage, but quick to score back. Epic Robots ready to rock and roll. Putting those game pieces up, getting that Algae into the barge. Currently no robots across the fields playing defense. Red Alliance starting to claw their way back. Blue Alliance maintains that lead, but with that score, we're very close. 3 points just separating these two alliances, and for the first time in this match, Red Alliance is up. Oh no, looks like 44-21. Forge Robotics, after that amazing autonomous period, high centered on that Algae. 72-57 with a little nudge, able to free their alliance partner. Let's see if they can come back and regain the lead that they had earlier in the match. With a minute 20 coming up on the clock, Red Alliance continuing to score. 34-92, that's the parts machine. Scoring in that mid position, cycling back and forth. Lots of pieces of coral on the floor here. All these machines grabbing those pieces off the ground, putting them up and scoring them. Just under 1 minute left to play. Blue Alliance down by 10 points right now. Looks like we've lost control maybe of 44-21. That machine's not working. Looks like the operators are trying to get it back up and running. 45 seconds on the clock. Still a very close match. Could go either way, especially depending on the points available at the end game. 30 seconds coming up. Blue Alliance continuing to score, but so does the Red Alliance for the first time, having a 15-point advantage. They keep scoring up high. Looks like they've nearly got that top position full. 20 seconds left. This team's now scurrying. Looks like 44-21 has come to life. Will that be the difference to be able to get them to score if all three of those blue machines can hang? But Red Alliance, they're in position. 5 seconds to go. We've got our first robots, wheels off the ground. 2, 1. Looks like we've got two red machines dangling in the breeze. We'll have the final result in just a moment.
All right, folks, that was a fun match, but we got a big one coming up on Galileo. We got the #1 seed team, 49-46, the Alpha Dogs from Bolton, Ontario. They have been at #1 all weekend long. But now there's an opportunity because they're up against the #4 seed, team 30-35, and the #5 seed, Gompe and the Herd, team 190.
All right, we're in autonomous mode right now. Let's take a look and see how this match pans out. #1 seed at stake.
Clearing out some algae and also scoring on level 3. Their partner, Spartan Robotics, lifting up and scoring on level 4 for Red Alliance. Red has also sent over the SS Prometheus to help steal some algae, and they just missed placing it in the processor. But it's because the Red Alliance knows the importance of getting that cooperation bonus. If you score at least two processor algae in each Alliance's processor, regardless of who's doing the scoring, you'll get that cooperation bonus, helping make that coral ranking point easier to achieve. On the blue side of the field, Gompe and the Herd clearing out some algae. Their partner, 30-35 Droid Rage, currently in 4th, is working on getting some coral from their human player. They've got got their robot angler angling to score that coral, lining up potentially for a level 4. Their partner, Gompe and the Herd, right behind them with another 5-point coral placement. A minute left on the clock. Red is up 144 to Blues 110. 971. Spartan Robotics using their ground intake to snatch some coral up off of the ground. Their alliance partner, the Alpha Dogs, grabbing some more coral from the human player, even up against defense from 34. They're able to navigate around the Blue Alliance to begin and end their cycles. 29-92 on the Red Alliance is often over on the blue side of the field during this match to swipe some algae to score it up into the barge. The Red Alliance's barge is looking really full and has helped them maintain their lead. They're still up 192 to Blues 151. 20 seconds remaining. Rockets coming over from playing defense to begin to line up for their deep cage climb. Their partner Gompe doing the same along with Droid Rage. 971 is already up for the Red Alliance, and we've got 2 blue robots in the air as well. 3, 2, 1. Match number 96's scores are ready. It's going to the Red Alliance. They put up 238 points in that match. Blue with 190. A unicorn match with all possible ranking points earned during match number 96. It's actually going to keep all of the teams that were in the top 8 coming into that match in their same rankings. That means Alpha Dogs are still a number 1. Their partners now both
190 points. That's got to be a good sign. The bad point is that they lost. The Alpha Dogs hold on to number 1 seed. No movement in the rankings right there because we're at that point right now where rankings are less volatile. So Alpha Dogs hold on to number 1. 190 still 5th, 30-35 in 4th.
Yeah, really unfortunate match there. We saw 190 getting caught on one of the algae pretty early on. They were trying to get to the feeder station.
Some might say they were cursed. I don't know.
You might say they're half a building away from anything that could cause. Actually, no, they're in the same division. Anyway, here are the rankings. So we see here 30-35 doesn't move, 190 doesn't move. They take the loss.
I do think those rankings are before this match.
Oh, I
Just
see.
looking at it because they still got them at 7 matches, and I believe that was their 8th. But either way, the rankings didn't actually change. So
yeah.
So we'll see 49-46 the Alpha Dogs with 46 ranking points there. Blue Alliance taking 3 rank points, a good consolation prize at least. Can hold their rank and at least hold their own destiny as they go into elimination.
With Galileo, I don't know how this is going to play out. Like, I do think the Alpha Dogs are going to see number 1, but I have no idea who they're going to pick.
Yeah.
No.
It's just a very wide open division. I think 190 is a possibility. I think 77-69 is a possibility, but it's just like
Spam's also got a great robot.
Yeah,
well.
They might want to stick Canadian and do 44-76 to Waffles.
True.
94-83. Like, we don't know. This is Galileo is an uncertain division at this moment.
Yep.
Yes,
there are other divisions that are much more certain, which I actually don't know which ones. I'm just talking up here.
Why don't we talk about? We already talked about Newton recently, right?
Yes.
But we're going to Newton in a little bit. We're kind of waiting for one of the great matches to pop up here in a little bit. But we can take a really quick look at the rankings for that before we get going. For the Newton division, we know that 1323 is the 1 seed. It has been the 1 seed.
2910 is ring second. They play each other later today.
Yeah.
And 422 also plays 1323 later today.
Yeah.
So lots of things can change in that top 3. And it's going to come right down to the end of the day.
One of the interesting stories, 948, they had some travel issues getting here. Didn't get into the venue until after it closed on Wednesday. Didn't get inspected on day 1. Some other teams managed to unpack their crate and or all their belongings in their robots so they could walk in and at least get started. Right now, they're ranked number 7. Great to see them succeeding. They had a great run in the Pacific Northwest this year as well. Whoop, pardon. So we're still getting ready for Newton match number 97. That should be a real banger. We're looking at that one. Let me just pull up all the information on it here.
Newton 97?
Oh, yeah. That's Madtown and Spectrum. That's going to be 13-23 and 38-47. That's the one in the 20 seed. They're going up against the Iron Panthers, great robot, currently ranked number 11. And the Cyborgs from Kansas City.
So it's all about holding serve right now for 13-23.
Yeah.
They have to just do their thing. Can they hold on to the 6 RP right here? With Spectrum, that means they have a really, really good shot at doing the coral piece, making sure you get your hands in place, making sure that it goes wrong. Remember, they lost an RP because one of their partners didn't move an auto in the first match of the day.
Yeah.
Hopefully that doesn't haunt them.
Yeah. Now, speaking about RPs, I know that some people are very closely tracking perfect RPs for whatever reason.
For whatever reason.
What's our current status on that? I missed it.
I know there are at least 2 teams. 118. That's it. 118 is left. And
44-15.
44-15.
Okay. We just saw them get their 6 RP, right?
Oh, yeah.
The last match. So they're still in play. 118's in play as well.
I'm betting on 118 100%.
Yeah.
118 is so good at getting ranking points. They're so good at ranking number 1.
Yeah.
So if 118 helps me win this bet, then I will do something. I don't know.
And so, folks, in Daly, 44-15 because of that last win. That was a match they kind of weren't supposed to win.
Right.
They're now projected as the number 1 seed in that division.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
what's the gap between the in RP points between them and number 2?
In the projection or in the real world?
The projection.
Sorry. In the projection, the mean is a quarter of a point.
Okay.
So it's like very, very close. But 44-15 is in the driver's seat right now.
Yeah.
And that means, because like Citrus is moving all the way up to 3rd. They are fighting to get there. Because if Citrus gets 1, they get to pick 2056.
Yep.
Yeah.
And otherwise, 2056 right now is, oh my goodness, down in 12th.
Oh.
Wow.
They won't be able to decline 44-15. Now,
maybe you don't want to. They're still quite good.
2056 in Ontario, we kind of a saying, it doesn't matter who they're paired with.
Yeah.
So, but here, this is the championship.
Let's take it over to Newton. We got our match on screen. Autonomous is underway here on the Newton field, match number 97.
Top 10, but over on the Blue Alliance side, we've got our currently ranked number 1 team, Madtown, with Spectrum at 19. Madtown wanting to stay at number 1, and they're going to need 6 ranking points in order to make that happen. So let's see how this shakes out. They're currently ahead after the autonomous period, but that gap is not that big. All the robots are moving right now. 97-87 Fathom did not move during the autonomous. And we'll see how we do in the Reef. Processor is in play. We've got cooperation finished for Blue Alliance. Let's see if we can get that done for Red. There goes that second algae going in, put in there by Fathom. And that is going to start up cooperation, make it a little bit easier for both sides to be able to earn that ranking point. As we're looking at the end of the day here, a few hours from now, the ranking will be critical as we move into Alliance selection tomorrow morning. Give everybody a chance to rest, recharge, and think and strategize and make those phone calls to see where we'll end up tomorrow morning as we go through Alliance selection. But before we get there, hey, we've got to get through all of these matches that remain today. Blue Alliance looking to stay ahead, 177 on the board right now. They've finished 3 out of 3, looking to put the icing on the cake here and fill up that reef, see if they can do that. On the Red Alliance side, they're right behind them, looking to finish up the level 1 to pick up another ranking point for Red Alliance. We'll see how that goes. 50-26. Finishing that. Oh no, they need one more down there on level 2. There it is. And so ranking point earned by both sides right now. Blue Alliance has completed all the rows. Now it's just filling in any empty gaps to see how high they can push it. 207 on the board right now. We've got 27 seconds, still time to add more points in the Coral Reef. 58-43, adding one at level 2. Right there behind them. Spectrum adding one down there at level 1. And we have the teams now focusing on the cages. and we'll see where they'll go. 50-26 is up in the air. 18-25 is looking to climb, and it looks like they will do that if it's going to be enough time with 1 second remaining, and that is time. So Spectrum looks like they are off the ground. 13-23, Madtown looks like they are off the ground. We've got a park for blue, potentially 2 parks for red as 97-80.
All right, we're going directly over to the Curie division to watch qualification match 98, where we have the hot team 67 ranked 4 going against 88 TJ squared in 5th rank. Let's see who comes out on top.
Might have been hot team. Hot team's now on coral duty. Level 3, 4-pointers, one after another here. They have a 2-stage intake mechanism on that thing. They got a roller on the bottom that twists up 90 degrees, feeds to another roller intake. That one twists every which direction. Kind of looking like the Canada arm here, but they are a Michigan team. It's a way of making sure everything is always aligned the right way that they want it, and then they can just lift their elevator up and down to whichever level of the reef they're trying to score on. Haven't seen something like that this year. I've seen lots of 2-stage mechanisms, but that one probably one of the most well-tuned so far. And it shows on the scoreboard, 130 points so far to the Blue Alliance's 89. And that's despite being down a robot over here. We've got, I think that is Cyborg Cats stuck on a piece of algae over in Blue Alliance territory. Those Blue Alliance machines being pretty careful right now to make sure they don't knock them back off the algae, which for offensive strategic purposes might make sense here. We do have our number 4, 9, 5, and 13 ranked teams here in this, so it should be a pretty close match all around. 3-on-2 power play is a key advantage in an otherwise so tightly matched gambit here. Here's team number 88, TJ squared, dropping off yet more coral over on the north face of the Blue Alliance reef as they try to chip away at a 50-point deficit with 20 seconds left to play. Here's another piece of coral from them and their alliance partners, Team Rice. Rice picking up 3 points on level 2, and then they'll run away over towards the barge zone. They at least want to collect the barge RP while they can here. 2 red robots are both going to have to go airborne to get the barge RP over here on red. And challenge was accepted and then declined by, not Ozone, by the hot team as they fall back to the ocean surface. So Ozone Robotics airborne there for 12 on a deep cage. Hot team parked for 2 more. And that is it for Red's endgame. Blue Alliance with a climb in 2 parks, looking likely to get the barge RP, but we'll see what the scorers have to say. Results are in for match number 98 here on Curie. It is a Red Alliance victory with your final score a nice 202 points to the Blue Alliance's 134. Red Alliance sweeping up 5 of the 6 available ranking points, 3 for winning the match, coral bonus, auto bonus. And yet still the hot team drops down a spot from 4th to 5th. Again, we talked that was a multi-way tie. So they'll slide down just a smidge, but their alliance partners go up. Ozone Robotics moving up.
All right, we're back. Welcome back, Izzy.
Hello. Happy afternoon.
Well, it was happy until the kid with the skull on a stick showed up.
True, I was watching all that go down. Maybe not so happy for you.
Yeah, well, I was suggesting to try friendship, but I don't know about that. He beached a Kitbot.
He did beach a Kitbot, but also 2v4 we heard took some pretty bad damage in that match where they had to E-stop. So the bad omens are still around us.
Yeah, word on the street is that 254 actually damaged their PDH during that. The coral weighs a lot. It hits hard and it hits on edges. And so hopefully everything's good there.
Yep.
254 has arguably the best pit crew in the world. So.
Yes. Yeah. Looks like next we're going to go to Archimedes 98, where we have our 9th ranked team. That's 2338 Gear It Forward from Illinois. And they have been doing pretty good this event in a division that is really kind of, the rankings are all over the place. So
yeah, and this match doesn't have anyone ranked in the top 8, but the scoring potential, because you have like 6 teams who are just on it. 9408, the Warbots of Downey, California, have had a great season. And on the other side, you've got 1923, who for a long while was like
yeah,
right up there.
This morning they were first.
Yeah,
right?
they took a rough match
Yeah.
and things fell down a little bit, but they're going to try and fight their way back up. They're looking at the Archimedes standings right now. We see 1987 at top, followed by 8044. Another division that is just wide open, folks.
Yeah. So looks like we're getting ready to start this match on Archimedes. We'll see if Gear It Forward can move up into the top 8. They're just outside at 9 right now. See how this match plays out.
Hello, Archimedes. How y'all doing? What about over here? Going good? Did y'all get something to eat? Everybody's good? Some time in the quiet room? Took a little nap? Hope so. We got a lot more matches to go. Let's go ahead and get started. We have a guest game announcer over here. It's one of our FTAs. He's going to do it for us. Watch this right here. On the Red Alliance, we got 94.08.
All right, we're going to swing on over to the Curie division, qualification match 99. We've got our number 1 seed in 46 over on red, so check it out.
Back over for Archimedes match number 98. 1923 on one side, Geared Forward on the other.
Got a green light on the field. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Welcome back from lunch. This is qualification match number 98 on Archimedes. 23-38, Gear It Forward going over, grabbing a second coral. Here comes their third. Can they do it? Boom, nicely done. Going back for a fourth one. Can 23-38, 4 coral. 23-38, Gear It Forward. Showing us how it's done. 4 coral in that audience. They are ranked number 9. They're showing us why they are ranked number 9. Lots of algae going already. Got 3 up in the blue barge, 1 up in the red barge. 2 minutes to go, 75-79. Redlines has a very slight lead in this match. 23-38 coming over, grabbing coral from their coral station. Here comes the Blue Alliance, 23-31, going, placing algae directly into the barge. 94-08, that's Warren Warbots from Warren High School in Downey, California. They've gone to the opposite side of the field and they're stealing the Blue Alliance's algae while they're not paying attention. Here comes 94-08. It's like, aha, I got your algae. All right, 8:39 coming up with a coral here for the Blue Alliance. We have competition on the blue side. Red has not placed any of their algae through the processor, or at least not enough to get the competition. We still have to get 4 levels to get the full coral ranking point. 94-08 now placing algae from the Red Alliance side of the field. 178-163 with a minute to go. Blue Alliance has the lead. It's an all offensive match, no defensive robots so far. Blue Alliance, they've cleared out all the algae from their reef. Now the Red Alliance finally gets those last 2 out of theirs. 23-38 just kind of side kicks that algae out of the way while they place coral on their reef. Half a minute to go, 206-190. Still a fairly close match. This could come down to the end game and successful climbs. Here comes 47-88, Can't Control from Western Australia. lining up for a climb. 9408 Warren Warbots already grabbing a hold. They're up and high. 15 seconds to go. Who else is going to climb? Blue Alliance, they have one. 839 Rosie Robotics trying to get their deep cage there. And this match ends in 4, 3, 2, 1. Red Alliance has 3 robots swinging proudly off of those deep cages, 36 points going to them. Blue Alliance has 2 that are climbing on a deep cage. That's 24 points plus add a 2-point part.
That match didn't disappoint. It looks like after climbs, that score is going to be about 240 to 230.
Yeah, I mean, just really incredible coordination by the Blue Alliance. They just kind of kept putting up the points and eventually started to run away with it. Oh, wow, much closer than I think I thought it was going to be.
247 to 241. Now, 9408 came over to the other side of the field to do their best to steal algae. It just wasn't enough. Both reefs were full.
Yeah, yeah.
What RP did Red miss?
Red missed the coral art.
Coral?
How?
Yeah. I don't know.
The reef
there was no
full.
co-op, so.
But the reef, oh, the L1. They didn't do the L1s.
Yeah.
They didn't do the L1s.
Yep.
That'll happen.
Wow.
Yeah.
That drops 23-38 out of the top 8.
Yeah, and it
did. It did.
I reckon it'll be they'll probably rank just outside of it.
Well, looking ahead, we're going to go over to the Hopper Field to look at qualification match 98, where Team 33, the Killer Bees, all the way down in 30th, which I don't think anyone expected.
Well, here's another one. Down in 69th place is Team 1241.
Yeah, what? That doesn't make any sense to me.
Their schedule has been absolutely
with an
killer.
EPA of 80. Yeah,
both
like
of them.
Despite the fact that these teams are in the mid to low ranks on their field, it will be a 200-plus point match.
Yep. And the Dexter Dreadbots on the other side are ranked 14.
Sorry, hold on one second. 1241's drive coach is on the phone. Rishi, what are you doing, man?
With the carts on the field.
Multitasking.
Multitasking, I guess.
Look, Shaq, the head referee, is like, what is going on? Like, what?
Come on, get it together.
I need to know who he's talking. I'm calling him right now.
Oh, a live on-air call. Let's see if he answers. All right, this is a new one for RSN. I don't know that we've ever live called a drive coach on the field.
I don't want to do it. I don't want to stress him out. I don't want to, because like, he might
good
think
call.
I'm calling about something serious.
Yeah.
So I was
Okay,
just like,
good call.
yeah,
Good call.
yeah.
They look very flustered.
Yeah.
There are a lot of them on the field.
Folks, if you're not from Ontario, you're probably like, what is going on? This is normal. This is just like how they operate. They are like one of the best teams in the world, but getting to the field is not necessarily their strongest suit.
Hey,
once
every
they're
team,
on the field, they just cook. Cook.
Every team has strengths and weaknesses, and recognizing those strengths and weaknesses is the important part.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like they are still continuing to fix or set up that robot there. So in 15th place on the Blue Alliance, 14th place on the Blue Alliance is the Dexter Dreadbots. So they have an EPA of 61 compared to the two teams we just talked about, 1241 and 33, with the EPAs of 80, and they're ranked so low. So we're actually going to switch over to the Newton division, which is just getting started with match 99. Let's see how this one plays out.
Takes the shot, it comes up short. We'll see what they do next. Are they going to go and grab another one? No, they're going to back up and hang out. Blue Alliance right now has got 51 points on the board. Red Alliance right behind them, 37, 125 neutrons. Has got Coral in possession. See if they can score that. No, they're going to drop it on the ground and instead go for the algae, but they can't get there because the coral is in the way. Now they'll push that right out of the way, see if they can pluck that out. Nope, abandon that and try something else. They've got it, and see if they will score it. Picking up some coral, and they will go over to score first in the barge, and then they'll go back and take care of the coral. Their alliance partner right there behind them, 55-35, looking to score in the barge as well. You can see cooperation starting to take shape on the Blue Alliance side. And here's Red Alliance now, again scoring in the barge. Another opportunity right there as they pick up and score. 125 neutrons picking up another coral, going after level 4, trying to fill that up. Meanwhile, on the Blue Alliance side, you can see that they've got 2 out of 4 rows already complete as they're turning their attention down to level 2. All the algae now out of the coral reef on the Red Alliance side. Still room in the barge for more algae, and you can see coming through the processor right now, Blue Alliance picking up another 6 points there. 54-68 scoring up on level 4. 55-35 scoring another algae. And look at this, Blue Alliance looking to force cooperation coming into the Red Alliance side to score on cooperation, but are there enough algae pieces remaining to do that? We'll see if they can make that happen. Cooperation is activated, yes, look at that with that last piece of algae scored in the processor. 125 looking to close the gap now, 192 to 176. Neutrons looking to add a few more on there before we get into the end game. Here comes the Red Alliance teams. Neutrons putting up another 4 more on the board. Boom, there they go, picking up another one. Is it going to be enough to close the gap? Get them pretty close to 190 as they move towards the deep climb. Let's see if they can get into position with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And there's Neutrons up in the air. Red Alliance will have all 3 robots, but also Blue Alliance will have all 3 robots up in the air. Maybe.
The Curie division, qualification match 100, finally breaking 100 on some of these fields. Over on red, we have our rank 2 team, 7457, Super Duper Robotics, and they're joined by team 359, the Hawaiian Kids.
Drivers behind the line now. 3, 2, 1, go.
This is match number 100, featuring the new number 1 seed. It's under new management, this time by Super Duper Robotics. I think the last 3 times I've talked about the number 1 seed on this division, it has changed, so let's not jinx them too much and just see where it goes. 17-point swing between your 2 alliances, make that 20, with a Red Alliance advantage coming out of the autonomous period. Red Alliance making quick work out of grabbing some algae off of their reef and bringing it over to the center line. That's Super Duper plus the human player from X-Shark out of Turkey making work out of that. Now, of course, the X-Shark human player gets fed algae through the blue processor. Nothing says a blue robot has to score through the blue processor. And in this case, we saw X-Shark come across the field with some algae from the Red Alliance side and push it through the blue processor. This is a strategy that many alliances featuring the Hawaiian Kids dating all the way back to week 1 back in Vancouver have employed, where you feed the opposing alliance's processor to ensure the cooperation bonus. Yes, you're sacrificing 12 points, but you're making it easier to get the ranking point, which ends up being very valuable, especially in such a tight field like this one. 141 points on the board for red, 102 for blue, as we have about 1:10 to play. Red Alliance Reef with a complete level 4. Level 3 is 5 pieces shy, and one of those just delivered by Super Duper. Blue Alliance side, the level 4 is 4 pieces of coral shy. Here comes one potentially from Green Hills, but they drop it in front of the reef instead. Their alliance partners, Polar Pilots, diversifying the portfolio a little bit as they bring coral down to level 3. Dropping that off for 4 points of alliance score. Now they'll work on level 2. They're starting to make their rounds around things to make sure they're getting at least 7 on each of the 3 levels necessary for the coral bonus ranking point. The Red Alliance has long since done so. At this point, they're playing the completionist achievement of the reef. They are 2 posts shy on level 2 of having that done. Make that 1 now, and the Red Alliance machines will drive off towards the center, except for the victory donuts over there from X-Shark. That's one way of doing it. 200 points, 246 your live score, as the buzzer sounds. We'll tally up all this endgame stuff and get it posted shortly.
All right,
we're waiting on scores from that match. Looks like Red had a pretty confident lead. What do you guys think?
I mean, the Hawaiian kids looked really great in that match, I thought. But Super Duper Robotics, what a year they're having. I mean, we don't normally at the championship have a ton of teams from Indiana because they are such a small district. So to see a team come out of that district that's super small, they qualify and they get to represent, and they're the number 2 ranked team in their division right now, that's just really cool.
And they're about to be the number 1 ranked team in the division.
Even better, even better.
And so what's interesting in all of this is the Hawaiian kids will just move up a little bit as well right there. So 74-57 is like anchoring themselves up top. But what do in this division? There's so many options.
There's so many options.
There's like a great team like 3005 who's way outside the top 8. Or do you want to pick someone within the top 8 to kind of shuffle things around a little bit?
Yeah, and the scores up on the screen. 226 for the Red Alliance. 6 RP does take Super Duper Robotics into that rank 1 position, with 359 bumping up to 8.
Yeah, and like looking at the top 10, there really are a ton of directions that you can go. You've got 67 in there. You've got 1771. The Hawaiian kids and...
Oh, wait, is there an owl?
Is there an owl?
Karthik, we can see your mouth moving.
No, what are you doing? No, you can't. No.
No.
It's not
He
like
would
there's a
never do
camera
that.
there.
He would never
Not
do
like
that.
there's multiple
But
cameras.
88 and 4, the Night Owls are up in the 4th spot.
Yep.
And then the team out of Iowa, 46-46, the John Deere team, into 3rd place. So there's a lot of shuffling that's happening in this division. But if you think of the teams who aren't in the top 8, 3005, 4481.
Yep, and both of those, and 27. 27
Right.
is all the way down in 23.
Oh, and TJ Squared is down in 15th. They were up in strike zone.
Yeah, lots and lots of different places you can go in that division.
We
if
could
you were ranked high.
actually see something interesting in Curie where we might see no winner picking.
That
I would love to see it.
I think 1771 probably gets picked, but like, again, the rankings are still going to be changed.
Yep. Yeah. Well, we don't have to wait too long to find out what's going to happen, because at the end of the day, all of the rankings will be totally frozen. So we'll have played all the qualification matches. The rankings are going to be what they're going to be. And then immediately, first thing, tomorrow morning is going to be alliance selection on every single division. So we'll know those alliances pretty quickly in the morning. And then we're going to transition into the playoffs. And all those top alliances are going to go against each other until we have division winners. 8 division winners, and then those 8 division winners will face off in the afternoon to eventually crown a world champion. So let's take a look at our next match that we're going to be showing here, which is Hopper match 99.
Yeah, we were just talking about small teams, or teams from small districts really showing up and showing out here at Champs. We have 94-96 Link from North Carolina in that first North Carolina district. Just a really, really great powerhouse team.
Yeah, and the number 1 seed on that alliance, on the Red Alliance team, 1768, and Neshoba Robotics out of Bolton, Massachusetts. So we have 2 number 1 seeds in the divisions from towns called Bolton, one in Massachusetts, one in Ontario.
Well, that sure is a fact. Wow.
I would call it a fun fact, but I feel that Adrian doesn't think that.
Maybe I was being sarcastic. Who knows? Well, let's see who wins this match. We're going to head down to the field. Qualification match 99 on the Hopper field, presented by PwC.
2 scores up for the Red Alliance. They make their first delivery back from the Coral Station. Looking for 3. Blue Alliance keeping pace. Looking up high. 1 for 2 there, coming back from that final Coral Station run. Even scores coming out of our first period. But now as scores come in, 71-68. Blue Alliance takes the advantage, but not by much. Already LG coming in on all sides of the field. 1 into the processor for the Blue Alliance. 3 up into the barge for Red. 1 from Link going up and over. Team 27-67, the Blue Machine in red space. They are trying to collect some of this LG over on the red side of the field. We've seen this stealing strategy before from Strike Force, and they are tangling with Link now, our number 3 ranked team on the field, trying to slow down the Red Alliance as well as take some of this LG away from the Red Alliance. Team 2960 gathering 1 there, bringing it into the processor and achieving co-op on both sides of the field. Both alliances with 1 out of 3 levels here towards that ranking point. Blue Alliance has the slight edge, 139-140 now as Red Alliance takes the lead. 33-39 finds an LG. scarce already here on the field. Up into the barge for 4 points, and they head back to Coral scoring now. Joining their alliance partners, 41-45, the Warbots out of Ohio. Running the cycles on the far side of the field. That acquisition not missing its mark, and they head back to score. 177-163, just under 1 minute left to go. Both alliances with 2 levels complete now towards the ranking point. Neshoba Robotics, 1768, the #1 ranked team on the red side of the field, making this delivery now onto level 2, trying to complete the final level they need for the ranking point with 35 seconds left in play. They trail blue 202-192. Red Alliance, Automation Nation on the defensive over on the blue side of the field. They're currently trying to slow down blue, picking up this algae that they find way over on the far side of the field before abandoning that strategy and heading for the climbs. Blue Alliance has the lead, 230-209, coming into the final 10 seconds. Here comes the Blue Alliance lined up. 1, 2 for the Blue Alliance. Here comes Red with 5 on the clock. It's 3, 2, 1.
Let's check out the Milstein qualification match 100. We are in the autonomous mode. 118, the Robonauts, rank 1 over on red.
And trying to keep my bet alive with Steve. Let's go.
As drivers take control here in match 100. 602, lost an algae up into the net for 4. Their partners from Houston focused on Coral and Bedford Express. Solid RSL looks to be incapacitated. We'll see if they can regain communication. But right now it's a 2v3 situation and blue is in the lead, 76-64. SES Schematic Eliminators focused on levels 2 and 3. Their partners out of Johns Creek aiming high, they score on level 5. All offense on blue. They're maintaining a lead with 1 minute 30 for play. 118 and Robotics working hand in hand to fill up this reef. 4 algae up in the net for red, 7 for blue. But there's none on these reefs. Plenty of opportunity for Coral scoring. With Coral littering the sea floor over here on red,
More pins to fill, and then it's
All right, going double box, bringing in the Hopper match. We got 195 on one side, 2200 BCR right near the top of the rankings on blue.
Still got their ranking point. They've got 174 points on the board. Look at the algae. The barge is nearly full. There's only 3 algae that I can see remaining in play on the field at this point. And there goes 29-10, 4, 3, whoop, 2, 1, and up they go. And 1502 is, almost off the ground. They've got one corner there. Looks like all 3 robots are off the ground for the Red Alliance. And we'll have your official results up here in just a moment.
Match begins. Immediately crossing the field, we now have 4 robots on the blue side. That's Robotics crossing over. Right now, their focus appears to be defense. They are right in front of the driver stations for that Blue Alliance. It looks like they are going to decide which Coral station to camp out in front of while the Blue Alliance tries to cycle. First algae on the move. We have red and blue at the same time. BCR Blackout. They want to hang on to that #1 spot they just picked up. But for the Red Alliance, we did see 2075 Enigma work on some algae as well. Cyber Knights from Southington, Connecticut, while dropping off an L4 Coral, remove some algae from the reef. The Red Alliance has 2 robots on offense, working all by themselves, unimpeded, at least for now, and it's allowed them to pull ahead with a minor lead here, while Enigma goes up with 4 more points in the Red Alliance barge. Checking out the action back on the blue side of things, we still have Robotics playing some defense against those Blue Alliance robots, but we have 3 of them focused on offense to the best of their ability, though strafing right in front of one of those April tags. We had 6652. That's Tigres. They drop off a piece of coral on that L2 section of their reef, picking up a few points for the Blue Alliance. They are back in the lead, but this match is going to come right on down to the wire. 40 seconds remaining in the match. 2 levels of the reef, both good to go on either side. That Coral RP, though, will need 4, barring any additional cooperation attempts we see in this match. As the final 25 seconds get underway, Engineers dropping off on L4, BCR Blackout wrapping up all of L4 for the Blue Alliance, all 12 of those spaces, save for one of them actually completely filling up for blue. Over on red, they've got 24 total between levels 4 and 3. Massive coral score for the Red Alliance, but blue has got a whole lot more down on level 2 as time expires in match 100.
Our live score shows the Blue Alliance up by 20-ish points there. What did you guys think?
I'm just a little bit shell-shocked from that 118 match. To be
Yes,
completely honest, I'm one match back.
we had a lot going on the last couple matches.
Yeah, I mean, all morning, things were kind of still a little bit wild with the rankings. You know, wins and losses were moving people in a lot of places. But after about 10 a.m., that really started to calm down. But now, in the afternoon, it feels like a lot of very high-ranked teams had really difficult matches or things are going wrong.
Sorry, but I just was not expecting to see 254 have to E-stop and then 118 end up with a match with 1 RP.
In this match on the Johnson field, there are 4 different countries represented: Brazil, India, Poland, and the United States. So let's take a look at how this match plays out.
The India robot's over.
No.
Tough break for the Red Alliance. They built an early lead in this match. They're up by 12 points, but let's see if they can still maintain it with that disadvantage of only having 2 robots operational. The Blue Alliance has a defensive robot over there trying to slow down those 2 existing red robots. And so far, they're doing a pretty good job. Remember, over on the red side, we've got our current number 9 seeded team. So this could be a tough break for them in the final seeding. 1 point differentiating both of these alliances in scoring. The Red Alliance somehow maintaining that 1 point lead. But now blue flip-flops a little. They taking a little bit of a lead. Red flip-flops it back, and they got the lead. So maybe this one's going to go down to the wire. It's a strong Red Alliance, even if it's only 2 teams. Red building up a little bit of a lead. So they are performing in a strong fashion here. The Mechanical Mustangs showing why they are at one of the top seeds at number 9. We're down to coming up on half a minute left in this match. 1 point lead for the Red Alliance. Score at level 3 for the Blue Alliance by Scott Spots. They are filling up both the level 4 and level 3 with those coral. We're not going to see a coral ranking point. We're in the end zone, end game. Under 10 seconds to go. All 3 blue robots over at the barge. Both existing red robots over in the barge with 2 seconds. 1. 1 red robot trying to hang. We had at least 1 blue one trying to hang. I don't know if any of them are going to get credit for the hangs. Going to have to wait on the referees to tell us if anyone was up in the air or they're all going to count as parked. We're going to have a score coming up shortly. Let's see how it shakes out here. Turns out it is the Red Alliance. So they managed to win the match by only 3 points, but they did win it, 140 to 137. And our number 9 seed.
A very close match there. Only 3 points separating these alliances. And only 6 RP picked up between the 2 alliances as well.
Yeah, not a match that you expect to see quite this late on championship on a Friday. But I'm more excited about the match we're about to show.
Yes.
Team 3005, one of the best teams in Texas, the RoboChargers, ranked 23rd in their division right now, looking to climb up in those rankings because they have an incredible robot. But who else is on the Red Alliance? It's 9401, the Midas Mayhem.
Oh boy,
our,
oh boy,
oh boy,
oh boy.
Our resident skull on a stick team.
And surely nothing unruly will happen during this match.
Well, they're
Surely
going
not.
against the number 2 ranked team, CPR. They were ranked 1 earlier today. Now they're ranked 2. Let's see what happens. It looks like they're closing the gates. Let's see who the skull is going to curse in this match. Let's find out.
Drivers behind the line, and 3, 2, 1, go.
Welcome to match 103 here on the Curie division. Blue Alliance racing here to build up the top echelons of their Alliance Reef. And CPR showing a bit of a pivot here as they move into the algae game as well, and not just the coral game, helping put up across the Alliance a total of 55 points to the Red Alliance's 45. That coming from the variety of both coral and algae scored. CPR has been dancing around the number 1 through 4 ranked positions throughout the week here on the Curie division. Right now they're ranked number 2 with a 5.5 average. We'll see if they're able to defend that here in this one. They're paired up with Sisters First, ranked in 17th. Now they're also looking to have a similar jump to what we just saw in the last match, where folks started reaching the top 10 or so. 17th is a really great spot to be on the leaderboards here at the championship, but every spot further up is useful to have. Blue Alliance currently leads by about 10, minute and a half to play. What's the Red Alliance up to try and claw this one back? We got RoboChargers here building up layers 3 and 4 of the Alliance Reef. Night Vision also dropping off a level 3 for 4 points of Alliance score. Midas Mayhem tries for a level 2. It lands in the trough and then bounces back to the seafloor, so they will now bonk it straight back onto level 2 with some force there. Almost ripped off a level 3 core along the way. Here goes the second one a little bit more carefully, and it lands in the trough. Still trailing by 15 points, but with a minute to make it back. And what's the Blue Alliance up to over here, holding on to this lead? They're building out the last bits of layer 2 of their Alliance Reef. That's pretty much the only spots left other than the trough. So here goes another one. Placed for 3 points of Alliance score, and another one again. Those coming from the combo of Lancebot and Sisters First, building those up. CPR is working on the south face now of the Alliance Reef, and particularly now moving to trough score to make sure that they get all 4 layers of the Alliance Reef towards that coral RP. No co-op in this match, so you're on your own is the name of the game. 211 points on the board for blue. They're going to abandon the Coral RP, which would be necessary to hold on to the number 2 ranked spot. They'll instead go focus on the Barge RP for endgame climbs. 1, 2, 3 blue robots in the air. 1, 2, 3 red robots in the air. All of those on deep cages, so as long as there are no wheels yet touching the ground, that is a 36 up.
All right, folks, headed on over to the Daily Field. Got a really good match here coming up. Match number 102, 32-84 in red, 13-69 in blue.
Both alliances able to score in that center reef. That means right now Blue Alliance has a slight advantage, but quick to score. Red Alliance starts to take a lead and score 32-84. That's Camdenton Laser putting those game pieces in that center goal. Scoring continuing to go on. Both sides of the field working their respective reefs. Red Alliance trying to come back. Blue Alliance has a slight advantage. That side of the field filling up the top, filling up the middle. 2 points just separating. Red Alliance now, for the first time, back in the lead. These two alliances going toe-to-toe, score for score, 69-95. That's Nomad grabbing hold of that game piece, raising that arm up, and slam dunk, scoring it home. Red Alliance with the 5-point advantage with 1 minute coming up on the clock. Could swing this match either way. Red Alliance sending 32-84. That's Camdenton Laser.
Hitting the double box over here, showing you what's going on in Milstein. 74-07, who's moved up in the rankings recently with those losses by 254 and 118. Let's see what they can do here. Can they convert all the way to the 1 seed?
Advantage. About 6 points separating them. Camdenton Laser playing really good defense. Oh, big wheelie, nearly flipping over when they hit that piece of algae. 30 seconds on the clock. It's still a very close match. Just 10 points separating these alliances. 1847 putting one home for the Blue Alliance. 32-56 puts one more. That sound means we are in the last 20 seconds of this match. Red Alliance showing just a 10-point lead. We've got machines off the carpet, swinging in the breeze. 2-1. Last second dive. Did they make it over the line? It's hard to tell from here if Minotaur made it back. Will that be the difference?
1 minute 30 for play. Red leads 132-94. Now the Hackbots head over into blue territory, looking for trouble. They find algae along the way, poaching it for their own net. 4 points apiece. A valuable game piece here in Reefscape, presented by Haas. Two highly ranked teams on the red side of the field, unfazed by the positional defense by 55-72. As they cycle hand in hand between one alliance station. On the blue side of the field, Torque 21-37. Working on level 2 now as the upper echelon is mostly filled. 40 seconds for play, 50-point advantage for the red bumpers. And all the algae has been cleared except one. Here's Petty delivering it to the Red Alliance net. One falling down, two falling down after they bounced out. 20 seconds here on Milstein. One last algae coming up. One position left on the reef, but they won't fill it. They're focused on endgame points. 7 seconds to get off the ground. Up goes Wire Boars and Petty. Blue Alliance to counter with 2 seconds. 1. And your official score for match 102 coming up here on Milstein.
That match is under review. We're going to be waiting for those scores. Looks like the Red Alliance has it. What did you guys think?
All right, we're losing it. We're losing it. It's officially that part of the day.
Okay,
3 o'clock.
The problem is there's so much going on across the 8 divisions that the rankings have just been going a little topsy-turvy all over the place. So instead of talking about the last match, Adrian, play the game. Pick a division.
Let's pick Hopper.
All right, over in Hoppers, let me hit refresh because you need to have the most up-to-date things. 1768 is back up in number 1.
Oh, wow, good for them.
Despite taking that loss, BCR 2200 is in the number 2 spot. Bumblebee, team 3339, has moved up throughout the day. They're up to 5th right now. So that makes things very interesting in Hopper. Now teams are starting to play their 9th match, so things are really settling in here, but there's still some key matches that are coming here. So
what about Archimedes?
Archimedes is still...
Because Archimedes has been all over the place.
Archimedes is still all over the place, but 1987 is still in first place. That's been a constant pretty much throughout the day, followed by 4391, 8044. They were up to 2nd, they're down to 3rd. Miss Daisy is in a great spot, I think, right now. 1756 to Argos. And 1114's roller coaster continues as they are now back into the top 8.
Wow.
Quicksilver also into the top 8.
Yep, and they've got a great robot this year, too.
Here's one to watch. The Robotiers are up to 10th now.
Oh, good climbing up the rankings for
Yeah,
them.
they were down to 20s earlier.
Yep.
If the Robotiers can sneak into the top 8, they can decline and pull out a sick alliance from like 6, 7, or 8.
Yeah, you just know that they're gunning for that position. Even if they can hang around 10, they should. Well, I guess
it's risky.
It's risky, and it's risky because they would be picked early.
Yeah. So. What about Daly? Let's talk about Daly.
Okay, Daly is the one that's maybe the most interesting to me right now.
Yep.
So Daly, I'm gonna hit refresh just to make sure I'm as up to date as possible.
Yep.
4415 is no longer perfect on RPs, Adrian.
This is the worst news that I've gotten all day.
So they lost one, and so now 1796 is up to number 1. 1678 is lurking in 3rd, but they need one of those teams to take a loss. Oh, we got a score from that last match, 256 to 189. Folks, wired boards are for real, and Petty, 5895, has moved up into the top 10. Back over to Daly right now. 1678 is going to play 1796 shortly. When that match happens, if 1678 wins that match, they can almost get to them into first place. 2056 is down at 11th right now, trying to claw their way back up. Daly is just very interesting, but 4415, losing that 1 RP, really opened the door. Another team that snuck back in, 179 Swamp Thing.
And we are about to watch a match on Daly featuring Team 418, this is the best robot. They're from Texas. This is the best robot they've built probably in a decade. They're so good. So let's watch them on the field for Daly Division match number 103.
One more. That extra one was enough for the Blue Alliance to have that slight advantage here coming into the driver-controlled period. But that Alliance was ready to strike and quickly gain 20 points advantage. All 6 machines cycling back and forth looking to score. Both sides, that top level looking pretty full already. Blue Alliance, only a couple more spots left as team 94-32. That's team 8-bit putting one in the barge, coming back, grabbing that coral and continuing to score. The team from Austin, Texas, 418 Purple Haze, cycling back and forth, scoring for the Blue Alliance. Lots of points for the blue side. Meanwhile, on the red side of the field, 537 Charger Robotics in position and scoring on that L3 position. And their partner 1833 Team Bean scoring down low, trying to climb back from that big first strike that the Blue Alliance put out. 1 minute and just passing on the clock. Red Alliance still putting points on the board, but so is Blue at this furious pace. 45 to go. 418 Purple Haze not quite lined up, but able to score on that lowest position. 35 to go. 44-15 sneaking across getting that piece of algae, bouncing in and out. Oh, 25 on the clock. Blue Alliance with a comfortable lead, maintaining that center barge. Has no points on the red side, but the blue side does. That means no cooperation bonus. Nope, there we go. They had some. They were waiting until the end of the match to load it up. 7 seconds to go. Blue Alliance, all 3 machines in position and on the cages. No one off the ground. There we go. We've got a couple last second lifts. We'll see those scores in just a moment.
All right, we're going to throw it on over to Milstein. Qualification match 103. Over on blue, we have our rank 1 team, 5940 Bread, joined by teams from Mississippi and Washington, up against Oregon, a team from Brazil, and another Washington team. So a lot of P&W representation here in this match. Let's see how things shake out.
Behind your lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
15 seconds of autonomous robot action here on Milstein. 2 coral already up and good. For the Red Alliance, here's blue with 3 and 4. If red can find it, they've got the 4th. And out of the gate, it's a tie game, 37 all. As drivers take control. 4, 5, 6 from Vicksburg. Coming back with coral. Aim for level 3. Their partners, the Spartabots, working on the far side of the reef. Filling up a 4-pointer. While Bread 5940 puts 2 in the processor from the Red Alliance reef. Interesting strategy I haven't seen today. 2980 Whidbey Island Wildcats score 5-pointer. Their partners from Oregon, 957, working on levels 2 and 3. Very quick cycles indeed. And 5800 seems to be lining up on the deep cage already. With 1 minute 20 for play, it's 120 blue, 94 red. Blue Alliance well on their way to the reef ranking point. They've got levels 2 and 3 to fill up before they have it. At 2976, Spartabots are on defense as they lock down one of the loading stations. 957 collides and pins them against the wall. Trying to make way towards their human player, inches from success. It drops down into 2976's machine. 40 seconds for play. Blue Alliance up 189 to 129. The reef has 3 spots left, make that 2 after Siege Robotics caps off a 3-pointer. Spartabots may want to come home soon. Their partners from Mississippi are already lining up on the deep cage. Magic Island is there, parked. Up they go, Bread and Siege. 8 seconds for Red Alliance to counter, but 957 is beached on an algae. 3, 2, 1. And your official score for match 103 coming up here on Milstein.
Bread does what they need to do to hold on to that number 1 seed in Milstein. 118 is going to try and fight them for it, but Bread's doing what they need to do, and Milstein is shaking out very differently than we thought of. At the beginning of today, we thought that was the simplest division. We thought 118 was just going to cruise.
Yeah.
And then everything went to heck, and now Bread is in the driver's seat.
And what's crazy is that one match can make such a difference, because not only did they lose the match, but there was one robot on their alliance that wasn't working. So they didn't move in auto, which means they lose the auto RP. And then both 118 and the other partner that was still alive both missed their climb. So they missed the barge RP. So just losing the match would have been fine. They would have stayed a number 1 seed. But because they only got 1 RP is the reason that they dropped.
Yeah, and didn't get co-op in that match. They lost
and
the
didn't get co-op,
tiebreaker. We thought they were up there because they had a perfect co-op ranking, but that dropped because they didn't have it.
Yep.
While Bread's perfect on co-op.
Well, the next match on Archimedes, we have on the Blue Alliance the #1 team, 1987, and the #4 team, 341, versus the #9 seed Robotiers. If Robotiers can pull the upset, it is going to shake up the rankings like crazy. Let's see how it plays out.
So close to a perfect auto there. 41-43 at the very last shot there. Their last coral drops down on the carpet. 70-56, quite an impressive auto there by the Red Alliance. 341, Miss Daisy now going to algae mode, placing algae up high. 2481 Robotiers, they're placing algae up in the red barge. 89-80. Now 103-84. Red Alliance is muscling it up on our #1 seeded captain there. #1 and #4, and the Blue Alliance. 2481 Robotiers quickly grabbing coral. Their human players just flinging coral out there in the middle of the field. 2481 grabbing it up, running back to their reef. We do not have cooperation. Blue has done their half of cooperation. Red has not. Red already has 3 of the required 4. Will the Red Alliance get that coral ranking point? .2841 Robotiers from Tremont High School. They're just breaking a sweat here, going back and forth, grabbing coral off the carpet and just placing it quickly up there. Red Alliance now has 3 of the 4 required levels. Blue has 3 of the 4 required levels. 192-163. Red is still winning. Half a minute to go. 194-176. Red has the lead. 2481. They're going to start running out of coral here in a second. Red Alliance has completed levels 3 and level 4. They have 1 position left to complete level 2. 13 seconds ago, who's going to climb? 41-43, Mars War's already up. This match ends here in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 341 and 1987 up for the Blue Alliance. 94-59, they are parked. Looks like we're going to have offsetting points here in the end game here. Each alliance getting 2 deep cage climbs and 1 park.
Waiting on those live scores from that match, a match with massive ranking implications. How did those implications implicate?
Well, the Robotiers just the Robotiers just came out firing right there. They took the match, they got the win, but Daisy and 1987 were trying so hard to win the match, they didn't get the coral RP. So they're going to take the only 2 RP there. So that means 1987 is still going to stay in first place, but Daisy's going to drop a little bit right now. So things are just opened up, and the Robotiers are going to sneak into the top 8 now.
Yeah.
So we're going to wait for that score to see exactly how it shakes out and all.
Looks like they're up.
Here they come. 239-215 for the Red Alliance. Robotiers take the match. Do not get into the top 8, just get to 9th on a tiebreaker. But Daisy is now down to 8th. 1987 is down to 3rd place. That means 43-91 is your new #1 seed, and 80-44 is your new #2 seed over on the Archimedes division.
What does 2481's last match look like?
Well, that's a good question.
Let's find out.
The information or the internet can tell us this information relatively quickly.
You work on that, and I see if I can get the updated rankings.
I think they'll pick up 6 RP there with Argos.
Yep.
Definitely who they like to hang out with in Illinois, like who they like to pick up regional wins with in Illinois. So it seems like they will probably break into that top 8 there by the end of the day.
I'm just going to spam refresh until I get the updated rankings.
Yeah. And looking ahead, we're probably going to head over to Galileo or Curie. Galileo 105. We've got our rank 1 team, the Alpha Dogs, joined by 59 Ramtech, who's in 10th.
Yeah, Galileo 105 is a super important match. The Alpha Dogs, they got the dog in them. They are really, they've been #1 all weekend long, but they're facing a team that knows them really, really well. Team 4476, the Waffles. They played each other in the finals. They've been on the same alliance. These two teams know each other. The Waffles always have something in surprise for matches like this, so we got to check out what's going to happen here.
Well, and the Alpha Dogs are one of our #1 seeds from a town named Bolton. So we gave you that fact earlier.
That's a really fun fact, Adrian.
Oh,
I
thanks.
enjoyed that. Thank you.
You're so sweet, Carly.
Yeah. At least one of us is.
Yep. Well, guilty.
And they're looking for thumbs up over on Galileo, so we're going to let them start this match, sending it down for qualification match 105.
Up on level 4, Red has 2 placed on level 4 already as well. Make that 4 for some follow-ups from 1561 and Waffles, both also making their 3rd. That's going to give the Red Alliance an advantage as we move into teleop. The Red Alliance knows that they have a tall order this match. There's 2 robots on blue that are ranked in the top 10, including our #1 ranked team here on Galileo, the Alpha Dogs. Alpha Dogs currently have a piece of algae in their clutches, trying to get it dislodged and put it back into the reef. A cool party trick, even if it wasn't intentional. They're now lifting up to grab another piece of algae and trying to score some coral as well. Their partners, Aces High, also working on some coral. Over on the red side of the field, they're still up, but only by 3 points. Waffles with a level 3 placement, scoring 4 more for the Red Alliance. Their partner, Kaiser, one of our Turkish teams, also scoring 4 more points for Red on level 3 with a coral placement. 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining. Blue Alliance has already scored 2 algae in the processor to help work towards that cooperation bonus. Red Alliance has done the same. That's going to lower the number of levels needed to get that coral bonus ranking point. Blue needs 2 more, Red needs 1 more, but they also need to win the match to get those ranking points. Aces High scoring on level 2 for Blue. Their partner Alpha Dogs with a level 3 placement. Blue Alliance also has to contend with defense from the Roboducks. 4946 almost got caught up on some algae, but were able to dislodge themselves. It's a busy field over here on the blue side. They've got 3 robots on offense, 1 on defense, and algae are bound to trip you up. Over on the red side, they have a reef that is almost filled on levels 2, 3, and 4. They've gotten their coral bonus ranking point. Waffles lifting up for a level 4 placement. They got it. 5 more points for the Red Alliance. 15 seconds remaining. 1561 looks like they're up off the ground on their deep cage for the Red Alliance. Their partner Kaiser coming to join them up in the air. 4946 is up for Blue. We'll see what happens. 2, 1. Some last second climbs that could impact the final result. We'll keep you posted on scores in just a moment.
Grabs a hold of me tightly, flow like a harpoon daily and nightly. Will it ever stop? Yo, I don't know. Turn off the lights, and I'll glow. To the extreme, I rock a mic like a vandal. Light up a stage and wax a chump like a candle. Dance, rush the speaker that booms. I'm killing your brain like a poisonous mushroom. Deadly, when I play a dope melody. Anything less than the best is a felony. Love it or leave it, you better gain weight. You better hit the bullseye, the kid don't play. And if there's a problem, yo, I'll solve it. Check out the
We've got our scores from match number 104. It's the Blue Alliance taking the win. They put up 233 points in that match. Red with 198. A unicorn match. All possible ranking points were earned in that match.
The Alpha Dogs have been the kings of execution today. Just getting through every one of these matches, holding on to the #1 seed. They've only got 1 more match left.
with a souped up tempo. I'm on a roll, it's time to go solo. Rolling, hit my 5.0 with the rag top down so my hair can roll. The girl is on standby, waiting just to say hi. Did you stop? No, I just drove by, kept on. Pursuing to the next stop. I bust a
Cool qualification match number 105 on the daily division. Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, we are off back on daily. Some quick scores going up. 2 quick coral for the Red Alliance at the top of the reef. 2 for blue as well. And an algae goes up courtesy of Sobots. The Red Alliance is answering back, now looking for position number 5 and 6 for coral, not quite finding their mark. Starting off, tally out 50 for red, 45 for blue as we spring into action. 179 Children of the Swamp put their first piece of coral up on the reef, level 4, now level 3, using that floor intake to great effect. 2630 doing the same all up to the top level as Swamp looks to go to the barge, but gonna fall just a bit short. Red River Rage for our Blue Alliance scores on level 3, and their partners Sobot score into the barge for 4 points. 1481 now. Driving back to their human player feeding station to get a piece of coral, then going to level 3 of the Blue Reef. 2630 tossing their algae up into the barge. A little flick of their motorized wrist is all it takes to score 4 points for the Red Alliance. It is 132 to 114. Advantage Red Alliance with 1:15 left of play. These alliances are still working on their processing algae, but just like that, they've lowered the threshold needed for the ranking point from 4 levels with 7 pieces down to just 3. Blue and Red Alliances each have 2 of those 3 levels complete, and just like that, Red has gotten the 3rd. Red now has that ranking point locked up, and they can go back to scoring as fast as possible for as many points as possible to stay in the lead here, which they currently hold by 45 points. 191 to Blues, now 143. 36 seconds left. 6911 Sobots over in enemy territory, grabbing a piece of algae. Gonna take a big whack from 179 on their way over to the barge. That algae is not gonna quite make it in. They were a little bit too close. We'll have to try that one again. But it is now time to climb as we have reached the end game. All robots running back to the barge. 2630 can try and just toss one last algae up in the nick of time. Looks like we have 1 red robot up. 2630 falls. 1, 2 red robots up, 3 blue robots up as time expires.
Oh, the Owl says the Owls are playing in Curie match 107. Let's take a look.
Or their half of that co-op bonus, rather. 65 points for the Blue Alliance to the Red Alliance's 41. And certainly some style points there on blue for a strategy I haven't seen much of this season, and I've seen a whole lot of matches. Off we go for a rotation around the reef over on the Blue Alliance side. That's Cyber Tribe and Night Owls getting things situated here. Ozone is ranked number 9 coming into this match. They'd also like to contribute. They're going to actually pivot towards the coral side of the game and allow Cyber Tribe to do some algae processing work. Another high-ranking team here in this match from the Blue Alliance is the Night Owls, coming into this one rank number 4. Now we've seen that top 6 is extremely volatile, so absolutely no way of predicting what's going to happen there. But so far, so looking good, with the Blue Alliance leading by about 40, as we have about 1:20 left to play. Up we reach for the Cyborg Cats there, picking up 5 points of Alliance score. That's a level 4 piece of coral drop. But they'll zoom right back to the Alliance wall and drop off another piece of coral on the reef, that one landing in the trough after a missed attempt at level 4. They've done their part of the co-op minigame in this one, so it's a little bit easier to get that the coral bonus RP. Blue Alliance has secured that RP and then some, with just tons of coral scored across the 3 requisite levels. Red Alliance is still working on it here. They've got 1 level complete. And they're just about done with their 2nd level, that being level 3 of the Alliance Reef. Half a minute left to play. Blue Alliance, comfortable lead of a lot of points here. There's the 8884 machine. Night Owls getting another algae process through the field wall here, and it bounces back at them. It would have been worth 6 if it had stayed. Blue Alliance also discovering they're running out of room up on top of the barge net as algae starts bouncing back out, so they'll just pivot entirely over to the barge climb story and try to collect that RP for endgame performance. 3 blue robots airborne. We'll see if they're fully airborne when we get the final scores. Red Alliance
Heading over to the Archimedes field, we are just finishing up the autonomous period right here, match number 106. Enjoy.
47-44, Red Alliance takes a very slight lead as we go into the teleoperated phase. 43-91, now just like pulling that algae out of the reef, letting it lie where it is, and they quickly go back to placing coral into the reef. Blue Alliance has 9408 War on Warbots. They're grabbing algae. They're placing it into their processor, while 3132 Thunder Down Under works on their reef. 9408 Warren Warbots from Warren High School in Downey, California, coming back with another algae. That's 2 scored by the Blue Alliance. Both alliances have completed their part of cooperation. We are now down to requiring only 3 levels to get that coral ranking point. Both alliances have completed 1 of the 3 levels. Now that we've taken care of that cooperation, each of these alliances just kind of ignoring the algae, leaving it around. Possible hazard for them to run over. Most of it over here on the Red Alliance side. 141-123, Red Alliance has the lead with a little less than 1 minute to go. Blue Alliance now playing some defense. They send Average Joes from St. Joseph High School back behind the Red Alliance lines. Average Joe's chasing around 4391 Brave Bots. Each alliance has now completed 2 of the required 3 levels. Look at that long shot there. 766 MA Bears. They just fling that algae from a half court and make it into the net. 14 seconds ago, 169 to 156. Still a very close match. It's going to come down to these climbs. Who can climb the best? 92-34, not moving much. 3, 2, 1. Red Alliance has 2 robots that appear to have done deep cage climbs. That's 24 points. That's enough to get that ranking point. Blue Alliance, they have 31.
Right, looked like the number 1 seed over there on Archimedes may have pulled that one out. A little bit too close to hell there with the climbs. We are getting ready for a very exciting match on Milstein. We're going to see 254, the Cheesy Poops. Remember their earlier match, they had a coral get stuck into the robot. They E-stopped. They may have damaged their PDP. So we're going to see what happens here. And it has already started off in autonomous mode. Watch the action right now.
Can they get it? They do. But it will be a Red Alliance advantage, 41-40 out of the gate. Everybody on offense. Lady Cans coming back with 1 for the inside, aiming high. It just drops down. But 167, Children of the Corn, trying to score a 4-point algae, but it just drops. Bellarmine team 254, dropping 1 in the processor. While their friends out of Friendswood, 324, score up high and try to close this 25-point gap. Lady Cans 2881, scoring a 4-pointer. While their partners, Iron Mosquitoes, put an algae in the processor as they look to earn that cooperation bonus and reduce the threshold needing for the ranking point. Top level of the Blue Alliance reef almost completely filled. As 254 picks up from the floor, their partners, Rookies, 10-0-21, score on level 3. And it's a 2-point margin with 1 minute for play. Blue Alliance is caught up. But here's Children of the Corn. Coral in hand, looking to fill up one of the few remaining spots on the top level, the most valuable. It'll come down to Endgame to decide the winner of this match. And maybe algae as well. 254 throwing 1 up for 4. Other partners fill up the trough. 1 spot left on level 4 for the Blue Reed. Both sides working quickly. Only a 15-point margin as teams head towards the deep cage. 2 red robots are latched on. Up goes Iron Mosquitoes. Blue Alliance to counter with 8 seconds. Can they do it? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And your official scores are coming up in.
All right, 254 looks like they pulled that one out. We're going to over to Johnson, 106. We got the number 3 seed, team 2607 on red.
Red Alliance, but only by 1 point. Yep, nope, they get some last second points. So red up by about 10 as we enter into teleoperator mode. Drivers have control of the robots. Everybody moving here on Johnson. Both alliances did earn a ranking point there in the autonomous round. So now we are in teleoperator. Advantage red by about 15 points. Both alliances have scored a number of algae up in their respective nets. 4 in each, it looks like. A miss over on the red side. Another one missed on the red side of algae. But red still maintaining about a 13-point lead with just under a minute and a half to go. That one goes in by the Patriotics for the Red Alliance. Another one falls short, though, for the Red Alliance. Red up by 12. About a minute 10 to go in this match. The Patriotics scoring at level 3 with Coral. Now the Fighting Robo Vikings scoring at level 3. Patriotics again. Here come the Robo Vikings again. So red doing some rapid scoring, trying to build up that lead. Now they're down to level 1 scoring. They've got 2 levels filled on their reef. They need to get up to 4. So the first 2 are filled now. Got a little bit more than a half a minute, about 33 seconds to go in this match. Advantage red by about 15. Red has had a defensive bot over there slowing down the Blue Alliance, and maybe that's made the difference in this match. We go to the end game. 16 seconds remaining in the match. All 3 red robots trying to get over to the bars, or 2 of them anyway. Now third one coming over as well. 7 seconds to go. 1 red robot up in the air. 3 seconds now. 2, 1. 1 red, blue robot, 2 blue robots.
All right, 231 to 225. So close, but 254 pulls it out, gets the 6 RP, holds in 5th spot.
What's crazy is that you can see on the Red Alliance, there were 3 teams that before this match were all ranked in the 60s. Now they're ranked in the 60s and 70s, but they were going against the 5 seed in the Cheesy Poos and only losing by 6 points. That is the championship,
3
man.
teams in the 60s put up 225 points.
Yep.
And that match on Johnson, waiting on scores right now.
Those scores will be posted shortly. But we want to look ahead to a very important match. Daily 107. On red, we have rank 1. On blue, we have rank 4. Karthik, Emerson, tell me all about it.
Well, this is going to be a big one because 1796 is dying to hang on to that number 1 seed. I mean, I'm speculating here, but wouldn't anybody? And Citrus Circuits has to win this match to even have a chance to get up to number 1.
So there's a lot at stake here, folks. So Citrus, if they get 6 RP here, that will put them at 49. That will tie them with Swamp Thing. They move above Swamp Thing. If 1796 loses, that means they only get 3 RP maximum. That puts them at 50, which will put them behind 44-15. So 44-15 is still a wild card in here because they're sitting in between 1796 and Citrus right now. There's a chance that Citrus wins this, and neither Citrus or 1796 end up in the #1 seed. The wild card in all of this is the team also not in the match, Team 2056. They're sitting in 10th spot. They don't have a lot of room to move up. They probably can't get much higher than 4th or 5th after all of this. So they're really kind of waiting to see what's going to happen here. Also up line here, Citrus is down by 5 points per match on 1796 on average. So they need to outscore them by 50 actually to really make this even a bigger win in terms of rankings. Match is happening. Let's watch.
In our top 4 teams in the division, the team from Queens brings a piece of algae up to the top of the barge, while Citrus Circuits processes as fast as they can. Both alliances want to win the match, but more importantly, both alliances want to secure as many ranking points as possible as we move in towards the end of our qualification matches. Red holding onto the lead by just 11 points here. Let's see if Blue's firepower can make up the difference. Citrus has a piece of algae and in it goes. They drop a piece of coral off into level 3. The Warlock's to level 4 for Red. Blue in the lead by 4 now. Citrus Circuits places one on level 3. They found another on level 3 as well. They found a third. This one going on level 2. Blue is extending their lead 156 to 141. Nicolette Fear for the Red Alliance plays a piece of coral down on level 2. Warlocks to level 3. It is cycling madness here on Daily. Symmetrical Chaos goes to level 2. Citrus all the way up to the top of their reef. 179 to 161. Blue is opening their lead even further. 1796 up to the top of the barge, up for 4 with the algae. They take their coral now to level 3. 35 seconds left. 3 robots approach the barge, all 3 score. Citrus tosses yet another in. It's looking awfully full up there. 56-60 finds the zone, and they're good. The team from Queens, the Robo Tigers, up for 4 as well, and that sound means we are in the end game, and it is time to climb. 10 seconds left, no one is up. 1, 2 blue robots up. 1, 2 red robots up. 3 blue robots, 3 red robots. Here on Daily, we have a triple-double climb. Incredibly high scoring, incredibly close scores here on Daily. We'll have your official scores in just one moment.
Citrus Circuits, man, they just keep fighting. They just keep fighting.
Yeah, I don't know a whole lot of people that would look at a Citrus Circuits match, even if they're predicted to lose, even if it's they're way outgunned, and would say, oh, they have no chance, because the Citrus Circuits always seem to find a way, even when their backs are up against a wall.
It looked impossible for them to get the #1 seed yesterday after that big loss to 2056, and they just keep coming and coming and coming. So we're waiting for the score here. We want to see exactly how this shakes out. Here it is. Score is up. Blue wins.
Yep.
255-247. But the RPs, 6 RPs for Blue, 3 RPs for Red. Citrus Circuits up to 3. 1796 down to 2, 44-15 into the #1 seed. Co-op did happen in that match, which helps with the tiebreakers. But now, can Citrus jump again to get up to #1? 44-15 has some tough matches, one tough match left to play. Daily Field is interesting. And then the team that's sitting back watching all of this, 2056.
Yep. Yeah, and unfortunately, they're watching from a place where they know they're not making any decisions. You know, we've got pretty much one match left to play for every team here at Championship because we're winding down here towards the end of the day. So we're going to take a look at the Hopper Field, match 107. We're on upset alert here at the RSN desk. So we've got our, let's see, who do we got?
We got some top ranking teams up here. Team 4907-33, some of the best scorers in the division, up against the #1 or #2 seed, Team 1768.
for Coral on L4 for the Blue Alliance so far. They're going to be trailing red as we head into Teleop. First Algae on the move from Thunder Stamps on the Red Alliance. Then they drop off some Coral before they cycle back to their human player. Killer Bees on the Red Alliance also working on some Algae. That Algae making its way up into the Red Alliance barge and now into the Red Alliance processor as well. 2 robots on Algae. A lot of versatility for the Red Alliance in terms of what these robots can manipulate and how they're able to score in Reefscape. Red Alliance in the lead, 103 to 93. Blue Alliance, more of a focus on some Coral from what we can see. Approaching level 2 of the Reef right now, Nashoba Robotics. They're back up now on level 3. Serving into the corner, we have Vector, 8177, retrieving Coral from the Bjorg human player. Vector reapproaches the Reef. They will look at the trough. We have 2 levels filled on either side and co-op active. So threshold for the RP lowered from 4 down to 3 for this match in order for teams to earn that Coral ranking point. Team Bjorg alongside Alliance partners Vector, both looking to get a few more Coral on that Reef. They are missing just 2 on level 2 in order to earn the ranking point. The Red Alliance, they just locked in that Coral RP. Blue now, they definitely need it to keep up. Team Bjorg dropping off on L2. That's going to seal it up for the Blue Alliance as well. They still trail by just under 30 points with 40 seconds remaining in qualification match number 107. Nashoba Robotics, they drop some Coral off toward their Reef. We do see a member of the Blue Alliance hanging out over on the red side. That's Vector. They might have come over for some Algae or came on over to play some defense. But with 20 seconds left, first bot to the barge is Team Bjorg. Bright pink robot for the Blue Alliance. They grab hold of that deep cage. Alliance partner Vector also on their own deep cage. Killer Bees, they are clearly up alongside their partners.
Another number 1 seed goes down, this time on the Hopper field.
I mean, we've been seeing it all day in divisions across the convention center. And this is such a, like, can you imagine being ranked number 1 all weekend and all of a sudden it's, 4 p.m. on Friday and that's when you lose your number 1 seed? That's just devastating for the teams that are there. But for the teams that held out hope and kept working, they are pumped.
So that's going to put Team 2200 BCR Blackout into first place. And folks, I think if that happens, we might see an all-Canadian alliance out of that.
Ooh.
I can see 2200 going 4907 and then trying to grab another Canadian team. There was a lot of talk amongst the Canadian teams about trying to have an all-Canadian alliance here this weekend for a lot of different reasons. So that is one where it could happen. At the same time, 33-39 looks amazing at that division. 27-67, some really interesting strategies with the early match Algae. A lot of different ways they could go there, but that's one thing that could possibly happen. But 4907 really showed off that match. Killer Bees did as well, but 4907 really jumped off my screen.
Yeah, we talk about, I think, throughout the day that, like, at this point in the competition, rankings start to kind of settle, but I guess for those top few teams, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes there's most of the shifting just right around there that has, the greatest effect on what our morning tomorrow will look like.
There's just a lot happening right now. It's been a hot potato with this number 1 seed, in these divisions. So we're going to see, like, once we get the score in there, exactly what it means rankings-wise. We know 1768 will drop. How far will they drop? I think they're only going to drop down to 2, just doing a little bit of quick mental math. So the rest of the Galileo top 8 is kind of wide open.
It is. And we're going next to the Curie division to watch a couple teams that are ranked pretty high. That's Team 340 and 359. Actually, I'm not 100% sure where they're ranked right now, but we're going to look that up in just a second.
359 is in 8th, and 340 is in 11th.
Yeah, so both rank, that's what I thought. Both rank close to the top 10 at least. So it should be a pretty high-scoring match, and both of these teams...
Sorry, Adrian, we got the scores from that Hopper match. 253 to 220, 31-30 up into 4th place, 1768 down to 2nd, 4907 up to 11th. A lot of shake-up right there. 1768 still up there, but down to 2nd. New number 1 seed, 2200, BCR Blackout.
I mean, this is, and as you get into your number 1 seed right now, again, most teams only have 1 match left. So, you know, this is not, there's not as much of a chance that these rankings are going to change with only 1 match left. So still getting ready on the Curie division for match number 110. It looks like we still have teams on the field, so it's going to be just a minute here. Could we pull up the Curie rankings?
And while we wait for those, this could be a massive score with 340, 359, and Buck's Wrath.
And
all
Buck's
in the same
Wrath.
alliance. Like, you do triple offense with that, you don't have enough places to score.
Yeah, so looking at the rankings, 74-57 still in first place there. And 46-46, the John Deere team, right on their tail, 2 RPs behind them.
Yeah, they've got a co-op score of 1. The highest co-op on their
Adrian,
field.
did you hear that?
Did you hear that, Izzy?
I actually didn't.
The owl Izzy is so done with the owl, but Adrian and I. Maybe the owl hoots the frequency is only heard by folks that aren't Gen Zs.
Yeah, I mean, I
Maybe.
did fail my hearing tests from kindergarten through high school, so.
But seriously, the Night Owls are in 4th place, and they've just been kicking up on the standings. They're like 10th, 8th, 6th, 4th. Can they get it a little bit further? They got 1 match to try, but they're going to be a player, obviously, in a line selection tomorrow morning.
Yeah, and you know, the rankings here. Oh, look at, we have Curie rankings twice.
Double ranking.
Hey, Izzy couldn't hear the owl.
Oh,
She's
so
kicked out
she's
of her
out.
headset
The
now.
Gen Z.
She's out. We're done. Karthik and I are taking over for the rest of the afternoon. That should
Robo
scare
Boomer energy.
Yes, that should scare everyone.
You want to talk about Champs 2004?
I mean, no, but sure.
Hey, we got a match coming up, looks like maybe on the Johnson field.
Oh,
We've got
yeah.
Team 1690 Orbit against
yes.
1619 Upper Creek. Number 2
Versus
number
number
1. Another one of these intersectional matches we've been talking about. This one is going to be massive here. Orbit has looked so good throughout the weekend, throughout the season. Sometimes I think we don't talk about Orbit enough because their events happen so early in the season in Israel, and they happen midweek, so sometimes we lose track of them. We didn't lose track of them last year at Worlds because they're the defending champions.
Yes, they are. All right, well, let's watch our defending champions down on the Johnson Field, presented by Qualcomm.
Match number 108 is underway here on Johnson. This one is definitely going to have some effect on the final standings here. It's autonomous, everybody moving. Coral being scored on both sides. So the autonomous ranking point earned by both red and blue alliances. Upper Creek Robotics putting a piece of LG up in the red net. There's Orbit for blue, grabbing a piece of LG off the reef, putting it into the blue net. Blue with an early lead of about 22 points. We are in teleoperator mode. Drivers have control of the robots. Everybody moving here. Remember, we got the number 7 and the top seeded team. So number 1 and number 7 over on the red side. Number 2 seeded team over on the blue side. So whoever wins this match is probably going to be the number 1 seed after this match for sure. A minute 20 left in this match. Advantage blue, and they're up by about just under 30 points. About 25 now. Upper Creek Robotics missing a piece of LG there on the red net. We've scored some LG in both processors, so we only need 3 levels on the reef to score that ranking point for the Coral. Blue has already achieved those 3 levels. Now red achieves it as well. So ranking points for autonomous. Ranking points for Coral, already done. Uh-oh. Benjamina's team, Orbit stuck on a piece of LG. Their partner's pushing them off. good teamwork over on the blue side. They were not hung up for that long. And we'll see if that has an effect on the outcome. Blue still in the lead, so maybe they got moved off of that piece of algae quick enough that it didn't impact the final scoring. 12 seconds left to go in the match. We're in the end game. All 6 robots getting ready over by the barge to hang. 4 seconds now. 3 blue robots in the air, 1 red one in the air, 1 second. And time expires.
To 54 at the moment, and we'll see how that goes. 74-44 Moonstar Robotics. They have got themselves Coral going up to level 4. They will score that right behind them. Neutrons looking to pluck some algae out of the coral reef, see if they can get that scored for Red Alliance, and they will throw it up in the air and then bounce it in, and it's like a double tap in volleyball. 125 now trying to line up, pointing in the other direction. They will pass it through the robot, go up to level 4 and score. 78, 83 points now. 125 scoring more algae up top over on the Blue Alliance side. 74-26 reaching up high. Pair of dice currently ranked number 10, looking to go up higher with 5 or 6 ranking points here in this match. And they just scored on the Blue Alliance reef, or up in the algae. They're looking to do the same here as well. Put up another 4 more points for Blue Alliance. They're now underneath their barge, trying to see if they can pick up that algae that has drifted onto the Red Alliance side. They'll score from the Red Alliance side. That'll drop right in. There's another one right there next to them. They'll take advantage of that as well. They've got 3 out of 4 rows on the Blue Alliance side finished. Very close to picking up a ranking point there as we get down to the last 30 seconds or so in the match. Kaizen scoring up on the top row. But 40-91 looks like they may have come to rest in a defensive position. I don't see any lights on. Maybe it's there, I can't tell from here. I hope that they can wake up before the end and maybe get over into parking position, since that sound mean it's time to think about the end game and where these robots are going to land. 3 out of 4 rows complete now for the Blue Alliance. Can they get that done? Need some level 1 score to finish that off. We'll see if they will do that and pick up the ranking point. Looks like they're turning their attention instead. No, they're going to get it. 4 out of 4 done, and that's going to mean 1 robot parked. Ooh, wow. 104.28 may have their bumper over the line. That is going to be up to the referees to determine if there's enough of the robot there. Red Alliance will have 2 robots parked, and we'll have your official results here in just a moment. And here we go. Is it going to be red or blue with the win here? And it's going to be Blue Alliance. They're going to come away with the win. 225 points on the board for them, and let's see how it shakes out. They'll pick up 5 ranking points, unable to finish the Coral, but that is going to be big news for 74-26. They are going to go from 10 all the way up to 8 with that.
Nice win there for 74-26, moving up into the top 8 there of the Newton division. Obviously a coveted place to be right now. Adrian, let's play the game. Pick a division.
Yep. Well, and while we were on break, Karthik and I did manage to scare Izzy off the desk. So we're welcoming back Stephanie Morrison here at the RSN desk. Stephanie, what have you noticed about today?
Oh, it's been an exciting day. A lot of ups and downs, it feels like. Some teams kind of climbing back up into the rankings that we maybe didn't count out, but kind of thought they weren't going to be within grasping distance of that 1-2 seed. And then some of the opposite. Seen some interesting attempts at forcing co-op that didn't go as planned. Lots of teams maybe trying to pull out those more creative strategies to try and get those extra ranking points or those tiebreakers, and it's really tough. I mean, there's a lot of ranking points out there.
Yeah, there definitely are. Speaking of a lot of ranking points, we have an alliance on Johnson in qualification match number 109, team 44-14 High Tide, currently ranked 6th, and team 47-38, currently ranked 7th, paired together on the Red Alliance. And I bet they are both hoping that they can move up or at least stay in a ranked position.
And not just move up, I think for High Tide, with Orbit kind of help almost solidifying that #1 seed right now, they want to get on that Orbit Alliance. They want, but right now they're going to have to show out to make sure that Orbit picks them.
Yeah, you know, we're getting to the end of the day, so teams are really trying to show what they're best at, and they're going to and they want to show why they should get picked over somebody else. And those can have really, you know, you can change up your strategy a little bit, but you really want to show what you want to show to people at the end of the day. So, match is starting. Let's see what happens. Can the number 6 seed and number 17 either improve or stay where they are?
So we are going to see a ranking point for the autonomous performance, but of each of the alliances, both red and blue. We enter into teleoperator mode. Drivers have control of the robots. Everybody's still moving here on Johnson. Early advantage for the Red Alliance. They are already up by about 30 points as we go under 2 minutes. Our number 6 and 7 ranked teams, current seedings, are both on the Red Alliance. So by numbers, that seems to be a strong alliance. Let's see if our Blue Alliance can get in there and cause an upset, make it interesting. Early advantage, though, for the Red Alliance. They do not look like they are going to be upset at this point. They really are performing strongly. A minute 15 to go in this match, and they have already about a 70-point lead. We've got a 3-level threshold now for the Coral ranking point. Each alliance has scored 2 LG in the processors on the side, bringing it down from 4 to 3 levels required to get that LG ranking point, or that Coral ranking point. And it's already been achieved by the Red Alliance. So 2 ranking points already for the red teams. About 35 seconds remaining in the match. That reef is close to full already with pieces of coral. As a matter of fact, it looks like there's 1 remaining branch left, and that one's now been filled. So every branch full, now it's full, on the red reef. 11 seconds to go in this match. All 3 blue robots getting in position on the barge, trying to hang. 2, now 3 red robots there. 2 seconds, 1 second.
Jumping over to the Hopper Field, we got a massive match here with Team 2200, the #1 seed over on red. But the Blue Alliance with Lynx 9496 and Galaxia 5987 are trying to pull off an upset. Let's see what happens.
As robots get on the move, VCR Blackout, they do a collide with their alliance partner, Team Neutrino, over on the red side of the field. It looks like at least one of them goes for an A-stop in response. That's Neutrino on the A-stop, while Engineers Up Tomorrow did make sure to score some coral to get the ranking point for the Red Alliance, but that does establish them with an early deficit here. They're going to get to work as quickly as they can. Neutrino scores some coral, then picks some algae from the reef, gets it out of their way as fast as possible, giving room for BCR Blackout to get the coral moving. Checking out the action on the blue side of the field, top level of that reef, they have got over 7 coral scored in it already, and algae already on the move. Some through the processor, and now some up into the barge itself. Hexhound's human player, they drop off a processed algae into the Blue Alliance barge. They retrieve another one, trying to make sure they get the 4 points for lofting it on up, making the effective value of the processed algae by the Red Alliance lowered from 6 down to 2 points. Blue Alliance with a healthy lead. It is 130 to 92, and the Blue Alliance L4 has just one more scoring position available. We'll see if they try to get that last one locked in for the higher points, but Hexhounds right now shift their focus to level 3. Galaxia, they've moved to level 2 and 3 as well. Blue is awfully close to that ranking point, and now they have finally secured it. 3 levels completed for the Blue Alliance over on Red. Engineers of Tomorrow and Team Neutrino also getting it done for their teams. Just 2 more coral are all that is required for the Red Alliance to earn that ranking point as well. We'll see who approaches that reef first. Engineers of Tomorrow, elevator up. They're going to go for the 5 points if they can swing it, while BCR Blackout aims to finish off that bottom row of those reef poles. Galaxia moves into the red side of the field, looking to score some algae successfully into the blue barge. Endgame coming up, sonar ping sounds. First robot up off the floor is Hexhounds from Cedarburg, Wisconsin. Their 2 Alliance partners also making contact with their cage, and unfortunately for the Red Alliance, Neutrino just inches away from their barge zone, and we have 3 blue robots swinging above the playing field carpet. Also 2 red robots. A few game pieces between them and our field of view. We will get your final score here momentarily.
Adrian, Steph, we had another number 1 seed go down. 2200 is the latest one to fall victim.
Yeah, I got to tell you, I knew that the rankings were going to shake up today. I did not expect to see this many number 1 seeds fall this late in the day.
So what that means is 1768 is back up to number 1.
Yeah, and this is, I mean, this Hopper division is going to be crazy when it comes to elims, because I think the alliances are just going to be so diversified and just, I don't really know.
Score is up. Blue takes it 239 to 188, and the RP situation, 6 RP on one side, 3 RP on the other side, 2200 down to 2, 94, 96 up to 5. Here's a wild one. Does anyone want to guess what the average RP score is for the number 1 seed in this division right now? Your answer could be anywhere from 0 to 6.
5.4.
5.3.
5.0. That's low.
Oh, that is low.
That is low.
Wow. Yeah.
So I think part of it is because there's been so many cross-pollination in these matches. Like, everyone's got 1 or 2 losses. There's no one undefeated right now, so it got mixed up.
Yep.
And it's amazing, I mean, with everything being so more volatile at the end of the day than maybe we've seen in past years with those extra ranking points, and being able to win and not get all 3 extra ranking points and still go down is, I mean, that's a lot of pressure. You have to execute in every part of the game perfectly or near perfect, and you could still miss out.
Well, over on the Curie division, we may or may not see another number 1 seed fall, because the number 1 is playing the number 2, 74-57 Super Duper Robotics from Indiana is playing the number 2 seed, 46-46. That's Wildcard Robotics from Polk City, Iowa. So let's see who comes out on top. The rankings are going to switch up. If the Blue Alliance wins, let's find out.
Qualification match 112 officially underway here on the Curie division. We've got robots scoring on either side of the field. Looks like we'll have a couple pieces of coral scored for the Blue Alliance, couple pieces for Red as well. 1466 for Red's gonna park, while their 2 Alliance partners take care of the rest. Looks like Blue Alliance is gonna come out slightly ahead with a 55-51 advantage in favor of Blue. We're moving into our teleoperated period where robots are going to come alive. Students are going to take control. 1073 is going to launch one of their pieces of coral right into the center of the reef. Although not going where they intended, it's still going to land for 2 points down on the trough. They're going to try again and get it on level 4, just like they intended the first time. 46-46 for the Blue Alliance. Wildcard Robotics currently ranked to number 2, dropping off a piece of algae into their processor to start that competition bonus on either side of the field. 74-57, your current rank number 1 is going to start feeding some coral into their reef one by one. From their human feed station back onto the reef, human feed station back onto the reef, they've scored 3 pieces of coral in less than 10 seconds. A very impressive cycling time indeed. 46-46, your current rank number 2 is trying to score some algae along with some pieces of coral in their mechanism. They're ready to rock and roll. They're going to take their algae high towards the sky to land a free throw attempt. They're racing up to the baseline and dropping it off. Yes, they do. 12-61 for blue as well. Starting to comb the seafloor for pieces of coral, while their partners 88 TJ squared making their way around their partners in order to grab another piece of coral and start launching those on. Blue Alliance maintaining a lead of only about 5 points currently. The Red Alliance is trying to play a little bit of catch up. They're trying to fight slot for slot. We're down to our final 15 matches here, where the rankings are going to matter for Alliance selection in the morning. Teams are going to start fighting for that 1 and 2 slot and gathering as many ranking points as they can. The 4th team Machine from New Hampshire taking up that last piece of algae from the Red Alliance Reef in order to get them more scoring opportunities, putting it straight up into the basket for a slam dunk. Blue Alliance side of the field, 88, filling up those final slots on level 2 for the Blue Alliance Reef. Red Alliance looking to do the same. Each of these teams have enough coral for that coral ranking point. We've got 2 coral ranking points apiece. Will they get the autonomous and anything else? We shall see when it comes to the end. That's how means it's time for our end game. We are 2 points apart from these 2 teams. Red Alliance is going to jump right ahead at the last second with a piece of coral scored on their reef. But Blue Alliance is going to jump right ahead as 12-61, trying to fill up those final slots on the reef and going to join their partners onto the cages as time expires. We had a couple of game pieces scored right at the last minute and a couple of robots headed towards the surface.
Folks, don't worry, we will show you the score for that match. That was crazy. But we're over to the daily division right now for qualification match number 111.
There it is. Super Nerds fall just a bit short, which means our Red Alliance is going to take the lead here as we start tally-up. 71-97 is a piece of algae. 302 does as well. 302 up into the barge, matched by the Super Nerds. Overlooking now, looking to grab a piece of algae off the floor. Super Nerds move to the top of their reef and now score into the barge. The Dragon's gonna match them point for point. And point for point we are, as it is 69-61. Red is in the lead by a hair, and they're gonna fight like heck to hang on to that lead. 13 points now separate our 2 alliances.
Here we have it. Red Alliance pulling out a 4-point victory. So Super Duper stays in 1. 46-46 drops all the way down to 5.
Had the edge on the algae and the coral, but Red Alliance took it away with the barge.
They want to lower the RP threshold, and it looks like they have. Both alliances have completed 2 layers of the reef. 1 layer of the reef looking for their second. Super Nerds score on level 2. Their alliance partners' parts score on level 3. 71-97 now is scoring onto level 2. Both blue and red have finished 2 of 3 levels now, and the Super Nerds go back to the barge for 4 more points. Only 38 seconds left in this match. It'll be a mad dash to finish the reef RP before it is time to climb. Red, even though down a robot, is up on the scoreboard by 15 points. 24 seconds left. It is anyone's match here on Daily. That sound means that we are in the end game, though. Neither alliance finishing that RP. They're going to have to see if they can make it up at the barge. 71-97, trying to get 1 last second score. We got 1 blue robot up, 1 red robot up as time expires in the match. This score is separated by only 4 points here on Daily. Equal climbs. Blue has an additional park. We'll have your official scores for you in just one.
Another incredibly close match that we'll wait for the scores for. Not quite as much ranking implications in that match as the one we watched just before that, but still incredibly close. We'll find out who wins and what ranking implications that those have. So, why does rank matter? What's happening tomorrow?
Well, Alliance selections happening tomorrow. So this is a bit of a change, folks. Same as last year's championship, but this year they made a really big deal in the game manual saying Alliance selection happens immediately, 8 minutes after the last qualifying match. Tomorrow, it's going to be like 16 hours after the last match. Yeah. We're going to play our matches here tonight. We'll have the rankings locked in, and then we're doing Alliance selection first in the morning. Score is up 179 to 177. Red Alliance takes it. Super close match. So, we come in tomorrow morning, and all these rankings, all these matches, they're playing for something, and that's for the Alliance selection, the chance to figure out your permanent partners. Often, you don't usually win a tournament during Alliance selection, but you can certainly lose it.
Yeah. So during Alliance selection tomorrow, every single division will be forming 8 alliances of 4 teams from those divisions. We'll go through a playoff double elimination bracket after that Alliance selection to crown the winners of every division in the building, and then those 8 division winners will face off in the afternoon so that we can crown an eventual world champion, which is why we're all here.
And while that's all happening, we'll be live here on twitch.tv/FirstInspires with the RoboSports Network, and we'll be following all of the action live. We'll be talking about all of the picks as they happen, what they mean, what we think might happen, and it's, I mean, one of the best parts of the weekend.
So seriously, folks, that means 8 Alliance selections at once. We're covering them all here live. So instead of having to have like multiple screens up, tune in for us for Alliance selection if you want to follow more than one division.
Yeah, we're going to be breaking down every single division tomorrow as they play and before they play. So during Alliance selection, in between Alliance selection and the playoffs, and then all the way during the playoffs of the divisional rounds. So this is the best place to watch all of the really important and really exciting matches, and we're just going to whip around like we've been doing all weekend. It's going to be a time.
And Alliance selection is going to be a little bit more intense this year because of the time limit. So
yes.
It's really going to go fast. Like last year, there would be some delays. We were kind of like, what's going on in this division? No, there's going to be a pick every 90 seconds.
Yeah, and with all of them happening at the same time, it's going to be a whirlwind. Picks are going to be coming in from all over the convention center, and we are going to cover them as soon as they come in from everywhere. Looks like after this, we're going to go to Milstein match 111, where we have the number 7 seed, 503, playing. This is apparently their 25th year of Frog Force. They even put it in their name. So excited to see their team, a team that we haven't really seen a ton of this weekend on First Champs Live. We try and get around to as many of the top teams as we can. On the field, we're showing the crowd. It is busy here in Houston this weekend, let me tell you. There are people everywhere. If you're at home right now, you can see through these crowd shots just how big the crowd is here. For every division, there's 2 sides of seating, and they're completely full to the brim.
So as we head over to Milstein. We talked about the rankings of Milstein a bunch. Right now, Red is still up there in the number 1 spot. 118 is trying to catch him. 118 is down by 1 co-op on Bread, so even if they get 6 RP when they play their 9th match, which is yet to come, that would get them still below Bread. So Bread is kind of in the driver's seat right there, and then Bread's got the decision. You go 118, do you go 254, do you go wired boars?
And as they were doing that camera pan, we could see 118 in the queue. So their last match is coming up pretty soon here.
Second to last match.
Second to last match. Okay. Second to last
They're
match.
one of the last teams still on 8 matches.
Yep. Got it. Oh, we had rankings for a second. They're gone. That's okay. We're still looking at the crowd. We're still looking at the field. All the happy faces here. All the happy real faces and cardboard faces.
There's a lot of cardboard faces.
There's a lot. A prize wheel? What do we win?
No, I think that's the team that spins the spinning wheel and decide who they're cheering for.
Oh.
Izzy was telling us about that.
Okay, well, here we go. Finally, you don't have to listen to us yap anymore. Milstein Division match number 111.
Top blue right there with him. Algae goes flying. 33-22 tries to get it up. They pop an Algae in the process. Blue Alliance leads 41-33 as drivers take control. And 33-22 is trying to get this Algae loose. Spinning very fast, 27-20 working alongside them. As Red Alliance looks to make up this 13-point difference. Bedford Express looks to secure the lead for the Blue Alliance. Team NF coming in hot and pulling algae out of the reef, processing it for 6. Eagle Evolution gets to work on coral. With the popped algae in the machine, they won't be able to pull up any more algae. Maybe one of the other members can focus on that. With 1 minute 20 per play, Red Alliance has a little bit of ground to make up, but it's still anybody's game. At 126 blue, 87 red. Not slowing down anytime soon. 503 Frog Force putting coral number 7 on level 3. Now they get to work on number 2. Bedford Express doing the same as their partners from Turkey. 90-29. Throwing algae up in the net for 4. 45 seconds left here in match 111. 40-point spread. Giant Diencephalic Robotics team scored on level 2 as they aim to achieve that ranking point. They still need 1 more coral on level 3 for it to count towards that point. 23 seconds left as teams start thinking about endgame. Novi Michigan team 503 is off the ground for 12. Partners throwing 1 last algae up in the net, making it 10 total. 7 seconds for red to counter. 3, 2, 1.
Frog Force riveting their way to that victory. Now we're going to head on over to the Archimedes division, where we got 1197, our current number 5 seed, but they're up against 1923 and 2052 on red.
The algae memo and bring some over to the north field wall, where they're going to toss them through for 6 points of processing score, and then launch that out. And then the human player rather launches that algae up from Boolean operators out of Idaho. They'll pick up 4 points of effectively return points for bringing that processed algae up to the barge net there for red. Red Alliance, as they trail by about 30, looking to explore lots of strategies to whittle away at that deficit. Here's the Midnight Inventors pivoting between coral and algae, just whatever's convenient for them at a given time, while their alliance partners, the Night Crawlers, dance on top of some algae here and there. There's a 1923 machine processing algae for 6 points of red score, human player from blue, and that being the Silverhawks, ready to return it for 4 points of their own up on top of the barge net with a little over a minute left to play. Blue Alliance machine now of Mercenary Robotics doing their laps around the Blue Alliance reef. They're back to the coral station wall once more. Very quick pickup for them and about a 3-second total cycle before they'll drop it on level 3 of the Blue Alliance reef for 4 points. Competition minigame has been played by both sides, so we only need 3 of each Alliance reef populated to 7 pieces of coral each. Both Alliances sitting at 2 of those requisite levels so far. Red Alliance pushes over to 3. Blue Alliance pushes over to 3. We've secured the coral RP on both sides as the Midnight Inventors reach up to try and dunk some algae onto the barge net, and it flies out of their grasp before they're able to do so. 17 seconds left to play here in this qualification match. Both alliances making their way towards the center of the field. Midnight Inventors, though, not quite going for the park yet. They wanted some algae first. 5 seconds now for them to get either airborne or parked, and the Red Alliance takes the relatively safer strategy of 1 deep cage climb plus 2 parks to secure the barge RP here at the end of the match. Blue Alliance with a double deep cage climb, it would appear, plus a park. Theoretically a 26-point endgame. We'll see what the scorers have to say about it, though, and get a score to you here shortly.
All right, 1197 takes the win there, it looks like at least, and that should be enough to solidify them in the 5th spot, possibly move, no, it won't move them to the 4th. It'll leave them to the 5th if they get to 6 RP.
And we're starting to move into that final round of matches. We've been talking about how much these ranking points really matter, and maybe with more of them than past years. we're hoping to head down to Daily 113 next, and there's a lot of ranking implications
Daily
here.
113 is a big match. You want to know why Daily 113 is a big match? The number 1 seed, 44-15, the very unlikely number 1 seed, has another test right here. They have to go up against 179 Swamp Thing, who's the number 4 seed. This match could go in any direction right there. And we got that score up 239 to 218 in our last match from Archimedes. Keeps the Torbots 1197 in 5th spot. So, big move there. You're seeing a lot of teams holding spots right now because 6 points isn't really going to move you up too much right now. If you're already in the top 8, it's about holding serve. But if one of these top teams takes a loss and only gets 3 or fewer RPs, that's when things start to change. So wins aren't as important as losses, if that makes a little bit of sense, if you can get what I'm going at.
Yeah, and with those ranking points, I don't know. So in districts, we play 12 matches. Everybody, all teams get to play 12 matches. At the championship here, we play 10 matches. Do you think that has something to do with the variability we're seeing with the upsets maybe in the rankings that we didn't expect? Or is it just all of those amazing teams playing against each other?
So I think it's a combination, Steph. I think number 1, there's a lot of amazing teams here. Number 2, the 10 matches you mentioned, but also at districts we're playing 12 matches with like 40 teams.
Yep.
Here we're playing, 1/6 as many matches, but we're nearly doubling the amount of teams. So that multiplicative effect means the rankings are going to be a little bit more random. Now, our 6 RPs obviously helps over last year what we had with 4 RP, but regardless, we're at a point right now, the schedules are a little bit imbalanced by nature. This is what happens when you have alliances of 3 and only play 10 matches in a division of 75. That means there's going to be some weirdness. We see it every year at the championship. I think there's a little bit less than in past years, but here we are right now, and as we go to Daily, this one is one of the big ones here. So if 44-15 can hold serve here, they stay up in number 1. But this is their last match, mind you. This is their last match. So if they get 5 RP here, they clinch the number 1 seed overall.
It looks like they are even, let's see, 44-15 versus 179. They have a 3 ranking point lead here. Well, so they don't need all 6 to lock it.
That's what I'm saying. They need 5 to lock number 1 over everyone. If they get 5, that puts them at 57. That means 1796 can only get to 56. 1678 can only get to 55.
That's right.
But if they take a loss here, and even with the 3, that gets them to 55. It means 1796 can pass them. It means 1678 can tie them, and then the co-op would get them above them. So it's all on the line right now in this match. This match is massively huge, especially when you think about what could happen with declines. The team on the outside, 2056, is now in 9th spot. The most that they can probably get up to in all of this is like 8th. There's really not a lot of room for them to go up right now. So they get a little bit higher with some upsets, where it would take some upsets to happen. If 44-15 seeds number 1, they might get declined by 1796. They might get declined by 1678. I don't know if OP can afford to decline them from 9.
This is a really, really interesting match. Last match for these teams for the weekend in terms of qualification matches. It's all riding on the line here, all of these ranking points.
I think all weekend long, teams have been skeptical of 44-15. Do they belong to that number 1 seed? Do they belong? Well, guess what? Here's their chance to earn it and shut everyone up. They do this right here. They get their 5 RP. They've got that number 1 seed, and they're looking down, and they're working on their decisions. They control things. Match is starting. Let's go.
1 up for blue, 2 up for blue now. 90-32 playing the algae game we've known to see them for. One last piece of coral in the nick of time from our team from Knob Noster. 2 minutes and 13 seconds for these robots to be driven by their drivers. 64-24 starting to process algae. 21-29 ultraviolet doing the same. Human players tossing them up top. 44-15 epic robots not quite close enough to the reef, to the barge. 179 gonna spin around and use that floor intake. 90-32 doing the same. They've got a bit of a jam with theirs though. 44-15 up into the barge. 649 now onto level 3 for the Red Alliance. Stealth Panther doing the same. Robo Whales to level 4. Ultraviolet to 3 as well. It is neck and neck 126 to 127. Every score here on Daily flips the score back and forth. We have finished the ranking point threshold lowering, so each alliance only needs to complete 3 of 4 levels on the reef to earn the RP. Each alliance has completed 2 of those levels. Swamp gonna drop their coral. They're gonna have to go find another one. River Whales to level 3. Swamp looking for their new home. They've decided level 4 is the place for it to be. Blue has extended their lead now, 181 to 167, 45 seconds left. Blue has earned their ranking point. M-Set Fish gonna go slide on in, and they're gonna go play some defense, or maybe look to climb with 30 seconds remaining in this match. Epic Robots, they've got their piece of algae. They're bringing it up, they're gonna toss it on in, and they're gonna look for their next game piece ready to go. Well, that sound means we are in the end game. 64-24 in position. They're gonna try and climb aboard. 64-24 is up, M-Set is up. 44-15 lining up, Swamp is off the ground. We've got 4 seconds left. Can we get climbs? Yes, we can. 3 red robots are off the ground. 1 for blue as time expires.
Okay, that was intense. At the end of the match, blue was up by 10, but it looked like red had 3 robots up and blue only had 1 robot up. Then all of a sudden there was only 2 robots up, and Steph's like, wait a second, it was up before. When do they count? We need to see these scores, because that matches everything in the daily division.
Yeah, those climbs count about 3 seconds after the end of the match. If it's up, up to the referees.
We will cut back in when we have that score. We're heading over to the Newton field right now for match number 114.
The top 8. But over on the Red Alliance, we have 868 Tech Hounds currently sitting at number 5, and they do not want to give up their rank.
Well then, the Red Alliance takes it 232 to 221. I'm peeking my microphone. 44-15 is your number 1 seed in the daily division.
They're out here proving everybody wrong. They have earned that number 1 seed.
They now have the choice of 1796, 1678, or 2056, or to light a match and toss it into the pile, baby.
I am so excited for tomorrow morning. Let's cool it down just a little bit, head over to Newton and see what's going on there with the ranking implications in match number 114.
Active on the Blue Alliance side already. They deeply want to have those ranking points, and we'll see if they can get that done. They've got 1 row complete up there on the top row. Looking now down to level 3 to see if they can pick up level 3 in the coral. And here we see defense now starting to be active. Red Alliance drifting across. Blockheads looking to block Blue Alliance from scoring, trying to get in between the Blue Alliance robots and their scoring zone. That is a dangerous dance, because as those Blue Alliance teams move close into the coral reef, that contact can be costly. On the Red Alliance side, though, unimpeded, they are looking to score. 868 has got coral stuck in the robot. Can they shake it loose? They can through percussive action with the coral reef.
All right, now we're going to take a look at what's going on in Johnson Field. Watch Wild Staying, 111, and Valor, 6800 over in red.
That's
with 35 seconds on the clock. 1880 looks like they might be heading in to try and start cooperation there. Red Alliance having helped them out. Let's see, and there it is. Cooperatition's on the board. Blue Alliance has their ranking point. 20 seconds on the clock. That means it's time to think about the climb. 1880 needs to get out of the way, and they do. And let's see what happens here as we head towards the end of this match. We've got 1 robot way up on deep climb over there on the Blue Alliance side. 2 now. And let's see if 1880 know they're going to park. On the Red Alliance side, we have 1 and 2 robots on deep climb with 1 park, and we will have your official results up here in just a moment.
Already about a 50-point lead, even more. Now trying to get above 20 point or 60 points for the Red Alliance. And they do. Red Alliance has filled level 4 full with the corals, or almost filled it. They've scored a number of algae in the processors. So now the threshold is down to 3. They only need 3 levels full with 7 or more pieces of coral to get the ranking points for the coral. Meanwhile, over on the blue side, we've got a handful of coral up on the level 4, about 3 of them. They've got about 6 of them or 7 of them at level 2 or level 3. So they are still putting a number of coral there and scoring with the 2 robots. Over 200 points now with 20 seconds to go for the Red Alliance. We enter into Endgame. Nobody anywhere near the barge. Now a couple of red teams going over there. Another piece of algae attempted by Valor, but that one rolls out. All 3 red robots over by the barge. 3 seconds, 2 up in the air, 1, and time expires. So the coral ranking points should be achieved by the Red Alliance. They had 3 levels with 7 or more pieces of coral. Not sure if they're going to get credit for 2 robots hanging because one of them appears to be leaning on another one, but they've got at least 1 hanging over on the red side. 1 blue robot seems to be hanging clearly as well.
Doing their thing. We're going to hop on over to the Archimedes field for qualification match 114. We got 2 teams up in the top 9, 1756 and 2481 on the Blue Alliance.
Things could be lazy if they weren't so crazy, and I wasn't following you. Running in circles won't find me no purpose. It's right here with you and what I do. Changes of season are nearly as bathing as watching the changes in you. We'll hotel for a new day in search of a new way, but are you sure that it will do? World in changes, still going through. I've got a lot to learn about you. World in changes, still going through. You've got a lot to learn about me too.
Jumping on over to the Hopper field right now, match number 113.
Drivers behind the line. We're starting this matchup in 3, 2, 1. Let's dive.
Autonomous routines in full display here, starting out match number 113. There's 2 up on level 4 for the Red Alliance, grabbing an algae as well. That team 9635. Cyber Rabbit looking for 3 algae there, just barely missing. That's going to roll across the carpet into blue territory, and we'll see what they have to say about that. Drivers take control. 30 all is our score line here.
Folks, we're hopping away from that match because we got the biggest match of the weekend coming up right now. That is 29-10 versus 13-23. 13-23 is the number 1 seed. 29-10 is the number 2 seed. Arguably the 2 best robots in the world. Other teams can make an argument for themselves, but these are the 2 teams that everyone's wanted to see, and their match is starting right now. Take a look.
Currently ranked number 2 they would very much like 6 ranking points here to displace Madtown over on the Blue Alliance, who's currently ranked number 1. This match promises to have high score and hopefully no high jinx. 54-52 in favor of Blue. Currently, we will see how it shakes out. 10,014 taking that shot up over the shoulder. That will end up bouncing out, but they've got Coral off the ground. See if they can score that now for the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance already has 3 algae up in the barge as they are surging ahead at 84-84, now 95-84. This one's going to be tough to keep track because the score is going to change very frequently as we move through this match. You can see the competition is already engaged, making it easier for that ranking point in the coral reef. Both sides are well on their way to picking up that ranking point. There goes another one of those layups from 10,014. 90-85, looking to find a spot to put Coral. They're going to put it on level 4. 2 out of 3 done for the Red Alliance. Red Alliance ahead now, 152-149. Too close to call with 1:10 to go. More algae going up into the barge for the Blue Alliance, and a 10-72 scoring on level 3, finishing up the second level for the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance already has the ranking point, and they are looking to put some icing on that cake over there, trying to fill up the reef. Both sides are going to try to fill up that reef as we roll through the last 48 seconds on the clock, and you can see some defense now happening. Trying to take all the algae away, give it up to the Blue Alliance, see if they can put that into their barge with 30 seconds to go here. 55-35, trying to play the spoiler. Bionic Bison trying to slow down. They've got 221 points on the board already. Let's see if they can get up over 230 before we get down to 20 seconds. Red Alliance Robots already climbing here with 19 to go. 193 on the board, 230 for the Blue Alliance. And let's see if Blue Alliance Robots can get all the way in the air. 29-10 with 8 seconds to go. That is just a tremendous amount of time for them to be able to go up, because it takes about half a second for them to jump up in the air. And that is how we are going to sit. Oh no, it looks like Mega Harpy may be touching the ground there at the end of the match. We will see, and we'll have your official results up in just a moment.
Folks, barring something strange there with the scores or the counting or a card or whatever, we have our second number 1 seed locked up. Team 1323 wins the match, 6 RP, 59 RP overall, makes them the number 1 overall seed. 2910 was still in second place for now. That could change with a couple other teams coming up, but 1323, in my mind, might have an obvious choice here to pick 2910. This is what a lot of people were worried about. A lot of people were excited about it. They want to see these 2 great robots together.
I mean, it's no secret I am on 2910, so of course I am hoping for this to go a certain way. But I mean, just look at the energy out here. It's hard. Our camera does not do it justice, but these stands are packed.
There's 8 million people here. I feel like a little bit like everyone's in my space right now. I don't know.
Everybody's here to watch these rear pivot arms in action.
But 1323, they did what they had to do for every single match. They only dropped 1 RP all weekend long. That was on a partner, didn't move an auto. They did what they needed to do.
It's incredible. Executing in all aspects of this game is really challenging.
And here's the thing, folks. We've talked about so many other teams not being able to execute, not be able to pull everything off. 1323 did it.
They did it. They earned it. We'll make sure. We'll see. Did they get 59 RP this weekend?
Yeah, well, score. I feel like the score is coming soon.
I heard something.
I heard it. It was a different field. Okay.
There are 8 divisions here at the championship. Lots and lots of action. We are waiting. I'm sure they're just counting all those L1 coral, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, the stack of them right there.
Yeah, the little fire stacks, the little just tossed in there in that trough.
Well, I mean, they've got the field cleared, and there's robots on for the next match. So it's a little bit weird that the score isn't up yet. That's interesting. Is there a little bit of drama here? Is there more to this story?
We have seen in some matches this year, herding can be used strategically, but
so
it is
in
very
that case, the Blue Alliance did
edge.
move for algae at the same time. It's hard to say, but they kind of plowed through a bunch of algae, sent it to the other side of the field, away from the red side towards the blue. that could be called for something. That could be a yellow card. That could be a foul. I don't think it would be a direct red. So I don't think we're going to see that sort of impact on the standings. But a yellow wouldn't really have much meaning at this point because they reset and this was the last match. But the points, 33 points before Endgame was the difference right there. So we'd have to take a lot of fouls to offset this. But again, the referees are working on this carefully to see what's happening. So, and now we got scores coming up. The fish says Blue Alliance wins. And the RPs, 6 RPs, 266 to 235. 6 RPs and 1323 is your #1 seed for the Newton division, folks. Congratulations to Madtown Robotics.
Yep, and again, 3 ranking points for the Red Alliance, and 2910 moves just a bit down to #3. But what a match. Another full 9 RPs, lots and lots
This is
of
the match where the
scoring
schedules
elements.
came out 2 days ago. This is what we were looking for. This is what we were waiting for. Lived up to the hype, man. Lived up to the hype. Almost 500 points total in that match.
Absolutely. This is why we're here, for all the action. Looks like next we're going to be starting to look at Archimedes
Yeah,
division.
we're going to Archimedes 115. This is a big match here. We got 11-14 trying to move up. They were in the 7th spot, trying to move further up. They got their friends, 29-35. Naki, one of the most underrated teams in Ontario and maybe the world, and 15-11, who's been a great algae bot. So watch what's going on here. Remember, for 11-14 to move up, they're going to want 6 RP plus co-op because everything in Archimedes is so close. Every single thing matters here. Let's see what happens. Blue Alliance is pretty solid as well, so this is going to be a good one, starting right now.
On Archimedes, as 3 Red Alliance machines all race towards their Alliance reef, but only 2 pieces of coral land initially. There's our 3rd one coming up on level 4, and it's the 3rd. That was the 2nd one on level 4. It was the 3rd one on the total reef, and they close out Autonomous with yet another one there coming from Symbotics. Early in the teleoperated period, Symbotics will scoop up yet another level 4 score. Those worth 5 points here in teleop versus they were worth 7 in Autonomous, but it's still valuable contributions to the Red Alliance's current lead of 12 points. We'll see how that changes here as the Blue Alliance starts processing algae through. Loretto Lightning, our 3rd-year team out of Minnesota, 2nd-year team out of Minnesota, processing that algae through the field wall, 6 points apiece, and then the Rolling Thunder human player tries tossing them both up onto the barge net for the Red Alliance. Only one of them able to connect for 4 points of red score, but that's all right because their alliance now has a lead, in part due to the major construction project Symbotics is leading over here alongside their Ontario friends, Naki Robotics. Naki, however, has a piece of coral stuck in that robot, and so they're kind of trying to dance around to get rid of it, but I suspect we'll see a pivot in their strategy later on. 96 points on the board for them, 83 for Blue. Blue fighting with a sea of algae in front of their coral station. There's the robot of Les Eagles over there from Quebec, finding a new route, actually an entire new side of the field as they race along and head to the bottom left corner of the field where they're trying to lock Symbotics out of that coral station. So far unsuccessful. Symbotics with a very powerful drivetrain. They're able to just push the defender out of the way. And the Golden Eagle will move to go find a new defense target. It's the 2935 machine of Naki Robotics, who has no game element in a playable position in their robot. They do still have the coral stuck in there. They're instead just hanging out here waiting for the endgame sonar pings to get ready to help park and contribute to overall barge RP and endgame score. Still an 18-point lead over here on red. Symbotics up in the air for 12 on a deep cage. Their alliance partners, Rolling Thunder, join them, 12 more. Blue Alliance with just one robot, airborne-ish. We'll see if it is airborne enough. And otherwise, 2 more parks over there on blue is the end of our end game.
All right, we're coming on back here, and it looks like we might have a score there from Archimedes. Let's see if we can get that up, or in the meantime, what we saw in that match is looked like a comfortable match for 11-14, but then 29-35 died. And so they do get all 6 RP. 11-14 moves up to 7th spot right there. But that got dicey when 29-35 had that coral stuck in their robot.
It did, and there's still so many, there's at least 3 other teams above 11-14 that still have to play, and they're going to have to score several ranking points to stay up there. So still not a final position yet for 11-14, even though they're done with their matches.
Yeah, and also that score of 176, that was a little bit low. That's what hurts 11-14's average score, which also matters in all of this. So
yeah, we did see another coral stuck in a robot. We've seen a lot of that this afternoon. It's one of those things, I think, you just play so many matches. This coral bounces around weird sometimes. It's a really tough break.
Yeah, that's a really interesting one. But now we're going to go on to the Curie division, match number 117.
Go! Qualification match number 117 officially underway here on the Curie division. We've got pieces of coral being scored for either of these alliances. It looks like 862 is trying to score a piece of algae. It may be invisible, but they'll go to grab it during the teleoperated period. At this point, Blue Alliance is going to take the advantage with a score of 51, but after the scores have been tallied, we are 51 all. 862 is going to begin that redo by grabbing a piece of algae directly from the reef where they intended to during the autonomous period and scoring it for the same amount of points as they would have earlier. Lightning Robotics racing themselves on over to grab a piece of algae while their partners trying to maneuver around the Defender 5654 from Israel. Looks like they have gotten algae in tow that they have stolen from the Red Alliance. 166 Chop Shop trying to make their way around some traffic. 5654 playing some pretty good zone coverage on this Red Alliance, boxing them out of their end zone when they need to get in there the most to score their touchdown of coral onto the reef. 34-78 of the Blue Alliance. Repatech Lambot from Mexico making it a 2-for-1. Dropping off a piece of coral, retrieving a piece of algae, and sinking it on into the barge. The trifecta, if you will, of the game piece maneuvers. 166 Chop Shop, the Merrimack machine, heads over to the human feed station, avoiding the one being protected by 5654, the Team Phoenix. We've got 2 Red Alliance robots trying to feed their stations. We've got 1, 2, 3 Red Alliance robots lined up. 1, 2, 3 Red Alliance robots going to score pieces of coral on 1, 2, 3 different levels of the reef. Back in the Blue Alliance side of the field, they're trailing by about 20 points, 118 to 134 in favor of Red. Teams have not started their cooperation bonus by placing some algae into the processors. That'll reduce the coral ranking point threshold here in the match number 117. We're winding down to our final 10 matches where the ranking points are going to matter the most. We'll shake things out to see how alliance selection goes in the morning. 42-37 Team Lancebot trying to line themselves up on the Blue Alliance reef. It's them working with Prepatech Lambot working on the Blue Reef. They've got 2 out of the 4 levels complete for the ranking point. Looks like Red Alliance has knocked out 4 for 4. With 46-11 grabbing one on the level 4 for an extra 5 points right at the buzzer. Looks like we got 3 Blue Alliance robots in the air. Looks like we have 3 Red Alliance robots up in the air right at the buzzer. A triple-double, if you will, for match number 117. What a way to end it on. And we'll be back with your official results in just a moment.
Okay, we're heading over to the Archimedes field for match number 116. We got the number 2 seed in here at 43-91, but they're up against 17-32 and 987.
The coral they were trying to bring over to the Alliance Reef. However, their Alliance partners, High Rollers and Hilltop, are both having solid weekends here at the first championship. High Rollers come into this match ranked 14. And part of how you get a rank like that is being consistent and autonomous. Their coral building helps them get a lead coming out of auto there on the Blue Alliance side of things. Red Alliance now, Mars Wars from Illinois, dropping off a 4-point barge net score, followed up almost immediately by CTC Inspire, all out of Missouri, picking up 8 points worth of barge net score, returning the processed algae that the Blue Alliance provided them previously. Blue Alliance still holds on to a 9-point lead, although they have to work furiously to maintain it. There's the High Rollers from Vegas, back to the Coral Station wall. Over to the reef they go, and they'll lift up for level 3. Synchronized placement alongside their Alliance partners, Crusaders from Hawaii, in a 8-point combo on level 3 of the Alliance Reef. That level 3 is getting mighty full, mighty quick. There's just 3 or 4 spaces left for Coral to go there. Crusaders now pivoting to move on level number 2. 3 points apiece for each of them scored there. 171 points on the board for their alliance, and yet still they cannot take their foot off the gas as this Red Alliance right on their heels. Mars Wars and the Brave Bots working together here to try to defend the Brave Bots number 2 rank and also boost the Mars Wars up a little ways. Mars Wars sits in a pretty competitive spot on the leaderboard. There's about a 7-way tie for 21st right now that they would like to break free of, and boosting their rank point average would help them do so. 202 points on the board with over 30 seconds left in the match is no slouching effort there. That Red Alliance absolutely crushing it, which implicitly means so is the blue. I have a feeling this one's all going to come down to endgame as well, as per the usual for these very close matches. Up goes what I believe is our last piece of algae from the Blue Alliance human player, placing it onto the Blue Alliance side of the barge net, lifting up into the air with 6 seconds left. There goes our last Blue Alliance robot, the High Rollers. This match was over with 3 seconds to spare. And it's definitely going to take more than 3 seconds to score it up. We'll be right back in just a moment.
Welcome back to First Champs Live. We're RSN at the desk here. What a match! 247 to 236 on the real-time score, and it looked like maybe all 6 robots off the ground. An absolutely massive score here at Championship.
What a way to welcome you back to the desk, Steve. That is, I don't know off the top of my head what the highest combined clean score in Reefscape is right now, but that has to be close.
It's 236, so 272 on that one, and then add 11 more to the other. My math.
It's just a lot of points, but it looks like we might have a real answer without having to do any math. We got a Blue Alliance win. How many ranking points do we got?
The world
283
high score. Nope, not clean, but 281.
That's still higher.
Is the highest score. We've seen 279 twice, 280, and 281. The world high score. High Rollers and Crusaders and Hilltop Robotics combining for 281 clean points. The triple climb, only the double climb on the Red Alliance, so only 2 of those counted, but still just absolute barn burner of a match.
What a way to end their day over there. That's their last qualification match those teams will play in Reefscape.
But we see 4391 moving down from the number 2 spot into the number 4 spot. If you score 260 points in a match, you call up and you get all the bonus ranking points, and you move down.
It's really rough. There's not much more you can do, right?
That is what happens in the pivotal matches here at Championships as we get prepared for the last matches for all of these teams heading into Alliance selection time tomorrow. Tonight, everybody kind of tries to figure out what just happened.
Yeah, that was some rankings moving there on Archimedes. Next, we're going to be looking at Galileo, see if we're going to have some more rankings, implications, some more potential upsets here on Galileo. We have right now 49-46 in number 1. They've already played all 10 of their matches. They've got 58 ranking points, so they actually cannot be caught. But in those lower rankings, what have we got?
Well, in this match upcoming, we've got 45-22 Team Scream. They are tied. Just tiebreaker with the co-opetition. So they are tied with Istanbul Wildcats there. So they're looking to get full separation here. If they get 6 ranking points and the Coral and the co-opetition here, then they are locked in at 2. And that will be huge for them. So this match, very important that they come out and get everything working.
Yeah, everything relies on getting all 6 of those ranking points and the co-op if they really want to secure it.
I think I think they don't necessarily need the co-op because I don't think that 9483 can catch them, but it certainly might help. It will help them to be able to get the Coral ranking point without having to spend time and effort putting those L1s on so they can focus on algae scores because they have to secure that win. If they lose this match, then all bets are off. 9483 can take advantage of that. Down lower in the rankings, 190, Gampe and the Herd, but they've got thumbs up on the field, so we're going to go down to live action on Galileo. Check out whether Team 4522, Team Scream on the Blue Alliance can maintain their number 2 rank. Galileo Field presented by Medtronic.
Top blue matching them Coral for Coral. 45 and 22 adding another. Their partner 1868 just missing their next placement. But Team Scream had a miss. It looks like it did land in the trough though. Red Alliance coming into Tulleyop with a lead by 10 points. 971 from Mountain View, California, scoring an algae up in the barge, lifting up to also place some coral on level 4 for the Red Alliance. They've got it. That's 5 more points for Red. Blue is right on their heels. 706 placing some algae into the processor for our Red human player to throw up into the net. They've got it. 65-74, playing some defense up against 706, getting creative, making sure that these robots that have ground intakes or who are algae bots are still working hard to score their points. 706 scoring another algae in the processor. Their partner, Team Scream, lining up and adding an algae into the barge as well for the Blue Alliance. Red has caught up and taken the lead. They're up 138 to Blue's 113 with 1:10 remaining. 971 scoring a level 3 Coral. Their partner, Warbots, going back to the loading station to grab another. They also scored on level 3, netting 4 more points for the Red Alliance. 971 with a level 2 placement. That's worth 3 points for Red. Since these alliances got their cooperation bonus, they each only need 1 more level of coral with 7, or 1 more level of the reef of 7 coral to get the coral bonus ranking point. The Blue Alliance is having to contend with some tough defense from Ferrodermis. They really slowed down Blue's offensive strategy. Space Cookies scoring on level 3. Their partner 708 trying to grab another piece of coral, while Team Scream was able to grab some coral from the loading station and scored it on level 3, earning the Blue Alliance that coral bonus ranking point. 10 seconds remaining, only 20 points between these alliances. Ferrodermis is up in the air. All 3 blue robots also lining up. It looks like Team Scream has climbed as well.
Fearsome defense there from Team 6574 Ferrodermis. Looks like it slowed down Team Scream enough to shake up the rankings on the Galileo field. But speaking of shaking up the rankings, here we are over on the Hopper field presented by PWC. We are checking out 1768 Neshoba Robotics from Bolton, Massachusetts. They are trying to maintain their number 1 ranked position here in this match.
Intake to make these cycles extremely fast for the Red Alliance on the far side of the field, grabbing another one from that wall and looking at level 3 for another 4-point score there. The team out of Florida getting it done for the Red Alliance. 120 left in play. Blue Alliance has the lead 124 to 81. They do have 1 out of the 4 levels they need towards the ranking point. And it does look like all 3 blue machines working on different levels of the reef here. So the ranking point certainly seems to be in the playbook for the Blue Alliance. Neshoba bringing back one up tie for 5 points once again. And just like that, Blue Alliance shifts from 1 to 3 levels complete for that ranking point, and their lead is starting to pull ahead now. 170 to 91. Red Alliance looking for something to close this gap in the final 45 seconds of play. With that co-op bonus engaged here, the threshold drops from 4 to 3, and automatically Blue Alliance gets that coral ranking point, and they're playing for the match here in the last 33 seconds. Red Alliance still with more work towards that Coral ranking point. 23-83 working on level 2 as their teammates looking way up high for another one on level 4. They cap it off for 5 points, and it looks like 2 blue machines are already poised for the cages at midfield. Neshoba and 6647 Voltec Robotics grappled onto the deep cage. There goes 1768. 7 seconds for the Red Alliance. There go the Ninjaneers. 2 up for blue, 2 up for red with 3 seconds in play. And time runs out in match number 116.
My lover, 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 I'm in paradise whenever I'm with you. My mind, my mind, well, it's a paradise whenever I'm with you. Ride on, I will ride on down the road, I will find you, I will hold you, I'll be there. It's long, well, it's a mighty long road, but I'll find you, I will hold you, and I'll be there. I know you heard it from those other boys, but this time it's real, it's all in.
So that Galileo match does move 45-22 Team Scream down into the 3 position, getting only 2 ranking points there. And in that match on Hopper, looks like 1678 probably pulls out 6 ranking points, which keeps them at the 1 position, and I think it puts them 1 ranking point clear of everybody else on that division. They do win. Let's see if they get all the ranking points. 226 to 145. Late co-op in this match, they got 5 ranking points. They did get co-op, but this means that we'll have to check the tiebreakers to see if, oh no, my internet.
It's still enough for 1768 to be in number 1 for now. Waiting for their pages to update here.
So their co-op is higher than 2200 BCR, so it is likely that they would win out if BCR does get the full suite of BCR or 4728. If either of them get full ranking points in their next match, they will still be able to unseat Neshoba Robotics. 1768, your number 1 seed for the Hopper division, presented by PwC. So 2 matches with big ranking implications, up and down. Well, up, hard to go up when you're number 1, but locking that in, not having to hope that some matches after you play will decide your fate. It's a sigh of relief for 1768, who has been on fire this weekend, just playing perfectly.
And it's interesting the difference in the divisions that we're seeing. In another division, 5 ranking points in your last match could drop you more than 1 rank.
Because
and
that does make their average ranking score 5. Flat 5 on Hopper division gets you the number 1 seed.
I'm pretty sure there's more than 1 division out here, and I can verify in a minute that would have you, what, out of the top 8?
At least down in the bottom half of the top 8. Or, yeah, sorry, we're deep in it. We'll go down to Milstein. They're in live action here. Qualification match 117.
Real quick here. Minute 20 left to go. 141 to 117 here in match number 117. Newton Squared heading over to steal some algae off the floor there on the blue side of the field. Algae thievery becoming a more common strategy here on the Milstein field as we progress in our later qualification matches. Red Alliance with 2 levels completed now towards their Coral ranking point. Blue Alliance with all 3 of theirs done, so they're walking away with at least 1 ranking point. Algae falling out of the barge there as the red barge really starting to get filled up with algae. Here comes Newton Square trying to fit another one in there. They got it. Now they're going to try and get another. It looks like there are 10 algae up into that barge. There goes an 11th up there as the Red Alliance now only leads by a few points, 176 to 165. Newton Square getting another algae up in the barge. Both alliances are achieved the Coral ranking point. Over goes Newton Squared as we enter the endgame portion of the match. A very dangerous move going all the way to the blue side of the field. in the end game. There goes another algae trying to show off how good they are at filling up those barges. Newton Square trying to get hooked onto their deep barge. They're up and off the ground. Looks like we have 2 blue robots off the ground as time expires on match 117.
In that match on Milstein, 9-10 Foley Freeze was the 8 seed, but it looks like they might lose that match. Live action here, just the beginning of Teleop over on the Archimedes division, 1987. Bronco Bots coming into this match, the number 3 seed on the Blue Alliance, holding a small lead here, trying to secure ranking near the top of that division.
Processing a piece of algae through the field wall, picking up the 6 points. Then they go rescue the Alliance partners Aerodynamics, and we are back from what was a 3-1 power play back to a full 3-on-3. Red Alliance took advantage of that time. They were up on robots to go up on score. They at one point had a 10-point lead, but it's now back to a tie, and the Blue Alliance quickly starts rebuilding. Along we go over here on the Red Alliance side, reaching up. There's Athena's Warriors out of Connecticut picking up a level 3 score for 4 points, while the Blue Alliance side all are finding their bearings still. Level 4. Yeah, that one's good from Bronco Bots coming into this match, ranked number 2, giving the Blue Alliance a 2-point lead for the time being. Long-range shot coming at you from the MA Bears as they launch algae from downtown, lining up all the way pretty much at the center point of the Alliance Reef. Getting some serious flashbacks to aerial assist here, a game I dearly loved. Although in that case, we were trying to make the algae go over the truss. This time we want the algae to stay on it. Blue Alliance at 148 points so far with 38 seconds left to play. They've got a Red Alliance defender in their way, doing like curls in the air or something here with their intake mechanism. They've got a piece of coral stuck in the robots, so what they're working on now is just trying to lock out a coral station. So far, not fully effective. And the Red Alliance machines smash back through the cages on their way back into safe territory as we reach our end game. Red Alliance currently down by 50, so an end game alone isn't going to be enough to catch up the match score, but at least they can pick up some barge RP here in this one. Blue Alliance also racing for the same barge RP. 2 robots in the air, plus 1 part. That should be a 26-pointer there in the end game, or at least a 16 if one of those wheels is still touching the ground. Should be a full barge RP over here as well on the Red Alliance side. Can't quite as easily hypothesize on the number of points, but we'll get a final result to you scored in just a moment.
We watched on Milstein. The live score deceived us. 9-10 on that field, keeping that number 8 rank with a 1-point victory. 1 point on the match score, but 6 ranking points, and the co-op solidifying their position as a captain.
Doesn't matter if it's close. What matters is you got those 6 ranking points and that co-op, and secured, like you said, that captain spot in number 8.
The power of having the ability to decline and make your own alliance is everything in FRC at the championship. We have seen 8 seeds, 7 seeds, you name it, make it out of their division, and otherwise you have to accept. And if the rankings, if the qualification matches went in a certain way and you are not confident that you will be paired with somebody that you can make it out of the division in, you can guarantee that you will have control of your alliance as a captain.
Yes, and in this game, where at this level of play, it very quickly becomes about diminishing returns, about using your resources wisely, and being able to score as many of the multiple different game pieces as possible and get all of those climbs. Being able to make those choices as a captain and choose whether or not you want to accept an invitation is even more valuable.
So that's super important for the teams that have a chance to be in those captain's positions. But these last few matches, each field's going to 125. Even though the #1 rank may be locked up and the captains may be solidifying as captains, these are still very important matches, because if you can show that you have a compatibility with the teams that are ranked very high, if you have a great autonomous mode, if you have a great climb, all of these things, you have to show it in your last match to build that confidence that the scouts will look at you and say, well, if they're there, if this team is still available, we want this team. So these last few matches do have incredible impacts on the tournament, even if they don't move the rankings around in a significant way.
And you better believe all those teams are looking at all of those things tonight. We've got more ranking implications over here.
We've got 7407, the Wired Boars from Wallingford, Connecticut, their high school. Choate, pretty much the hardest team name in the entire FRC world to say, but they have been on fire this weekend and all season. 7407, quick elevator, very fun to watch, but they've got a real match coming up against them. 3674 Cloverbots out of Battleground, Washington. They are a great coral scorer, and they will not be going quietly into the night here on the Red Alliance. They are currently ranked 7th, so this could have a big impact on what alliances look like on Saturday morning.
Yeah, this really matters for both of these teams here, and you can see that even though they are spread apart by 4 or 5 ranks right now, they're only separated by 2 ranking points.
Yes, it's so bunched up on so many of these divisions. A match like this, so it's interesting. We talked throughout that teams were moving up and moving down in the rankings, but some divisions and some teams saw their tough matches against eventual captains early in the tournament, and so they had to claw their way back up. And some teams see their tough matches late in the tournament. When we're all said and done and we're looking back on championships, it will be, oh yeah, okay, they played against this team and they ended up in this rank. But it does matter chronologically when these matches happen. You know that you're both in the captain spot here in your last match, and you're up against each other. There's a lot of pressure on this match for both of those teams, so they hope that their alliances are cohesive and they're going to bring them to victory, because those 3 ranking points for that win, all impactful.
That's exactly why we're here, the RoboSports Network, at First Champs Live, because there is no match for watching the action live. There is no match for seeing all of this, all of the roller coaster up and down as it happens. It's just not the same to look at the data, look at the numbers after the fact.
And we see willing their robot to connect, the Cloverbots there waving their clover, and live action is happening. Autonomous has begun. Hopefully we see all the robots moving off the line and getting those auto RPs. Looks like all 6 of them are there. Now we will see who will come out on top in match 118 on the Milstein division.
Misses. One's going to slide on right as we begin the teleoperated portion of match number 118. 63-50 at the early onset of the match here. Here comes Ranger Robotics. They're looking for some coral. Clearing algae off of the Blue Alliance's reef, putting some algae up into that barge. Looks like the Blue Alliance has completed the cooperation bonus, or at least their side of it. Red Alliance is 1741, trying to do the same, but the algae keeps popping back out of the processor. Here they go trying again. Meanwhile, their partner, that's 3674. That's the Cloverbots out of Battleground, Washington, trying to score coral as well. Clearing off another algae off of that Red Alliance reef. Red starting to fall behind. Blue really starting to fill up their reef now. 133-92 with under 1:20 left to play. Each alliance has completed the cooperation bonus. Blue with 2 levels completed. They only need 1 more. And it looks like they need about 6 more coral to do it. They have 1 down there at level 2. 30-15, that's Ranger Robotics out of Spencerport High School. finishing off that third level for the Blue Alliance, and now Blue starting to work on filling up level 2, 173 to 113, under a minute left to go. Here comes the Jaybirds out of Hicksville, New York, working on level 2 as well for the Blue Alliance. Red Alert 1741 over on the red side of the field, scoring at level 2. Their partners, the Cloverbots, trying to fill up that fourth level, raise that score a lot faster than what the Blue Alliance is doing right now. 191 to 132. Blue Alliance very much in control right now. Robots heading back to the barge zone, making sure they get that barge ranking point. Spencerport High School's off the ground there. That's 30-15. Here comes their partners, the Jaybirds. They're trying to get hooked onto their deep barge and off the ground. Looks like we have 2 Blue Robots. Now, can we get a third off the ground? 2 seconds left. 1, and that's the buzzer on match number 118.
We are heading straight on over to the Curie division, match number 121, where we see the Bucks Wrath, currently ranked number 9, going up against the Miso Mechanics on blue.
Gwinnett Robotics and the Bucks Wrath are going to begin scoring some algae onto level 4 of the Red Alliance Reef. They have completed the necessary requirements for the upper level in order to get that counted towards the coral ranking point. Blue Alliance has done the same, but Red Alliance is going to take the lead here, moving into our teleoperated period. This is where the driver control portion of our studio begins. Blue Alliance side of the field, 94-42, Miso Mechanics cooking up a recipe for the win by dropping off a piece of algae up into the barge, flavoring that with a little bit of miso as they drop it on in. Their partners 3061 is going to be in charge of placing some coral. Although they missed their intended target of level 3, they're still going to get that landed on level 2 in the trough. 94-42, the Miso Mechanics. The recipe for success is going to include algae being scored in the barge in order to tie them up with the Red Alliance, but Red Alliance is going to jump right back ahead, courtesy of the Bucks Wrath machine in purple, dropping off another piece of algae onto level 3, along with their partners North Gwinnett Robotics. Their cycling period has begun. They're going to be working in tandem, one after the other. They grab from their human player, and one after the other, they're syncing up scoring on either level with their partner 1391 fitting in between all of those cycle times as well. Blue Alliance is right on their tail, 3061 Husky Robotics completing their cycles as well. Seems like it's a fully offensive game here to begin with about less than a minute left to go. Depending on where you score your corals, depending on the points that you'll get, and it looks like the Blue Alliance, with those coral pieces being scored up top, are going to start shooting up ahead of the Red. Red Alliance still has one level 4 slot open. They're saving those 5 points for when that they need it. We're going back and forth in terms of the lead, but right now it's going to be Blue Alliance ahead with 30 seconds left to play. We'll have plenty of time for the Red Alliance to potentially jump ahead by scoring a couple extra pieces of coral. We've got a full reef potentially on the Blue Alliance side of the field. Red Alliance trailing ever so slightly. They've got a couple of open slots. Looks like the Bucks Wrath is going to try to fill them. We're going to see if these teams are going to hover towards the surface. Looks like we got one Red Alliance robot up in the air, potentially one Blue Alliance robot up in the air. We're going to see who's going to climb towards the sky. So we wind down with 3, 2, 1, and time expires. Looks like we may have 3 red robots up in the air.
We're cutting into a match in action on Johnson Field presented by Qualcomm. Check out 1690 on the Blue Alliance, trying to maintain that #1 rank. They are currently tied in ranking points with the #2 team, 1619 Upper Creek.
Launch up into the net and get another 4 points for the Blue Alliance. Human player for red, they're going to be waiting on those processed algae, at least for the time being. Red Alliance score at 91, and they have got one level of reef filled up with 7 or more coral. Blue Alliance almost done with their third. Right now, we are just shy of 1 coral remaining on L2. Approaching now, we do see 1690 placing some algae in the trough. They are, coral in the trough. They are leaving that last L2 for their alliance partner. It looks like R Factor placing one might be the one to do it, but Orbit does now move into L2 place, that final coral. And 3 out of 3 levels completed for the Blue Alliance to earn the coral ranking points. Patriotics playing defense against the Red Alliance, being careful about their interaction near the red reef zone. All 3 red robots on coral for the time being. With 20 seconds remaining, red also locks in that ranking point. So it is back to...
And on that Curie match that we just watched, red getting the 10-point win. We're very close there. 63-29. Bucksrath maintaining their 9th position, but 17-71. North win it, moving up into the number 4 seed with those 6 ranking points. No co-op, so didn't get any higher.
We gonna ride, 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 ride,
Welcome back to the desk, Justin.
Yes,
Lots of
thank you.
impactful matches here at the end of qualifications.
Yeah, absolutely ready to watch the closeout of these matches, see the final rankings shuffle into place, and see who's going to be having the big conversations tonight.
Oh, the big conversations tonight. One of the largest advantages possible is for the number 1 seeds at these fields. They get to strategize with the team that they're picking. If that team is going to accept them, they can combine their scouting lists and really get coordinated there. That Johnson match that just finished, 1690, solidifying that top spot, all 6 ranking points, so slightly raising their ranking point average, and the co-op, so hard to assail them. I think that might mean that they've locked. We'll triple check.
We really are coming to the end of it here at First Champs Live. We will finish all of our qualification matches today. We will be live at 7:20 a.m. tomorrow Central Time for the Alliance selection. After those teams, maybe 1, 2 have had those big conversations, we will find out their final answer, who they'll invite in the morning.
Yeah, so if you want to join us, we'll be doing it live right here at the desk, getting the feed in from every field all at once. So if you want to know what's happening on all the fields in one spot, it's right here.
And we're actually just going to put them all up on the screen at once, overlaid, so that way you can't see anything.
And Karthik brought up earlier, it's going to be even more intense than in the past several years that we've done this, now that there is a timer. And all of the picks have to happen within 90 seconds.
Well, the first round of picking is 90 seconds. Then there's a short couple of minutes in between rounds so that everybody can get settled. Then the next round is 1:30. So time for the teams to talk to each other, but certainly more structured than we had seen at some previous tournaments.
So it's going to be coming in fast, and we'll be keeping you updated as best as possible.
Next up, we have Hopper presented by PwC. We have match number 119. I see some great teams in this match. Let's see what's going on down on Hopper, presented by PwC.
33-39. Bumblebee is currently 6th ranked. They are on the red side of the field.
Grab a coral, place it on level 4, grab another algae, head to the barge, and that's a fast-scoring team, 33-39. Their teammates, 10-38, using that algae to get it into the processor, and perhaps co-op in the mind as they get their half done. Looking for blue to do the same. Lakota Robotics switches gears now and takes the 4 points on the barge. 83-58, Red Alliance has the lead here with just over a minute and a half left in play. Blue Alliance continuing to score on all 3 top levels of the reef. There is one down low into level 1 as well. It looks like the ranking point on the mind here is 51.93. Moves around the front side of the field, and Pantheon pops one onto level 2. Their teammates working on level 3 on the Alliance Station side. They get it done there as well. They head back to recollect as their alliance partners 68-73. The generals move into position, pop one onto level 2, and their teammates go right next door, and Blue Alliance is filling up this reef fast as well. Red Alliance has 2 of the 4 they need for the ranking point. Similar story for Blue. Just under a 1 minute left in play. 133 to 111 is the scoreline as Blue Alliance completes their 3rd level for the ranking point. 33-39, taking that algae, moving it over into the processor. That's going to give them 6 points and switch possession over to the Blue Alliance human player who makes the shot into the barge for 4 points for Blue. 30 seconds left in play. Red maintains their lead, 156 to 139. Both alliances with just 1 level to go for the ranking point. We'll see if they can do it with 20 seconds left in play. Another cap off up high for 40-09, who heads back with their alliance partners underneath the blue barge. 3 red machines under as well. 8 seconds to play. Looking to climb. 40-09 swinging their way up with 3, 2, 1. Time runs out here in match number 119. Referees take a look at these robots at midfield, tally up those scores, and we'll get those posted in just a moment.
Bringing you all the action here at Championships. First Champs Live going down to the Newton Division, the number 2 ranked team, 28-32. Livonia Warriors on the Blue Alliance here, looking to stay right near the top of the rankings.
We have a green light on the field here on Newton. Red Alliance ready, Blue Alliance ready. In 3, 2, 1, go!
Everybody moving, looking to pick up that ranking point. All the ranking points that remain are not that many when you think about it. We're down here on match number 121 of 125. Only a few more left to be garnered by each alliance, and therefore their team members comprising the alliance. Blue Alliance is going to pick up 40 points. Red Alliance will pick up 16. Both will pick up a ranking point as a result of autonomous. Now we're turning into the teleoperated period. Blue Alliance has got Livonia Warriors. They're currently ranked number 2 and want to stay there, and so they are going to need a 6 ranking point outing here to be able to retain that position. Right behind them is Jack and the Bot, and they would very much like to see Red Alliance take the win here. Blue Alliance, of course, wants nothing to do with that outcome, and they are going to do everything that they can to secure the win. We can see them right now working on level 4, 28-32 scoring. Livonia Warriors coming around again, scoring one more time up at level 4. Cooperation not in play at the moment. Red Alliance has also finished up level 4, now working on level 3, thinking about that ranking point. 51-42 scoring up on level 4, finishing up level 4, now working on level 3 with 1 minute and 6 seconds remaining. 97-87 looking to pick up algae. They will drop that. And let's see if they are just going to stay in defensive posture. They are trying to slow down the Blue Alliance from achieving the win and also the ranking point that comes with the coral. We're down to 46 seconds on the clock. 2 out of 4 rows complete. Blue Alliance turning their attention to level 3, level 2 now. See if they can get enough in there to be able to pick up the ranking point. 6 ranking points are going to be required for Livonia Warriors to hang on to their position. And we'll see how it goes. Livonia Warriors reaching up into the barge, scoring another algae into the barge there above their cages. And let's take a look. 2 out of 4 on the board right now. 1 out of 4 on the board for red, 2 for blue, and all attention is on the cages. 4091 seems to be dead in the water, but up goes 2832, and their alliance partner doesn't quite get off the ground. Robo Dominator's close, not quite enough juice. And there it's going to sit. Red Alliance has got 3 parked robots. Blue Alliance has got 1 deep climb and 1 park. And this could be an interesting result. We'll have your official results in just a moment.
28-32, Livonia Warriors looking like they will win that match. We'll see how many bonus ranking points they got. But we are going to preview quite the spicy matchup here on Hopper 120. We have 4 teams in the top 11. Yeah. Now, they're not quite on screen, but
3 of those teams
and
are
here
all
we
on the
go.
Red Alliance.
Did Blue Alliance have enough to win? And if so, did they get enough ranking points for Livonia Warriors to stay in the number 2 position? Yes, they got the win, but let's look and see what the board has to say about that.
And they're hoping that
they are going to be stable there at number 2 with those 4 ranking points, unable to pick up the ranking points in the coral or in the barge. But look at that, it's going to be an up and down switch. 51-42 Robo Dominators had been at 15, they're going to drop to 17. The 1 ranking point, 92 points for the Red Alliance teams will be detrimental. They will all take a little bit of a dip into the pond.
These have looked like very good top 8s.
This is their last chance, their last chance to affect their rankings on their own.
7?
Still 4 more matches to go.
Anything is possible at World Champs.
And
this match is getting underway in the autonomous period. Let's check out Hopper presented by PwC.
Team 1 up for, it looks like 47-28 was the LG bot there for the Red Alliance. They take the advantage 53-21. 2247-28, starting the Coral scoring up high for the Red Alliance. Thunderstamps will join in here as well. The Recording Ratcheteers and BCR Blackout currently ranked 3rd and 2nd here on the Red Alliance, so this could solidify a high ranking for these 2 teams. Although Explorer Robotics 51-81 now on the Blue Alliance, currently ranked number 10, right on that bubble of picking position. A win here could solidify their place in the top 8. We'll see who comes out on top. 139 left in play. Red Alliance begins to extend their lead here, 124-60. Co-op has been engaged on both sides of the field, so the threshold for that Coral ranking point is 3 levels. Both alliances, rather just the Red Alliance, has that 1 level completed. Blue Alliance very close to the same feat.
122 coming up.
120 left in play. The full scoring continues. 95-45 is the lone robot. That Comical Robotics out of Turkey is on the far side of the field on the red side, trying to slow down the red machines right in front of that Coral station. 2200, despite that defense, able to collect that Coral extremely quickly and move it over onto level 2 of the Reef
Robotics. We're adding on double screens here, bringing up
Let's meet our Blue Alliance team.
Where
starting things off, it's 1-0-0-7
from Huntersville, North Carolina, the Heist.
And secure in that number 1 seed
in the middle of the Blue Alliance. It's 75-63.
From Sao Paulo, Brazil, it's Ceci Sinai
with 4907, 47-28, and now 2200. Continuing scoring on level 2.
From
that Red Alliance Reef is filling up fast. It looks
Bears.
like 2 more branches remain on the Red Alliance Reef on level 2 before they have to switch to level 1. We've reached the final 20 seconds of match 120. Red Alliance has a strong lead here, 219-123. They did complete the Coral ranking point. Now all 3 robots are breaking off and looking for the climbs, trying to make this a 6 RP match for the Red Alliance and secure those high rankings. With 4 seconds in play, here comes the Blue Alliance as time expires. Not enough time for the Blue Alliance to get latched and off the ground before time runs out.
As possible onto their reef, but they're very close behind the Blue Alliance. 149-134 in favor of Blue with about a minute left to go here in this match. We got plenty of points being scored on either side of the field. Red Alliance ain't gonna run away with it. Ain't gonna let Blue Alliance run away with it. They're gonna try to play some catch up and get within less than 10 points by placing coral after coral after coral after coral all along level 2, in sync with each other. 3 robots scoring simultaneously as best as possible. Looks like the Red Alliance or Blue Alliance side of the field trying to play some catch up as well. Red Alliance is right on their tails, less than 5 points separating them. Blue Alliance is going to have to score some level 4 coral to extend their lead by 5 points apiece. They've got a couple of open slots there, but both of these alliances are going to try to fill their reefs with 35 seconds left to play. Blue Alliance has 2 open slots on level 2. Red Alliance potentially has 2 open slots on level 2 as well. Neither of these alliances have completed the competition. Looks like Blue Alliance has, but Red Alliance did not. So teams will have to score on all 4 levels of the reef. 1706 trying to place another piece of algae up into the barge to give the Red Alliance a slight advantage at the last second. Both the Red Alliance robots, 2 of them up in the air. Looks like we got 1 robot up for Blue as the buzzer sounds. And we'll be back with your official results in just a moment. We've got your results coming up on the board for match number 123. Looks like it's going to be the Blue Alliance with a score of 235 to 230. Blue Alliance walking home with 6 ranking points. Red Alliance walking home with 2 ranking points. 74-57 remaining.
So there it is. The scores on Curie, 235-230, 5-point match. Super Dude taking the win. And I believe with the 6 ranking points, locking themselves into the number 1 seed for the field.
Based on what we've seen before, they are locked. So Super Duper from Indiana, your number 1 seed on the Curie division, looking for whom they will pair up with tomorrow.
That was a close one. I don't know that I was expecting it to be quite that close. They really had to work hard and earn it there.
They really did. I was expecting the gap to be a bit bigger, but
and they needed 4. They needed 4 ranking points to lock up that number 1 seed. So if they had lost, they would not necessarily have had it. Yeah. So that is an impactful 5 points right there.
So there's a good chance they're headed back to their pit and walking over to their future alliance partner now.
It does tend to happen.
Yes. Every match matters here at First Champs Live at the championship. All the way till the end here. We're coming in. Maybe about half of teams have played all 10 of their matches now. Some of our number 1 and number 2 rankings are getting locked in, but still quite a few matches to play across our 8 divisions.
Yes, absolutely.
Let's take a look at some of our rankings.
Yeah, let's do it.
We can pull up maybe... Let's check out our Johnson rankings, our top 10 table.
So Johnson, we have up at the top the 16s. 1690 with that number 1 seed. 1619 hoping to maintain it. They've got 1 match left, but they can't jump 1690. So 1690 orbit, winners of last year's World Championships as the number 3 Alliance captain from the Daily Field. They are number 1 with a bullet here. That 5 coral auto probably helping them quite a bit, and just a steady collection and depositing with their vacuum.
Yeah. I mean, they've been on their game since day 1, came out of the box hot, showed off how important it could be to have the floor, algae, and coral collection, and really, they didn't start the weekend off in the best light, but they really clawed their way all the way back to number 1 and locked it up.
Yeah, 56 ranking points, only 4 off from perfect on there, and a co-op potato of 0.9, so 9 out of their 10 matches getting that co-op potato, keeping that tiebreaker, so even if they had dropped slightly more. But these rankings are also, they're not solidified necessarily, but we expect 1619 to stay around where they are if they get 5 or more points. If they get 6 points, then they will be above 1600. If they get 5, they'll drop below 6800 Valor. Then 111, they can't jump 6,800 because they are 7 behind them. 2607 from Mid-Atlantic, 4414 High Tide with that rebuild. 4738, 1325 from Ontario, 45 from Indiana, 2714 from Texas round out the top 10 of Johnson with about 5 matches to go, on Johnson.
And with 111 there in number 4, they need 5 ranking points just to hold on to their position there, even though they can't move up. It looks like we're going to try and catch that next match there.
Sorry, we talked about each other. So we're checking out intros here for Johnson match qualification 122 Johnson Field presented by Qualcomm as 111.
I wanted to take a minute here and point out that 45 has ranked number 9 on this field. So Andy Baker back behind the glass for the first time in
Scump years.
Over a decade.
More than a decade.
Helping coach his team back into the top 10. Great to see it, an original, maybe not original and sustaining, but such an old and
the team is original and sustaining.
Team. Yeah.
Andy started in 1997 or 1998. Yes, before all of you were born, you know this. But certainly a mainstay in our community. So important as a supplier with Andy Mark. The number of teams that he has helped directly and also with the products that have spread out throughout FIRST, just raising the level of everybody's competitiveness. Everybody's got gearboxes that move stuff on their robot. And we all remember many years in FRC where that wasn't the case. Yeah. So look at the level of competition out here. Just the abilities of all of these robots. We're debating between teams that are doing 15 and 10 cycles per match. That is not where we used to be. Sorry about the reminiscing, but it looks like Johnson Field is getting close. The FTA is peeking around to see if everything's good.
Let's head on over. We will head down to this match number 22 on Johnson Division presented by Qualcomm.
Their first move is to approach their reef with the Coral. They start the match. The first move with Algae is from 1648 G3 Robotics out of Atlanta, Georgia. 2 Algae scored by G3 as time runs out on these robots in auto. Blue Alliance advantage with drivers in control here for the remainder of match 122. Blue Alliance L4 is looking close to completion already. They have 6 Coral on L4 and now the 7th is scored. So 1 level of credit awarded. Wild Sang from Arlington Heights, Illinois. They remove some algae from the reef in the process. They do nudge a piece of coral off of that top rung, but their alliance partner Controlled Chaos, an immediate adjustment gets them right back in it. They still have that 1 level of credit completed. Red Alliance has now caught up with their own first level of completion. Miracle Workers 365 cycle a short route between the corner coral station and the reef poles directly in front of it, while G3 Robotics mirrors it on the opposite side, but G3 a little bit faster with a floor-based intake, allowing them to leave space for Ceci Sinai Octopus, our team from Brazil, working from the corner with their human player. Red Alliance is right in this match, trailing by just over 10 points. Blue doing their best to get that ranking point locked in if they can. Lots of robots focused on the coral, but stuck on some algae, at least for a moment, is Eagle Engineering. Their arm is up. They do have at least one side of robot on the ground. To the rescue comes Controlled Chaos, and Eagle Engineering drops off coral. It bounces from the base of that assembly back down to the playing field floor. Still a close one, still can move in either direction. No co-op this match. 3 levels completed by the Blue Alliance. They might be able to get all 4 without the co-op. They just need 1 more in the trough based on what we see on the field. Final 20 seconds of the match coming up. It looks like Blue Alliance has been awarded credit for 7 coral in all 4 levels of the reef. That is huge without the co-op. Red is just behind them. They would need at least 1 or 2 more. It is looking like in the trough. We're under 10 seconds left now. These robots want to lock in the barge RP. Wild Sang, Eagle, and Chaos, all of them in the barge zone. Eagle and Wild Sang swing from the deep cage.
exciting match there. It looks like 111 Wildstang will win it, and that should lock in their ranking position. Sorry, the score is just coming up on our screen right now. They do win 206 to 177, 6 ranking points, no co-op. So the number 4 seed for 111 Wildstang.
I think that they're one of those teams that added a ground intake really late in the season. I think that's probably helping a lot here at the championship.
Yeah, for sure. So they posted the CAD model. They're also an Open Alliance team. They shared everything. They posted their prototyping of that intake after their first few events. They got it installed, saw the performance jump, and here they are, laying it up on their field.
Reaping the rewards of that. But we're going to preview 2 different matches for you. We've got Daly 123 coming up and Milstein 122 coming up. So it looks like Daly is ready to start. We've got 1678 in the 3 position and 2630 in the 4 position playing against each other. So these impactful matches continue. We will try to get you an update from that Milstein match where the 2 is playing the 5. But for now, Daly qualification match 123. Let's go.
48 to 47. 26-30, they've got their first piece of algae. A flick of the wrist and it's in. Citrus gonna match that. 91-99, the Sharks. Drumming to shark it up over on the red side of the field. Play some defense. Citrus Circuit's gonna grab a piece of coral. Snipe it off the floor. Spin around with a piece of algae. Toss it gently into the barge. It's gonna bounce out.
At First Champs Live, we're bringing you all the action. We just moved Milstein into the left side of your screen. These impactful matches. We've got 118 going against 503 on Milstein and 2630 going against 1678 on Daly.
Citrus matches them to level 4, and their human player whips pieces of coral as far as they can to shorten those cycles. Slice and Citrus are 2 citrusy robots go back to back. Nerd Spark grabs a piece of coral for the Red Alliance. Gently tries to toss it on. It's not going to find its mark. 91-99 coming to play some defense. MSET doing the same for the Red Alliance against Blue. But 26-30 is dragging some algae around. Red has gained a pretty big lead here, 149 to 124. They're going to try to maintain that lead, and they don't have to do it for another 45 seconds. 157 to 138. We're approaching the end game here. 91-99 looking to find their favorite cage. Citrus up and in for 4 on the barge. Grabs a piece of coral off the floor. Thunderbolts have their algae ready to go. They're going to drop it and race back for one last coral. 93-12 lining up as well. MZ Fish doing the same. 10 seconds left. No one in the air yet. And as I say that, Nerd Spark off the ground. MZ off the ground. Citrus looking to find it. No blue robots up. 3 red robots, 2 blue robots as time expires.
Tale of 2 matches there from the Milstein and the Daly division. What we have seen come to the fore in these late matches, defense being played in qualifications. But that Daly match, we had co-op and Milstein, we didn't. No, the other way around. Milstein had co-op and Daly didn't. So 2630 and 1678 probably driving those 2 alliances as they were the highest seeded teams playing in those matches, saying, you got to prove it. You got to prove that you can get the Coral RP with all 4, and it looks like the Red Alliance, featuring 1678, the Citrus Circuits, did not get all 4 levels of Coral 7 per level.
We'll have to see where that puts them in that final top 8, top 10 there. And on Milstein, we were looking at 118. And they did get the co-op. They took a huge hit in that match.
321, trying to recapture that defensive magic from last year, really trying to disrupt. It's interesting to see. Very little disruption early in the tournament. Everybody cooperating, everybody making sure that they could all get the Coral RPs. But now when you can count down the exact number of ranking points that you need, I'm not so sure that you're going to get away with it.
Yeah, the gloves have come off a bit.
Still waiting on scores for those two, but we will also preview for you Johnson match 123. We got 6 versus 7, 44-14 high tide on the Red Alliance, and 47-38 Patrobots from San Diego, California. Two California Titans battling it out here on the Johnson Field, presented by Qualcomm.
In place from Terabytes. Back from a corner Coral station is the Commodores. 5 scored so far for Red. High Tide looking for a last one if they can for the Red Alliance as time runs out. Checking in on the status of that blue Reef. Meanwhile, their L4 also plenty busy during Autonomous. Their first move in Teleop involves processing some algae. High Tide in red and Patrobots in blue. Both of them process 1 algae through the processor. 6 points for the home team and then 4 points for the...
Milstein, that match that we just watched, Cooperation and 6 ranking points for 118, keeping them in the number 2 slot. 503, 25 years of Frog Force, moving down into 7.
Still in the top 8, though.
Still a captain.
Still a chance to be an Alliance captain.
And Patrobots, those 2 blue robots, both work algae. One of them from the blue side of the field, but one of them from red. We see 245 getting as much algae as they can from their opponents across the field, trying to lower the potential scoring of that algae later in the match. High Tide and their partners, the Commodores, they are focused on Coral for the moment. It looks like they really want to get that ranking point. So AtomBots is seizing the opportunity to clean up the algae, getting a good defensive nudge in here or there, but they want the advantage when it comes to the algae that have been scored in that blue Alliance net. AtomBots' work is done. They cross back over to the home side of the field, pick up the last algae on the carpet, and get it up into the blue net, nearly overflowing with that blue Alliance lead, 176 to 151. 45 seconds remaining in the match. Terabytes playing tons of
in that daily match that we just watched, no co-op potato, both alliances missing out on that Coral ranking point, proving it. So that drops down 26-30 to the 8th seed, and 1678 maintains their number 3 speed on the daily division.
They're just racking up as many points as they can. Their partners, Commodores, already in the barge zone. Commodores are up. We'll see if Terabytes make their way on back. They've got a little bit of a wiggle in their drivetrain in front of the Coral station for the Blue Alliance in the final moment of match number 123.
All the action here coming down to the wire here on the Galileo field presented by Medtronic. We've got qualification match 124 of 125, team 180 Spam on the Red Alliance. They are on the 9th position. They're looking to claw their way back up with one final chance.
Against 75-58, currently ranked 7. Will they swap places or will they stay where they're at? Let's check it out.
Strong, scoring 2 Coral on level 4 and an algae up in the barge over on blue. They've also got a couple of Coral on level 4, just missing their 3rd placement, but it landed in the trough anyway, so it's all good. Red Alliance coming into Teleop with a lead of 10. Spam grabbing some algae, coming over to join their partner Pobots to add it up into the net for Red. Then going over and scoring up top on level 4 of the Reef. 353 Pobots trying to do the same. They want to make sure they're lined up correctly, but first, grabbing some algae from the Reef is a necessity. So they got that in their clutches and also scored a level 4 Coral. Over on the blue side of the field, we've got 10-6-90, one of our rookie teams. It's all you can eat, scoring an algae over in the Blue Alliance's processor. Their partner, Electrona, lifting up their elevator and scoring a Coral up on level 4 for blue. That's 5 more points to help them catch up to Red. A minute and 20 seconds remaining. Blue is down 86 to Red's 114. Pobots trying to extend their lead. They've got a 5-point placement of coral up on level 4. Their partner, Spam, sucking up some coral with their ground floor intake and scoring it on level 3, doing a quick 1-2 cycle. Meanwhile, their opponent, 10-6-90, is beached on some algae, and almost in an effort to help get them unstuck, their partner almost got beached as well. Electrona was able to get themselves out of that situation and is back to doing coral cycles for Blue. 40 seconds remaining. Black Ops now coming over to the blue side of the field to play a little bit of defense. They're up against one of the loading stations, trying to slow down 10-6-90's access to coral. 25 seconds remaining. 353 Pobots for a level 2 score over on the red side. Red needs one more level in order to get that coral bonus ranking point, but they're prioritizing the barge endgame instead. Spam lining up for a climb. They're getting ready. Their partner, Black Ops, also looks like they're up off of the ground. 5 seconds remaining, and 75-58 is climbing for Blue right as time runs out.
Heading on down to the Archimedes division for match number 124. We have an eye here on 1197. They're currently ranked number 4. Can they hold on?
Over to the reef. Meanwhile, 2851 Crevolution, they're trying to place the algae. They shoot one up, it bounces off. Uh-oh, that one bounces all the way on the other side. Crevolution just trying to dial this algae in here. That's one they've made. Let's see if they can make a couple more. Up and in. Well done, Crevolution. 48 seconds ago, 166 to 170. Red Alliance has a 4-point lead. Gacko goes over to grab coral from the coral station. They place it down. Each alliance has completed the 3 levels. They will both get the coral ranking point. Half a minute to go. 181 to 184. Red has a 3-point lead. 20 seconds to go. 2 points separate these two alliances. This is too close to call. 2851 Crevolution, they're grabbing the algae from the blue alliance side, placing it up there. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh my goodness. All right, we have one blue robot that has successfully climbed 1197 there on a deep cage. The other 2 robots are parked.
I think we're all flabbergasted at the results. Well, the upcoming results of that Archimedes match.
Yeah, I don't understand. 15 seconds left. Everyone's still playing the coral and algae game. 10 seconds left. Everyone's still playing.
7-point difference in the live score, and we didn't see very many.
No one was heading back to climb on time.
So, the last match on the Newton field, team 422, the Mech Tech Dragons. They are
currently ranked number 4.
They're just going to get rid of it, couldn't release it. There they go, scoring up into the barge. Now 1730 coming across to try and steal algae from the Red Alliance. They will bump and bump and bump that thing all the way over to the other side of the field, see if they can pick it up, and now they've got it, see if they can score it. Meanwhile,
6 ranking points and the cooperation there for 1197 Torbots, squeaking out a win with very few endgame points.
Yeah, came down to the barge.
Processor to pick up cooperation. Red Alliance seemingly doesn't think that they need it, as they are going now, working on level 2 to finish that up. They've got 2 out of 4 rows completed. Level 2 is almost complete as the teams continue to apply coral to that reef. 1730 is now in a defensive position trying to slow down Red Alliance. And let's see if Red Alliance changes their mind about cooperation here as they get 3 out of 4 on the board. Blue Alliance now has 3 out of 4 on the board as well. Everybody looking at level 1 to see if they can get enough coral scored in level 1 to be able to pick up that ranking point here at the end of the match. 422 getting hit hard by 1730 Team Driven, and they score in level 1. Here goes another one down, 74-44. Are they going to go for level 1 or level 2? It looks like level 2. 1730 still playing defense now, moving over to offense, and we still do not see cooperation in play here. This could be an interesting outcome for the Red Alliance. Not having done that, that's going to leave them with a ranking point on the table in the coral as everybody moves into the barge. And under the barge, up they go, up towards the bottom of the barge on the chains. And that is where it's going to be. Both sides will have 2 deep.
So in that last match, 422 MechTech Dragons looked like they're going to win it, but they did not get the coral ranking point. So that will bring them up to just 53, but the teams below them have played 10 okay, it's the last match, so they will maintain their 4th rank. Very important to be as high a rank as you can on these divisions. So we will see how the Newton division shakes out tomorrow, but daily, coming up, match 125, we are looking at team 6. Oh, sorry, the Newton rankings jump scared me.
64-24 sitting in the 4th spot, and 69 and 694 Stipoles sitting in the 12th spot, playing together against teams in the 31st, 36th, and 67th spot.
So the Red Alliance here looking to solidify their top ranks and be a player on tomorrow's game, but live action is starting down on daily, just starting off autonomous. We'll bring you down. First Champs Live.
Blue, 27-24, second algae up top. Our last coral gonna fall a little bit short from Stipoles, which means we're gonna start on tally up 60-44. 494 now the piece of algae into the barge. Avalanche gonna do the same for blue. Martians are back. 694 gonna do the same, but it's gonna bounce out. Avalanche now, the piece of algae. They're gonna bring it up to the barge and toss it right on in. Cresta Valley right behind them. 88 for the Red Alliance, 79 for the Blue Alliance.
We're also bringing you on First Champs Live, the Galileo field presented by Medtronic. 94-83, a second-year team out of Turkey. They are looking to maintain their number 2 rank overall on the blue side of the Galileo field.
A ranking point that matters immensely to teams who want to be Alliance captains tomorrow. Stipoles to level 4 for 5 points. Martians up to the barge. Not gonna quite make it in. 142 red, 126 blue. A minute and 7 seconds left on the clock. 64-24 to level 2. We've got Blue Alliance robots on the move. Avalanche gonna miss their shot, giving Red the chance to widen their lead. The Martians up and in for 4 into the barge, but it's gonna bounce right on over the top. Overlooking, trying to play defense to slow the Red robots down, but Stipoles won't have it and slides right on by. An algae rolls in courtesy of the Red human player. The Martians drop one in right next to it. 30 seconds left here on daily, 181 to 144. Stipoles on level 2. The Martians coming to get another piece of coral. They do. They're gonna bring it around, getting out of Stipoles' way, heading onto the cage. Avalanche is already off the ground. All 3 red robots go to climb. 1 blue robot up, 1 red robot up, 3 seconds left. That is 3 red robots off the ground, 2 for our Blue Alliance.
Bonus ranking point, and Blue Alliance did just that thanks to a placement from the Istanbul Wildcats. Red Alliance needs 1 more. I think it may be level 3 that needs it. They may have gotten it with 498 there with that level 3 score, also earning them 4 points. 20 seconds remaining. Blue Alliance has 4680 doing a shallow climb. Their partner's going for the deep cage instead. 233 is off the ground for red. Looks like their partner 7769 is as well. And so's our third red robot. 2 blue robots look like they may also be up right as time runs out.
So on that daily field that we were watching side by side with the Galileo match that ended more recently, we see 64-24 maintaining that number 4 rank position with 6 ranking points at a co-op.
694 moving up into 9th, almost in the top 8 with some in-picking. They'll have the option to be a captain.
Yeah. I would say Stypulses have one of the best years they've had in a long time. So
that's great. Very cool robot.
Yeah.
Very
Sorry, I was squinting at Curie 127. Never mind. Yes, but on the Galileo score, upcoming, but Istanbul Wildcats losing that match. They were in the 2 seed, but they stay there. They had that much of a lead in the ranking points.
So that's the interesting thing with the 6 ranking points is like in the top 8, if you've been playing your game, you can build a gap and only be 1 place away, but be 4 to 8 ranking points ahead and still stay in the same spot this late in the game.
It looks like they needed at least 3 ranking points or more in order to stay there, and that's exactly what they got. We are winding down our
not
day.
Too many more matches left.
So we also have a result in from the second to last Johnson match. Blue took it 194 to 126, and that means at 29:30, the Sonic Squirrels, with those 6 ranking points, move up into the number 9 position. Winners of the Pacific Northwest District Championship. They had a tough schedule, but they have scratched their way just outside of the top 8. Because like a squirrel.
Scratched or squirreled their way, climbed the tree.
Man.
Don't get scratched by a squirrel. I can't recommend it.
That's nuts.
Well, it has been a long couple of days here. Lots and lots of matches, lots and lots of robots. We've got 1 or 2 more matches maybe we can hit here. There's nothing on deck. 2 more matches to play.
So let's look at a couple of the rankings on finished fields. Let's check out the Newton rankings. These are, well, they're certainly locked in unless there's a late breaking replay. But 13-23, Madtown Robotics in the number 1 spot. 4 ranking points clear of anybody else. They only dropped 1 all weekend, and that was in their first match.
Yeah.
Just
10-0-0, 70% co-op.
And we see that they had no connection with the number 2 in qualifications with the number 2 ranked team, 28-32, also undefeated on this field. Livonia Warriors from Michigan. Number 3, Jack in the Bot. Number 4, 422, MechTech Dragons. 5, 148, another of our rebuild teams from Texas. 90-72, 35-38, 74-26, 39-37, and 449 rounding out the top 10 of the Newton field.
A pretty incredible win-loss tie column to look down here where we've got 2 undefeated teams and then everybody else is 8-2. That's the power of 6 ranking points, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you think we should maybe take a look at Curie now that we know that that's been locked all together?
Let's have a look at our...
okay.
We are about to watch
Curie's
last match. That's right.
But we do have on the top of Curie Division, 74-57, clear of everybody else. Super duper at the top. And in the number 2 spot, 36-63 CPR from Washington. They've had a fantastic season, seeding really high, winning a lot of their events, number 1 seed at the Pacific Northwest District Championship. Everything about their robot is working, so it's great to see.
And they've only missed 2 ranking points all weekend.
46.
So that's 2 fields, no one perfect on ranking points yet.
Yep, and we have 46-46 as the last of our top 10 robots that still needs to play a match. They have a perfect cooperation point score,
9
and
out of 9.
they need at least 5 ranking points to stay where they're at.
Otherwise, it could drop below 340 and 63-29. Gur and Buck's Wrath.
Depending on how it goes, they could drop all the way out of the top 10. So
but over on the Archimedes division, Oh, sorry, a match just started. That distracted.
The last Curie match.
Johnson 125 in progress over here at First Chance Live, bringing you as much of the action as we can from the desk here. Try to bring you, I think we probably brought you more than 125 matches over the course of these 2 days, and we're going to bring you all of the matches that we can tomorrow during playoffs. We're going to be side by side. This is in addition to the Alliance Selection Super Show that begins tomorrow at 7:20 a.m. Central Time.
Yep, this is a last shot for 16-19 in qualifications here. They're looking to keep their #2 ranking.
Sure, as many RP are going to get up on the board for these teams. Handshake indicated for cooperation by both alliances. Human player from Poltronics tosses up for red into the net. Their robot also tossing up right across the barge zone from them. That one does bounce off and down to the floor on the blue side. Slight advantage for the Blue Alliance here. They've got just a few more coral, it appears. One coming in now from Type C, wearing blue, a short cycle path between a corner coral station and dropping that coral off on some available reef branches. One level clear for both alliances. Let's see who the first to get credit for 2 will be. It appears that Robotics now finishing L3 for the Blue Alliance. Type C, they're going for the 4 points. So are Lunatics before moving down to levels 2 or 1. Still prioritization of points over RP for the Blue Alliance. Red, they've got that RP.
And we're bringing you side-by-side action here at the championships. In addition to the Johnson match, which you'll be hearing, we will have the Milstein division's last match with 254, the Cheesy Poofs.
Ranking point here in this match. While they are ahead, they are running out of time. 20 seconds on the clock in match 125 on the Johnson division, and the Red Alliance 1 point away from 3 ranking points. Up off the ground is blue. 316 Lunatics, 12 points for the Blue Alliance. Their partners Type C and Robotics entering into that taped out zone. Poltronics and Copperbots, they are right alongside each other with Up a Creek swinging. We have a tight score on the board, but possibly an extra
25. Blue Alliance now cracking the 200-point mark. Brainstem with the coral in their possession. They're working on level 3. 1 level 3 peg open, a couple down at level 2. Cheesy Poofs finishing off level 3 for the Blue Alliance. Blue now leading 224 to 106. Under 40 seconds left to go. Cheesy Poofs picking up another coral, scoring it at level 1. They're just going to start flooding that trough now along with Brainstem. Over on the red side of the field, 31-42. Still working on running coral. Red Alliance doing a great job filling up their reef, trying to keep up with this Blue Alliance. Blue now passing 240. It's 246 to 126. 10 seconds left. 2 blue robots off the ground. Cheesy Poofs.
The scores coming in for that last match over on Johnson. 204 to 199. 16-19, locking in that #2 slot.
So with that, let's check out the top 10 of the Johnson division. Won't quite be updated, but we know that 16-19 is maintaining that #2 spot on their field. So
there it is.
This is your top 10 of the Johnson division, presented by Medtronic.
I think we have to start out, Steve, pointing out, again, not a single perfect RP by anyone in the top 10 on this field either.
I'm so close to winning this bet.
But we do have 1690, 1619, and 6800 as our top 3.
111 coming in at #4. We saw them a little bit earlier. 2607 and then 4414. 111 and 4414, both robots, again, that changed pretty significantly throughout the competition season this year. They're followed up by 1325, 2714, and 2930, all tied on ranking points there.
Yeah, and no one getting out of this division without a loss in quals.
Absolutely, no undefeated teams in Johnson.
Lots of infighting there, and 3 teams in the top 10 that have 3 losses. And there's a tie snuck in there. So Johnson looked like chaos all throughout. So
bit messy this year in quals on Johnson.
But these teams are now locked in and they are getting ready for Alliance selection. Coming up, we will preview, we will take a look at the daily rankings. And proving that they were the team that they hoped that they were. 44-14 from SoCal, coming in undefeated, only dropping 2 ranking points all weekend. But we see the real shakeup based on pre-event predictions here. 1796 Robo Tigers from New York, very strong team. They have 56 RP and then a gap below them. Oh, we just got a score come in, a high score coming in from the Milstein division. That is it's 284, but with 30 points in penalties, 254. The Cheesy Poofs staying at the number 4 ranked position on the Milstein division.
But a great way to round out the end of the day over on the Milstein division.
A 254 clean score from 254 in their final match.
Serendipity here, but the last match on Curie coming up, we have 46-46, who is
currently in number 6. They're looking to hang on to that position there.
They are 6 ranking points behind the teams above them currently, but they do have the co-op tiebreaker, so they could vault into the 4 spot here with their last match. If Red Alliance is able to get, with the support of their partners, the 6 ranking points, and actually they don't need co-op. So they have the opportunity here to make a pretty significant change of the rankings on Curie Division with the absolute last match.
Curie, it looks like we've got thumbs up for our last qualification match. We're gonna do the countdown in English, and Pete Pirates, count down with me. Drivers, behind the lines, and we're starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
Welcome to the final qualification match here on the Curie division. We have game pieces being scored for both of these alliances. Looks like Red Alliance is going to try to put up 4 pieces of coral. Team 27, Team Rush, trying to make it 5 pieces of coral at the buzzer. The teams are going to move into our teleoperated period. Robots are going to come alive and students are going to take control. Red Alliance has the advantage, 44-9. Red Alliance is going to start putting up some pieces of coral onto that level 4 and begin de-scoring their algae. Blue Alliance side of the field, they're rocking with the rookies Pizza Bite 2.0, and they have begun scoring some of their algae into the processor and start initiating that cooperation bonus for both of these alliances. 46-46, Wildcard Robotics putting up another free throw attempt into the Red Alliance barge and sinking that in for a couple of points. 27, the hot team, beginning to score into the processor for the Red Alliance to get that cooperation bonus rocking and rolling. On the Blue Alliance side of the field, 26-42, trying to take control of the Blue Alliance reef by placing a piece of coral onto level 4 for 5 points. Along with their rookies, they're trying to help them out, make some room, with Red Alliance leading a score of 121-47 with less than a minute and a half left to play. Team Rush begins de-scoring some algae with their partners, the Wildcard Robotics. Wildcard's gonna go put it up for a slam dunk. Team Rush is just going to toss it out of the way for their partners to pick up off the seafloor. 27, leaning themselves on over to sink on a piece of coral. 1, 2, 3, red robots lift their mechanisms up. 1, 2, 3, red robots score on all 3 levels of their reef. Blue Alliance has a little bit of catch up to do with only 2 robots competing for this. 26-42, doing a little spin to line themselves up ever so carefully onto level 4. They'll miss that, but they'll go back and soar it one more time. The rookies Pizza Bite 2.0 sending in a piece of algae to the processor for 6 points. Their partners on the opposite side of the field trying to make the most of what they got. 26-42 placing on another piece of coral on the upper level. Wow, the Red Alliance Team Rush trying to place the spot of the final piece of coral. Red Alliance has 1 more slot left on their reef before it is complete. Can 46-57 take care of that? Looks like the Team Rush is gonna place algae instead. They're gonna line themselves on up. Looks like we will have 2 robots up in the air so far for the Red Alliance. Can we see 2 robots up for Blue? 26-42 has lifted themselves off the ground, and time expires here in the final match. We will be back with your official results of match number 127 to finalize our rankings for tomorrow's Alliance selection in just a moment.
So with that huge score, the Red Alliance in Curie's last match, 127, is going to take it. We will get you those final rankings as soon as that match is in. But let's look at the Archimedes division. The Archimedes division, which is led by Team 8044, the Denim Venom out of Louisiana, with a significant rebuild on their robot throughout the season, and they are killing it here at Championships.
Okay, Steve, so again, no perfect RP. Who do you think 8044 is going to pick?
2481, the Roboteers. The speed of that coral, that is exactly what you want on your Alliance, and their climber is consistent. They've got a good auto. And just in terms of putting up scoring elements, you need that foundation on your Alliance so that you can build out the rest of the what you're going to be playing during the matches.
Okay, so say that holds true. If you're 1987, Justin, who do you take? Do you go with 1114? Do you go with Miss Daisy or Quicksilver 604?
I think this year I would go with Daisy. I think I would take 341 as the second overall pick in the.
You want the wrist?
The floor loading, the wrist, and the flower power.
They certainly have looked great here this weekend.
Great signs there from Miss Daisy. We think that they'll be picked very high on this division. But coming up, we've got the Curie division, 46-46, with those 6 ranking points and co-op move up into the 4th ranked position. So we'll do that in our heads. So that makes it 74-57, super duper up at the top of the Curie division, followed by 36-63 CPR. Justin, are they going to team up?
I don't think so. I think we're going to see a big jump. I think you're going to see Super Du going all the way down the list to 3005.
You think you're good? So 3005 winners of the Texas district.
I think that is going to be the first overall pick on Curie this year.
And so 36-63, if they're in that position with, if they are the 2nd seed captain, I think they're going to be looking at the Bucks Wrath. I think they might go all in on station loading. Bucks Wrath super, super fast. If you get 2 really quick cyclers, what we've seen defense be played a little bit in these matches, but I think almost every Alliance is building out from the assumption that they're going to be trying triple offense, trying to just outscore the opponents.
Yeah. The only problem with that is Bucks is already in the top 8. And they don't have to say yes. And this is an incredibly deep field, and Bucks may feel comfortable that they can pick up a better overall Alliance from the 8th spot.
That Serpentine draft certainly opening up opportunities to make a very balanced Alliance from the lower seeds. Next, we go down to the Galileo field, where we had team 49-46 from Bolton, Ontario. They kept their ranking points, so they are undefeated, only 2 ranking points off perfect. They're sitting pretty in the catbird seed. Steph, Are they going Turkey?
I think you have to here. They look really strong. But I could see an argument for somebody else. Maybe a 190 pull. They've looked super impressive all year.
The auto modes from 190, the speed, getting that pretty consistent 4 Coral Station autonomous mode starts you off extremely well. You don't have to spend a lot of time scoring those L4s during the match, and they don't drop a lot of coral. So,
and 190 started the season by just smacking algae out of the reef, and now they're controlling it and scoring it in the barge. Really smooth and successful.
And they've got a fast and easy to line up climb. So that's the kind of thing, if you've got auto and you've got endgame, you've got a really solid foundation.
190's been consistent all year. They've been consistent all weekend. It could be a solid choice going into a very difficult set of elimination matches.
I personally will give the slight edge to our team from Turkey with the floor intake, though, because I think that is a huge advantage going into those playoffs, being able to be a little bit stronger when you start seeing that big defense.
So going on to Hopper, where we had Neshoba Robotics from New England seeding first. They are purely Coral Station, but they've got the climb, they've got the autonomous mode. Looking at the field here, do they go with a team like 94-96, also a huge funnel coming out of North Carolina, where they won 3 districts and the district championships?
Yeah, I'm just looking at this list, and there's a lot of teams here that play at a similar level. So I don't think that the line selection is straightforward, and I don't have all the data that I hope these scouting teams have to make these choices better than I can.
You've got Bumblebee here. You've got Greybots. There's a lot of strong choices here.
I think we just have to see what happens in the morning on this field.
And we'll bring you our last top 10 that we haven't shown you, the most recent version of Milstein coming up on the screen. We have Bread up at the top, 5940, 118, 7407, and 254. These 4 teams are at their peak right now. So is that just going to collapse? Those are going to pair up into 2s, and then we'll see how the rest of the division shakes out?
I think so. I think if I had to take my first pass take on this, it's Bread and the Poofs and 118 and 7407 pairing up.
So you think the food-related teams will?
Yep. yeah. I think they make a pretty terrible sandwich, but a pretty damn good alliance.
Cheesy Bread. That's not bad.
Yeah, I guess if you crush it up a bit and ain't that bad.
Cheesy Bread and the Space Force.
Great autonomous modes from all 4 of Space Force. all 4 of these teams have shown off great autonomous modes. If they're compatible, these alliances will be coming out of autonomous mode really far ahead, and then just needing to maintain that lead and clean it up at the end. So going to be a fight over on Milstein. At least two very good alliances coming out of that division.
So here's our recommendation. Go home, get some rest,
and come back tomorrow to watch the stream, Twitch TV/First Inspires. We will be here with you for all of Alliance selections. We will be here with you for all divisional playoffs, all 8 fields. We're going to be showing you instant replays with our little Madden telestrator. We'll be marking them up so that you can see what we see when we watch matches, what made the difference as we go through these double elimination tournament brackets. All these fields are looking to go to Einstein, to that double elimination bracket. The 8 fields will duke it out after a morning of intense competition.
Yep, and in that first bit of the morning, we will be with you every step of the way through Alliance selection, live, showing you who's getting picked, where we're at on each division, step by step, all 8 divisions at the same time, all of those picks happening.
Just
90
like that,
seconds
too.
or a break in between each one. It's going to be fast. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be a lot of fun. Don't miss it.
I think with that, all we can say is good night and see you bright and early in the morning.